The space was upgraded again, and the unexpected upgrade did not close the space. The whole space, half the brilliance of the sun, half the brilliance of the moon, and the faint stars twinkling all over the sky. A blue star is particularly bright, with lightning. This star represents the daughter. Xia Qing seems to understand that if Suyu represents the sun, Xia Qing represents the moon, and her daughter represents the stars. It seems that some truth is approaching. As she absorbs, the spectacle fades away. The light all over her body faded. Xia Qing! Xia Qing! She hears someone calling her, and sees not far away, someone coming for her with a flashlight. I'm here. I called you, but no one answered, and the person has been found. The people who came were just high-spirited, and everyone else went back. He finds out that Xia Qing is missing, so he hurries over to look for her. Followed the footsteps of the snow and got here. Okay. There are reindeer haunting the outside of Xiaji village here. It's okay during the day. If you are surprised by wild deer at night, you may attack people. I was attracted by the aurora just now and had already come here without realizing it. Xia Qing found a reasonable reason. Let's go back. It will be colder in a while. Gao Fang spoke with anger. Don't think about it. Today's scene and what you encountered today are all very lucky. I have never encountered this as a guide in the past few years, and I have never heard the tour guide say that there are such wonders. Xia Qing was silent and did not speak. This guide is very responsible and loves to make up his mind. The two walked back to the B&B. Xia Qing went straight back to her room to rest and took a hot shower. Although the place is cold outside, it is very hot in the house. Xia Qing is swiping her phone, and the top hot search spot is the super rare aurora in Xiaji village. Once in a millennium, once in a million. Even, some people commented below that the fellow Taoist was ascending to immortality. The second hot search is that a terrorist attack occurred on the border of Russia, and dozens of Chinese tourists were trapped in Russia and could not return. Sources reported that more than a dozen tourists had been taken hostage by terrorists. When Xia Qing saw the news, she immediately became nervous. Her parents are traveling over there right now. So she hurriedly contacted her parents, and the phone didn't work. Xia Qing has a bad feeling. She hurriedly contacted the travel agency where her parents were staying. Yes, your parents did contact the embassy during this trip. Why don't you notify the family of such a big thing? I don't see the news, I don't take the initiative to ask you, how long do I plan to hide it? Xia Qing was really angry. I'll hold you accountable if something happens to my parents. Sorry, very sorry, it was an accident. We're already in touch. Travel agencies are also very anxious, but they, the customer service staff, cannot make the decision on this matter. We can only negotiate with the embassy, but this incident will definitely compensate the victims. We are also in contact with the embassy there now, and the country is also looking for ways to actively coordinate. In the end, Xia Qing got the answer, but it wasn't able to satisfy her. However, there is a high probability that it will not solve anything and it will take luck. China can only take care of its own affairs and its affairs abroad, so it needs to be considered a lot. Xia Qing soon figured out the situation. Recently, several neighboring small countries have frequently clashed with China. Some time ago, there was a riot in Burma, and the border with Vietnam was also a scene of trouble. Russia and China are also close neighbors. The two countries have always been very friendly. However, some time ago, a war broke out between Russia and Ukraine. Now there are terrorist attacks in the border cities between the Rus and the Chinese states. Now the Rus state has sent a large number of soldiers there. After all, their relations with the Chinese state are still very friendly. This matter is now on the hot search, so the Rus side will definitely step up the police force to rescue it. However, Xia Qing knew that there were only very limited people who could intervene in other countries' own countries. She intends to leave directly for Rus country. It is better to save yourself than to wait for others to rescue you, and if you do not have the ability, you can only send your hopes to the country. Now Xia Qing, she has the ability to save her parents. Pack her things, and she's ready to go. She still has to say something to the guide before she sets off. Sorry, something happened to my house, so I'm leaving now. Ah, are you leaving now? There are other attractions in the back. If you withdraw midway, our tour fee cannot be refunded. Then don't retreat. Could you please find me a car? Send me out. Okay, then I'll arrange a car for you. Then you wait a minute. Gao let go and called the contact person, and then arranged for the rest of the people to be given to the subguide. If I send people back safely, I will go over to you immediately. Okay. Then you have to work hard. What a great opportunity. The deputy tour guide saw through Gao Fang's careful thoughts at a glance. Ahem. About an hour later, Gao Fang retrieved a car. I'll send you back. Xia Qing nodded and got in the car. She was also swiping her phone all the time, caring about the situation abroad. Lin Nuan also got the news and quickly called her. Cousin, I can't even call my aunt. I saw some time ago that they didn't travel to the Ross border. Gao Fang on the side was stunned when he heard the familiar voice on the phone. This voice looks like Lin Nuan. The show she acted in before was a huge hit. Xia Qing had actually been on TV, but she hadn't mutated much at that time, and now her hair was changing color. She's not very hot, she's not in a circle, and it's normal not to know her. Yes, I am going to Russia now. Oh my god, I forwarded this matter online, and I will ask all the artists below to help forward it. The greater the public opinion here, the more helpful it may be. There are quite a few people in their country who are going to travel to the border with the Rus country, and it would be a good thing if we could put pressure on them through public opinion. Okay. In fact, Xia Qing felt that public opinion was not very serious for the Rus country, because the country had always been maverick. He said, if you attack Woolen, attack them. If anyone bullies them, they will start fighting if they disagree. Moreover, although the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Russia has always been very good, there is still a gap in the strength of the two countries. The overall economic strength of the Rus country, including its weapons and equipment, was more advanced than that of the Chinese. Wanting to save people, Xia Qing can only go there in person. Trouble you, just park here, thank you. Just after passing the road post, Xia Qing asked Gao Fang to park his car on the side of the road. Miss Xia, what do you need help with? I can help you. Our group is also going to Russia. After hearing this, Xia Qing's eyes lit up and she said, your tour group also has a branch in the Rus country. Can I go there directly? Gao Fang also received such a notice, but he did not expect that Xia Qing actually wanted to go to Russian. It's dangerous over there now, the border has been increased, and tour groups to Russia have stopped. It's also for the safety of the people. Is there any way you can take me there? I can pay for. Xia Qing is not short of money, as long as she can do things. Gao Fang feels that the country of Russia is too dangerous now, especially since a large wave of terrorists are traveling there, and exchanges of fire may occur at any time. I can give you a group pass. Okay, I'll transfer you the money. No. However, it is really dangerous there now, and I suggest you don't go there and wait for national consultations, as well as the embassy. When encountering this kind of thing, one person has no way to solve it. Frowning. Such terrorist attacks have backup guarantees only if the country is strong. That happened and only 2 countries were able to coordinate. Moreover, because within the borders of other countries, there is no way for the armaments of their countries to participate. She knew this kind of thing when she was in Burma. Otherwise there will be a group of unsung heroes who have withdrawn their nationality? Forget it, I'll leave first. Gao Fang didn't understand. Xia Qing's urgency and the danger are still going to pass. Isn't that because he doesn't regard his life as child's play? Although he has some fondness for Xia Qing's beauty, he has not yet let him ignore himself. Xia Qing thought about it and contacted Chu Xiu directly. Help me contact a wave of mercenaries. It is best to have faces from other countries. No matter how much money you have, go to the border of Russia. Needs a few people. The more the better, the faster. Wait for my news. Chu Xiu replied quickly, almost always in seconds, because he had set special reminders for Xia Qing all along. He didn't ask either what Xia Qing was looking for mercenaries to do in the Rus country, and if she wanted someone, he would give it to her. In about an hour, Chu Xiu had already contacted someone. Photos, names were sent to Xia Qing's phone. I've chartered a flight and sent people there, and I'll be in Ross border city in a day at most, so you can contact them wherever you go. Okay. When will you come to Myanmar? I will be waiting for you. Ahem. This sentence is somewhat ambiguous. I am already married to Suyu. For a long time, there was no news back there for 2 or 3 minutes. I don't mind. What's this explosive reply? Xia Qing chose to ignore it directly. Over there, Chu Xiu looked at his phone, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The phone still didn't ring. There was silence throughout the conference room, and everyone felt oppressed by the military commander. Chu Xiu seemed to be in a good mood just now, so how did he become like this after a while? Where did you just say it? Continue reporting. Chu Xiu's voice was noticeably several degrees colder. The subordinate on the side nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. He's so unlucky, he just went out laughing when someone came over to report. He said, the commander of the army was in a very good mood today, and his report went very smoothly. How come it's his turn? The army commander's solemn face is too scary. Here, Xia Qing found a car and went to Mobei City, where she found a hotel. She's got her visa, and she'll be able to get there early tomorrow morning. In the evening, Xia Qing goes to the end of the world. Su Yu and the others are still in Lanchinge. The trees here in Lanchinge have mutated. Lanchinge was a very famous flower city before the Dragon Kingdom. 80% of the country's flowers were supplied from Lanchinge. This is also the leaf we have extracted and studied. If this plant can grow in the last days, our living space will be greatly improved. Xia Qing seems to feel much better looking at Su Yu. It is true that for so long, there were hardly any green plants in the apocalypse, and the vegetables that could be grown were all provided from Xia Qing's world. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, it is impossible for Suyu's world to develop and for humans to multiply, and to rely solely on another world for food. Plus, there's a chance a crisis could break out in Xia Qing's world. Suyu doesn't want to cause a drag on the world here. It's best for both sides to help each other and develop in an orderly manner. That's great. If the plants here can grow, we can take it to the Sunny Base, or Sunny Sea City. This will increase green plants. Suyu shook his head. I'm afraid not, because this plant has been away from here for less than an hour and has gradually withered. I used your teleportation card to send things to the Agricultural Research Institute in Harumi Castle. Otherwise, it will definitely not be transported back, and the thing will wither. The specific results will wait until the results from the Research Institute. Well, if other land can't be planted, set up a small teleportation array here. Build a small base, like Fukagawa. It's just that it takes the officials to get here, or else you have to drive your own car. With such a long distance, coupled with the difficulty of walking, all aspects need to be consumed, and teleportation becomes the best means of transportation. No side effects, save money and effort. Lanchange is very big, and people have been sent to explore here in batches. We just found survivors, but there was a lot of hostility, and we are not in direct contact with them now. All that survived were native inhabitants, mostly evolvers. Those who can survive in such a world, except the evolvers, are the superpowers. Xia Qing also told Suyu about her. I can just make arrangements here. I will go to Russia with you tomorrow. Okay. Suyu hugged Xia Qing and felt her body temperature, and the tip of her nose had a unique aroma that belonged to her. His throat couldn't help but roll up and down, but he didn't do anything to Xia Qing. He knew that Xia Qing, who was worried about her parents at the moment, would not do such a thing. Rest assured. I have heard your introduction and read the news of your world. The Rus country will not let this matter go. After all, he is also at war now and does not want to have any conflict with the Chinese country. You two countries will be more friendly, otherwise you will not be able to resist the powerful people from Milan, the United States and other countries. The Rus country should not have such a big impact on this matter and should resolve it soon. Xia Qing was relieved to hear Suyu's explanation. But if she doesn't see her parents for a moment, her heart will always hang. Brother Yu, a man came over to steal our food and was just caught by us. The child ran in a hurry and informed Suyu, Deputy Base Chief. Seeing that Xia Qing was also there, he was still being hugged by Suyu at the moment, and his face turned red as soon as he brushed. The child is just 17 or 18 years old and looks very clean. I'm sorry, did I bother you? What do you think? Suyu frowned and said, with a serious look. This was the first time that a child came out with Suyu to do a task. I didn't know that Suyu looked like he was keeping strangers away and looking cold-blooded to outsiders. Xia Qing smiled helplessly, stuttering at the child's fright, and said, Where is the person? Bring it and see. Okay. Xia Qing got up from Suyu, who had a stinky face and didn't like to be disturbed when he was alone with Xia Qing. Some people familiar with Suyu knew it. When notifying Suyu, everyone shied away from each other. If they shied away, everyone would just rock paper scissors. Unless it's a very urgent incident. About 5 minutes, a girl was brought up. The woman wears ripped slacks, and the top also has wide sleeves, and her hair is a brownish-yellow dry split. There was black mud on his face, and except for his big stubborn eyes, nothing else could really be seen. But Xia Qing recognized the girl in front of her at a glance, Zhao Meiling. Once in her first space upgrade, she is trapped in the apocalypse and meets two girls, one is Chai Jing and the other is Zhao Meiling. Back then the two drove around with their 2 children to survive the end of the world. If she remembers correctly, the girl in front of her is a power-type superpower. When they had 2 children, Xia Qing also gave them quite a bit of food. Zhao Meiling. The woman in front of her was stunned for a moment when she heard someone calling her name, and looked up at Xia Qing, somewhat unrecognizable for a moment. The main thing is that Xia Qing has changed a little bit from before, her pupils, plus a blue slightly curly hair color. Remember me? Xia Qing conjures up food from her hand, and the woman in front of her remembers it. It's you. Why are you here? Chai Jing and the children you adopted. The man who pressed Zhao Meiling on the side saw that the deputy base chief knew the girl, so he let go of the woman's hand. Watching from the side, if the woman makes dangerous movements, he just holds them down. This woman's power is so great. If it weren't for his powers that make people weak in muscle, they really couldn't hold it down. We went all the way here and found that there were plants and there must be food. We lived here for a while, and found that these plants bore fruit every early morning, and that fruit was able to eat. But this fruit only bears fruit in the early morning, and the fruit will decay and fall at noon. This fruit cannot be eaten and is poisonous. We originally planned to settle here, but just a few days ago, we were beaten and injured by another group of people, and Chai Jing was arrested because of her special powers. Now that place is occupied by those people, let none of us go there. There is no food without fruit, she does not have to eat, but there are 2 young children, especially Tong Tong, who is not yet 1 year old. Xia Qing had already finished drinking the milk powder she had given her. These days, she can only feed puree to her little ones. I saw that you also have children here, and you feed them milk and drink them, so I wanted to steal food, but I didn't mean to hurt the children. I didn't expect that this man's powers are weird and I haven't fought him. So she was caught. Didn't I say at first, can you go to Sunny Base? Xia Qing frowned and said, I didn't expect Zhao Meiling and the others to disbelieve her so much, but that's right, they just met by chance. You don't have the freedom to live on your own in the base. Zhao Meiling said in a deep voice that with Chai Jing's superpowers, she could survive in the apocalypse, not to mention finding a place like Lanchange. Xia Qing looks at the man next to her. Yes, we also found other armed survivors here, and we have not had any contact with them yet. Although, they are also on guard over there, there is no circle of interest involving them, which is the fruit-producing center of Orchid City. Please save Chai Jing. Zhao Meiling begged that she and Chai Jing were really friends along the way in the apocalypse. She also wanted to save her, and tried several times, but was unsuccessful. There were also 2 young children in the family, and if she too was caught, those 2 would surely die. Those people are not a thing. The leader is a person from the bird kingdom. He is not from our dragon kingdom. This person is both male and female. I heard that his power is to inhale energy and enhance himself. He seems to absorb other people's energy through things in bed. And this kind of superpower. Xia Qing felt that Sanguine had been stepped on the ground. Fortunately, neither she nor Suyu had awakened to such perverted powers. Yes, he's powerful and invulnerable. Now Chai Jing is in his hands, and he is a superpower again. Maybe he has been ruined. Please save her. Xia Qing did not agree immediately, she also had to figure out the situation first, and the other party's strength. Now they were not familiar with the terrain. Well, you stay here first and bring the children here. It's safe here with me. Zhao Meiling actually doesn't trust the people here, they are all men, but she has some trust in Xia Qing, who is also a woman. In addition, Zhao Meiling agreed to Xia Qing's help to them before. In her current situation, it's a bit troublesome to take care of 2 children. Meiling Zhao finally agreed to nod. Let's go, I'll go with you myself. Xia Qing didn't feel at ease knowing that someone else was taking Zhao Meiling, so she might as well follow her personally. Okay, thanks. Zhao Meiling thanked her sincerely. Suyu naturally also wants to follow Xia Qing. As long as 2 people can be together, he will follow. You guys stay here and watch Xia Yang. Yes, the remaining people will not be allowed to follow. 2 people, Xia Qing and Suyu, are enough. Space upgrade, both men's strength increased. Even, just during the day when daylight is strong, he is able to absorb daylight. The crystal beads were of little use to Suyu. Zhao Meiling was surprised when she saw Suyu next to her. After all, good-looking men are rare in the apocalypse. However, she met several men here, all of them were not bad, at least the hair was very thick. If a man does not have hair, unless he is a monk, it really affects his appearance. Zhao Meiling was a little surprised and didn't take it seriously. After all, her good friend was caught now and she still had to worry about her 2 children at home, where she's in the mood to appreciate a handsome man. When people are not full, they only think of food. Xia Qing follows, and their place of rest now is in a county hotel in the outer ring of Lanchange. As soon as he came out, Xia Qing saw the vines winding like giant dragons, reaching into the sky and weaving the ruins of this once prosperous city into a green. The mist is shrouded, and the dense vegetation around it makes the air filled with heavy moisture. Foggy, it's very wet because it's all plants. The sunlight passing through leaves only some mottled sunlight. It's really spectacular. Xia Qing also saw this for the first time. After coming here, all the land outside has been abandoned, and even the trees have dried up. There is only one huge tree here, which looks mysterious and eerie. Natsuhara felt that there must be some reason why such a large tree could grow in this place, just like Harumi Castle. The water in Harumi Castle is because of snow ice crystals. This tree is green during the day, but when it is night, it will turn black. Meiling Zhao said in a deep voice. It will bear fruit in the early morning, and that fruit is edible. Although it doesn't taste very good, you won't feel hungry after eating it for a day. This fruit has a bitter taste. There are also zombies in this city, but the strange thing is that they do not attack humans, but gather together collectively. As long as they do not go to their territory and provoke them, they will not actively attack humans. The zombies here are quite strange, they don't attack humans. Yes, but some people go to trouble zombies because they have crystal beads in their heads. Many people also hunt for things that can enhance their powers. Crystal beads are now the only thing that most people with superpowers can improve their superpowers, so the competition is serious. Chai Jing and I live in the westernmost district of Lanchange. It's not very far from here, it's about half an hour's walk. Stout vines emerged from the ground along the way, all thigh-thick. Some vines have leaves on them, and after a night of mist, water comes out the next day, and they pick it and cook it. After the water is cooked, it smells fragrant. There is a dense zombie area in front of us. We'd better not go over and try not to make any noise. These zombies are somewhat sensitive to sound. Although zombies do not actively attack, if they are provoked, or are too close to their territory, then they will come out and attack them. Okay. The two of them walk over and find that the zombies really didn't attack them, all standing in a line inside the building, nor know what it's up to. If it weren't for some shaking of the body, Xia Qing would have thought they were dead? No, zombies are also corpses, a kind of living corpse. These zombies are so strange, they gather together like this, and they don't attack humans. Xia Qing has also seen many zombies here, and this is the first time she has encountered this situation. She was a little curious for a while, can't help but look inside. Well, we also discovered this, so we have always lived here. That's harmonious with zombies, not provoking them, nor being besieged. There are also several small zombies that surround themselves, the larger ones, and the older ones. Why does Xia Qing think these zombies actually understand this? Couldn't these zombies have evolved some kind of self-awareness? Xia Qing suddenly guessed. Zombies are the product of evolutionary failure and are said to have no self-awareness. So you said in a deep voice, but the zombies here are quite strange. Maybe it's because of the environment here? After all, there's one more tree this large here. A tree covers the city. When will we catch a zombie and study it? Zhao Meiling, who was on the side, quickly reminded. Never, these zombies are all gathered together. I have never seen zombies acting alone, at least dozens of them. You must know that Lanchange is a big city with a population of 20 to 30 million, and 98% of the people have mutated into zombies. You will know how many zombies there are. There are dozens of them, and there will be hundreds of them waiting for you. Thousands of them can't escape at all, unless there are any special powers, such as speed powers. But if you are surrounded by zombies, you can't escape the speed-type superpower, right? But these zombies, the elderly zombies chase at the same speed as they did during their lifetime, slow, but powerful. Those little zombies have the best hearing, but not the strength. But some of the mourners who are trapped in the house have separate ones. Last time, when we passed by a confinement center, there were little zombies crawling. That scene was really. Zhao Meiling can't describe that scene now. It's all little zombies crawling all over the floor, their dry bodies, their little faces full of teeth. Xia Qing felt that the zombies here were really unusual, and that there were some more zombies than she had seen other zombies. She couldn't describe it specifically, it was just a feeling. After about an hour, they followed Zhao Meiling to where they finally lived. We live on the 16th floor. The elevator broke long ago, so it was only possible to climb the stairs. Except for the small zombies, the big ones can't climb, so it's safer to live in a tall building. It's just that it's inconvenient to move around every day. The zombies on this floor, they cleaned them up before. This is a residential building, dust, glass, garbage deposited in the corridors are floating everywhere. Some vines even grow out of the window into the house, as if blending into the wall. I think this must be the tree that has become a spirit. You will know the results when you research it at the base. Xia Qing nodded, and Xia Qing was also curious about what energy the tree grew from. Soon, they climbed to the 16th floor. Duo opens the door, it's me. Only then did a small gap open in the security door. Seeing that it was Zhao Meiling, the little girl hurriedly said, Sister Meiling, Tong, he keeps sleeping, and can't wake up. When Duo saw Zhao Meiling, she cried with a wow. Zhao Meiling's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. I'll go and see. Zhao Meiling hurriedly ran to the house. Xia Qing also followed in, and the room was fairly clean, with a big difference between someone living in it and no one. Tong. Xia Qing entered the room and saw a skinny little child less than a year old lying on the sofa with a withered complexion, lying there seemingly without breathing. Tong, wake up. Auntie's back. Zhao Meiling's eyes were red, and they never thought about giving up the life of this child during the most difficult time. In a world like this, life seems cheap and equally precious. Is unconscious. It is probably caused by not eating for a long time. Xia Qing took out a bottle of physique enhancement ** from the space and walked over. I feed him some of this, and you hold the baby. Now the child has fallen into a coma and has no strength to eat on his own. Only a few weak breaths. I'm afraid later, the child Tong will have no life. But whether it can be saved depends only on destiny. Okay. Zhao Meiling nodded, feeling a sense of trust in Xia Qing. Xia Qing strengthened her physique and fed it into the child's mouth, but he couldn't swallow it and had no strength to swallow it. All leaked out. What should I do? Zhao Meiling saw this scene and her tears rolled in her eyes. Qing, I'll come. Suyu came over, and with one hand, Tong Tong slipped up, held down his chin, and directly dislocated the child's lower body. Zhao Meiling on the side was stunned to see that she was so cruel to a child. However, she didn't say anything, and if she didn't be ruthless, Tong Tong would have no life. Xia Qing quickly cooperated and took out a bottle of physical enhancement bottle from the space and poured it into the child's mouth. Suyu directly pushed the child's throat and entered the child's body. With a click, Suyu closed the child's chin again. The rest can only depend on Tong Tong's destiny. After all, this physique enhancing is not a universal cure *** either. Duo, come over and have some. Xia Qing took out bread and milk from the space, which are relatively easy foods to digest. Thank you, pretty sister. Duo had been hungry for a long time, and now he had something to eat and quickly brought it over. Sister Meiling, you eat too. Sister is not hungry, you eat first. Xia Qing took out another copy from the space and handed it to Zhao Meiling. Okay, you're welcome, let's eat together. Thanks. Zhao Meiling gratefully said that after living in the apocalypse for so long, she knew the importance of food too well. When Xia Qing gave them a package of food at the beginning, she was able to give it to them this time, which was very difficult. Xia Qing observed Tong Tong's situation here, and at this moment Susu in the space woke up, and Suyu quickly took her out of the space. The little guy didn't grow much because he lived in space for a long time. When the two saw an aperture appearing on Xia Qing and the others, they were able to carry a child out of it, and their mouths grew in surprise, but also very sensible asked nothing. Here, Suyu prepared the milk powder for Xiao Susu, and he was ashamed to say so. Xia Qing's milk was eaten by Xiao Susu in just a few days. Don't look at this little guy who's little, a big eater. Other young newborn babies drink 1 bucket a week, and little Susu is already half a bucket in a day. Now that's Xia Qing K. Gyalulu. Xia drank 2 bottles of milk. Normally this little guy goes to sleep after drinking, but after drinking milk today, he opens his big eyes and looks out strangely. Wow, his eyes are 1 gold and 1 blue. Duo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mainly it's so good looking, right? Duo. Zhao Meiling quickly stopped Duo, so startled that she was afraid of causing Xia Qing's disgust. They were still eating the food Xia Qing gang had given them. It's okay. Xia Qing didn't care about this little thing. Xia Qing takes Susu from Suyu, who checks Tong Tong's heartbeat. How? If it works, I'm afraid I have to take him back to Sunny Bay City. There's no good cure here. Zhao Meiling, you also heard what we said just now. Now if you want Tong Tong to live, you need treatment. I will first send you 2 children to Sunny Bay City. You stay here and I will see if I can rescue Chai Jing. Zhao Meiling hesitated for a moment, but looking at Tong Tong's small body, she knew she couldn't wait for this. Okay. Duo, you follow the sister to the Sunny Base, where there is safer food. No, I don't want to follow you. Duo hugged Zhao Meiling's arm and depended on each other for a long time. This is not a biological sister, but more like a biological sister. Don't worry, it's safe there. Xia Qing said with a smile. Now in this world, there's nothing safer than a Sunny Bay City. Duo, promise me to take good care of Tong Tong. When I save Sister Chai Jing, I will go find you, okay? Duo was aggrieved and her eyes were red, but she seemed to know that she was a drag here now. Moreover, Tong Tong was also ill and needed treatment if he wanted to survive. Eventually, Duo nodded. Then you should finish your meal and close your eyes for a while. Some dizziness on your head is a normal reaction. Ha! Duo doesn't seem to understand what's going on yet. The next second, Xia Qing took Tong Tong and Duo with her. A silver whirlpool appeared on her body, and several people immediately disappeared. Appeared in Sunny Bay City. Send this child to the treatment room quickly, and this girl will make proper arrangements. Yes, Deputy Chief. Xia Qing arranged everything and said to Duo, don't be afraid, you follow this uncle with the armband. Xia Qing teleported back again, the whole time not exceeding 5 minutes. Zhao Meiling was relieved when she saw Xia Qing coming back, and the 5 minutes she spent with the man in front of her were more like 5 long years. When Xia Qing left, she felt Suyu's arrogance suddenly rising, as if she was about to be burned in a room. I have to say that he was so dazzling that she couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but she thought the guy was cold. Not a word. Zhao Meiling also didn't know that Xia Qing could actually fall in love with Suyu. All over the body, it's probably good looks. Xia Qing is a space superpower with food in her hand and the ability to teleport people, which is also good. And, just feeding, taking care of the baby is done by this man in front of you. Maybe this man is Xia Qing's pretty boy? So now even if there's other women in the house, he's afraid to talk? Zhao Meiling was thinking about it. 5 minutes later, Xia Qing teleports back. Done. As soon as Xia Qing returned, Suyu's air became noticeably softer. Zhao Meiling was surprised and speechless when she saw such a scene. It seemed to further verify her guess. Xia Qing looked at Zhao Meiling with a relaxed look. What's going on? On the way back, it went fairly smoothly. Xia Qing took out dozens of bags of quick frozen chickens and ducks from the space, as well as seasonings and various mutton skewers. Take the grilled ones and eat them. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Usually when they follow Suyu, although they also have a lot of delicious food, there are very few roast chickens and ducks. He is usually in a hurry, and Suyu is relatively alert. This kind of roast duck and roast chicken are more likely to relax their vigilance. So Suyu ate fast food when he distributed food to them. After a while, this building was filled with the meaty aroma of barbecue. This is meat, it smells so good, I'm going to drool. The worm meat eaten at the base is really incomparable to this one. Get out of the way and let me take this photo first, I'm going to post it on the website. After filming, the man posted it on the website. Following the base commander, the deputy base commander went on a mission, today's rations. A lot of comments popped up in an instant after a while. I fever. I also want to follow the base leader on his mission. Roast chicken, I'm going to drool. I really want to eat it. I've forgotten the taste of chicken. Who knows that the last bite of fried chicken I took at home a year and a half ago was actually the last bite of meat in my life. I missed the fried chicken when the base manager got married. Does the base manager want to get married again? Of course, only with the deputy base chief. By the way, I heard that the base chief and deputy base chief have babies? When will there be a full moon banquet? Wow, I was looking forward to it. The website that the man didn't expect to post has already received 99 hot reviews. The benefits of online are all real name systems. No one dares to criticize the base manager, otherwise. Fragrant, so fragrant. Don't eat it yet. Take the first baked one to the base commander and deputy base commander. I'll give. Another clever young man, already able to run to Xia Qing and Suyu. After a while, he came out with another case of Coke in his hand. The deputy base chief just said that cola and fried chicken are more delicious. Here, Suyu and Xia Qing put the child in the space after putting him to sleep. I'll go back with you. Okay. Suyu's identity was originally from Old Jiapo, a country with very few native residents, most of whom had emigrated from other countries. Like a hodgepodge on the whole. So it is quite convenient for Old Jiapo to enter other countries, because he is a country with no comprehensive position. Just be good with anyone in one sentence. There is no conflict of interest in this country, and the money earned seems to be emigrating to their country from other country bosses. So people in this country are mostly rich. So what about things here? Make arrangements and find the group's base camp first. Don't forget we have a guy for undercover. Xia Qing remembers the man who would transform. Okay. So you quickly gave the order and transferred another group of people from Qinghai Castle. This group of people are former Dragon Kingdom scouts who have taken the latest physical enhancement, and more than half of them are evolvers. With these people on board, it will be much easier to detect. Those are not strong in other skills, even if they are powerful, and are no match for highly trained soldiers. In addition to the skill and agility of these soldiers, half of the superpowers will not be opponents. This made Xia Qing think that their world would rely solely on technology and body without mutation. Suddenly she thinks of Xia Yang again. What will become of him in the future? Now the building has been put under martial law by them all, and it has been used as their foothold in Lanchinch for the time being. By the time Suyu and Xia Qing return to their own time and space, it is already 3 in the morning. Go to bed first. Suyu hugged Xia Qing and did nothing, so she rested quietly. Xia Qing is still worried about her parents. The two of them slept for more than 2 hours, but they were quite energetic, and their physical fitness was not the same as before. Even if Suyu doesn't sleep for a few days, it doesn't affect her spirit. Early in the morning, Xia Qing made an appointment for a car. We are going to the Rus Kingdom today. The people in this country are uneducated. In fact, they are very similar to your Xianglai Kingdom and their languages are similar. But our Chinese economy and technological war strength are not as good as those of Russia. In fact, another point is that the physical fitness of our people is too poor, not as good as that of Russia. This may have something to do with the various additives in their country. The Rus country is physically strong and the children are able to move around in the ice and snow. Well, I know. Every time Suyu came over, he would look up information and learn everything about Xia Qing. Before Xia Qing woke up, he had been following the incident with his mobile phone. I have hired a few mercenaries, and we will be able to contact them when we arrive at the border city of Russia. Suyu frowned. I'm afraid this matter is not suitable for mercenaries to intervene. Mercenaries, as the name suggests, are people who spend money to hire them. Suyu has seen carefully that mercenaries are not allowed to appear in China, as well as some relatively powerful countries such as Russia. In Xia Qing's world, internationally, it belongs to a semi-legal and semi-illegal state. Not their country, mercenaries are a legitimate state. There are also mercenary organizations in Russia. China itself did not form this organization. Generally speaking, mercenaries like chaotic places. The more chaotic the country, the more mercenaries like to haunt it and the more people hire them. China has strict management and is a society with relatively strict rule of law. This organization is illegal in China. The mercenaries Xia Qing hires from the bodyguard company are all third-party channels. But in the Rus state there did exist the mercenary group of the Vagra group. Even now a conflict broke out between Rus and the Ulan kingdom, and Rus kingdom threw the Vagra group into the battlefield of this conflict. This mercenary army can be said to be legal in the Rus state. Unless Xia Qing hires mercenaries from their own country, if mercenaries from other countries are hired from outside, it is very likely that this conflict will be accelerated. In this case, the mercenaries you hire may not necessarily be able to enter the border of Russia. Suyu's guess about this is indeed good. The mercenaries dispatched by Chu Shiyu's chartered plane were intercepted. It is impossible for outsiders to interfere with the current situation in the Rus country, but Xia Qing can now go to the Rus country as a family member. No matter what, go to the territory of Russia first and think of a way. Xia Qing received a call from a travel agency, and now the families of these tour groups have rushed to Mobei, a border city between China and Russia. You posted on the internet, don't you have a military medal? We must put pressure on China and let them put pressure on Russia. But there is a high probability that it will be suppressed. Suyu frowned. In the face of national interests and personal interests, which one is more important? As expected, Xia Qing edited the information and even issued her own military medal of honor. Within an hour, the network was down. Even stars like Lin Nuan, who took the lead in forwarding this, were warned by the security services. Miss Xia Qing, please come out. Xia Qing answered the phone and frowned slightly. At this moment, a knock on the door rang out. Who'll be? Xia Qing hesitated and opened the door. Hello, I am the Chinese National Security Department, Lin Zhenzhen. The woman is dressed in a capable black suit, with fine short hair, and her temperament is even more upright. Hello. If ordinary people see this, they will probably be afraid or nervous about themselves. Is this a big deal? Anything? Can I go in and chat? Yes. Xia Qing moved out of the way, and Lin Zhenzhen walked straight in and saw Suyu standing aside. Her eyes lit up slightly, but more often than not because Suyu was good-looking, but an intuition that the man in front of her had served in the army. Because the body of a soldier is very different from that of an ordinary person, especially men's eyes, deep. Even though the man in front of her could cover up her momentum, Lin Zhenzhen was aware of it. Anything? I hope you don't post this on the internet. According to the investigation footage of the incident your parents encountered while traveling to Russia, we learned that your parents' lives are not in danger for the time being. Lin Zhenzhen takes her cell phone and shows Xia Qing a picture with a picture of her parents in horror. We are negotiating with the Russian side and will also carry out all-out rescue. Deputy District Chief Xia, we are very grateful for your contribution in Myanmar District, so we do our best to save your parents. You know who I am? Xia Qing was stunned for a moment, but then she understood. Sure. They are the National Security Services, and naturally investigate Xia Qing's identity. It's just that when the sight fell on Suyu, there was some slight suspicion. This man's identity is quite normal, but he can only find information from abroad. Moreover, it is also very strange that they found out that the surveillance of Xia Qing's entry and exit were all snowflakes. I don't need to send any information on the internet, but I have to go to the border of Russia in person. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to rest assured. I have also seen the ferocity of terrorists. Lin Zhenzhen knew that Xia Qing was not an ordinary person. After all, she was the deputy head of Myanmar District. Yes, the terrorists this time are from the Ulan Kingdom. Because a war broke out between Ulan and Rus, the two countries actually have the same national language. It's just that the beliefs of the two countries are different, plus the fact that the Ulan Kingdom is controlled by the United States. The purpose of their terrorist attack this time is to cause conflicts within the Russian state. It is best to have a diplomatic crisis with the Chinese state. That's what they're aiming for. Now the security services do not want to expand this matter. The friendship between their country and the Russian country is good. It can be said that now they cannot have a conflict with the Russian country. China has been in constant conflict with the surrounding small border countries. With the rapid development and rise of China, international relations have always been very tense. I hope you can cooperate with us on this matter. Xia Qing frowned slightly and said, then I want to know the current situation, and I want to go to the border city of Russia in person. I can guarantee that I will not disclose any information this time in my post. Jin Lin is considering. Now all the family members who knew about it have arrived in Mobei City, and now they are under centralized management, and the reporters have been stopped outside. I'm afraid this won't work. Lin Zhenzhen doesn't have to apply to her superiors. Everyone knows that this is not possible. This matter must be stable and cannot be fermented in any expanded public opinion, especially in China. Of course, they are also thoughtful people. They have been publishing these news in China, and some have been caught, but most of them are foreign IPs. This is possible that this matter has also been released by the United States and other countries. They'd love this thing to ferment. Let the ordinary people of China feel resistant to the Rus countries. Okay, then I can stay in Mobei City now, right? Of course, you just need to sign a guarantee. After all, your identity is different. Lin Zhenzhen said that she was still a little shocked that Xia Qing was the deputy mayor of Myanmar district, although they were also able to reach the top at a young age. But the girl in front of her, apart from being a bit strange and non-mainstream in appearance, having a bit more money didn't make her feel strange. A deputy district chief in such a chaotic area of Myanmar district. I don't know if I can control it, but these are not her business, it's just her professional habit to guess other people. Guarantee, I won't sign it. Since I promised not to send relevant information, then I won't send it again. Please go back. Xia Qing's face was slightly cold. Lin Zhenzhen did not achieve her goal, but she did not continue to ask Xia Qing to sign a letter of guarantee. After all, the person in front of her has a military medal of honor. Not only that, she is also the deputy mayor of Myanmar. People who contribute to the country choose to respect it, but they still have to inform them of the importance of this matter. Well then, this matter is indeed very important to the country's current situation. Lin Zhenzhen once again explained the importance of this matter, then turned around and left. Not long after she left, she took out her phone and pressed the dial. This person focuses on monitoring. Received. Lin Zhenzhen looked back at the door of the room where Xia Qing lived, and intuitively felt that those two people were not simple. When she got back to the car, she found out that all the video voices she had recorded turned out to be snowflakes. What's going on? No such situation has been encountered. Did you not record it yourself? Impossible. How could it be that she didn't record her professionalism, and it was all snowflakes? So, she directly equipped this video and handed it over to the technical department. Room. We should be under surveillance. Hearing this, Xia Qing becomes even more angry, and although she can understand why the state did so, seeing the photo, her parents are now arrested and their lives are uncertain, and still in a foreign country. It is said that if those people want to have an impact, they will definitely cause panic among most people, preferably a certain death. In the photo I just saw, it doesn't seem to be there, which means that those people are also very worried. If it causes the death of a large number of tourists and public opinion ferments, it will be troublesome. Xia Qing nodded. She didn't have much contact with this kind of thing. Although she had experienced many things, she still saw very little about this situation. Su Yu's different. He doesn't just know the soldiers who accept the mission, the king of soldiers. His father in another world is the president. Su Yu was educated and traveled to various different countries. He knew all kinds of secret and dark things. These two worlds, they're the same on some sort of historical trajectory. China cannot send troops to the territory of Russia, only that side is responsible. Can't meddle in other countries' affairs. Then you can only wait here? I'm not willing. It seems that only by waiting and waiting for China to put pressure on the Rus side can we rescue our parents now? Let's go to Russia first, but we have to prepare first. Buy a computer first. Computers in my world cannot be connected to the network of your world. Okay. Although Xia Qing didn't know what Su Yu was going to do, she was absolutely not wrong to follow. Xia Qing searched a computer-selling commercial building in Mobei City and took a taxi there. As Su Yu guessed, there were really people following them behind them. When they arrived at the mall, Su Yu bought a computer with the highest configuration on the market, as well as some modification accessories, and left. Follow me. Along the way, Su Yu takes Xia Qing to stop and go, making another turn, and in less than 10 minutes manages to get rid of the man who was following them. Leader, lost. A young lad, frowning and nervously replying to the report. You can still follow two people and check the surveillance. I checked all the surveillance, and the video clips they appeared were all snowflakes. Snowflake? Lin Zhenzhen suddenly realized something was wrong, and the vigilance of being able to enter the security department was very unusual. Copy the video back and hand it over to the technical department. Yes, come back first. Since you have lost it, you will definitely not be able to get it back. If you are looking for it, it will be a waste of resources and a waste of effort. Mobei Government North Building, Room 302, which is temporarily the temporary office of the security department. How? Can it be restored? Several men from the technical department, restoring the computer equipment. It cannot be restored. It is not that it is destroyed or not recorded, but that some kind of interference device is blocked. Our equipment, what interference equipment can block our signals? And even if it is blocked, it cannot be in this state of snowflakes. Even the new American military jamming equipment cannot have no trace at all. Check out all these videos. No trace at all, too clean. If it weren't for Lin Zhenzhen's certainty that she turned on the device, they all felt that no traces had been found. Know that their security service such listening devices is the most advanced. Do they have devices that can interfere? This is unlikely. The most advanced jamming equipment, the box is at least a few dozen centimeters long and weighs 7 or 8 kilograms. It also needs an antenna. The smaller the volume, the smaller the interference range. This kind of external monitoring is at least a few hundred meters away. When you followed them, did they pick up something on their mobile phones? No, I followed them to Lijian Commercial Building and they purchased a lot of electronic products. No one was found later. The man is also very ashamed to say that he is a professionally trained security department that only enters after many tests, but he didn't keep up with those too. That person is so capable of counter-reconnaissance that he must know that someone is following him, but to throw him away in such a short time, he feels very embarrassed. Those who have access to this sector are the elite of the elite. At this moment, Lin Zhenzhen thinks of Xia Qing and the man next to him. I underestimated them, so I left you alone. Xia Qing is the deputy army commander of Myanmar district, so she must be somewhat capable. And the man next to her, it made her feel unusual. So what now? They won't be causing us trouble, will they? Lin Zhenzhen frowned slightly and sighed. We can only report this matter to our superiors first, let's see how they deal with it. Suddenly, Lin Zhenzhen thought of something. Go. Sister Zhen, where are we going? The child asked confusedly. They will most likely go to the border city of Rus country, where we will go to find her. Xia Qing has a special status, so she can't be allowed to take risks there. Okay. Moreover, I also suspect that they have shielding instruments on them. I don't know what kind of shielding instrument it is, but it's so completely shielded. The key is that I didn't see anything in their hands. Just find them. At the same time, Xia Qing and Siyu had indeed arrived in Mobei, and now they could only enter the Rus kingdom in one go. They are now rushing for time, and if the security services react, they will definitely come to them. Xia Qing bought a professional certificate for the tour group and helped Siyu get an expedited one by the way. It cost 50,000 bucks, but it was nothing to her. Things that can be solved with money are the best. If money can't be solved, it seems that we have to resign ourselves to fate. At the border of Rus country, there are also many people from China here, most of whom are family members, and now they all want to know what is going on in Rus country. Okay, this is your document. If you encounter any situation, please contact the Russian embassy in China as soon as possible. This is the address and contact information. Okay, thanks, Xia Qing politely said. I still have to remind you that the city of Kul in the Rus kingdom is still a bit dangerous now. I know. They simply fulfill their obligation to inform. Most of the Chinese people will not take the risk to go to Rus country now, but some people have to go. The person in charge of the tour group also had to go over and count the number of people to connect with the Rus country. Xia Qing went under the name of a tour group. They had just left the country, and the security services on this side gave the notice. Sorry, they went through the exit procedures a minute ago. Lin Zhenzhen covered her brows. It seems that woman really doesn't make people worry. I hope nothing will happen in the Rus country. Lin Zhenzhen immediately reported this matter to her superiors. The Myanmar district had just stabilized, and the deputy district chief of the Myanmar district ran to Russia alone. Should I tell Chu Shiyu about this? No need, the Myanmar area is still in the construction stage, and the Myanmar area is divided into two levels, north and south. If it is not handled well, there will be another fight within the Myanmar district, which will cause them unnecessary trouble. I have notified the personnel of the consulate and the personnel of the special department that they are already in Kul City, Rus country, and will contact Xia Qing. Besides, all the mercenaries sent by Chu Shiyu on the chartered plane have been intercepted, and Xia Qing can't do anything alone. The upper levels quickly made adjustments. As long as Xia Qing doesn't take the lead in posting comments online again, causing a crisis in public opinion, then everything is still within control. Here Lin Nuan called Xia Qing again. Cousin, our accounts have been frozen for a month. There was also a message above, asking us not to make such unfavorable remarks for the time being. I know. Cousin, can you save my aunt and uncle? Now the heat has dropped in this aspect of the news. Xia Nuan was very worried about this matter. She, her aunt, and uncle were now hiding it from their grandparents. Now the news is all about the earthquake in Tal County. Xia Qing knew that this was definitely going to be sent out to divert contradictions, from external contradictions to internal contradictions. After all, it's easier to solve internally. Well, I'm now in the city of Kul, Rus country, so don't worry. The photos sent here, parents and the others are not in danger. That's fine. Xia Nuan hung up after saying a few words. They enter the city of Che and find that it is indeed under martial law for the whole time. When Xia Qing is about to pay a high price to book a hotel, a car stopped in front of them. Xia Qing was stunned when she saw the person driving the car. It's you. Get on. Okay. Xia Qing pulls Suyu into the car together, and the person driving the car is none other than Zhang Huanan. Why did you come to Rus country? This matter has been a long story, and I would like to thank you for that last time. Suyu frowned slightly as she listened to the conversation between the two, but did not show discomfort. Is your injury healed? Not only did I get better, but my physical fitness became stronger. When I returned to China, I also had a full body examination, saying that I was immune, commonly known as God bless you. I still want to thank you for your timely treatment. Xia Qing smiled and didn't say anything. If God had blessed her, it might have been her. At that time, she fed Zhang Huanan a bottle of physical enhancement ***. I'll take you to the consulate first. I've been notified of your matter. Huaxia Guo works so efficiently. You came here as soon as I arrived in Kull City. You have a special identity, so of course you have to focus on it. I don't want your identity to be exposed and cause trouble here. When I received the task target, it was you, and I rushed over immediately. Xia Qing didn't seem to expect that Zhang Huanan would speak quickly. However, he was also reminding Xia Qing. Zhang Huanan took Xia Qing to the consulate's accommodation department. You guys rest here first. What do you need to tell me? I want to know what happened. After all, I have already come. Okay, come with me. Zhang Huanan was grateful to Xia Qing after all, and knowing that Xia Qing could defuse bombs and escape from terrorists, she knew that this girl was not as simple as she appeared. This is. Zhang Huanan looked at Suyu, because this involved confidential matters, and the information given to her, Suyu, was not a Chinese national. This is my husband. Xia Qing introduced. Zhang Huanan's eyes fell on Suyu's body, and it can be said that he had already noticed him when he got in the car. It was only the aura in him that he could not ignore, even though the latter was deliberately restraining himself. I investigated your identity and did not apply for a marriage certificate. Sorry, just a routine ordinary investigation. Xia Qing and Suyu clasped their fingers together, as if to prove such a relationship to him. Please come with me. 5 minutes later, they arrive in a small meeting room. In addition to Zhang Huanan, there is also a staff member. Hopefully, our conversation today won't go out to outsiders, including your husband. We know this. It doesn't do them any good to spread it out either. Zhang Huanan opens the picture. A group of terrorists, about 40 people, all smuggled from Ulan State to the city of Kor State. They blew up a travel hotel with guns and kidnapped more than 30 Chinese nationals. Have you found any of them now? Xia Qing asked. It is impossible to find so many people kidnapped, especially in the Rus country. You also know that the terrain of Rus country is complex, the largest in terms of land area. The city of Chi is a border city, and the temperature is very low now, and they took these people into no man's land. Russian soldiers have sent people to search, but we don't know the specific rescue content. This is the task of other countries, and they will only be able to follow it up and will not be informed. Suyu on the side silently remembers some key things. Now we really can only wait here. Zhang Huanan sighed, although they were also very anxious. This was in another country. Wait without result. Suyu's black painted eyes pressed down and he said in a deep voice. Just like you said, the weather in Kruzhou City is cold. These people are just trying to cause terrorist attacks. But why did they kidnap so many Chinese people and kill them all to have the strongest deterrent effect? But instead of kidnapping so many people, they're stalling for time, procrastinate and cause more trouble. After Suyu finished speaking, Zhang Huanan was stunned for a moment. Soon, Zhang Huanan looked at the picture and Suyu said this, and he seemed to be enlightened. I will go to the consulate to report. Do you have connected devices here? Zhang Huanan hesitated and said, yes. Xia Qing nodded. She knew what Suyu was going to do. They put the equipment in the suitcase. After all, it would be troublesome not to bring anything out of the country. Just hiding one's eyes and ears. Suyu was in the room, where he directly assembled a computer and then plugged in a chip. This chip is called Search in Their World. Plug this in, any country's camera he can easily plunder. It is possible to connect to satellite systems of any country for password cracking. Zhang Huanan took some food and delivered it to the lounge, where he saw that a computer had actually been assembled in their room. This is a set of network devices, but the network speed here is not very fast. Although it is a consulate, their internet speed is limited. This is what I gave you to eat. The food here is not very rich. Xia Qing looked at some bread, cut ham, and milk. Thanks. Don't be so polite to me, you saved my life. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. Okay. Zhang Huanan and Xia Qing added WeChat. After he left, Suyu was still in front of the computer, and soon the entire consulate surveillance screen was debugged. Awesome. Basic skills. Suyu was very modest. Xia Qing couldn't help but marvel, and didn't expect Suyu to have this ability. This roche ham is a specialty of theirs. I have to say it tastes pretty good. When the time came to save my parents, I ordered a few big cars. Stocking up seems to have become Xia Qing's muscle memory. Okay. Xia Qing also has to learn more. The most important thing about this is this chip. The satellite key of your world is too simple. All this elementary chips have been cracked. Some civilian satellites cannot capture such a picture, only by connecting them to military satellites. Xia Qing knew that although the historical trajectories of the two worlds were similar, the subsequent development of Suyu's time and space was more high-tech than theirs. It may be because the end of the war occurred relatively early and evolved quickly. Suyu's fingertips are operating non-stop. Soon, he moved to image recording. Kerzhou, Luhe area. This is the largest satellite amplified image. It is not clear enough, but the specific location has been found. Ross's special forces are still searching like carpets. See no, they are divided into 3 teams, which is very likely to delay time. Oops. Xia Qing, hurry up and inform everyone in the consulate to evacuate as soon as possible. Missile strikes after 15 minutes. Quick! Xia Qing believed Suyu without hesitation and quickly called to inform Zhang Huanen. Zhang Huanen, hurry up and notify everyone to evacuate the consulate. There will be a missile attack 10 minutes later. Trust me. Xia Qing spoke seriously and eagerly. Lead people to escape first. I will tell you how you know later. Zhang Huanen hesitated for a moment. It's better to believe that this kind of thing exists. In the past, their country's consulate was indeed bombed, but those were many years ago, and now their Chinese state is much stronger than before, and the Rus state is his friend. They are also just a small branch in the city of Kerzhou. Blowing up the consulates of other countries is a very provocative thing. Okay, I'll sound the alarm right now. Although it is a small branch, it also has dozens of staff, so the special team led by Zhang Huanen is still here. Did he? Suddenly the alarm bell rang in the consulate. The people at the consulate, they all put on their clothes. The weather is still very cold. It's ice and snow outside. How could there be a missile attack? Just kidding? Most of the people at the consulate were very wary and quickly retreated outside when the alarm was sounded. Suyu also took the computer and ran out with Xia Qing. We gotta run over there. Should have got to run far, huh? This is missile. Xia Qing thought. No, missile attack precise positioning. We have to hide out of this building at least 200 meters away. Is this Russian country a big country after all and does not have a missile interception system? Although it is a border city, this should match. While Xia Qing was thinking, she quickly approached a giant meteor missile from a distance and quickly fell. The dazzling light was shining on the building they had just been in. In an instant, the sky fell apart and a building covering an area of several hundred square meters was razed to the ground in an instant. The huge thick fog that arose around it rose up like a mushroom cloud and spread around it. There was a deafening sound coming from the side, and the surrounding buildings burst in an instant with this explosion. The glass shards splashed all over the floor and penetrated deep into the snow, and a few that came out slow, holding things in their hands, and had not yet run out a safe distance. In an instant, he was knocked down in the snow by the powerful air, and in an instant, he was submerged by the heavy snow. The sky was snowing white at this time, as if to conceal the thick smoke. Just joking about how their consulate branch could have been attacked, and now looking back at the caved bricks. He crawled out of the snow with only psychological fear. There was a roar in their heads, no sound could be heard around them, and they were already thankful. If at 1 o'clock in the evening, he's become a chip. Everyone who ran out looked at the collapsed rocks and felt a sense of fear for the rest of their lives. For the first time, Xia Qing intuitively saw such a scene, and the roar of the explosion filled her ears. Even if she's seen zombies, seen terrorists killing people, seen many unusually bloody images. No less than the shock of the moment, rising from the bottom of my heart. What war brings is a blow of destruction. On the other hand, Suyu was very calm. If zombies are the unchangeable end times of human evolution, then the end times brought about by war are artificially intensified contradictions. In his world, the death of war is the most feared. Death is a large fragment. Nowhere to escape. This artificiality is even more terrible, but they have to fight for their country. Behind the word country are countless people. Xia Qing was a little bit overwhelmed by the earthquake, and it would take at least 10 days and a half to build such a building, but destroying him only takes a few seconds. Miss Xia. Zhang Huanen ran over panting. Thank you. Saved my life again. Zhang Huanen said gratefully that he already owed the girl in front of him 2 lives. It's really uncomfortable to see such a ruin. The snow in the sky is also getting bigger. It scared me to death, and I almost confessed it here. Yeah, the consulate's job is too dangerous. Forget about the bomb, just fly us a missile. Can I apply to return to China? There are a few newcomers who are a little scared because of their weak psychological quality. After all, there are family members in the country waiting for them to go back. What are you afraid of? We're all Chinese. After a while, the Russian special police came and stood up straight for me one by one. The head of the consulate branch said soberly, "Don't forget, we are in Russia now, and you represent the image of our Chinese nation. Although several people were a little scared, when they heard the curator's words, everyone stood up straight unconsciously. Although the blast just now has already scared their legs, they just survived the gate of hell. It's all thanks to the guy who rang the alarm. The curator looked at Zhang Huanen, and he was afraid. But he can't be afraid at this moment. What do we do now? Such a big news will definitely be known to the Russian government departments. In their countries, there will certainly be claims that our consulates have been attacked. In about 10 minutes, the special police from the Rus country had already arrived. They heard it from afar: fire, first aid, and alarm bells, coming from far and near. Fortunately, though, there were no casualties at their consulate. Colleagues don't forget to take their pet fish when they run away. But after spending 10 minutes outside, it had frozen and turned into frozen fish. A dozen people in their consulate were shivering from the cold at the moment, but more inner scare. Soon, the diplomatic service of the Rus country, after coordination, assigned them a hotel as a temporary resting place. Everyone, take a break first. Okay. The curator specifically called Zhang Huanen over, and the two of them didn't know what they were saying. After about 10 minutes, the curator called everyone together. To the outside world, a fire broke out inside our consulate, a small-scale fire broke out, and the alarm bell was sounded. We escaped this attack by accident. Understood? The curator said majestically. Understand. People who can work in consulates, who have signed confidentiality agreements, know what to say and what not to say. People who work in consulates have to make people unable to catch their mistakes. Zhang Huanen nodded to the curator. Once the arrangements are made here, he will also go to Xia Qing and the others to find out the real situation. Can you tell me now, how did you know? The missile blew up our country's consulate, and now everyone has escaped. When we stabilize, the Russian side will definitely ask us. Although we are ready to speak and can deal with people abroad, this is not how we deal with domestic people. Zhang Huanen said that after all, he could know in advance that the missile was coming, unless it was a hostile element of the other party, otherwise he would not have thought of any solution. Xia Qing and Suyu had already discussed it, so Xia Qing said, "It's because the chip of this system was developed by my husband, who can explore all the information in Russia." What? How is this possible? Before Xia Qing could finish speaking, Zhang Huanen was already shocked. What means is this? How strong are the means of protection in the various countries? But the person in front of him naturally said that he would develop something that could break through other people's national defense. This one too is defying the heavens. Suyu demonstrates directly in front of Zhang Huanen, who is also a special forces commander and has performed many secret missions. He even lost an entire team in order to get back his chip data worth billions, and he almost died and was wiped out. This can be controlled at short distances. Suyu said, because the computer equipment here is not advanced enough to withstand the maximum capacity of this chip. However, it is enough within the territory of the Rus state. I need to report to my superiors. Zhang Huanen hurriedly made a secret phone call. Suyu's side continues to pass through the side. As long as there is a camera, he can call it at any time. Even through a criminal's phone, it can be used if connected to a satellite. Your father also secretly left a mobile phone. This is the picture. Suyu in turn performed the picture breakdown via satellite. Suyu's fingers quickly flew up on the keyboard, and he saw strings of black code on the computer. Xia Qing can't understand any of this. After a while, many small images appeared. Is this location on a boat in Luhe? Aren't they trying to trick them? They set a time bomb on it, 6 hours. What? Xia Qing can't wait any longer, she wants to go out and save her parents right away. This place is in Luhe, at the junction of the Rus Kingdom and the Huaxia Kingdom. If an explosion occurs here, all the people from the Huaxia Kingdom will die. It's too vicious. I want to trigger and intensify the relationship between China and Russia. Xia Qing doesn't want to worry about that much, now she just wants to save her parents. Xia Qing calms down. This matter needs to be discussed with Zhang Huanen to apply for rescue from China. But this is at the junction, will they take action? In the face of the interests of the state, these people's interests are somewhat small. Don't we still have this chip? Suyu holds the chip, and since he dares to say this chip, he is ready for the deal. Xia Qing nodded and gradually calmed down. I understand. Xia Qing's eyes flickered, and she couldn't panic at this time. In fact, Xia Qing has been calm enough after experiencing so many things. But involving one's own loved ones, it's still not strong enough. She has to be stronger to do it, and not only that, but also to get her parents to train more. Xia Qing thought so in her heart. Other side. Zhang Huanen took a screenshot of the picture and reported it directly to his superior. This kind of thing, this person must keep it. No matter what method you use, people must be brought back safely. Understand. This is a task for you, tasks that must be accomplished. Yes, leader. Zhang Huanen also knew the importance of this thing, especially Suyu, who had researched this man. What if he was the nationality of his old family Slope? 60 or 70% of the people there were immigrants from China. In addition, he is now married to Xia Qing, and he is from China. Zhang Huanen felt that it would be no problem to apply for him the nationality of a Chinese state. You know, so many people died last time for that data. If there is this, then their national security is greatly improved. Soon, Suyu told Zhang Huanen about this. They actually did. If we don't take our country of China seriously, we will harm our people so much. When Zhang Huanen saw the picture, her face turned livid, and she immediately reported it to the leader and sent a screenshot of the picture. 10 minutes later. We have sent out troops to rescue where you said they were. In this case, will there be a fight with the Rus country on the border? Xia Qing is worried about this problem. That's what those people want. In the event of a fight, artillery fire cannot cover it up. After all, information is too developed now. The lives of our people are the most important. Why are we soldiers? And here for what? Isn't it just to protect your home, to protect your own family? Now they have bullied us. What if we don't attack? Our strong country does not just tolerate it. Xia Qing felt as if Zhang Huanen was shining brightly when she said this. It's just that this thing is a bit tricky on the border. It would be difficult for us to deal with it if it was sudden, but there are still a few hours of preparation time. This period is enough for us to coordinate with the Russian side. Huanen Chang explained. No, can we pass now? She wants to know the safety of her parents at the first opportunity. I promise your parents will come back safely. Xia Qing still believed in their country's mobility, but at this moment, she was still very worried when she did not see her parents in person. I am observing the situation in real time. So you continue to control the computer for all-round monitoring. The screen is a bit stuck, but the configuration of this computer is still not very good. Suyu frowned. This is a hardware problem and there is no way. In this world, only the United States has the technology of photolithography machines, but in his world, the technology of photolithography machines is mastered in the Dragon Kingdom, and they are all 3 generations of photolithography machine technology. Moreover, now there are technological products brought back from the future. It can be said that Suyu's world is also developing rapidly. However, it can still be detected from the time of the explosion. It is safe as long as the person is transferred before the explosion. We have the most advanced computer equipment over there. Mr. Su, we in China very much welcome such talents. When do you hold a wedding? You can also choose to join our nationality for the wedding. Xia Qing was a little confused. How did she talk about her marriage? Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she still acted very calmly. It is quite difficult to apply for the nationality of our country. Is Suyu the nationality of his old family? After we got married, Suyu indeed planned to live in our country for a long time. Xia Qing thought that there was this good thing? Sure. Zhang Huanen responded immediately, and the leader just spoke. He will keep this talent no matter what method he thinks. That's great. Both on each side achieved what they wanted. Don't worry, our people have gone. We have discussed it with the Rus side. Those bad guys will definitely not be able to escape. Your parents will be able to come back safely. Other side. A fishing boat above. There are more than 20 people from China locked up inside, including Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia. They're locked up here, they haven't eaten or drank for almost a day or a night, and 1 or 2 of them are too old to survive. Cold again on this fishing boat. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were in fine health. Yang Xia attributed it to the fact that they often did farm work, so they were in good health. Actually, Xia Qing gave them a drink to strengthen their physique. Star. Xioxia, I miss my daughter. She said she would bring me a son-in-law back this time. We're not going to die here, are we? Wife, I am very happy with you, and I have no ability in this life. With you and children, I am content. Lao Xia, so am I. It's worth being with you in this life. Everyone else is shivering, they're locked up here and they can't get out. There's still icy river water outside, and you'll die if you jump. Boom boom. I seem to hear a roar. Isn't it a plane? Yes, I heard it too. Are those people back? Are you the one who came to save us? Hearing this, dozens of people in the cabin were instantly refreshed, their adrenaline soared, and they were already desperate, already quietly convincing himself to face death. But now that we hear something like the roar of an airplane, everyone's eyes light up. Are they hopeful? Help! Help! Hoarse, but they all shouted desperately, unwilling to give up this chance to live. If it's death, then maybe there's the courage to take it easy, but now there's hope of surviving, and everyone has exploded. Zhang Huanen led a group of people and drove Suyu and Xia Qing to the border in a car. Here, Zhang Huanen received the news. Miss Xia, don't worry, the hostages have been successfully rescued. Hearing Zhang Huanen's words, Xia Qing relaxed. The online news she always pays attention to. At this moment, news is being published on the internet in an overwhelming fashion. The consulate went downstairs early because of the fire, resulting in a missile attack with no casualties. Everyone is saying that the consulate has had some luck and must thank the person who set the fire for saving everyone. The Rus country also apologizes greatly for this matter. However, there was no news about the bombing on the other side of the border. Only published, the Rus state cooperated with the Chinese state and had shot those who had committed crimes to death on the spot, and the people had been safely rescued. And the picture of rescuing everyone. 3 people tragically died on board, though. The bomb was also dismantled by bomb disposal experts. This incident did not have a very big impact and did not damage the friendship between the two countries. The rescue was very timely. John Huanan, the information you provided this time is very timely and accurate, preventing us from falling into passivity. The other 2 people must be brought back safely and I will meet them in person. Okay. John Huanan responded, and he hung up the phone only when there was no sound on it. Miss Xia, Mr. Su, now we go back. My superior, he wants to see you. Your superior? That would be? Core. Oh. Xia Qing was not nervous at first, but only after meeting her did she know what level this core was. Other side. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia had just had a complete physical examination and found nothing in their bodies, they were just hungry and thirsty. Like some young people are getting nutrient solutions. Hello, are you Xia Qing's parents? A man in military uniform said. Yes. Xia Qing is our daughter, what happened to her? She won't be caught too, will she? No, your daughter is very worried about you. This is a mobile phone. You can call her to report that she is safe. Then we will send you home. Because these people's belongings have been snatched away by the gang. Good. Here, Xia Qing contacted her parents, and they were both safe before she felt relieved. Fortunately, this time, otherwise her parents would have fallen victim. When I came, I was in a hurry, and I was still being watched by the security department. When I went back, the border was green. Fortunately, the little guy in the space temporarily put him at the sunny base and asked Tian Rui to help watch. Otherwise the servicemen watched all the way and had no time to look after the children. A few hours later, they were in the urban area of Mobei. 1 night off here today, we charter tomorrow. Still flying? Actually, the leaders above can't wait to see them tonight, after all, this thing is so important. Yes. Okay. Outside the hotel there are heavy security measures, and these people are hiding. There's protection when you go out. We can protect, but I don't want to be watched. Don't worry, rest assured, they won't monitor your movements, just keep you safe. Zhang Huanan quickly explained. The chip studied by Suyu is of great value, which also shows that Suyu can not only monitor foreign countries, but also their own countries. That's why his leadership is so nervous. Where would they relax when it comes to state secrets? However, since Suyu chose to tell the Chinese state, it proved that this man was following the order. If this thing is sold abroad, it is of immeasurable value, and it is very likely that Suyu will also be restricted from personal freedom. There's no monitor in the house, and it looks like they did what they said. Suyu locked all the doors and left the shield on. The 2 first go to the apocalyptic sunny base and bring Susu with them. Xia Qing is also reluctant to leave her child with someone else unless it is a special case. Do you want to go to bed first? I haven't slept for a day. Duo has already accepted it, and Tong Tong is sent to the treatment cabin to recover quickly. Base leader, this treatment cabin and this instrument are very good. Energy requires crystal beads and electrical energy. Inventing this thing is at least hundreds of years ahead of us. Professor Zhang said excitedly. Several of their R&D departments these days, they're working on these things, and they're upgrading them in all directions. Will the test results of the big tree over there in Lanchinge come out? Xia Qing was very curious about that big tree. Not yet. The composition of that big tree is a bit complex and has some strange energy. It should be able to bear fruit tomorrow. ASAP. Yes. After Professor Zhang leaves, Xia Qing and Suyu prepare to visit Lanchinge again. Base Chief, I'm looking for you. News came from the Longguo underground base. Many people died in the Longguo underground base one after another. The president is also gone. Suyu's eyes darkened, and most of the people in the Dragon Kingdom's underground base had already joined the relocation of Qingtian Base in Qinghai City. There are actually not many people over there, but some equipment over there is still there and cannot be moved. So the people from the Department of Agriculture set up an underground planting experiment at the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. Natsuharu also gives them a separate teleport card. News I just got today. It was also just discovered by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences today. There were blood stains and an artificial laboratory was also discovered. Let's go over and have a look first. Although Suyu had always had a bad relationship with his father, after all, they were related by blood, and it was impossible not to care if something really happened. Suyu nodded, his dark eyes darkened. Did something really happen to the man who grew up high? Xia Qing takes Su Yu and teleports directly to the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. This time it was a lot deserted than before. Base Chief, Deputy Base Chief. Standing aside are the staff of the Dragon Kingdom, who are specially guarding the teleportation position. You are finally here, General Xie is waiting for you. They followed the staff to the place where Xie Zhen lived, though they saw that Xie Zhen was not in good spirits and his hair was much whiter. You're here. In one sentence, he showed vicissitudes of life and fatigue, but his temperament was still very majestic. He was once the commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Xie, what happened at Longwo Base? Originally, some people chose to move to Harumi Castle, but some people were also left at the Ryogoku Underground Base for testing. The Dragon Kingdom Underground Base is a defense base that the Dragon Kingdom has spent decades building. The equipment and energy here are top-notch, so even if most people migrate, your father will lead the remaining people to continue to stay here. I don't know why recently, people have disappeared one after another, leaving only a thick ball of blood. It's like getting into a meat grinder. Where is he? Disappeared. I checked the surveillance and he was taken away. This is monitoring content. Xie Zhen released a surveillance clip on TV. The content of the video is somewhat damaged, but the picture is quite clear. In the picture, the president is in the room when a dark fog suddenly surges in, and the surveillance is immediately obscured by the fog, and only the sound coming from inside can be heard. This is after video zoom in. The sound is too chaotic. The black mist interferes with the magnetic field, and the sound inside is intermittent. Library number 1. Su Yu frowned, his voice confused and inaudible, but he was able to read his father's lips. Library number 1? Only a few of us senior executives know this secret, how can anyone else know it? Xie Zhen was taken aback. Oops, he is interested in the energy of library number 1 and cannot let him open it. Xie Zhen frowned, his face, which had never collapsed on Mount Tai, could not calm down at this moment. What is library number 1? Xia Qing asked, this thing looks very nervous to everyone, what kind of treasure house does it look like? Su Yu, now let's go to number 1 library, maybe we can stop that guy. Curry number 1 stores all energy, the geocentric energy we mine. Earth's center? Can geocentric energy also be exploited? Now, there is nothing to hide. Yes, it is the energy extracted from the center of the Earth as a national backup energy. Otherwise, where does so much electrical energy, including all kinds of weapons energy, come from? Coal and oil, these energy sources have long been consumed, and this new energy source has been developed. This also led to frequent wars. Our country also built this underground base decades in advance to preserve the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom stores the most geocentric energy, which is why other countries dare not compete with us. Xia Qing frowned, no wonder Su Yu's world is going to end. With such extreme energy extraction, the planet cannot bear it and begins to purify the entire world? All turned into zombies? The same is true of Xia Qing's world. It is still overexploited, but it is not as serious as Su Yu's world. Probably not quite up to that point. Technology has both advantages and disadvantages. Is there any way to enjoy the dividends brought by technology without overexploiting the energy of this planet? This is a very difficult question, and the evolution of technology cannot be separated from energy. Library number 1 is on the 49th floor underground. Except for the president's fingerprints and face, no one else can enter. Go to library number 1 now. Su Yu frowned and said, but his eyes fell on Xie Zhen's body, and his eyes flickered slightly and quickly disappeared. I'll take you. You need to take an elevator to enter warehouse number 1, but this elevator actually has 50 floors. Did he? Xie Zhen performed a fingerprint scan and a burst of electronic sounds soon followed. Complete inspection. Xia Qing and Su Yu follow Xie Zhen into the elevator. The elevator was so small that Xia Qing was overloaded as soon as she entered. The elevator entering the number 1 warehouse can only carry 2 people. Then I'm waiting outside. Xia Qing retreated and looked at Su Yu, and she immediately understood what the other meant. After Xia Qing withdrew, she was able to teleport to Su Yu at any time and at a fixed point. So, not worried at all. However, Xia Qing also felt that General Xie was a little strange today. Soon, the elevator fell quickly, dripping. It fell directly to the 50th floor underground, and when the elevator opened, it only had a heavy iron door. Facial recognition and fingerprint records are required to enter, but now the heavy iron door is actually open. Put on your protective clothing first when you go in. The temperature inside is very hot. Xie Zhen reminded, turned away. But Su Yu didn't intend to put on protective clothing, because there must be nothing behind it. General Xie, you lied to me here, your goal has been achieved. Su Yu's tone was unusually calm, but a dark light flashed in his eyes. He stared calmly at the man with gray hair, a man somewhat different from what he remembered. When did you find out? Xie Zhen's face was calm, and he was not annoyed because Suyu exposed him, but he had a calm look on his face, and his face, which had gone through many vicissitudes of life, was calm. When you talk about library number 1, you brought me here on purpose. Where is he? Old Gao, your son is still very smart, but he still doesn't call you daddy. Xie Zhen clapped his hands slightly, and the screen behind him flashed, which was none other than the president of the Dragon Kingdom, Suyu's father. At this moment, he was put inside a white and transparent barrel, his body was filled with tubes, and his eyes were dry and expressionless. Suyu's eyes darkened, and no one could see his emotions, except that his fingers were slightly pinched. He has been thinking about you. Maybe Lao Gao is not a good father, but he is indeed a good president. It's the end of the world, does it still matter which country or home? But he just has to guard this energy bank. What are you doing guarding the last human being? I can hardly survive. Everyone has evolved and inspired superpowers, but I don't. No one can stand the fact that they are getting older and their lives are being consumed day by day, yet others have the power to control. In particular, a general like him was once a first-class warrior and killed countless enemy warriors, but now no one respects him. Xie Zhen's sunken eyes are no longer dull, but flash extreme. Times are changing. Yeah, in change, let the strong of the past pass. The new era is the era when the strong are respected, and he once comforted himself in this way. But all the subordinates who had been in awe of him looked at him not with admiration, but with dislike and contempt. He's unwilling. Come out. A black mist appears in the video, which gradually materializes into a woman in a white uniform. This woman is none other than Song Yue, who is doing experiments so crazily in the base. How could there be no one behind her? It's a pity that the back is still too rampant. The president found out, so they kept doing two things and trapped the person directly. Brother Suyu, I have always been very optimistic about you. Your figure and your impeccable appearance are all in my sister's heart. My sister has always liked you. If you can be with me again, I will transform you. Song Yue in the video is seen swaying as the camera turns to Suyu, making no secret of her possessiveness towards Suyu and her pupils. Song Yue licked her lips, and in the old days she wanted to grab Suyu and tie her to her own test bench. But that guy, no matter how she tried, turned a blind eye to her. However, now that she has the strength, not getting it before does not mean that she cannot now. Transformed into your dark look? You didn't look in the mirror at your face? A silver whirlpool appeared in front of Suyu, and a woman with blue hair and ice blue eyes came out of it. This person was none other than Xia Qing. The camera in front of him turned to Xia Qing again, and there was a sound coming from the screen. Wow! I like your hair color and eyes so much that I want to dig them out and put them into my body. Song Yue's eyes fell on Xia Qing, as if looking at her belongings. Xia Qing twitched the corner of her mouth. How is she going to argue with a pervert? That's only more perverted. Xia Qing twisted her hair and smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. The beauty of thinking. Why are you following? Xie Zhen frowned, not expecting Xia Qing to appear suddenly. There is no teleportation point here. As long as Suyu is there, I will be there. I hate eating dog food the most. General Xia waits for no time. Song Yue's tone cooled 2 degrees and her eyes became impatient. Xie Zhen frowned. Suyu, if you want to save your father, give me a tube of your blood. Suyu looked at the old man in the barrel. I know you are very powerful in fire-based powers, but don't release it here. The number 1 library you opened behind you can detonate Mars with a little energy. The energy inside is enough to blow up half of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Yue looked scared. Xia Qing frowned slightly. No wonder they tricked Suyu into coming here. Miss Xia, don't even think about using superpowers. As long as you make me feel a little cold, our president's life will be gone. Uncle Gao, are you in great pain? If it hurts, you have to scream out. Your son will hear it. The president in office's face gradually twisted, and I don't know what kind of pain he was enduring. Okay. Suyu responded calmly. When General Xia heard that Suyu agreed, he was overjoyed and threw the needle alone. Draw. Suyu picked up the needle, inserted it directly into his arm, and pulled out a tube of blood. Suyu's blood, which was visible to the naked eye, was not blood red, with gold instead. Xie Zhen's eyes lit up when he saw Suyu's distinctive blood. Yue, is this enough? Wow, sure enough, I guessed it well. Suyu, the breath on your body is really strong, and even the blood is different. I can't wait, I want to touch it. Suyu, my sister is waiting for you. Xie Zhen was so excited with this tube of blood in his hand. Do I want to inject directly into my body? Xie Zhen, you are also a dignified general of the Dragon Kingdom after all. Is it useful to inject other people's blood? If you really want to keep fit, wouldn't the physical fitness enhancement studied at our base be quite suitable for you? You draw Suyu's blood to make sure you can use it? Not afraid that you can't adapt? Xia Qing frowned. Uncle Xia, just give me your blood and I will reform you now. You can have superpowers just like me. You may also get Suyu's fire-type powers. With a bewitching voice, Song Yue penetrates through the video. Okay. Xia Qing looked at Xie Zhen's gaze, as if he had been bewitched and had lost his mind. Wait, Your Honor, let it go now. Never use a gun, any gun will detonate. Half of the Dragon Kingdom is gone. Song Yue's voice said arrogantly on the radio. The heavy door outside opens, and inside is the energy of library number 1. Xie Zhen got Su Yu's blood and took it directly to the elevator. You two stay here. Are they seriously ill? Xia Qing twitched the corner of her mouth, thinking that if she broke the elevator, they wouldn't be able to get on? Funny, hilarious. You just gave them the blood? If you want my blood, you have to have a life to use it. So you could sense his own blood cells, and when Xie Zhen sent the tube of blood over, he could sense where Song Yue was hiding. Xia Qing and Su Yu were not in a hurry at all. What's in your number 1 warehouse? It's all open anyway. We might as well go in and take a look. It will take a certain amount of time for that guy to give it to Xie Yue. Okay. Behind them is the heavy metal textured gate of the number 1 warehouse, and standing at the door you can feel the heat inside flourishing. For Su Yu, this heat had no effect on him. Xia Qing is okay, the temperature in it is at least 40 degrees. What kind of energy can this generate such hot heat? Do you know what the special energy stored here is? If I remember correctly, it should be geocentric energy. Many years ago, oil, coal and other energy sources were overexploited and could hardly supply global energy. Later, someone discovered the geocentric energy extracted from geocentric magma. It can replace a variety of energy sources. The ray weapons developed are made using geocentric energy. You have really developed all the energy that can be used on this planet. No wonder you don't have enough vegetables to grow. Do you want to go to outer space and see other planets? The technology of their planet has explored the moon and built a space station. Su Yu's time and space is more advanced than their technology, so it should be possible. 15 years ago, the world jointly launched a hopeful cruise ship project, which was the exploration of outer space. They only came back 5 years later, and only 3 of the 20-man team came back. The conclusion was that there was nothing. That is, there are no aliens, but there are people in different time and space. That is, the time and space where Xia Qing is located, which is quite magical. The blue stars of every spacetime feel that they are the only living planet in this world. Curry number 1 is very big, with grids 1 by 1, and the inside is full of silver jars made of unknown metal. It's like a gas can, stored in a grid. There are probably tens of thousands of such grids in this library, but 1/3 of them are empty. It seems that they have been used. There are so many of them, all made from geocentric magma. So many exist in your country, and there are other countries. It's really unimaginable. In order to survive, all kinds of resources are the target of competition, and no resources create resources. Put all the space in it and don't waste it. Such a can is enough to consume electricity in a sunny base for a year. Now the self-contained generator used in the sunny base has a fixed electricity consumption time every day, but with this new energy, it is different. So you put all the energy in the number 1 warehouse into the space. Go, I've sensed the location. If you can sense the bloodline, can you, our child, do it too? What kind of strange power is this? Why didn't I? Where there is light, I can sense it. Electric light is also light. In that case, they are not afraid that they will lose it. This is Su Yu's ability to find himself able to absorb sunlight in Xia Qing's world to inspire. Go! Xia Qing took Su Yu and teleported directly to the teleportation point established at the base of the Dragon Kingdom, which she found just after coming out was bombed to pieces. There was also a pit on the ground where she almost fell, but fortunately Su Yu put his arm around her soft little waist. Ahem! There was also a burning smell around it. Don't they think that if they blow up this place, they will destroy it, thinking that we can't teleport? The place where Su Yu was established was in space. It could be successfully established even at sea, but it would fall into the water if it was teleported over. Go! The two of them were not struggling with this either, and it was only business to find Su Yu's father as soon as possible. The underground base here is really big. After all, a residence capable of holding tens of thousands of people is, of course, very large. There are also some small cars on this, like balance cars. However, most of them have run out of power, and some of the people from the underground base were taken away when they migrated away. In about 20 minutes, Su Yu and the others found a research institute. Touch. Heavy, tempered glass door shattered. Song Yue had already put Su Yu's blood into the instrument for purification. Unexpectedly, you still found it. Do you miss your sister? Song Yue is dressed in doctor's clothing and has bright red lipstick on her mouth, and her skin looks like leopard print on her face and around her neck. Stop being disgusting. Your honor is there. Xia Qing looked at Song Yue's look and felt sick. Don't worry, don't come here. Otherwise, as soon as I press this, Uncle Gao will die. Did he? Extracted. It should be able to be used now, haha, I will soon be able to have the same superpowers as you. Song Yue directly injected the bottle that had turned into a green. Xia Qing saw the right time, and the ice spread instantly, freezing half of her body. But half of the injected blood had entered Song Yue's body. Su Yu looked at Song Yue very calmly. My blood, you can't afford it. Song Yue's arm instantly seemed to split apart, bursting with a dazzling light and blood flowing out. Song Yue suddenly turned into a black mist. Su Yu, you are so cruel, we will meet again in the future. A cloud of black mist disappeared instantly along the ventilation ducts. Xia Qing looked at the half of her body that was left frozen, and the arm that exploded. Her other half of her body was still frozen by her, but her other half of her body could actually turn into black mist and escape? What a strange power this is. He is not dead even so. Let yourself turn into black mist, and suddenly Xia Qing seems to have something in mind. Su Yu, her superpowers are very similar to the black robe superpowers we see in the future world. Song Yue is not the black robe of the future, right? If she's really black robed, then you can't let her go. Xia Qing must find him and kill her. But they didn't know whether the black robe at that time was a man or a woman, and their whole bodies were buried in the black robe. But now leave her alone and save her first. Xia Qing sees that there is also a laboratory inside, and she uses her powers directly to freeze and crack the glass door. The scene here also startles Xia Qing, as there is more than one glass jar inside, but more than a dozen of them, with one person lying inside. The whole body is full of, and the body is full of tubes, while some people have strange bodies. Some, with 5 legs and eyes all over one face, looked at Xia Qing and Su Yu when they saw them coming in. I have to say that Song Yue is really perverted. Among them, there was another person who looked very familiarly. It was Xie Zhen who was also put into this glass jar, and his whole body was soaked in some flowing. What's she doing? Su Yu, here. Xia Qing discovered the president, and Su Yu stepped forward and smashed the fiberglass, and the inside flowed out. A fishy smell right at the head. And heartbeat. Let's go back to Sunny Base. Xia Qing teleported with the two to the Sunny Base and immediately called for someone to come and treat the president. An hour passed. The president in office was filled with unknown blood, many of which were mixed together, and has now entered the treatment cabin. Your Excellency, your life is not in danger for the time being, but your brain is damaged, which may cause unclear consciousness. Okay, I know. So you had a somewhat low tone and an ugly face. Send a team of people to the underground base to see what Song Yue is studying, clean up the underground base thoroughly, and see if we can find Song Yue's whereabouts. Understand. Xia Qing thought about it and continued adding, that woman's superpowers are a bit weird. She will kill her if she can. If she can't kill her, she will come back and report the news. She is looking for someone with any special superpowers who can suppress the black mist. Yes. Su Yu and Xia Qing went to the medical room. There was an old man lying in the treatment cabin. Thanks to them, they had this treatment cabin. Xia Qing carried Susu out. This is your granddaughter, Susu, you have to wake up. So you just remained silent and stared at the treatment cabin, with many mixed emotions appearing in his eyes, and looking at the person lying inside, he seemed 10 years older. Every condition in the treatment cabin shows a red light, which means there is a problem. I'm afraid you need to lie down in the treatment cabin for a period of time. By then, it was already late at night when Su Yu and Xia Qing returned to her time and space. Susu had fallen asleep and put into the space. Don't worry, you will definitely wake up. After all, the treatment cabin is very advanced. I know, I just don't know how he faces him when he wakes up. As Xie Zhen said, he is a president and there are too many people to care about, but I'm not. Although we have established a Sunny Base now, you come first. I can't make his choice. Whether he's for the reputation of the president, or for superior rights, or for the people, I can't do it. Before, when there was no Xia Qing, he could selflessly dedicate himself, but with someone he cherished, he could not sacrifice his lover and dedicate himself to others. Xia Qing threw herself into Su Yu's arms and listened to his powerful heartbeat. Then just follow your own choices. However, we will all become strong, protect our families, and protect the last pure land. Just like in my world, I want to protect my family, and my country also needs to be strong. The stronger the power, the more you want to protect. In the past, Xia Qing thought about working to earn money and worrying about what to eat every day. However, she is very busy every day now, but she needs to move forward. There are so many people waiting for her food at the base, and there are so many people here waiting for her to pay her salary. She can't stop. If you want to be a strong person, you also need to have the body of a strong person. Su Yu listened to Xia Qing's thoughts, and before she knew it, she actually lay asleep in Su Yu's slightly warm chest. Although Xia Qing's physique has changed a lot, it is still worse than Su Yu's. After all, Su Yu has already evolved and her body has changed. Su Yu gently arranged Xia Qing's broken hair with her slender fingers, lowered her head slightly, rolled her throat up and down, and gently kissed Xia Qing's forehead. Thank you. I thank you too. Xia Qing rubbed Suyu's chin like a soft kitten. Only with each other can we be better, and in the future they will work together to find a better path. Being able to trust and support each other is the most cherished thing, isn't it? At 7 o'clock the next day, the door rang. Mr. Su, Miss Xia. Sorry, I asked you to get up so early, the leader is already waiting for you. After the Corps learned of the news yesterday, they flew over overnight. It was originally their plane that flew to Kyoto early this morning, but the Corps couldn't wait after knowing about this, so they came by helicopter overnight. It can be seen that great importance is attached to this matter. Okay, let's wash up and go out. Call. The Corps should be a very important official, right? Positions come second, mainly based on military rank. Suyu said with a smile. Xia Qing used to be an ordinary college student, where did she come into contact with these? However, as she grows stronger and more powerful, she will only come into contact with more and more in the future. Suyu, what kind of military rank are you? He was just awarded the title of general before the end of the world. Xia Qing nodded. In fact, she didn't know much about this, and she had no idea what the lieutenant general was behind. For example, Suyu's age, an ordinary person is just an ordinary soldier. If he has a little military merit, he will be named a second lieutenant, etc. But it would be very powerful to be awarded a major general at his age, but he is a first-class commander, the general king of soldiers. Just like Chu Xiu was awarded the position of major general in Myanmar district, Xia Qing was actually similar. She was awarded the position of deputy army commander, but she was more administrative. For a moment, they'll definitely keep asking you. I understand, rest assured. Suyu looked calm, which made Xia Qing feel more at ease. Soon, the two of them packed up and left the room, with Zhang Huanan waiting for them at the door. They went to the conference room on the roof of the building, and along the way there were soldiers with guns on both sides to protect and guard. When they saw Zhang Huanan coming, they all stood at attention and saluted. Upon entering the room, Xia Qing looks like a tall, middle-aged man with white hair on his temples and a torch-like gaze. Hello, Deputy District Chief Xia. The man smiled and said with a kind face, but his eyebrows were still extremely sharp, and the man deliberately restrained his momentum. Thank you for your contribution to Myanmar, which allowed many people to return home safely. It also provides a better environment for our country's borders. That's what I should do. Xia Qing was also very humble, and then the middle-aged man turned his attention to Suyu. They have investigated Xia Qing's very clean back, but they are able to work out advanced things such as artificial bones, and they feel that Xia Qing must have the capital behind her. It is very likely that this man is Suyu in front of him. Their country is huge, nearly 1 billion people, and it's impossible for everyone to monitor what everyone does every day. That simply isn't realistic. They will only focus on certain social public hazards that may be caused. Hello, Mr. Su, are you willing to become a Chinese citizen and enjoy the best treatment? Xia Qing was a little confused. Why was she so polite to Suyu's tone? She seems to have discovered now that in the last days of her life, those people were more polite to her than Suyu. In her world, these people were more polite to Suyu than to her? Perhaps, this is the rich food she can bring to the people of the last days, their food and clothing parents. In her world, Suyu is the one who brings advanced technology, so naturally she will be affected. However, it doesn't affect each other. Help each other and protect each other. Actually, I have also considered this because I want to apply for a marriage certificate with my wife. The middle-aged man laughed even more when he heard this look. I wonder if your chip can let us take a look. Of course, we won't force you to hand it in, I hope you can cooperate with us. We will give you the best and highest treatment. Okay, no problem. Suyu took out the phone that he had prepared long ago, and the technician who was following him immediately answered it. He's from the Kyoto Institute of Defense Technology. What, please demonstrate. After the technician turned on the phone, he said awkwardly. He was a tall and talented student, and he couldn't even open it. Okay. Suyu sat down, turned on the phone, and quickly tapped his fingers on the keyboard, leaving the technical man behind him blinking, afraid of missing that link. This chip has a 13+ secret key that can be connected to global satellites. Currently, I only connect to the satellites of the Russian country, and I have not tried any other countries. So I'm not sure if this can be linked. The middle-aged man Dian, seeing through without telling, can link to the satellites of the Rus country. This already shows his ability. You must know that the Rus country is a big country, and there are too many secret keys to be scary. Suyu was careful in his reply that it would be no small matter to link to one's own satellite without permission, because most of the satellites are state-owned companies to be able to qualify for launch. You were also connected to the satellite system of Russia before you could detect the missile attack? Can the location of the attack be found? Yes, from here. Soon a place was locked. That technician quickly took out the paper and took notes. Of course, this chip can also be linked to a communication transmitting instrument, and everyone's mobile phone can check the information. The more the middle-aged man hears this, the more startled he becomes, and the technician on the side can no longer put it down. That's simply what geniuses can invent. You must know that information warfare is very important now that it has developed to this time, and several other major powers are building base stations in various small countries, but very few base stations in their countries have been established in foreign countries. Of course, there are actually some functions that Suyu did not say because the current equipment cannot support them and they have no effect. Is your chip for sale? I can pay out 3 billion, possibly in installments, but I promise to pay you all in 5 years. Recently, China has used too many places for money. Recently, earthquakes, mudslides, fires, etc. have occurred in various places. All of these need to be solved by the country with money. They couldn't ignore the fire for 2 months. All this heavy investment needs to be backed up by money. Can I buy out this chip? There is currently only one successful chip, and it is very difficult to make. If you want to make a second one, it may take a lot of time. Then I will pay 5 billion. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "This is the last one, they have to buy this one. We need to think about it." Okay, it's time to think about it. The middle-aged man felt that he was a little uncalm, and faced with this huge benefit in front of him, he was a little desperate, and it was only after Suyu's words that he felt that he was actually impulsive. Faced with this thing, able to safeguard what guarantees their national interests, he really got the upper hand, and if people from other countries get it, I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous for their country. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You are a good young man, and we in China welcome you very much. The chip stays here for now, and the technician looks on." Suyu was not afraid to admit it either, as the operation was still a troublesome matter. Back room. "Suyu, if we sell this thing to the country, will they study it? To be honest, I am actually quite willing to donate to the country, but I am always afraid that this kind of supertech thing will advance the future process. Will something that is too supertech have some impact? This is Xia Qing's concern. Don't worry, unless your world can make 3 generations of lithography machines now, there won't be a second one." Xia Qing nodded, and then she was relieved. "We have exposed this thing, and it is unsafe to take it into our own hands. Now we only have one way, and that is to hand it over to the country and find a backer. If you don't hand it over, I'm afraid you won't let it go due to the danger of this thing." So you understood this very well, and even a benevolent one would not let him out of this country or arrange for someone to protect him. It's not one's interest, it becomes scary when one thing can shake more than half of the interest. If it's another organization, there could be extremes. Nowadays, the best choice is to hand it in, but this thing can only be used thoroughly by relying on Suyu. As a human being, you must keep some backup skills and be cunning. He can go back to his world, but Xia Qing can't, and her family is in this time and space. When you have the most say, strive for the best interests. In the long run, a plague may break out in this world. You must build prestige step by step. In the future, Xia Qing will have more initiative. These are all things that need to be built up little by little, and things are given little by little, and if they are all given, they are earth-shattering and too appealing, and others even think that you will have something better, and may also cause other disputes. You can only take your time and wait until you are strong enough one day to be able to withstand the negative impact. Taking advantage of this time, Xia Qing and Suyu went to the apocalyptic city of Lanchinge, and the conference room here. Team Li, Associate Professor Yang will be able to arrive in an hour. As expected, he still couldn't sit still, so he was waiting, just in time for him to come and take a look. Professor Yang did not come alone, but led his own students. An hour later, Professor Yang is working on chips with a device. This is simply a miracle. Such a thin and small chip must be made with a photolithography machine, but even if there is a photolithography machine, it may not be so fine. The person who made this thing is simply a genius. It is not an exaggeration to say that this thing is worth 10 billion. No, it can be said to be priceless. With this, we are absolutely ahead in information warfare. With this, we will not sacrifice such a large amount of data. Ouch, Xiao Lei, be careful. Professor, my hands are shaking, this is 10 billion. Xiao Lei said nervously, holding the chip. He hasn't seen what 10 billion is like yet. Even if it's zero, it has to be a big string, especially this kind of thing. It can't be measured in money at all. That's the charm of technology. The man who invented and made this man is simply a genius. Be sure to stay. My Ministry of National Defense, Science, Technology and Technology wants it. I'm about to meet this person. I'm going to take him down first. When the old guy from the military department finds out, it's time to rob him for me again. Professor Yang, we are all a family and we are all developing for the country. Since you have identified the authenticity of this thing, then I will make a good offer. The price he offered for 5 billion is still less. This matter must be kept secret, and Mr. Su's identity must be kept secret. Understand? They are all old comrades, and they all know this. Mr. Su also said that it is difficult to make this chip, and I think Mr. Su also wants to give it to us. This thing still needs to be handed over to the Military Technical Institute before it can be used. I think leaving this to our National Defense Technology Institute for research is a major technological breakthrough. The National Security Department probably needs it too, and it seems that a technical team needs to be established one by one. Lee Kor thought, let's do this. Let's discuss it later. One person from each department will enter this team. As for the captain and vice captain, choose another one. Team Lee, why not let Ms. Xia be the vice captain? Professor Yang said with a smile. So you and Xia Qing are about to get married. The latter is from their country and the deputy head of Myanmar district. So you could not be appointed directly. After all, his nationality still belonged to his old family. But Xia Qing is different. Okay. Xia Qing and Suyu had just come out of Lanchange in the last days. Because Suyu is busy here, there is nothing going on there for now. Their men have transformed and mixed in, and are now waiting for news to find Chai Jing's location. Xia Yang feeds him crystal beads almost every day, causing the child to be sleepy every day. He eats when he wakes up and sleeps when he is sleepy, but Xia Yang's memory can be said to be photographic. What he has told him once, he will be able to remember. Xia Qing time and space, lunch in the hotel canteen. Compared to the cafeteria of a 5-star hotel, it is much rudimentary, but more silent and serious. The straight man standing at the door, although the firearms are hidden, Xia Qing knows that they can pull out the real gun at any time. The meals are all home-cooked dishes, and they all taste very good. Mr. Su, this chip is indeed very high, even worth 10 billion. But our country cannot afford so much money now. It doesn't matter, this thing is just a hobby for me. I can donate to China for free. Both Mr. Lee and Professor Yang were stunned. I didn't expect Suyu to speak like that. No, buy this chip at the price of 5 billion as mentioned before, and we will pay it off within 5 years. Suyu nodded and did not refuse, saying that the donation was more of an attitude. My husband will marry me next month and see if he can apply for my husband's Chinese nationality. Lee Kor was even more excited to hear the news, which could be more exciting than the unpaid donation. It is an honor for them to be able to create such talents and stay in China. Of course, do it for you as soon as possible. Generally, it takes at least several months to apply for the nationality of China. But Suyu's approval was completed in 3 days at the fastest speed. I was afraid that Suyu would regret it. Of course, this is a story later. Subsequent use of this chip. Don't worry, I'll teach you this. Mr. Su, I wonder if you are interested in working at our National Institute of Defense Technology. I'll give you a professor-level treatment. I will consider this. For the time being, I just want to spend some time with Xia Qing. Comprehension. Professor Yang looks at Suyu with a big smile on his face, but he is really sorry inside. Such a scientific research talent is a love brain. Fortunately, I have a love brain, but fortunately I like women from China. When will the wedding be held? I'll definitely go and send my blessings. Go back and prepare, I will inform you of the specific date. Xia Qing said quickly. If you have money, the results will be very fast. However, when two people get married, their parents have to find someone to calculate the date before they can get married. It is more troublesome to get married in this time and space, because there are also parents, and various scenes need to be arranged. It's not like in the end times, she has the final say on everything. That's it. We are preparing to set up a special team to be responsible for this chip. We hope that Miss Xia can serve as the vice captain. Me? Xia Qing is confused, she is the captain of the special team? She can't do anything. Soon, she understood that it seemed to be Suyu's reason. The treatment is based on the rank of second lieutenant. Xia Qing nodded politely, and it seemed that it would not be good for her to refuse the position, so she simply accepted it. However, how come she's always subvariant everywhere? However, Xia Qing also felt that it was time for her to learn something. How can she say that her physical condition is changed now, and her memory has improved in all aspects? Only by continuous learning can she gain knowledge. In the future, she will come into contact with more and more people, and she must have enough knowledge to support herself. However, she is very busy every day now, so why not apply for a language subject first? This meal was more prudish at first, but then everyone was more open-minded. This is a residence in Kyoto. Ms. Xia can live here. There is also this 5 billion. This is a contract. Because it involves confidentiality, the contract content will not be said to be a chip. Understand. Xia Qing understood this. This 5 billion needs to be paid in batches. Mr. Su can keep his account and make a batch of payments for you every week. Just give me your wife's account number. Yes, just give it to me. Xia Qing thought, so you doesn't have a bank account either. The corners of Lee's mouth were raised, and the corners of his eyes were almost filled with excitement. He was originally worried that if such a large amount of funds were directly transferred to an account outside, it might arouse the vigilance of spies from other countries. But if it's domestic to domestic, it's much easier. Moreover, Suyu and Xia Qing have a good relationship, which they are happy to see happen. After all, Xia Qing trusts more than Suyu. Moreover, a genius like Suyu would stay in their country when he married Xia Qing, which also made Suyu feel more of a sense of belonging. Both parties were very happy to cooperate on this matter, each getting what they wanted. Then we'll go back first. Okay, I will inform you as soon as possible about setting up the team. Okay. Xia Qing was going to pick up her parents first, but now Xia Jixiang has been safely sent back to Seoul by the officials. Wait until Suyu and Xia Qing leave. This chip focuses on sending people to protect it. Professor Yang wants to return with the chip. They want more research. If they want to study in the future, they still need to apply. Zhang Huanan, I plan to set up a special safety team for Guiyang, with you as the captain and Xia Qing as the vice captain. Affiliated to the National Security Department. This chip is classified as an S-level confidential object. Zhang Huanan saluted with firm eyes and said solemnly, understand. My parents are already home now. I have booked a flight in the morning and will probably be home in the evening. Even if you meet my parents today, don't worry, they are very satisfied with you. Xia Qing smiled. My parents have seen your photos for a long time. Okay. Suyu felt a little uneasy for the first time. He was able to calm down in the face of many big shots, but it was Xia Qing's parents who made him a little worried. Now that I have appeared in the light, I cannot disappear casually. I can only return to my own time and space while others are away. Suyu has already shown his face in the officialdom, and he is such an important chip inventor now, so he will definitely focus on it. In this era of strict rules, Suyu did not want to cause trouble for Xia Qing. After all, their power in this time and space was not enough to fight. So I'm going to see my parents tonight? Suyu, who suddenly reacted, blurted out, which made Xia Qing a little uncomfortable. Both of their children were born, and calling their parents was a matter of time. Yes, don't worry, my parents are easy to get along with. Moreover, they have actually wanted to see you for a long time. I am worried now, how can I bring my child back openly? Now Susu has been kept in the space, although she is not very long, but it does not affect her IQ. Let's go back to see my parents first, and then we will go to Myanmar. We will say that we are pregnant now, and then I will go to Myanmar for a while to develop. Let the kids out over there. Well, that's it. Xia Qing has already decided what's next, and she's focusing on both career and love. Okay. Su Yuying Deo. The Myanmar area has just stabilized and is under construction. Many rules and systems are imperfect, and she also has some rights. This is not the final say. It's that Chu Xiu is in some trouble. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were safely sent home, and their luggage and other items had been robbed, but they were already lucky when they came back. Xia Qing's aunt, grandpa, and uncle also came to see Yang Xia. Here, Tian Keiwa and Xia Jieli also came with their younger son Xiao Peng. Tian Keiwa was a little unhappy along the way, and knowing that something had happened to the two of them, she gloated a lot in her heart. It was a little unpleasant to know at this moment that the two had returned safely. Xia inherited that he didn't have this idea, how to earn family property or profits, but after all, he was his own brother. He would not viciously let his brother die. Now he also took some things from home to Xia Jixiang's house. It was also his first visit to Xia Jixiang's villa. This side has been built, and there are several villas next to it that have been decorated. No one has come to live in the villa area yet. The environment is elegant and the greening is very beautiful. And the security guards, the cleaning workers, and the street lights were all beaming with joy. Tian Keiwa saw that the current environment was even better than the last time he came here. In sight, envy. When will we be lucky enough to live in such a big villa? My clothes are all from last year. You just asked your boss for several thousand yuan yesterday, didn't you give it to your parents' family? I'm not willing to buy myself 2 clothes. Xia inherited and frowned. It's hard to say anything about Tian picking flowers because he knows he is wrong. Aren't you also envious that people can live in such a big villa? Too bad there are no capable children. 2 people step on each other's sore spot with precision. Then Xia Qingzhe is our Xia family's child no matter what. If you have a promising child, you can take care of Xiao Peng when he needs help in the future, so don't look for trouble. Is it like your brother? Tian Keiwa's face became difficult to look at, but he didn't take it seriously and didn't say anything. When the 2 men came to Xia's villa, they saw someone in the living room, both relatives of Yang Xia's side. Xiaxia, don't travel abroad anymore, it's safe to travel in our country. Yeah, we have so many beautiful scenery in the country. This time, it scared me. If you hadn't come back, your sister wouldn't have told me about it. Grandma said fearfully. Actually, it's okay. This time it's an accident. There are many places abroad that are safe, but I still try to go to war-torn countries as little as possible. Not all security systems in that country are as safe as our country. Bayberry said. Yeah, unlike those of us who don't have money to travel abroad, we won't encounter this. Tian Keiwa's tone was a bit sour and hungry. But this also depends on luck. Not only did Lei Lei go abroad to work, but he also encountered nothing. Yesterday, he paid his family. Tian Keiwa said with a smile, as if she didn't remember the money she took the initiative to ask for. I think you'd better go and serve the incense and don't mess with anything. Xia Qinji frowned and warned Tian Keiwa that he was here to ease the relationship, not to cause a quarrel. As long as you have nothing to do this time, we will go back first. Mrs. Xia looked at Xia Lei coming over, and Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia didn't look good. After all, the original incident was quite unsightly, and he even said harsh words. Jixiang, you two are both brothers. You broke your bones and your muscles are still attached. This time your brother heard that you were in danger, so he came over to see you. It's all my fault that makes the relationship between the two of you so bad. MRS. It seems that my mother is missing her eldest brother. It is better to stay at her eldest brother's house for a few days in the past 2 days. Yang Xia said in an understatement. Mrs. Xia did not dare to say a word when she heard this. This man, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. How comfortable it is for an old lady to live here. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to stay in such a large villa for more than a dozen people. Tian Keiwa said with envy. Mom, if you miss us, let us stay here and take care of you. I found a nanny for my mother, so I don't need you anymore. Everyone in the family knows what Tian Keiwa is playing. Whether the relationship between these two brothers is good or not is the key to being a mother and a daughter-in-law. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia experienced life and death this time, and they also had great enlightenment. It is better to be alive than anything else, perhaps to become timid, or perhaps to become braver. The lives of two people are limited, and they may not be saved one day. Even at home, there may be accidents. They also died once this time, only to realize that they had not been to many places in their lives. One trip, and nothing else but caring for his daughter. Sister-in-law, if nothing happens, you can go back. If you miss mom, just come and take a look and pick up mom. Our family can't accommodate so many people. Tian Keiwa's face suddenly became difficult to look at, and even Xia Qinji felt embarrassed. He came to see his brother sincerely, and of course he had some other thoughts. Others said it well. He has no ability anymore. Xiao Peng will have to go to school in the future. Xia Lei works outside to make money. He is not as rich as Xia Qing. He has money and a good family relationship. Isn't it just a matter of helping him? He looked at Tian Keiwa and knew that he was coming by himself, but when he heard Yang Xia directly say that he was going to drive people away, his temper also increased. Brother and sister, what did you say? Let's see what my sister-in-law said first. Want to take advantage of our house and go crazy? We, Qing, just received news that we are back tonight. He also has a son-in-law, but some people's ideas are about to come to nothing. Tian Keiwa's face became ugly. Did Xia Qing really find a son-in-law? Auntie, I have to cook more dishes at home today. If I can't go to a restaurant, I'll go to a designated place. Farewell, I'll do it with you in a moment. Then I will help too. Yang Mei smiled and said, Today, I can see Xia Qing's boyfriend with my own eyes. When I saw it on WeChat moments before, he really looked upright. Xia inherited and Tian Keiwa were extremely ugly. When they came out of the Xia family villa, Tian Keiwa couldn't help but crickets. I told you, your brother is fine, what's so good about him? We came all the way and didn't keep us at home for dinner. Why is your mother partial to us? What is partial? Now living in a big villa, don't recognize us? And say partial to us. Tian Keiwa never stopped talking on the way back, muttering along the way. What's so great? In the future, my son Xia Lei will also be able to find Bai Fume. Xiao Peng, you have to study hard and buy a villa for your mother in the future. Xiao Peng pouted his mouth and said, Mom, I want to eat at my uncle's house, and I've seen prawns. You didn't see it, don't people welcome us? Tian picking flowers is also full of anger. Xia Qinji also felt uncomfortable. His parents used to talk to him, but since he was a child, he has always been better off than Xia Jixiang. How come things are so different now? He returned home and looked at the building, which was also 2 stories, except that Xia Jixiang lived in a villa at home. Hey, should a daughter really be born? Or because he took Xia Jixiang out to play with his 1-year-old sister. As a result, the little sister lost it, and he said that the 4-year-old Xia Jixiang lost it? That's way too far away. So old that their family seems to be about to forget. Here, Xia Qing took Suyu off the high-speed train. Suyu said that for the first time, it is better to wear formal clothes. You have to buy a high-order suit, but it must be too late. So Suyu could only be taken to a suit store, which was also a big domestic brand. Until when Suyu came out of the fitting room after changing her suit, Xia Qing was originally sitting outside and sending messages, but there has been no reply to the messages in the past few days, and there are a lot of things going on. By the way, she told Xiaoan to help her choose a few courses. When she went to college, she studied to avoid failing the course and to graduate. Now she is studying because her identity is here, and she will come into contact with more and more people in the future, and she must also have her own knowledge reserve. Wow, have you seen it? That man is so handsome. Is that star out? He is so good looking and has a stylish figure. Those celebrities are not as good looking as him. Most of the real-life celebrities are very thin for the sake of being photographed, but their faces are really good looking, but the Suyu in front of them has a great figure. Xia Qing heard a crowd of people surrounding the store entrance, which was a bit noisy. He looked up and realized that Suyu had changed his suit. The man's face was cold and his temperament was outstanding, and his straight suit set off his temperament, exuding a mature and steady momentum. Isn't this a proper boss? This suit is really suitable for you, I can give you a 20% discount. The clerk on the side said with glowing eyes. Who knows, Suyu ignored him directly, and when he looked at Xia Qing, his eyes suddenly softened. What do you think? He's so handsome and domineering. If you don't wear a high-end suit, it will feel like you're wearing it. It's on several levels. Suyu listens to Xia Qing's compliments and raises the corners of her mouth slightly. Sure enough, when the man hears nice things, especially the compliments of his wife, his eyes flicker with love. Xia Qing watched as more and more people watched from outside. Suyu, I think it's better to change stores. Wouldn't it be better for you to wear this kind of casual clothes? I actually don't think it's so formal. Otherwise, my parents are also very nervous, don't you think? Okay, listen to you. Let's get a 50% discount on this suit and just leave a photo. This good-looking person is putting on their suit and putting the photo outside. This is such a good publicity method, the store manager tried his best to promote. No. Suyu went in to change his clothes and went out with Xia Qing in his arms, and the people surrounding him at the door automatically flashed out of a road. Wow, that woman's hair is so beautiful. Blue-purple hair is not an effect that ordinary people can dye. Someone secretly took a picture and posted it online. Especially Suyu's photo, this photo caused some popularity, and some agents even wanted to sign Suyu as an artist. Here, Xia Qing took Suyu and bought a wide casual outfit, which looked much softer. Compared to Mr. B.A., who has just matured, Suyu looks a bit like the big boy next door at this moment. It's strange, my parents urged me to come back in the afternoon, and I'm home soon. Why didn't I urge me? Evening, the Xia family villa. As soon as Xia Qing opened the door, she saw a room full of people waiting for her. Grandpa, Grandpa, Auntie, Uncle, Aunt, why are you all here? Wow, oops, this is King's boyfriend, it's really good. Young man, his name is Suyu, right? Yes. Suyu's attitude was gentle, he responded to every sentence, and he was not uncomfortable with Xia Qing's family watching, but he was very polite. How old is this year? Are the parents still there? Xiao Su, what do you plan to marry Qing? This height is probably over 1.8 meters, right? A crowd gathered around Suyu, who all answered one by one, looking very polite. Those who don't understand him must think that he is a gentle person. Only Xia Qing knows that Suyu looks like the god of death in the last days. And the first time I saw him, I almost got choked to death. Thinking of this, she, Xia Qing, was amused when Suyu's eyes changed from harsh to panicked. Cousin, I promised that I would go take pictures when you and your brother-in-law get married. Yang Wen smiled and said, no problem. Sister gives you a better camera. Suyu sent out all the gifts he had bought one by one. At the dinner table, Yang Xia kept picking up food for Suyu. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes her. Although Xia Jixian heard his daughter say that Suyu agreed to marry him, he still had to meet with him about this matter. Especially when you see Su Yucheng's talented person, he is the only son in the family, and his parents are not around. Are people willing to marry such a son? Xia Jixian took a few sips of wine, which Suyu brought from the end of the world, and they were all good wines. Good wine. Xia Jixian was happy and worried at the same time, and after a long time, he drank a lot more. I heard Qing say, do you want to get married? At the dinner table, the atmosphere, which had just been lively, instantly became quiet. No one dared to talk anymore. Yang Xia stabbed Xia Jixian and asked in front of so many people, what if she didn't come to Taiwan? Yes, I want to marry. Suyu's voice was composed and powerful, his eyes were firm, and his gaze towards Xia Qing was even more tender. Stopped for about half a minute. Okay. Xia Jixian was even happier when he heard this, and he was even happier drinking with Suyu and Xia Qing's uncle. Mom, we plan to get married nearby. We plan to stay in the villa next to it. Villa next to it? Yes, I also bought the villa next to it. Xia Qing said with a smile, in fact, the villas in this area, plus the film and television city in front of them are all hers. Okay, then I will find someone to do some calculations for you tomorrow when you get married. Okay. Xia Qing smiled. Yang Xia also knows that even though this villa is so big, now young people are willing to live by themselves. Besides, they just lived next to it. Yang Xia is not happy. Lin Nuan also bought Yang Mei a villa here, right and left. The meal was a joy to eat. In the evening, Suyu also had a lot of alcohol on his body. He drank a lot today, and it was very safe here. Even if he was really drunk, it would be nothing. Natsuharu room. Suyu takes a bath inside, while Xia Qing just feeds Susu. Meanwhile, the bathroom door in the bedroom opens, and Suyu comes out of it, though he drinks quite a bit and is not drunk at all. The body was steaming with only a bath towel tied around the waist. Pectoral, abdominal, mermaid line, at a glance. His muscles are very full, his lines are thin and gentle, and his abstinence is particularly seductive. Susu is almost sleepy. If you look at the child, I will take a shower too. Ahem. Xia Qing felt that her eyes could not be moved, and Suyu hugged Xia Qing with one hand. Pulled into her arms, she lowered her head and kissed her neck and shoulders, each kiss falling like a spark on dry wood. Suyu, Susu is still there. Xia Qing felt a little embarrassed, and Suyu was too bold. However, she did not know that Suyu could endure it for a long time, and had been worried about Xia Qing's emotions recently, and now that she saw her parents safe at home, Suyu dared to release her love. Crispy, bulging lips, just earned his eyes, now closed and asleep. Asleep. The next second, Suyu put Susu in the crib in the space. Another princess hug here put Xia Qing in. Suyu leaned over, his voice hoarse and full of. Xia Qing only felt her earlobe numb for a while, and her body was somewhat uncontrolled. Not knowing how long, Xia Qing quickly got up and wrapped herself in her body. I'm going to take a shower. With a rub, you enter the bathroom door and close it. The corners of Suyu's mouth were raised slightly, and she had a row of small toothprints of Xia Qing on her shoulders. He wants to wash together? However, seeing Xia Qing's movements and the door being locked so quickly, she probably didn't want to, but she was still a little disappointed. Xia Qing has a computer in her room, so she turns on the computer and plugs in another small chip. Only by knowing more things in this world can they be of sufficient use and develop better. After all, there is a chance that a large-scale virus will break out in this world in the future. Moreover, in the future, it would be troublesome for his identity here to disappear at any time, so he directly modified his old Giappo's identity information through the chip. Now that he understands the technological level of this world, he can handle the matter of nationality by himself. After all, in the technological world, whoever has first-hand information has absolute initiative. Xia Qing in the bathroom looked at the red mark on her body and gritted her teeth. What kind of clothes should she wear to cover it? You must know that the weather in Lanchange is relatively hot in the last days. No way, Xia Qing can only wear long pants and long sleeves. By the time she came out of the bathroom, Suyu was sitting on a chair, wearing only a pair of shorts and her upper body still exposed. The row of small tooth marks on the shoulder is especially noticeable. Are you looking at the information? Well, I won't want it for long. The National Institute of Defense Technology may have to recruit me. It's not an option to refuse all the time, so it's right to read more information. Suyu saw Xia Qing coming out, his wet hair, white neck, and circles of red marks rolling up and down his throat. Xia Qing looked at Suyu with a faint hot look in her eyes. Get dressed quickly, we still have to go to Lanchange. Chai Jing also wants to save her. The test results should be available today. Xia Qing quickly took out her clothes and put them on Suyu. Okay. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, and there was a smile in his eyes that he couldn't hide. The two changed their clothes, and Xia Qing and Suyu teleport directly to Lanchange. It's noon here. Base Chief, Deputy Base Chief, you're here. Well, any findings? This is the test result of this big tree. Suyu took over the test results and saw that many components of these big trees were unknown, but the original attribute was actually an apple tree. No wonder it would bear fruit and then mutate. There are also our people who found the Deputy Base Chief's friend, Chai Jing, who was in a little bad condition. Zhao Meiling, who was on the side, quickly stood up and asked, what's wrong with Xiao Jing? That group of people lives in the central villa area of Lanchange, with about a few hundred people. The leader of the other party is called Zhang Fei. His superpowers can absorb the energy of others by following men and women. Many people in all bases are given by him. No one resisted? Xia Qing asked, if there is a collective resistance, it is impossible for so many people to resist, right? His superpowers can affect people's body and mind. It can be said that those people will be reluctant from the beginning to the end. The brother who had transformed had returned. He said that he was going to stay for fear of not knowing that he would be bewitched that day. Could it also be a special kind of superpower, a special ability to confuse others and attract others? Yes, not only that person is invulnerable, ordinary superpowers cannot kill him. Although Xia Qing has already seen many strange superpowers, like eating the devil fruit, she will transform into various abilities. Why don't we negotiate first and see if we can save Chai Jing? Zhao Meiling, come with me. Okay. Zhao Meiling was worried that Chai Jing would be bewitched, so it would be difficult to handle, and she felt a little worried. Villa area in the center of Lanchange. Brother Fei, a group of people are coming from outside. They have professional weapons in their hands and should be soldiers. What are you afraid of? What happened to the soldiers? Don't forget, now is the end of the world. I can't even be shot to death. Afraid of a bird. Zhang Fei said arrogantly that before the end of the world, he was just a small employee of a company, his life was ordinary, and even a small leader of the company could oppress him. But it's different now, he's the leader now, the boss. He felt that the apocalypse was about restarting genes and reopening classes. Now his powers are great, he is standing at the top, but he is even more aggressive in oppressing people. The person opposite brought a batch of food and said he wanted to make a deal for us. As he spoke, the man swallowed his saliva. There is also roasted chicken and rice. I have confirmed that it is real roasted chicken with rice. They can now only gather the fruit from the trees every day. The taste of these fruits is really astringent, but in order to fill your stomach, you can only eat this. Although it was also possible to scavenge some things on Lanchange's side to improve the taste, it was also scavenged around this area. Those people don't know where they got the new stuff from, they smell it all. When people are hungry, the first thing they want to satisfy is their appetite. Really? You're gonna lie to me? I'll make you drink today. I don't dare, the boss is real. If you give me 300 guts, I won't dare to lie to you. Let them in, I'll see. Zhang Fei licked her lips. Roast chicken? This thing still? Sometimes when they want to eat meat, they do think, but after all, they don't break through the psychological level. After all, they also have fruits, basic food. If it doesn't bear fruit, it might break the bottom line. Yes. Zhang Fei was not afraid at all. Who is he now? Chief? These people who dare not listen to her. Come here, baby, let Brother Fei kiss you. Brother Fei, I'm okay. The woman's eyes were sunken, her body was blue and purple, and she looked like she was exhausted. Useless waste. Zhang Fei's airway shook the woman away, and none of them could bear it. He's going to absorb more energy. The absorption promotion of other people's superpowers requires absorbing the energy in the crystal beads, but his absorption discovery has no effect. There was a massive loss of energy that simply couldn't get into his body. Later, after the end of the world, he forced himself to sleep with a woman and found that his energy had grown. Only then did he realize that this was how he enhanced his energy. But, over time, a weak woman can't bear it, because the energy in the other person's body will be sucked away by him. He doesn't give a damn. Ordinary people are attractive to him, but women with superpowers are not, but women with superpowers have more energy and persist longer. Our leader said that you can enter, but only 2 people can enter. Okay. So you are waiting for us outside. 10 minutes, I will go in if I don't come out. Don't worry, now I can only hurt others. Xia Qing has confidence in her own strength. In her world, after absorbing the fragments, not only her space has been upgraded, but her and Suyu's strength has also improved. If Suyu is doubled, Xia Qing will be doubled. This feeling of being able to enhance without practicing is not bad. The villas here are all enclosed by simple electric gates. Xia Qing brought Zhao Meiling in with her, and many people around them were watching the two of them. Most of the eyes fell on Xia Qing, because it's so catchy. Blue-purple hair, ice blue pupils. 2 more women came, and there were still women who dared to come in. Xia Qing found that the women here were generally older. Suddenly a woman rushed towards Xia Qing. Don't even think about snatching the leader from me. Before Xia Qing could take action, Zhao Meiling kicked the woman several meters away, spat out a mouthful of blood, and died on the spot. These people are ordinary people and are greatly affected. Seeing Xia Qing and Zhao Meiling coming in, they became jealous and made trouble, so they rushed up. The other ordinary women saw it, and they all pounced, but the man who had brought them in looked on coldly. It seems that he is determined to test the strength of Xia Qing and the 2 of them. Roll! Xia Qing exuded a strong chill all over her body, and the few people who had just approached felt chills all over her body, and her hands and feet were so frozen that she could not move. And Zhao Meiling just felt the temperature around her drop, from summer to winter in an instant. The man on the side did not dare to underestimate Xia Qing when he saw that she was actually an ice-type superpower. But also, how could someone who could dare to enter their base, if not more powerful, dare to come in? The little brother not far away, looking at all this, immediately told Zhang Fei about it. Soon, Xia Qing and Zhao Meiling arrived at a villa and went straight into the living room on the first floor. Here the living room sofas are all moved to one side, and there are only 3 large beds side by side. On the side were a few women covered in Chai Jing. Zhao Meiling saw Chai Jing in the corner at a glance. Xiaoling. Chai Jing is tied up all over, because she is a superpower and has not been attacked, but she will still be ruined by Zhang Fei. She has recently absorbed the energy from Chai Jing, causing Chai Jing to become several years older. Chai Jing's eyes were red and she felt that her eyes must be blurry. Go quickly, go. Chai Jing had a hoarse voice and could hardly speak anymore, but her mouth shape, Zhao Meiling, could still understand it. Zhao Meiling rushed forward and was then instantly surrounded by several big men. A dozen people also came outside the house. Oops, a big beautiful girl is here, she is still a superpower. Seeing Xia Qing, Zhang Fei jumped from the and only wore a four-corner. Xia Qing frowned, a little disgusting. The man looks at Xia Qing's figure without restraint, sticks out his tongue and licks his lips. Originally I wanted to make a deal with you, but now I don't think it's necessary. Because of the look in your eyes, it makes me feel disgusting. Wow. A biting chill began to fill the air, spreading from Xia Qing's feet, and the surrounding area was frozen, making people feel free to fight a chill. One of them seems to be a fire-type superpower who wants to release the flames and wants to melt the ice on this floor, but the yellowish fireball is the size of a ping-pong ball. It could not melt at all, and was even instantly frozen out by the cold air released by Xia Qing. Men can't unleash their powers. All the people felt as if they were cold, as if all the blood was going to be frozen. Many fled out in terror. Xia Qing didn't freeze at all, after all still had some women lying around. Zhao Meiling hurriedly went to save the person, but she was also a little bit teething from the cold. Zhang Fei watched as his whole body was frozen. If you can't kill me, I'm invulnerable, Zhang Fei said rampantly. Little bitch, the more powerful you are, the more I like you. No one can kill me. Let me sleep. Zhang Fei's skin turned silver all over his body, and no one could harm him. Before Zhang Fei could finish his words, Xia Qing's ice blue pupils flashed, glowing with moonwhite light, and in an instant Zhang Fei's whole body was frozen into ice. He really wasn't dead, invulnerable, he wanted to break free and break through the ice, but he couldn't break free and struggled inside desperately. When all the energy in his body is consumed, he will also die completely. Xia Qing didn't even want to follow him. Actually, she didn't intend to go on a killing spree at first, so she just prepared to replace Chai Jing with food, but the look in her eyes was really disgusting. If this isn't her world, she's afraid Ha really has no choice. Even if she calls the police, she can't be detained without any behavior. But in the last days, if you don't like her and make her feel uncomfortable, then don't be an eyesore in front of her. One world, one rule. Natsuharu adapts well. Chief. There are two ordinary women who want to save Zhang Fei and desperately want to break the ice. Ridiculous, the ice she condensed could not melt even halfway unless it was Suyu. In the future extremely hot world, none of her ice will melt. What's more, these ordinary people. Most of the women are ordinary people and have already slept with Zhang Fei. The mind is tainted and has been brainwashed. At this moment, he rushed over to save Zhang Fei regardless. There was even a woman rushing towards Xia Qing with open teeth and claws. No cure. Xia Qing also shows no mercy, and the remaining women all turn into ice sculptures. Zhao Meiling removed all the ropes on Chai Jing. Chai Jing was exhausted, starving, and Zhang Fei had been absorbing his energy for the past few days. It's disgusting to think of this Chai Jing. Xia Qing took out her clothes from the space and put them on Chai Jing. Go! Xia Qing had just brought people out of the villa, and Suyu had already rushed in with him, and now they were controlling the outside. Several superpowers escaped, several did not run away, and some were burned on the spot by Suyu. You are all soldiers, are you here to save us? Some people were excited when they saw a group of people behind Suyu wearing Longguo military uniforms. Although it is the end of the world for a long time, there is still a certain amount of trust accumulated over the years after seeing the uniforms of the Dragon Kingdom's army. Get out of the way. Some immediately dispersed the men. Base chief, there is nothing in the villa area. Most people stay here voluntarily and are not good people. The leaders are all like this. How good are the people below? Then let them fend for themselves. Yes, there must be something hateful about the poor, and now the Sunny Base has established full rules. Advocating that people follow the rule system, these outsiders do not come in and only destroy the bases they have built. Base chief, deputy base chief, this is the fruit. We found these fruits in a room in the villa. They should have just been picked today. Xia Qing looked at these fruits that looked like green apples. She took one casually, took a bite, the bitter taste, she didn't swallow it. So unpalatable. This food is the only food I have here. It doesn't taste very good. You won't feel hungry after eating one for a day. Zhao Meiling said with Chai Jingja on her back. But this thing only lasts a day. I took these things away and asked Qinghaicheng agricultural researchers to test them first. Zhao Meiling, Chai Jing, are you going to stay at Sunny Base with me, or are you staying here? Xia Qing and the others should set up a Qingtian Lancheng subbase here. After all, there are giant trees here, so they must be of research value. Although the taste of this fruit is not very good, if it is processed and improved to extract the inside, it is not impossible to make a nutrient solution. Let's go to Sunny Base with you. Duo and Tong Tong are at Sunny Base. If they had listened to Xia Qing earlier, they might not have encountered such a thing when they came to Qingtian Base. Okay. For the time being, so you will first deal with the affairs on Lancheng's side, and he will need to arrange the establishment of subbases. Xia Qing took people to the Sunny Base first. Zhao Meiling had a full-body examination with Chai Jing and settled in here. Sister Ling, Sister Chai. Duo saw the two older sisters coming back and instantly threw himself over. Duo. How about Tong Tong? Tong Tong has woken up, and we are living in an orphanage now. When you come, we can continue to live together. It's great here. There's also milk to drink, steamed buns, and rice. Duo has a happy face and is able to eat a full meal every day, and is very happy when she eats food. Under Xia Qing's arrangement, several of them were assigned to a small house. There is no furniture inside, so you need to go out and buy these things yourself. Food is free for 7 days, and children's food is subsidized. This is the value exchange table. You can also use your mobile phone to log in to the Sunny Base website to check. Sunny Base staff enthusiastically introduced. Thanks. Several people looked at the hut, which had no furniture and dust, but light. Have we settled down? It's really nice here, Dodo said with a smile. Xiao Jing, we will all be fine, you have to work hard. Zhao Meiling encouraged. Chai Jing nodded, but still felt a little resistant. I want to knock out the child in my belly, but the bad guy can't keep it. Okay, I'll accompany you. Zhao Meiling responded. Fortunately, there are doctors at the Sunny Base. However, girls in Sunny Bases are not allowed to have abortions unless it is a special case, but there are also special cases. Chai Jing is a special case, and the base is relatively humane. Now someone needs to build on this side of Lancheng. Deputy Base Director, can I apply to go to the Lancheng base? The Sultan came to Xia Qing. My home is Lancheng, I want to go back and have a look. And I am very interested in the giant tree in Lancheng. I can study the ingredients in it and make beauty products. And I also found that there is an ingredient in it that promotes healing factors in wounds. Okay, so appoint you as the Deputy Lord of Lancheng. Me? Isn't that good? Although I have also inspired superpowers, I am not very strong enough. The Sultan felt that she was not up to the task, although she had always been a strong woman, and her knowledge was never bad. But now superpower is what matters. The powers she inspires are shrinking items, so it feels like nothing's useful. For the time being, it's only possible to shrink some gadgets, and they're also time sensitive, which is about 10 minutes. No problem, I said, who can be unwilling? Let's see if the fruits from Lancheng can be extracted. You can make some nutritional supplements separately. You can tell me what you need and the equipment. There are large hospitals and research institutes over there in Lancheng. Find some when the time comes. Sultan, I have always thought you were a girl who wanted to be strong, otherwise someone from the base would chase you, and you didn't agree. Xia Qing is right, Sultan is indeed a girl who wants to be strong. I prefer doing what I love to do than men. I also want to thank you, I met you. Who gave me a strong good friend? Sultan laughs. Friends also achieve each other. For Xia Qing, when she started doing business, the Sultan also provided her with a lot of help. The base chief of Lancheng needs to find someone with strength, so let's see you think about this. This is for you, you can teleport from here to Lancheng at any time. Xia Qing specially made a separate fixed-point teleportation jade plaque for the Sultan. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. If someone arranges it for me, they will also send me a list of how much food is needed. I'll prepare it for you. The fruits and vegetables produced by Xia Qing's accelerated space are enough for the Sunny Base, Sunny Sea City, and the military base. Rice and white noodles, as well as some seasonings and daily necessities, these are all things that need to be purchased. Consumables need to be procured, and they will be able to scavenge the others themselves from the end of the world. Okay. After Xia Qing made arrangements, she posted the appointment on the official website. She felt that she would need a secretary in the apocalypse. Look for it then, look for it. Over there, so you also transferred Wang Qiang from Qinghai City, while over there, Wang Han, Wang Mi, and Cheng Jun were in charge of Qinghai City and the military base. It is also necessary to establish a group of superpowers before the team members can. Wang Qian was appointed as the city lord of Lancheng base. Base commander, I just finished my hard work in Qinghai City and recruited people from Xiong Split Country. So I was transferred to Lancheng. Wang Qian complained in a low voice. So you took out 5 cigarettes from the space, and Wang Qiang's eyes lit up when he saw them. There's no way, he can't quit smoking. So you hasn't given him cigarettes recently. He holds a chopstick in his mouth every day. There will be more in the future. Wang Qiang's eyes lit up as he listened, looking at a few cigarettes in Su Yu's hand. Brother you have to assign me some people. The people who were transferred to Lancheng before will be left to you. The guys who followed me, no. The Lancheng base is stable, and he has to take people to other cities. Okay. Suyu had no plans to set off as soon as possible, so he settled in Lanchinch first. I'm afraid it will take a while too. The villa in this central area is a nice place and needs to be re-established. Xia Qing returned to the sunny base for the time being and asked Tian Rui to help take her with her. Ian's side is busy right now. Xia Qing's little wolf is now the size of Alaska. He usually keeps him at the base, but when Xia Yang comes back, he usually plays with Xia Yang. After teasing the child and the wolf, Xia Qing and Suyu returned to their own time and space, and it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. It'll be daylight in another hour. Now Professor Zhang is already studying the second generation of physical enhancement. The effect of the first generation is actually not much different from that of the first generation. I don't know how effective this second generation is. Will you not sleep? Xia Qing watched as Suyu got up and put on a sportswear outfit. Go out for a run. Running? Suyu's figure and physique also require running to exercise. Although he doesn't understand, Xia Qing respects. At 7 o'clock in the morning, my aunt had already made her meal. Xia Qing slept for a while, and when she went downstairs, she saw Suyu in the vegetable shed in the yard. Uncle. What is your uncle's name? Dad. Early in the morning, Xia Jixiang saw his son-in-law out running and helping to turn the floor. Not bad, very strong body, it's still cold, wear a vest and go out for a run. Good health. The more Xia Jixiang looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Dad. Okay. Go and get the certificate today. Your mother has found the household registration book for you too. In the afternoon, let's go find someone to count the days. Listen to Dad for all this. Hey, good. Xia Jixiang looked at this man's tall son-in-law and smiled from ear to ear. Ahem, you went to get the certificate in the morning, and happened to go back to the village with me in the afternoon. The sweet potatoes grown in my hometown and the village were almost the same. Okay. Xia Qing, holding hot milk in her hand, looked into the yard as Suyu and Xia Jixiang spoke. Rhubarb also went around Suyu's feet, humming, as if to ask for a pet. This is the household registration book. You can go and get the certificate in the morning. Mom, are you too impatient? Of course, why don't you marry such a good son-in-law back quickly? You didn't see your aunt's expression yesterday. His sister is not a daughter? Sure enough, the mood is really different when it comes to marrying. Okay, let's go get the certificate in the morning and tidy up the villa next to us. By the way, we are of no use in the yard next to Mom. If you want to plant something, plant something. Well, actually, Mom, I have one more thing to tell you. I'm 5 months pregnant. Xia Qing decided to speak out about the matter as originally planned. Poof. What a surprise. Yang Xia looked at Xia Qing in shock and touched her flat lower abdomen in disbelief. I'm thin and not too much. I'm going to your grandma's house now to buy meat, local pork from the countryside, and my mother will cook for you at noon. Yang Xia quickly got dressed and went out to pull Xia Jixiang about to go. Xia Jixiang heard Yang Xia. Am I going to be a grandpa now? Then there will be a banquet the day after tomorrow. Wait until the full moon of the child is setting up a banquet. I am a grandpa. Xia Jixiang was so excited that he drifted away while walking and almost fell. We went to stew meat at noon, and we went to the mall to buy some clothes for our children. I still want to take my son-in-law back to the village in the afternoon. Just so everyone can see his son-in-law, that's his purpose. The son-in-law is married, and he needs a big banquet. Is my daughter really pregnant? I'm gonna be grandpa now. Xia Jixiang, who heard the news, was dumbfounded. Great! We are really blessed. Suffered a disaster, not only had a son-in-law, but also a granddaughter. How do you know it's your granddaughter? What if it's a grandson? Whatever it is, I like it. So do I want to sign up for a class? Learn how to raise children. Xia Jixiang has been looking at his mobile phone recently, and he often gets videos of this. It's almost time for me to go. Yang Xia poked the old man with her hand and laughed. She was also very happy, and was a little worried about her son-in-law, but this time she was a really nice person to see in person. Taking care of children now is different from before. Don't forget, did Qingqing take care of her often when she was a child? I will definitely take care of her children better than you. Yang Xia does remember that when Xia Qing was born, Xia Jixiang usually worked and helped with the children. Then wouldn't it be great if we signed up for a class together? Okay. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were actually very scared after being kidnapped, and they were a little scared to sleep at night. After all, this kind of thing, which maybe 100,000 people will never encounter in their lifetime, they encounter. Now that the daughter has returned with her son-in-law and knows that Qingqing is pregnant, all their uneasy thoughts are now diverted away. Here, Xia Qing and Suyu have packed up and are ready to go get their certificates. Suyu checked the preparations for receiving the certificate online. Xia Qing's hair also needs to be dyed black, and the two of them also need to wear black-colored contact lenses. The two of them successfully obtained the certificate at the Hanshin Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning. Not many people are getting married now. Their day is not a special day, so there is no need to wait, just apply directly. The two went home for another meal at noon, and Xia Qing posted a photo of herself receiving her certificate in her circle of friends, which received a lot of likes, all asking when to have a wedding. Less than 5 minutes later, Xia Qing found herself receiving a transfer of 50 million from a Swiss bank. Soon, Chu Xiu called her. "What are you doing to give me money?" "Follow the elements. Then there doesn't need to be so much, right?" Xia Qing looks at this molecule a little bit more, right? "I came out for Ogawa." Speaking of Ogawa, she almost forgot that she promised Ogawa to see his grandma. "It seems that while we are getting married in a few days, we should make a quick trip and simply book an air ticket. When will you come to Myanmar? The work here needs you." Chu Xiu's tone was somewhat sour and very unnatural. "Go in a few days. Manpower recruitment is almost done here." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Feeling Suyu's sight, Xia Qing quickly hung up the phone. Suyu's big hand had already wrapped around her waist and he pinched it gently. "Chu Xiu and I have a cooperative relationship. Didn't you say that to me in the first place?" Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, his voice was deep, with a hint of bewitching, and he felt like a sad subwoofer. "You are different, we are in-depth cooperation. Then do you want to cooperate again?" Suyu's voice is full of sex. How could this man's voice be so powerful? "No, it's time to have lunch. Aren't you and my dad going back to the village in the afternoon?" "I went to the warehouse to collect supplies in the afternoon. It was already full over there, so I had to choose furniture. The villa next to it will be our home from now on." "I can't prepare?" The strawberry mark on her body has not disappeared yet. Since Suyu had in-depth exchanges with Xia Qing and the two of them, he can stay in this time and space for a long time. Moreover, Suyu likes the day here and the sun here, because he found that Xia Qing's sunlight here allows him to boost the energy in his body. "Okay, let you go first." Suyu gently pinched Xia Qing and made her itch. Burma District, Military District Chief's Office. "Brother Xiu, did you give all your money to Sister Qing? Otherwise, it's useless for me to keep the money." "Brother Xiu, you have been looking at this photo for a long time. We can't go even if Sister Qing gets married. Our identity cannot return to China." A burst of silence spread slowly through the air. "Brother Xiu, it won't be to Sister Qing." Lu Xiaoquan's words contained a bit of hesitation and disbelief. "But, Sister Qing, she is already married." "Brother Xiu, you don't like Sister Qing, do you?" "But Sister Qing is already married." Lu Xiaochuan felt that the air pressure around him was 1 degree lower. "Marriage? So what? People like me care about those stereotypes and moral restraints?" Chu Xiu's voice was deep and with a hint of imperceptible bitterness. When Lu Xiaochuan heard this, he couldn't help but have a few black lines popping up on his forehead, and he muttered secretly in his heart. However, when his eyes touched Chu Xiu's face, which was always a bit uninhibited in daily life but seemed particularly gloomy at the moment, the memory involuntarily returned to the time Chu Xiu also looked like this when Sister Qing officially announced her love affair. In the next few days, his injury was just right and he couldn't stand the training. "Brother Xiu, I don't understand." Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. "Anyway, no matter who Sister Qing marries, it is her Sister Qing, and it will not change her status in his heart and still have an impression." "Ha, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, I am alone, so what are I afraid of?" Chu Xiu lit a cigarette, and although he was unhappy with the marriage certificate issued by the two, he didn't care either. What does he care about? Xia Qingren is still here and is about to come to Myanmar. As for someone, just pretend he doesn't exist. In the afternoon, Xia Qing first went to the warehouse to collect all the supplies into the space, and waited until evening to deliver them to the end of the world for distribution. Villa, Xia Qing contacted the previous designer directly. Just purchase furniture directly through the online app. The villa next to it is all decorated. Xia Qing directly speeds up the purchase of furniture and other items. It will be delivered one after another within 3 days. In the afternoon, Suyu drove Xia Qing's car back to his hometown and bought a lot of wedding candies and melon seeds. "Ouch, where is this handsome guy? Do you have a partner?" "This is my son-in-law. There is something going on in my house. I want my son-in-law to come over and help me." Son-in-law, the sons-in-law of the Lao Xia family are so handsome, so big and tall. "Xiao, this is Sun Erniang, I'll give you Sun Erniang's pack of wedding candies." Suyu holds a large bag in her hand, which is filled with candy. Sun Erniang took it with a smile. "That's great. This son-in-law is so handsome." At this moment, Xia Jixian was already laughing, and soon there were many people surrounding the door of their house, all of whom came out to see Suyu. The sharp-eyed Xia Jixian saw at a glance Sun Jiangguo standing behind. "Sun Jiangguo, Xiao, give you Uncle Sun's bag of candy quickly." "Uncle Sunday." Suyu's tone was calm and polite, and although he deliberately restrained his momentum, his aura still gave people a sense of calmness. Besides, the people in the village like this big tall man and see that he is capable of working. Suyu looks very okay with this figure. Sun Jiangwo frowned slightly and took the candy handed over by Suyu. Jixian, is this your son-in-law? When's it ready to come to your door? I'll give you whatever you want. Sun Jiangwo said angrily. Although everyone inside knows that Xia Jixian said this and will come to his door in the future, it is really not good looking to say this in front of his son-in-law. Isn't that so that the son-in-law won't come to Taiwan on the spot? However, Suyu didn't care at all. This month is the 28th. When Sun Jiangwo saw that Suyu didn't care at all and looked polite, he felt even more sour. No one came back from their house for a long time, and it is unknown who set up a large iron block at the door. This is the wicked one. Put this one in front of our house. Xia Jixian looked at this big iron knot and frowned. Most of the people in the village have a good relationship with Xia Jixian's house, as Xia Qing often collects food from them. Even if the accelerated vegetables in Xia Qing's space are enough, Xia Qing will still take back and buy the vegetables in the village at regular intervals. The popularity in the village is pretty good too, including paying for road construction and so on. Xia Jixian wanted to move, but it was too heavy, probably a few £100. Who put this? The people of the village looked from left to right, and everyone seemed to have something to hide. Sun Jiangwo pulled Xia Jixian aside. Do you still remember that Jikun? Hearing the name, Xia Jixian was stunned. Jikun, this is a big bully in the village, who was sentenced for wounding and maiming, and sentenced to 5 years. It was looking for a relationship again, it was a commutation of sentence, and he lost money and was released from prison for the last 3 years. The skin injury and disability are villagers in their own village. Now that Jikun has been released from prison, no one in the village dares to mess with him, and the disabled person who was beaten is so frightened that he dare not go out. This Jikun's brother-in-law heard that he was quite rich and bullied others. The key was that he was too arrogant and had a few gangsters under his command. Lately often looking for trouble in the village. Didn't you hear that Xia Jixian's family has money and he hasn't come back to live in it yet? So he often makes trouble at Xia Jixian's house and even drives this thing. I also put one in my house before, specifically to block the door. I gave it 300 yuan before taking it away. When Sun Jiangwo mentioned this man, he was very angry. The point is that calling the police is useless, and as soon as the police come, they move things away. As soon as the police left, they got it to your door. In this village, which one has better conditions has been blocked. The police went back and forth, there was nothing they could do about it, there was no way the village could coordinate, and the village secretary's house was blocked. Everyone only paid 300 to 500, so it was settled. Nowadays, most of the people living in the village are elderly people. The young people have gone to work in the city and do not want to trouble their children. Give me money, forget it, it's better to do less than to do more. Xia Jixian frowned. In the past, this scoundrel in the village would not be of much use even if he called the police. He would just trick you. Oh my god. Your son-in-law is really strong, but this weighs at least a few 100 kilograms. When Xia Jixian turned around, he saw that the large iron block had actually been moved up by Suyu and thrown into the corner. Suyu seemed to have no trouble at all and moved away easily. What several people couldn't move was taken away by Suyu. Sun Jiangwo was stunned to see it. What does your son-in-law do? So strong? Originally, Sun Jiangwo thought that Suyu was just looking good, so he didn't necessarily have any real material. Young people nowadays, holding a woman weighing less than 100 pounds and moaning, "My son-in-law is a soldier and protects his family and country," Xia Jixian said proudly. Sun Jiangwo nodded, no wonder, as if he heard the little guy say something at that time. Seeing this, Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but look with envy. It's nice to have a daughter. Don't you also have a daughter? Children. Your daughter's name is Yunyan. I still remember that little girl. She was still a child. We were working in the fields in the summer and brought you a big bucket of water. My hands were red. I feel so sorry for you, I just think that I will have such a considerate girl in the future. It didn't take long for my wife to become pregnant. When Sun Jiangwo heard this, he seemed to think of his daughter. Recently the family's land was to be divided, and he had given it all to his son if he wanted it. In saying this, Sun Jiangwo actually felt a little guilty. However, hearing others praise his children, Sun Jiangwo still spontaneously gave birth to a sense of joy. My daughter bought me a dress and shoes 2 days ago. My daughter was considerate and saw that his clothes were torn, so she silently bought them for him next time. Thinking so, his daughter bought all his clothes. Haha, I usually show off for you, but now you show off for me? Two old men laughing. Not as powerful as you, bringing your son-in-law here today is a big show. Ahem, see through it but don't tell it. When will the banquet be held? You have to take out your good wine. I want to drink enough. No problem, everyone has been a neighbor in the street for so many years. Xia Jixiang was also very happy, and he was very happy to return to the village this time. All saw his handsome son-in-law. Suyu is also a 10-part combination, satisfying the father-in-law's psychology. Enough emotional value. Ji Kun heard someone coming to him at home. Brother Kun, Xia Jixiang's house is back. Do I have to ask for a lot of money today? I heard that the daughter of the Xia family is very prosperous this year. Their family collects all the food in the village, and she also has a celebrity relative, so she must have a lot of money. Ji Kun's eyes lit up as he listened, and the big fat sheep came. Call a few brothers and drive our forklift away. Ji Kun clapped his hands, spat out the melon rinds from his mouth, and then took the men to Xia's house. Suyu comes to Xia Qing's small yard for the first time. It's been a long time since I lived here, but it was pretty tidy when I moved out. Xiao, go in and sit down, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. The furniture here was all bought by Qing, as well as this sweeping robot and dishwasher. Where are these actually used in rural areas? It's just that our daughter bought it and we were all happy. This sweeping robot is caught by cats every day. In fact, your mother sometimes doesn't understand the dishwasher. But my daughter is afraid of our hard work. We all know that my daughter has been very happy since she came back. When the child is happy, we will be happy. Xia Jixiang smiled and said that sometimes he felt distressed, but the things his daughter bought would not be sold if she felt distressed. Suyu looks at the small home where Xia Qing lived. There is King's bedroom above, so go up and take a look. Okay. There were several rooms upstairs, but Suyu found Xia Qing's room exactly. There are also photos on the table, some dusty. Xia Qing was cute when she was a child, with big round eyes. Suyu also sees a golden sparkling ring in the gap at the table. Laughing and shaking his head, Suyu often looked for jewelry for Xia Qing. I guess Xia Qing forgot this when she moved out. Suyu was looking through Xia Qing's photo here, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. At this moment, Xia Qing is ordering a large amount of things, some of which can be delivered directly to the villa. So here she is doing it herself. After all, she and Suyu will be at her home in this time and space from now on. Because Suyu followed Xia Jixiang, the child Xia Qing took care of him. She remembers that there was a robot system back then, and she wanted to get it. But now it's a big night over there in the last days, and it can only be left until night. That little robot, it can charge itself, look after the house, shield the signal, it has a dedicated frequency. Xia Qing wrote it down and will get it over later. Xia Jixiang here actually doesn't have much to see in his hometown, and he almost distributes wedding candies at the door. Then he and Suyu prepare to drive back. Brother Kun, the iron bucket we put was brought to the corner over there. I looked at the door of Xia's house and there were no obstacles. What to do? Could it be that they're spending money to find someone? This thing is sinkable. I heard that the Xia family also has a forklift. Recently, the Xia family contracted out all the land of some people, and then paid wages directly and hired people to farm the land. The latest batch of rice planted has no sales for the people in the village. The Xia family directly paid for it, which is considered a contracting risk. Many people are willing to do this. Ji Kun walked directly towards Xia Jixiang. Ouch, Lao Xia hasn't seen each other for several years. Has this made her younger? I put this iron bucket in place, and now it has scratched. What do you think we should do? Xia Jixiang frowned. This Ji Kun is a shrewd scoundrel, and most people in a village don't want to see him. What to do? You put the bucket on our doorstep, blocking our way. If it had been in the past, Xia Jixiang might have chosen to do more than less and just give him money. After all, the family is full of some of the most ordinary people who have never seen the world. Xia Jixiang is different now. Lao Xia, you broke this bucket. If you don't lose money, your family won't be able to live in peace in the future. Tomorrow, I'll steal your food and throw a mouse. Anyway, all kinds of trivial things are hard to guard against. Especially since there is no one living here in Xia Jixiang's house. People will come over every day to cause trouble and the house will be ruined. Even if you know who did it, it will not be easy to care. Not afraid of you fighting, but afraid of you playing rogue. Xia Jixiang frowned, feeling a little irritated at the thought of such a thing. For a moment I didn't know what to do. How much do you want? Xia Jixiang asked, trying. Who doesn't know that you live in a big villa now and that your daughter is still a famous writer? That's just 10,000 yuan. Xia Jixiang frowned. He had just heard from Sun Jiangguo that this guy would cost hundreds of dollars to others, but it would be 10,000 yuan to him. It's taking him for a ride. How about it, Lao Xia, this is just a drizzle for you. There are so many cars in your house, and any one of them costs tens of thousands. Otherwise, if the car keys are given to me, I will help you drive them. Ji Kun looks like a hooligan. Suyu heard what was going on outside and immediately came out. When Ji Kun saw Suyu, he also heard others say when he came over that he was the son-in-law of the Xia family. Just now, Suyu heard it. This is Lao Xia's son-in-law. Look, if you pay your father-in-law, it will only be 10,000 yuan. It's nothing compared to you. No money. Suyu frowned. Suyu was telling the truth, but Jia Kun felt that what Suyu was telling was false. Stop pretending, you still can't get 10,000 yuan? Who doesn't know how rich your family is now? Buying a car or a house. Don't forget who I am, Jia Kun. Don't make it easy for your family if you don't give me money. Jia Kun stepped forward, but he was a fat man who was 1.7 meters tall. Standing up with Suyu was like an earthen pile. Jia Kun's younger brothers also gathered around. Suyu frowned slightly and twisted Jia Kun's arm directly with one hand. Ouch, pain. Roll. Suyu's eyes were slightly cold, and the air pressure instantly increased, making Jia Kun sweat all over his body in pain. The two younger brothers, looking at Suyu's appearance, didn't know why, and were afraid to look directly at him. Don't dare to do anything at all. Soon Jia Kun drags his wounded arm away, and of course Suyuna will simply let him go and let him come to trouble again in the future. A small bone was removed from his arm by Suyu Yang's skill. As long as you use force, it will hurt unbearably, but I went to the hospital for a checkup and nothing happened. Seeing his son-in-law so powerful, Xia Jixiang couldn't help but look forward to it. Not a show, real kung fu. Protect Qing Qing no problem. When Xia Qing returned home at night, she saw Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia chatting happily around Suyu. Even rhubarb rubs against Suyu's leg. Qing Qing, why did you come back? Sit down and eat quickly. You can only eat so much meat today, and pregnancy can't be too replenishing. Yang Xia took a special lesson today and is preparing to recruit a nutrition aunt. Xiao, come and eat. Xia Qing saw how Suyu's relationship with her dad became better than with her. Dad, our wedding day is scheduled for the 28th. Are we going to have a banquet in the village or a hotel? Book a hotel. Okay, then I will book a movie city. Film and television city? Yang Xia was surprised. Who got married in the film and television city? Yes, it's Sunny Film and Television City, which has a main hall. Don't worry about this, just wear ancient costumes when the time comes. Although Sunny Day Film and Television City has officially opened, it also has celebrity promotions. There were also crews shooting here, but the flow of people was still not enough. The film and television city she built was very large, and an artificial lake was to be built later. Now there is not enough traffic to expand it. So Xia Qing plans to get married in Sunny Day Film and Television City and have an ancient wedding. It's also a new form. Then don't be too tired, after all, you are pregnant with a child. Ahem. It's okay, if someone goes to handle it, I'll go out. Suyu, who was on the side, caught a piece of meat and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Pregnant women, eat more. Xia Qing secretly pinched Suyu's waist with her hand, and it felt good, so she touched another handful. I'm wrong. Suyu couldn't stand it and surrendered first. Yang Xia looked at the sweetness of the two of them, and smiled from ear to ear. I will print the invitation tomorrow. All 7 aunts and 8 aunts have to be called. Xia Jixiang smiled and said that everyone in the village should come over. They've been at home for so many years, they're so proud. Now when it comes to mentioning it, it will only praise his daughter. Xia Qing has already contacted Wang Menu. Director Xia, I will go to Myanmar with you immediately for development. The person in charge here has not yet been determined. Xia Qing remembers that Wang Menu said this, but she was too busy, and it dragged on for a long time without having time to meet. Then I'll book a restaurant at noon tomorrow, let me see you. Okay, I just want to discuss your wedding requirements at Sunny Film and Television City. Okay. Hang up. Xia Qing received information about 2 candidates, Wu Shui and Gao Yu. Here, Wang Menu called again to inform the two that it was certain that they would eat tomorrow. She also informed Wang Shang of Sunny Film and Television City that he would be arriving tomorrow. After all, Xia Dong was going to hold a wedding at Sunny Film and Television City, so Xiaoan was naturally going. Wang Menu arranged everything. In the evening, Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were watching TV downstairs, and Mrs. Xia went back to the room to watch a small TV. Yang Xia specifically told the nanny that she usually takes good care of the old lady, but she should appear in front of them as little as possible. A TV set was deliberately installed in the old lady's house. After the two enter the room, they change their clothes and go to the end of the world. The supplies collected today also need to be distributed. The two go to the base first to see Xia Yang and Xiao Lang. Put Lanchin's side in order first, and so you will continue to the next place with people. He'll be back after settling in. After all, he has now appeared in Xia Qing's time and space on the surface, and he cannot just leave. I'll go see some people at noon tomorrow. You're busy here first. I'll give you cover tomorrow morning and say you're out early in the morning. Okay. So the two men split up, and Suyu took Xia Yang over to Lanchinj. Xia Qing then went to Qinghai City with Susu in her arms. On the Harumi Castle side of the teleportation base, a special fence was also built. The aperture appears, but it is much brighter than before. Every time the aperture was brighter, they knew it was the deputy base commander who was coming. Deputy base chief. At first sight, it was Xia Qing, and the man instantly became nervous. Well, take me to the institute. Good, good. This little boy also meets Xia Qing for the first time, and usually only sees her on the official website. I just saw the deputy base chief on my first day at work today. This real person is more beautiful and powerful than the internet, and his age is probably only 18 years old, right? Looks not much bigger than him. The deputy base chief should be holding the little princess in his arms. Sure enough, as rumored, her pupils are gold and blue. Harumi Castle has been fenced, and the overall architectural style is more like Krypton gold punk. These buildings added metal to the original buildings, which were all houses built of metal. This is more resistant to danger in the apocalypse, and is similar to the style in which the Sunny base was built. Except that the buildings here in Harumi Castle are a bit taller, because places on this side are limited. It is still under construction here, and some special power building ones have also been added to help build it quickly. It is close to the beach and sea, so there is no shortage of water, which is much more convenient. However, even if there is no shortage of water, it cannot be wasted. Any resource in the last days is very precious. After a while, Wang Han rushed over. Sister Qing, that's little Crispy. Wang Mi said excitedly when he saw the child Xia Qing was holding. Wang Mi hugged Xiao Susu's cute love. I put the supplies for you in the warehouse these days. Their warehouse here is a cold storage room, which is specially designed to allow ice-based superpowers to add ice every day, plus a generator, until it takes longer than the Sunny base storage. Mainly due to the weather on this side of Harumi Castle is hot all year round. Okay. We took down that place in Xianglai Kingdom, and now many people have joined us in Qinghai City. Wang Han said. People who live in a country are generally tall and powerful, and they are good at doing hard work. Okay, go and do your work. I'll do it with Wang Mi by my side. Xia Qing said with a smile. What's the matter with the deputy base chief? You're looking for me. Wang Han was also busy and did not occupy an area, and all aspects of the construction of the base needed to be arranged. Not only that but also strengthening itself. Okay. Wang Mi couldn't help but sigh as he saw his brother leaving in a hurry. There have been too many things going on in Qinghai City recently. Although the people in Xiong's country have been conquered by us, the languages of the two countries do not understand each other, and sometimes conflicts arise. Wang Mi's eyes lit up as if something was on his mind. Sister Qing, I heard that we have established a new base in Lanchinch. I also want to go over and have a look. I heard that it is quite strange to have giant trees over there, and zombies do not take the initiative to attack people. There must be a lot of supplies over there in Nayland City. The Lanchinch side has not been cleared, it is another big city, and there must be a lot of supplies. If you want to go, tell your brother. The Sultan is also over there, and she is now the deputy city lord over there. Wow, Sister Sudan is also the deputy city lord. Now on this side of Qinghai City, his brother Wang Han is the city lord and Xian is the deputy city lord. Your strength needs to be improved. If you exercise hard, you can do the same. That's great. I want to be a strong woman, too. The two of them chat for a while and arrive at the Scientific Research Institute in Harumi Castle, where half of the people are from the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. Now there are also trainees on this side. After all, knowledge cannot be broken. Deputy Base Chief. The middle-aged man with glasses in front of him is the head of scientific research at Harumi Castle. Deputy Base Chief. Deputy Base Chief. Mubo also follows with a smile, and now he and his daughter-in-law Sun Jin have temporarily moved to work in Songhaesong. Mubo, I remember you mentioned that there are domestic robots? Any more now? Yes, but it hasn't been assembled yet. Deputy Base Chief, we also have military AI intelligent robots that are more complete. The head of the institute said quickly. He had heard that Mubo had a good relationship with the deputy base chief, but he didn't expect to actually get to know each other. He was also afraid that Mubo would threaten his position if this continued. After all, with just one word from the deputy base chief in front of him, Mubo can instantly become the head of a full-fledged research institute. Military? Xia Qing thought for a moment. This is for her home to use for the time being, it doesn't need to be so high-tech. Just for home use. Okay, it takes a little time to assemble, I'll be able to install it in the afternoon. Okay, then I'll come over and get it tonight. Mubo nodded quickly, but fortunately he had collected all their Jimai technology warehouses before, otherwise it would really take a certain amount of time to take them out all at once. Has the water in Harumi Castle been researched recently? We extracted live molecules from the water in the beach sea, and now we have extracted vaccines that basically fight zombies. Now in the preparation stage, the experiment can be carried out immediately. The middle-aged man immediately explained that this was their major, and Mubo didn't quite understand it. Okay, I'll celebrate you with a vaccine. The middle-aged man was also agitated when he heard it. The one who celebrates gets a lot of supplies. There is no garment factory in Harumi Castle. The clothes and shoes are all wet and you need to go to the city to find them yourself. In the end times, salt and various seasonings are the most important. After finishing this one, Susu also fell asleep, and Xia Qing put her directly into the space. The seaside of Harumi Castle is controlled here. There is only 2 hours of water collection time every day, and no one is allowed to go to the beach or sea during the rest of the time, because just such a creature in the sea, it hasn't recovered yet. Xiang Liguo used too much here in the first place. He chatted with Wang Ni for a few words and gave her a teleportation card that was teleported to Lanchange at a fixed point. She's leaving. Now the space is upgraded, making this is not difficult for her, nor does it consume energy. She teleports to the military base again, and this time she comes with the wolf cub. It's here that the little one was born. This side is full of deserts, and this side of the military base is a small subbase, and the main thing is to take charge of the military warehouses here, as well as a large military overhaul repair here, and a small production plant. So somebody has to be on this side. The people here are all underground soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and the average person rarely comes here. See teleportation vortex light. The deputy base chief is here. Only when the deputy base commander came, it was when they were most excited. But when he came this time, Xia Qing had a wolf with purple pupils next to her. Deputy base chief. Everyone looks at the website. Now there are not many online entertainment activities, only the Sunny website. There are all kinds of things that happen every day. The wolf next to Xia Qing can also be regarded as an internet celebrity. Everyone has seen it online. The little wolf was very happy when he saw the sand in the desert, and got into the sand. The little wolf doesn't have to worry about it, as long as he doesn't provoke it, it won't hurt anyone. Xia Qing admonished. Yes. Xia Qing went straight to the warehouse and put a lot of vegetables, fruits, rice and other food in the warehouse. Deputy base commander, the lightsaber you brought back last time has been made by us. The person in charge of the military base today is none other than Lu Ting, and now that he is here, he just plays to his strengths. Brothers are free here, guarding the military equipment here. From time to time, if Suyu scavenges military equipment from elsewhere, he will also be transported here. Lu Ting's disobedience from the beginning to his present submission. Life is really much better now than being in an underground base. When life is no longer so difficult and painful, they have no desire to fight. Isn't the purpose of the fight just to be able to live a better life for yourself? That's great. It's best to mass produce it and put it in the Points Mall. Lu Ting sent someone to take a finished product and give it to Xia Qing. This thing has crystal beads energy supply for zombies, and mutant animal crystal beads can supply energy. The effect is a little worse than in the future world, but it is still good. It's usually like a small iron rod. When you press the button in the middle, it becomes a light rod. The back of the iron rod can be opened, and inside is where the crystal beads are stored, which is equivalent to a battery. Very good. Deputy Base Chief. Ha! Xia Qing saw that Lu Ting seemed to have something to say. Lu Ting, just say what you have to say. Well, I wanted to train a bunch of mutated animals, and I found that there were several mutated animals in the desert that didn't become bloodthirsty. But I need to look again. Lu Ting's eyes are on the little wolf. Do you want to observe the wolf? Yes. The little wolf is not very close to others, except me. Are you sure you want to observe? Okay. I promise I won't hurt the little wolf. Xia Qing looked at Lu Ting. This guy had gotten into a fight with her some time ago, and he would look at her with a begging look on his face. The contrast is really large. Deputy Base Chief, I really found that although the genes of some mutated animals here have been changed, they are not bloodthirsty. People can't look like each other. This Lu Ting appearance doesn't look like the kind of person who likes small animals. I have had military dogs before, so I think some mutated animals will become friends with us humans. Isn't the little wolf the best example? The Deputy Base Chief, I beg you. Ahem, okay, I'll keep the little wolf with you for a while. After a while, you take a small car, which is full of food eaten by the wolf cubs. Okay. Xia Qing helped me. Lu Ting seemed to have completely let go after joining the Qingtian base. He was not afraid that he would be hostile to you and fight. Afraid of his begging look. Lu Ting's eyes flashed strangely, but he didn't expect that this trick was quite effective. It seemed that their deputy base commander was a soft-hearted person rather than a hard-hearted person. Xia Qing gave another admonition, then went to talk to Xiao Lang and touched its hairy head. I come over to see you every day. The temperature here is a bit hot. Xia Qing simply condenses an igloo directly here. Hot, you sleep here. Ouch. The little wolf licked Xia Qing's palm, and she could see that the little guy was very excited. When Xia Qing leaves, several men are stunned and look at this igloo. Our deputy base director condensed this igloo, which didn't melt at all, and it was very cool. Yeah, I feel very cool standing next to it. Our place is a desert, and the weather is dry. Can we apply for an igloo? Marines? Lu Ting also looks at the igloo with envy. But it's really strange. We also have ice-type superpowers. The ice cubes he puts melt into water in a few minutes under the sun. Our deputy base has been in this igloo for a few hours, right? Not a single sign of melting. Amazing. When we have something to gain, we can give it to the deputy base chief to see if we can exchange it for an igloo. Xia Qing did not expect that one of her unintentional actions would make the military base feel like a chicken blood blow during this period. Although there is electricity in the military base, it cannot be guaranteed to be turned on 24 hours a day. After all, it supplies large equipment, so the air conditioner is turned on for a limited time every day. Especially since it's hot, they go out on a mission. I can't exchange it for an igloo, I can exchange it for an ice cube. It won't melt. It's so comfortable to hold it in your arms and feel cool. Mobile air conditioning. Strong application. Lu Ting looked at his soldiers with a supplicant look on his face. Posted on the post bar, the deputy base chief can see it. Lu Ting just finished begging and didn't want to beg anymore. Xia Qing's side had just arrived at Qinghai City, and Mubo took out all his things. Deputy base director, this new housework robot developed by our giant rice. Not bad, not bad. Sweeping and mopping the floor, you can clean with one click as long as you enter the command. Not only that, he was also able to cook, chat, and accompany. The appearance of the robot is similar to that of a human, but its body shape is a bit fat, like she saw a movie, Dabai in Wall-E. Chubby-bodied, made of soft silicone. Mubo told Xia Qing all the specific operations. He has an autonomous learning system. Charging solar cells, he will charge himself every day at noon when the sun is at its fullest. What to do on a cloudy day? On cloudy days, rest and upgrade yourself to reserve knowledge. Xia Qing nodded. There is nothing wrong, the robot also needs to rest. Xia Qing took these robots. Deputy Base Chief, this is the latest upgraded shielding instrument you want. Not only that, but if someone spies on you, a warning will come out. Xia Qing looked at a ring-sized instrument. This one is pretty good, you can take it with you at any time. Turn left to turn on, turn right to turn off. After all, after the shielding instrument is turned on, she herself won't be able to contact the outside world. Okay. Xia Qing put away these things, then left, and by the way took another box of physical enhancement. It was 5 in the morning when I returned to my own time and space. She didn't get up and go downstairs until 8 o'clock. Where is Xiao Yu? Call him to breakfast. Xiao has something to do. He went out first and probably won't be able to come back until evening. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia nodded without asking too much. Two people are already married, they won't be too involved as parents, and keeping a good distance is the best. A lot of things were delivered to you early in the morning, and everyone in the security team just helped you put them back together. Okay. Basically Xia Qing doesn't worry. However, Xia Qing put on her clothes and went over to take a look. The furniture had already been delivered. Curtains, these are all made to order and delivered very quickly. Xia Qing took the robot out. Hello, my Haru master. Xia Qing set it up. This is its new home, where it will work in the future. Dabai's eyes were instantly scanned, and the entire villa's scanned image was displayed. Not bad. Directly a three-dimensional picture. The air quality is medium, the furniture testing environmental protection level is C level, and the decoration environmental protection level is B level. The furniture cost her hundreds of thousands, and it was only grade C? Soon, the robot goes to work, complaining while working. Average quality of inspection everywhere? But when encountering green basket, the robot finally gives an advanced rating, protecting the plant. Because the plants over there are missing in the last days, they are more precious. Xia Qing is thinking about this setting, or should she change it? Looking at the ordinary furniture everywhere, Xia Qing is wondering if she should go to Suyu's time and space to get some furniture. All morning, Xia Qing is at the villa, working on her new house. The painting was taken from the end of the world, or was it painted by the famous painter there? I can't understand it, but it looks good. Art just can't understand. All kinds of cups, curtains, machinery, including the latest purifiers. The TV shows her Sunny Skytech invented flying machine. Lu Zhanshan is also giving explanations in front of the TV. It will definitely develop into an individual aircraft in the future, etc. Xia Qing had almost time to watch it, so she quickly changed into Xiao Xianfeng's outfit and went to the hotel. At this moment, Golden Lion Hotel, Hanchinj. Wu Shui and Gao Yu both wore very formal clothes. Your resumes are not much different, they all have good abilities, and each has its own strengths. As for deciding who of you will take over my class, it depends on Director Xia. Don't be too nervous. Director Xia is easy to get along with. This can also be regarded as a test for two people, so Wang Menu did not say much. Wang Shang is now the head of Qingtian Film and Television City, and has only seen Xia Qing in photos, including videos online. All here are waiting at the hotel. Wang Menu has already ordered the food, but he has served a few cold dishes first. Sorry, I came late and just moved to a new home to pack my things. From Xia Dong, we just arrived back and forth. Wang Sheng looked at Xia Qing, and although he knew that the other party was the big boss and should not look directly at him, he still couldn't help but take a few more looks. Xia Qing's hair color, including her temperament, has undergone earth-shaking changes. She has money to support others, not to mention that Xia Qing now, supported by the wealth of another world, is simply the richest person in the two worlds. This is Wang Shang, the person in charge of Qingtian Film and Television City. This is Wu Shui, Gao Yu. Wang Menu introduced. Hello, Dong Xia. Gao Yu dressed up specially today. On the other hand, Wu Shui knew that her big boss was a woman and specially put on light makeup. Xiaoan silently stood aside and arranged the drink-scented tea. She knows that Xia Qing generally does not drink alcohol. Full moon, wait until the 28th of this month to get married before going to Myanmar. Arrangements have been made there. Okay. After I get married, come with me. Wang Menya nodded, which also shows that director Xia attaches great importance to them. How is the film and television city doing recently? Xia Qing looked at Wang Shang, who felt the pressure instantly. Wang Shang is also a young man. Basically, Wang Menu is recruiting young people with ideals. Not afraid of inexperience, but afraid of bad character. Wang Menu did a really good job in this. There is more passenger flow during holidays in the film and television city. In addition, some celebrities help promote it, which has a certain effect, but it has less influence than Hongdian Film and Television City. Xia Qing nodded. Hongdian Film and Television City is an old film and television city, and it is already a business model. As soon as Hanchinj was established, it attracted some surrounding small cities. Other facilities are weaker. Full moon, didn't we build hotels around the movie city before? To make it a fully technological hotel, I will provide you with information here. Well, Gao Yu, Wu Shui, you two are responsible for giving me the plan. Okay, no problem. In an instant, both Gao Yu and Wu Shui understood that this was a test for them. Xia Qing also knew that if she wanted a film and television city to be fully commercialized, she had to keep up with the supporting facilities. Invest when you have more money, and don't be afraid of failure. What she wants is a complete system that will have enough industry to support it when the epidemic breaks out in the future. Anyway, she's going to make a world of peace for herself and her family. Only if this world is safe, if they are safe in the country, can their own families be safe. The meal was still very harmonious, it was all young people and there were not so many rules. Although Xia Qing doesn't have any heirs, she still feels heavy in the minds of others. In particular, Xia Qing's aura is powerful. This may be because she is also the base chief in the last days and has the power of life and death. She tried her best to control herself in her own time and space. After all, she was in two different time and space, and she had to be treated with different rules. Xia Qing glanced at the time, and her afternoon flight was to see Lu Xiaoquan's grandmother, hoping to return in one day. After Xia Qing left, our Xia Dong is really easy to get along with. I originally thought I was going to drink today, so I prepared sobering pills. Although easy to get along with, they were so powerful that they didn't dare to underestimate the young chairman. Being young doesn't mean you don't have the strength. Our Xia Dong usually doesn't drink much. Wang Shang, you have to take care of director Xia's wedding. This time, several celebrities from Sunny Entertainment Company will be present. This is also for our film and television city to promote, don't make mistakes. Wang Menu said seriously, if this matter is done, they will get up. After all, their film and television city is not bad either, and although there is support, what is missing is a big exposure. The various architectural styles can be said to be very distinctive. She felt that the person Xia Dong was looking for in this design style was a very talented and imaginative person. Only then can you combine your ideas with ancient styles, such creative, simple and innovative architecture. What Wang Menu didn't know was that this was a building from another time and space. I understand, I'll go back and make arrangements now. Wang Shangyi naturally attaches great importance to Xia Qing's wedding, although it puts more pressure on him. It was an opportunity to promote them well, everything had to be arranged, and Wang Shang was already nervous from this moment on. Moreover, he is now the head of Sunny Cinema, and if something goes wrong, I'm afraid he, the general manager, will be resigned as well. Xia Qing's investments are 100%, so she has absolute voice. Lin Nuan already knew the news here, and couldn't help but post congratulatory words online, and at Fried Chili. Fried Chili is also Xia Qing's pen name. People from Sunny Entertainment Company also forwarded it as soon as they saw that their boss was getting married. And congratulations to your boss. Congratulations, boss. Sunny Entertainment's top star Xiao Xian is now an A-list star. The powerful entertainment companies in the circle now want to steal Xiao Xian. Even if they pay liquidated damages, Xiao Xian doesn't agree. At Sunny Entertainment, he also has a fair amount of freedom. And the rights to the series he did were still in the hands of their boss. Recently, the boss has come up with 2 new projects, allowing Xiao Xian to collaborate with top female stars in the industry. Here too, Lin Nuan is about to make a new drama. Tian Zixi and Wang Chen are also artists from Qingtian Company and have developed very well, and now they are also in the second class. Now to be able to be signed by their company, that's really lucky. A lot of people want to be signed. Tian Zixi has not encountered any mess here, and the role is based on strength. Their manager, Kang Ri, also has a rising status. Now she is full-time with Xiao Xian, and the company now has a dedicated brokerage department. Lin Nuan and Xiao Xian are both separate agents. Zhang Nan, the general manager of Sunny Entertainment, Zhang Yiwen, the famous director, and now the latest directors have sent their blessings. Yang Cheng looked at the congratulatory message and felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know that Xia Qing, that brave girl, would have that man worthy of her. He hesitated and forwarded it. And some people that Xia Qing knew last time she followed her to Thailand. Kim He, congratulations to my savior. Bai Jing and Shen Linzhou also sent their blessings one after another. The last time, I was very impressed by Xia Qing. A girl even saved the vicious mercenaries. Liu, who once bought Xia Qing's lyrics, also posted a message of congratulations. The follow-up Liu also participated in the theme songs of many TV series of Sunny Entertainment. Zhou Shen, general manager of Qingtian Biological Company, artificial bones have recently become very famous in the medical community. Sunny Biotechnology has benefited many people with disabilities. Of course, this price has not yet been set, but it has already cooperated with the Medical Research Institute. There is a high probability that it will be included in national health insurance in the future. Lu Zhanchen of Xinrui Technology Company, the latest developed flight backpack, individual flight backpack, has been applied to firefighters on a small scale and other functions. Even this Spring Festival Gala program showed the unique charm of a flying backpack. The general manager of Sunny Day Cosmetics also posted a message to congratulate him, and in the repost, 100 people were selected to give away the new whitening nutritional cream with the most traditional Chinese medicine. Editor Kamau took advantage of the popularity and quickly sent congratulatory messages, and also increased the promotion of a wave of fried chili books. Editor Ruan looked at the news. No wonder he hasn't released a new book recently. He's getting married. What if she doesn't even dare to rush for new books? This is her VIP writer. Yang Mei's Sunny Day medicinal tea shop is very popular, and it even became a hit on Douyin before, and she is known as the most motivated aunt. Even though women in their 50s lie by themselves. Now also send a message to wish your niece a happy wedding. Gu Fangzhou, a star doctor at Hong Kong City Hospital, watched the news and remained silent. Hong Kong City socialites He Sisi and Zhang Menjiao all blessed her. Ling Feng, the president of Ling's Jewelry, also sent a congratulatory message. You must know that Lingxi Jewelry released new jewelry years ago, especially the material is rare new natural ignimbrite. Natural warm material, even besides the test report, with help to the body. It can be said that this jewel is now extremely expensive. As for why it helps the body, it was actually Xia Qing who soaked the igneous rock in the physique enhancer. That's why it has such an effect. She all supplied Ling Feng with a lot of such goods. Because of the new products that came out of Ling's company, the stock price soared, and everyone in China knew about this brand, and even foreigners wanted to buy it. It's really good for your health to bring this. After the rich family spends a lot of money to buy it for their sick children. Almost no more illnesses. The kid here, Chu Ran, knows that Xia Qing is getting married and will send someone to pick her up and Xia Li back to her wedding in a few days. Chu Ran frowned, and he always thought that his uncle could marry Sister Qing home. So he has his aunt, and his aunt is also his mother. Xia Li has been studying at the academy, and he has always been in good physical condition, learning quickly. I have mobile phone contact with Churan every day. I will like whoever Sister Qing likes. Chu Ran, what's wrong with you? Are you a little unhappy? Chu Ran didn't speak, just a little uncomfortable. If Sister Qing is with her uncle, then they are a family. Then she can be a family with Sister Qing. He likes Xia Qing, her tenderness, Uncle Xia, and Aunt Yang. He liked that home. Want a home, too. Uncle, you are so stupid, you can't even chase your aunt. Chu Ran sent a message to Chu Xiu and was never in a good mood. On the other side, Chu Xiu naturally received the news as well. Brat. Chu Xiu looked at WeChat and Chu Ran actually deleted his WeChat. Speechless. He's also very uncomfortable. He can't go to China either. That was his choice, and he had too much behind his back. He needs to be responsible for a group of people who voluntarily renounce their nationality. They are uprooted and may not be able to return to see their families or contact them. These people, he needs to be in charge. Chu Xiu has too many shoulders. This hot search on the internet here remains high. The most curious thing is, which boss is Xia Qing's newlywed husband? Who said that our Lin Nuan brought money to join the group? My Nuan is capital. Is Lin Nuan's cousin so awesome? Congratulations to so many industry leaders? Someone else asked, who is Xia Qing? Sunny Film and Television City. These few hot searches have always been in front, and it is said that this wedding was held at Sunny Day Film and Television City, where several celebrities were invited and might all go. In order to squat down on their idols, those people have already purchased tickets for Sunny Cinema in advance. What if the price increases later? Wang Shang watched the video and Weibo was full of news about their Sunny Day Film and Television City. Suddenly I felt a little stressed about this wedding. Mr. Wang, we have sold 3,000 tickets on the 28th of this month. Ticket purchases are temporarily suspended and become pre-sales. Summon all employees for pre-job training. We all have to prepare in advance and we can't make any mistakes this time. Wang Shang suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Mr. Wang, the county leaders said that an emergency meeting will be held today to invite Handen's tourism industry to participate, focusing on inviting you. I know. Because not only this time it is driving the film and television city, but also the economy of Handan City. Therefore, the county leaders are also under a lot of pressure. Nowadays, many tickets to Handan City are pre-purchased in advance. Now there must also be publicity and hygiene, including safety, should be taken care of here in Handan. I didn't expect that our Handan City, a city that has been waiting for you for 3,000 years, is going to explode. The whole city is cleaned, and kept hygienic. All streets and communities are suspended from vacation. We must seize our opportunity this time. We must promote the economic development of our Handan City. The county leadership took this matter very seriously. I didn't expect that one of Xia Qing's weddings would make them a hot search topic in Handan. Xia Qing gets on the plane and sets the flight mode on her phone. Naturally, I don't know. Lin Nuan congratulated the release of the news, triggering a series of reactions. She had money at the beginning, so she didn't plan to let it go and make all kinds of investments directly. Because at that time, she was afraid that if the space was closed that day, she wouldn't be able to sit back and eat the sky. Therefore, all kinds of investments in all walks of life were considered a small gain now. She will do more in the future, and her goal is not just China. It's this world. She doesn't have enough capital now. However, she wants to earn money now in order to plan for the future. China has a large population base, difficult treatment and tight medical resources. If there really is an outbreak in the future, it will still be the kind that is very deadly. She must be prepared, at least to strengthen her physique, and to be available in due course. She also needs to have sufficient capital support now. Like, it's an artificial skeleton, just a little cake. Zhou Shen has had several accidents in China. It made it impossible for him to go abroad at all. Xia Qing arrived at a small county town in Mobei City according to the address given by Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaoquan's home is in this small county. I heard him say that there is a grandma at home. His parents went out to work in the early years, and his grandma raised him when he was a child. He later enlisted in the army and was selected to join the special mission because of his outstanding performance. Here, Xia Qing went directly to the bank to exchange 100,000 yuan in cash and bought many precious nutritional supplements. Lu Xiaoquan's grandmother should be in her 60s, after all, he's only a teenager now. Running a small wonton shop, Xia Qing takes a photo of Lu Xiaochuan. Hello, let me ask, is Grandma Lu at home? A middle-aged woman from a pancake and fruit vendor next to her looks at Xia Qing with a questionable face. Who are you? I am a friend of Grandma Lu's grandson. His grandson asked me to come and see Grandma Lu. Ogawa? Didn't he join the army? I haven't been back for 2 years. I heard it's because I died? No, he's on a special mission. His grandma is sick and is now in the first hospital of Angxian County. If you want to see her, go there and look for her. Okay, thank you. Hey, Grandma Lu has worked hard all her life. Her grandson is not here, her son and daughter-in-law are still unfilial, and no one cares about her when she is old and sick. Grandma Lu is sick. Yes, if there were no government pensions in charge now, Grandma Lu would have been angry long ago. Ogawa is a filial person, but unfortunately he has been a soldier for so long and there is no news. Grandma Lu's son came back last year. He has a little wife and a little son. He asks for money from the old lady every day. Let me tell you, Grandma Lu's illness made him angry with that evil wife. Hey. Xia Qing frowned slightly as she made contact with Lu Xiaochuan and rarely heard him say about his parents. Little wife, probably because her parents divorced? I went to the hospital to see Grandma Lu. Xia Qing's mood is a little heavy. Lu Xiaochuan is on a mission abroad, but the situation at home becomes like this. She has also heard veiledly before that those behind their voluntary withdrawal from nationality cannot return to the country. What supports them is their faith, but although the family is protected to a certain extent, who can know that Lu Xiaoquan's father is such a person? Xia Qing took a taxi to the number 1 hospital in County, found the inpatient department, and after asking one by one, she found the floor where Grandma Lu was hospitalized. Cardiovascular floor. Grandma Lu's son is too different, and he is thinking about the old lady's money. Yes, if this Grandma Lu hadn't taken special care of her, her son would probably not have been treated. I heard that Grandma Lu's grandson was a soldier and had first-class meritorious service, so his grandma received preferential treatment. You didn't see it. The food delivered by the daughter-in-law was all leftovers, so I searched them all. Hey! Xia Qing passes by the nurse's desk and hears several young nurses sighing, and they have seen many of them in the hospital in all kinds of favors. Outside ward. Mom, I am your biological son. Now that Fi Fei is going to elementary school, can't you sponsor us to buy a house in a school district? Fi Fei is also your biological grandson. I'm waiting for Ogawa to come back. There was a gray-haired old lady lying down, and her face became very vicissitudes of life. Ogawa died in the line of duty and could not come back. Man frowned. Because he died in the line of duty, he learned that his son was a first-class meritorious service, gave him 300,000, and moved back last year. If it weren't for Ogawa, could your youngest son go to a key elementary school? Now you don't even spare his pension. I'm his father. Who won't he give me the money he left behind? Fi Fei is also your grandson, Mom. How can you favor one over the other? I only have one grandson, and that is Ogawa. The old lady was so angry that her hands were shaking a little. Old woman, do you think we are willing to come back to see you? Then let's just spend it like this. After you die, we will inherit the property. A sharp female voice said in the ward. How did you talk to your mother? Man frowns. What did you say in the first place? Your mother is rich and asked us to come back. I quit my job here and they're just to go to a key primary school for my children. My children will go to school next year and there will be no houses. The house at home, in the name of the old lady, is only 40 square meters, dirty and broken. Xia Qing stands at the door of the ward, although he has also seen many dark things. However, in this space-time relative to peace, Xia Qing saw very little. Lu Xiaochuan can no longer come back. The woman said deliberately in front of Mrs. Lu, trying to make her angry. Who said Lu Xiaochuan can't come back? Xia Qing walked directly into the door, but she temporarily put away 100,000 yuan in cash. With such a family here, if Xia Qing gives them money directly, I'm afraid it will make them worse. Who are you? Xia Qing looks at a man and a woman standing in the ward. The man is dressed casually and has a pretty good body shape management, while the woman is in her 30s and wears a hip skirt. I am Lu Xiaoquan's friend. Hello Grandma Lu. Ogawa, is Ogawa still there? Yes, he is here, but he can't come back from abroad now. Xia Qing called Lu Xiaochuan directly by video phone. When Lu Xiaochuan saw his grandma, he couldn't hold her back and her eyes were red. Xia Qing asks Grandma Lu to hold her cell phone, while she stands in front of the man and woman. I advise you two not to appear in front of Grandma Lu. If Grandma Lu is in any physical condition, don't think about it. You, who are you? The man saw Xia Qing's momentum and became a little weaker for a while. I can make your children go to key schools, or I can make you lose your job and not survive in China. Also someone you can't afford to offend. Where are you from, the liar? Do you want to cheat my mother out of money? Knowing that we, Lu Xiaochuan, have a pension of 300,000 yuan, we are here to cheat money now. Xia Qing also didn't bother talking nonsense to this person and called the police directly. After a while, the police came and took Xia Qing and the man and woman to the police station. After entering the police station, the man and the woman made a crazy noise. Xia Qing remained silent and then sent a message to Chu Xiu. He believed that Chu Xiu had superiors over there, and that there must have been someone to handle the matter. In half an hour, Xia Qing calmly came out of the police station. As for the remaining man and woman, they were detained for causing trouble. Xia Qing rushed back to the hospital. Grandma Lu, I'm sorry, I sent your son and daughter-in-law to the detention center. What do I blame you for? I thank you for the late hour. Thank you for letting me see my grandson. Grandma Lu held Xia Qing's hand, full of wrinkles, and she was very satisfied. Now that she has hope in life, she seems to have changed from the way she was just now. Sure enough, mood is also part of appearance. Grandma Lu, are you willing to live with your grandson in the future? Yes, of course I do. When Grandma Lu heard this, her eyes were glowing. Ogawa's a good boy. Grandma, if you want to, I will send you there. You may have to change places to survive. Are you willing? Mainly old people, as they get older, they may not get used to changing circumstances. I do. I just want to get out of here now. Otherwise, as soon as you leave, those two people will be back. Grandma Lu thought of her son and pestered her for money every day, and that daughter-in-law was not a fuel-efficient lamp. During this time she was tortured to the point of committing suicide. Okay, I'll ask the doctor, and then I'll arrange for someone to send you over. Xia Qing asked the doctor, but the old lady was actually angry, and she was still in good health. But when you go home and live there, you come to your door that day, and the house is ruined by them. Grandma Lu stayed in the hospital, but the two of them still refused to let them go. Soon, Xia Qing informed Xiaoan directly by phone that the first batch of recruited staff to go to Myanmar district had temporarily added Grandma Lu. Xiaoan, take Grandma Lu to Myanmar in person. Xia Qing transferred 50,000 yuan directly to Xiaoan. Xiaoan looked at the transfer on WeChat and said, "Thank you for your hard work. That's really hard work, right? Okay." Xiaoan excitedly accepted the red envelope, and it was so good to be the boss's secretary. Must be delivered safely. Xiaoan simply packed up her things, ordered a plane and set off quickly. Money is equal to the efficiency of a worker. Grandma Lu, I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Xia Qing also told this to Lu Xiaochuan, who was also very excited. Yeah, he can't go back, but his grandma can come over. Lu Xiaochuan was very excited and quickly went to find a place. The place where he lives now is an apartment, which is definitely not possible. He really wants to thank Xia Qing for this. Brother Xiu, can you borrow some money? Sister Qing brought Grandma here. I want to find a better house. It's definitely safe to have them on this side of Burma now, so don't worry about his grandma's safety. Chu Xiu frowned slightly and said, "Do you think I look like I have money? Then I'll borrow money from Lan Yu. It's really not possible." He went to Secretary Zhang to borrow money and set up a house with a good environment first. Xia Qing waited until Xiaoan came and then left. It was getting late, so he found a hotel here to stay first. Just coaxed Susu, fed her milk, and put the shielded instrument outside. Then put the shielding instrument outside, and then this is the end of the world. At this moment, Suyu has flown his plane to Yanchinj, which is relatively close to the sea. Suyu also wanted to collect some seawater for analysis. Smoke City is a coastal city in the Dragon Kingdom. The Sultan and the others escaped from here. Half of the city here is already underwater. Suyu and the others wore flying backpacks from the plane and then fell onto a dozen-story high-rise building. Did Xiao Yang fall asleep or faint? Brother Yu, you won't be fine if you feed the child Jingzu like this. Wang Shui asked nervously. He is the speed-type superpower who usually brings more Xiao Yang, and he has also developed feelings in the past few days. It's okay. Suyu looks at Xiao Yang in his arms, who is now over a year old, and although Jingzu doesn't let him unleash his powers, he speaks very neatly. He just loves to sleep. Suyu used his superpowers to feel it because most of Jingzu's energy was absorbed by his brain. So Suyu isn't worried either, which is perhaps why he is so smart? A genius who can develop such high technology is a kind of superpower. Brother Yu, the balcony below the second floor was flooded. Deputy Base Chief. Several people saw a whirlpool appear next to Suyu, and Xia Qing appeared in front of them. Greetings quickly. Suyu hasn't built a teleportation point here yet and hasn't found a good place to stay. Mom. Xia Yang seems to sense Xia Qing and comes to her senses. Xiaoan Jiang, let Mom give her a hug. Xia Qing looked at Xia Yang and, with a happy expression, hugged Xia Yang and rubbed the child's forehead. You say you, how do you sense it every time I come over? Wang Shui on the side was also very curious, as Xia Yang loved to sleep after absorbing the crystal beads and basically never woke up. But every time Xia Qing comes over, Xia Yang can feel it. This is perhaps because the first sound he heard at birth, the first smell was all Xia Qing. Xia Yang's brain is different. She was born in a used carriage, surrounded by dead bodies, various viruses. He survived. Xia Qing holds Xia Yang in her arms and sees that the sea water outside has already flooded the city. The rising sea water smells like sea fish. Brother Yu, Sister Qing, the detection instrument found a mutant beast underground. A uniformed man in camouflage pants with a slap-sized flatbed. Xia Qing took the tablet and saw that there were control instructions on it. The video is fairly clear. It's still dark blue when viewed from the screen, but in the video, it looks scarlet inside the seawater. This fish has mutated. Grab one first and let the Institute study it. Yes. The building suddenly shook and collapsed. These buildings, soaked in seawater for a long time, were also attacked by mutant beasts, so most of the walls were damaged. Surely this is not the place to stay, and it is not known when the wall here will collapse. The crowd donned their flying backpacks and were suspended in mid-air. This time they don't wear a civilian flying backpack, but a military man-at-arms vehicle. This is much more comfortable than a flying backpack and very light. Because this is a military individual aircraft, if you are in front of me, this control will be more difficult. Xia Qing thought she would control slowly, but she didn't expect Suyu to teach her once and she would learn it. It seems that after the space upgrade, her memory and execution became stronger. The front floors collapsed quite a bit, and zombies were trapped inside the house. The mutant beast in the water can actually climb up to the wall. Looks like a mutant crab, amphibious. The average crab has 8 legs. This mutant crab has only 4 legs. The mutant pincers in front are black and red. Eyes spit out outside, looking eerie. It's not the same braised crab she imagined. After flying for more than an hour, they found a building, which was located relatively high. The sea is less intrusive. This edifice is also the emblematic building of the smoke table. Clean up the zombies first. Yes. The two of them start cleaning up the zombies in a group, and Suyu brings these few with him who are all very good, otherwise he can't come out with him on a mission. Xia Qing and Suyu clean up the zombies below, and they are both strong. This floor is a president's office, super luxurious. Floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the entire smoky city sea view when you stand here. Originally a beautiful sea view, the water gushing out from the outside was all dark black, and it was all a group of zombies submerged by the sea. These mutant beasts devour zombies and mutate into this appearance. After cleaning up the zombies, they plan to make this a place to stay. Suyu, we are going to have a wedding on the 28th. Well, I found a place to stay here. After collecting things, I took people back to the sunny base. Although time is short, Xia Qing is the main thing for him. Okay. Base Chief, Deputy Base Chief, found here on the 3rd floor. Wang Shui's voice came from Suyu's earphones. Soon, Xia Qing and Suyu arrive at the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor is flooded, and the 3rd floor has collapsed, but a mutant sea beast is trapped here. This sea beast should be like a big shark, a mutated big shark. This thing isn't dead yet, but it's dying. Brother Yu, Sister Qing, we discovered this mutated sea beast. I just used an instrument to detect it. This guy has a very high energy value. It's not dead yet. Xia is using his gravity power to control this big guy. Xia Qing and Suyu were stunned when they saw the mutated shark. She seems to have seen this mutant shark. As soon as Xia Qing reached out, the water flowing in the room froze. Suyu. Well, it's the same. This mutant shark, it's the same shark they met in that slow time and space. Suyu was burned with a fireball, and the mutant shark next to him was instantly burned to fly ash. Stay a beat, though. Xia Qing picked it up and looked at the energy bead a little confused. Sister Qing, the high energy in the mutant fish beast that has just been detected is in your hands. This is it. At this moment, Xia Qing and Suyu are feeling a little heavy. Find a place to stay here, send more people and machines to search. They have military instruments. Yes. So Suyu set up a teleportation array in this building. Xia Qing froze the lower layer of seawater, even those sea beast zombies. If it was frozen by her, it would be impossible to dissolve. Unless it's Suyu. This building is a landmark after all. It's nicely decorated and well kept. Everyone else is busy tidying up this floor. Xia Qing and Suyu stand in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and look at the dilapidated city around them. Suyu, I don't feel that simple. Well, I'm going back to get a set of diving gear. Do you want water? Xia Qing frowned. The seawater looked dirty, and she didn't know how much was mixed. Zombies, mutants, bacteria. Xia Qing doesn't want to get a little tainted. Yes. Let's wait until the water quality here and the test results of fish and beasts come out. I will accompany you then. However, I have to go back and sign up for a diving class first. Okay, don't worry, I have to tidy up and rest here. And aren't we going to have a wedding? Suyu hugged Xia Qing. We are the only ones who get married once and have 2 weddings, right? From now on we will hold one every 10 years. That's too much. Xia Qing smiled. Although the two of them looked relaxed on the surface, they were seeing the mutated shark that looked exactly like the future world. They have a sense of urgency in mind. Where is that slow flow spacetime? Really another time and space? Xia Qing's space, the slow-flowing spacetime vortex is still spinning, but it cannot be opened. We will know later. Cherishing the present is the most important thing. Suyu comforts Xia Qing. Well, no matter what, stock up on supplies. We stock up enough. No matter what dangers we encounter in the future, we are not afraid. Xia Qing returns to her own time and space first. Suyu waits until tomorrow when he will come over, and the two of them have to prepare for the wedding in the film and television city. Xia Qing took Susu out and gave her a hot bath. He rubbed Xiangxiang and then coaxed her to sleep. After the wedding, she and Suyu will go to Burma to develop for a while. Fortunately, Susu has always been in the space, time is still, and the little one has not grown up much. Early the next morning, Xia Qing flew back to Hanchinj County. Now the family knows that she got married on the 28th of this month, and many relatives came to their house. Shire, who was in the Burma district, also received the news. Qing, do you think you will get married on the 28th of this month? Do I want to go back? No. Xia Qing refused directly. Keep an eye on the work over there. My people will be there in a few days, or do you say you don't want to do it anymore? Want to do it, then I won't go back. Now his life is one heaven and one earth. He used to get beaten here, but now everyone here has to call him Brother Lei. He knew that he could get this treatment thanks to Xia Qing, so his mentality towards Xia Qing was different, somewhat flattering. Then I will congratulate my sister on her marriage in advance, and I will ignore whatever my mother says. Xia Lei's mother called him every 3 days to ask for the money he earned these days. Before, when he worked here, he hadn't been so frequent. I don't know why, he told her mother after working abroad. His mother asks him for money every now and then, thinking that going abroad means gold everywhere? Good money? If it weren't for Xia Qing, she would have died in Burma. Xia Qing hangs up, and she doesn't have as much patience with Xia Lei. Xia Qing wouldn't have forgiven him if it wasn't for the friendship she had as a child. However, it seems that this guy will become quite distinguishable after leaving his parents. She didn't have any trustworthy people to use when she was in Myanmar. Xia Lei relatively knew the bottom line. Now it's different, Wang Menya recruited enough people for her. She is not afraid of being used by anyone. If Xia Lei is honest and comfortable doing things for her, then continue to use it. If she feels unhappy, then just replace it. Xia Qing's villa is already done, so she can move here. 10 days before the 28th, Wang Shang had a wedding butler specially arranged for him, and also to tell her that she must come and make a wedding promotional video in the next 2 days. Xia Qing plans to wear ancient costumes for this wedding, but her hair really doesn't match. The wedding butler also sent her several themes, which were the main halls of their film and television city. If it doesn't work, it's okay to dye your hair black. Sister Qing, Mrs. Liu, I have been safely sent to the border of Myanmar, and I will be able to send it there tomorrow. Okay. Xia Qing is relieved that Xia Wen is doing things. 3 days later, Xia Qing and Siyu went to Qingtian Film and Television City to shoot a wedding promotional video. Dong Xia, this outfit is tailor-made for you, let's see which one you like. Xia Qing doesn't like any of them. I wear my own clothes. These were all made for her by Tian Rui and come from another time and space classic costume. Okay. The stylist was stunned when he saw the costume Xia Qing brought. It was mainly very novel and unique. Because she also needed to choose her look based on her outfit, this moment made her a little bit troubled, and she didn't know what look would be suitable for this outfit. Is there any paper and pen? Yes. Xia Qing had not forgotten that she was a major in art design, so she drew it on paper. She remembers that look. That's it, do you understand? I understand, you painted really well, this look is really beautiful. Stylist with a compliment. Did you see that handsome guy? So handsome. It's our husband, Mr. Xia, who is really stylish. People who saw Suyu couldn't help but praise. The two were dressed in ancient costumes, and Suyu was also equipped with a sword. Looks very much like an ancient great general, with sword-browed star eyes, bright and deep eyes with black-colored contact lenses. The high bridge of his nose stood like a mountain, looking at others with a bit of majesty, and his eyes fell on Xia Qing's body, with another touch of tenderness. The video was shot smoothly and both of them were very photogenic. In the middle, Xia Qing invites everyone to drink Qingtian Chinese medicine milk tea. It was Xiaowen's first time in Myanmar district, and she was still very worried because of the rumors here before. However, she has already received the transfer of 50,000 from WeChat, so she has to send Grandma Lu to Myanmar. Now going to Burma is not so strict, and I won't remind you anymore. This reassured Xiaowen a lot, at least it was true in the news. Normal order has been restored in Myanmar, otherwise there will be reminders when crossing the border. When she arrived in Burma, she took out her cell phone and Xia Qing gave her a phone number. Hello, is it Lu Xiaochuan? Right, I am. I am Song Wen, and I have taken Grandma Lu to Myanmar. Really? Then, great, then you wait, I'll be there soon. Song Wen met Lu Xiaochuan for the first time, a young man wearing a camouflage uniform who burst into tears when she saw Grandma Lu. Xiaowen, go back tomorrow. It's getting late now. Let Xiaochuan take you back tomorrow. Song Wen nodded as she looked at the somewhat desolate scenery around her. Lu Xiaochuan took 2 people into the van, and Xiaochuan and Grandma Lu kept talking along the way. However, Xiaowen was very nervous and seemed to be a little restless. The news in Myanmar was never good. It is said that most of the children who returned from the settlement some time ago are disabled. Arriving at their destination, there are also some little rag-clad children on the side of the road, like in an African refugee camp. Grandma, just stay here. I'm ready for everything. There is also a small yard behind this house. You can grow vegetables, raise chickens and ducks. Okay. The house looks dilapidated, but it's clean. In the evening, Lu Xiaochuan made a bowl of noodles for both of them. We have just finished the battle here now, and the food is not that rich yet. Grandma, you should eat it on the spot. It's okay. I'm so happy when I think I can live with you in the future. I want to thank Miss Xiaowen more this time. She sent me safely along the way. It's okay, Grandma Lu, this is what our Xia Dong ordered. Song Wen said quickly. Thank you Sister Qing this time, oh yes. Ogawa takes a box out of the house. Please go back and give this to Sister Qing for me. This is a gift I gave her. Lu Xiaoquan's face was a little red and he seemed to be a little shy. This was the first time he took the initiative to give something away. Okay. Sister Ching, did she say when she would come? We need her all over here. Lu Xiaochuan felt that if Sister Ching didn't come, Chu Xiu's daily low pressure would crush people to death. Come on, at least until Director Xia finishes her wedding. Lu Xiaochuan is a little disappointed. I wonder if Xia Qing will bring that man with her after she gets married this time. Thinking of the man named Su Yu and his brother Xiu, the three of them are really out of breath together. Xia Qing and Su Yu have been very busy these days, and the two of them stock up on supplies during the day. On the 26th, someone had already returned early. Lin Nuan had already come back from leave with the crew in advance, and several general managers of her companies, including her, came to visit her in advance. It was detected that the spandex material of 99% is F-grade material, which is unqualified. As soon as Lin Nuan entered the door, he saw a robot scanning it. Unqualified? My clothes are 9,999 and you actually said they are not up to standard. Cousin, where did you get the unknown robot? A new product just developed by your cousin-in-law. So you touched her nose and nodded in coordination. Lin Nuan visited Xia Qing's home. Sister Qing, these clothes of yours look great, especially this dress. If I put it on and participate in the film festival in a few days, then I will be unique. Take. My cute and invincible cousin, this is a warm flame rock crystal, it has a price but no market, you actually put it on the table casually. Given to you. Lin Nuan held a bunch of things and left happily. There must be too many good things at my cousin's place, many of which she has never seen. In the afternoon, Zhou Shen came to visit with his subordinates. Xia Qing is tinkering with Chinese medicine meatballs, and she decides to use Chinese medicine to improve the Chinese people's physical fitness first. After all, the cost of a physique enhancer is more cumbersome, and it's not like there are few apocalyptic people. There are too many people in her world, and that is too much for crystal beads to consume. So she took these traditional Chinese medicine doctors and made some prescriptions for improving her physical fitness, pills, and plaster patches, and brought them over to her family to try them out. Xia Dong, these traditional Chinese medicines seem to look very good. Yes, it strengthens the body and strengthens the body. Can I take it back and study it? Although our current artificial skeletons account for a small proportion of the market, disabled people are only a small part. I'm also trying to develop some other technology. Well, in fact, the ingredients of traditional Chinese medicine in my country have always been very good, but unfortunately they have always been at a disadvantage internationally. All things complement each other, and the same is true in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I think my country's traditional Chinese medicine was very powerful and could treat many diseases. However, Chinese medicine is now more of a medicine for improving physical fitness. Zhou sighed. Then you take this back to study and produce. Before leaving, Zhou Shen excitedly hugged a bunch of traditional Chinese medicine meatballs and prescriptions. If he can build this up, Sunny Technology and Bio can take it to the next level. Immediately after that, Lu Zhanchen also came over with a gift and fell in love with the robot as soon as he entered the door. After studying for a long time with glasses, I almost took the robot apart. Please don't remove my machine cover, please stop removing it. Do not touch sensing instruments. Sorry, don't stand in my way. Did robots sound a strong alarm? Sorry, Director Xia, the research and development of this robot is too advanced. You almost demolished him for me. Xia Qingfui. Sorry. Lu Zhanchen reached out and held the frame of the bridge of his nose, looking embarrassed. He couldn't help but want to dismantle the new technology and see the principle. What is the principle of this robot? The principle of Super C technology sensing, its perception system, including motion control, is independently generated through the C technology system. Su Yu said calmly. He learned all these aspects well, because he knew that Xia Qing would take the blame for him. In addition to the last chip thing, he has already taken the blame, so he is learning all this knowledge. Su Yu's brain is easy to use, and this knowledge is just high school and college knowledge for him. C technology? The robot is so smooth that the system needs strong capacity support and is responsible for not being stuck. Xia Qing watched two men chat for a long time. It turns out that you are the boss. The last time the flying backpack solved doubts, it was thanks to you. It doesn't matter, the flight backpack is too heavy, you can change it to another design method, or energy, reduce the load, and use it for individual aircraft. Lu Zanchen's eyes lit up and he had a great conversation with Su Yu. People came one after another in the past 2 days and left happily. The paintings, ceramics, and artworks at home are missing a lot. Didn't you say you were here to congratulate me? How come it's like robbery? Even if Zhang Huanan came over and gave him a medal, he fell in love with plasters and Chinese medicinal wine when he left. Xia Qing gave it to him directly. Say okay to congratulate her? How does it feel like they're all coming to rob? Qing, there are many excellent men around you. Zhou Shen, Lu Zhanchen, and Ling Feng who came today are all very good. In particular, Ling Feng looked at Xia Qing with something wrong in his eyes. So you actually felt a little crisis? Well, you are the most handsome person I have ever met. Xia Qing made the man happy with just a few words. Their wedding promotional videos were also released online. The appearance of the two people, coupled with costumes, and the background of the film and television city. The promo hit the charts. Now tickets for the film and television city have tripled, and there are quite a few people in the hotels around Handan. The commercial street that Xia Qing invested in at the beginning, plus the snack street, was also brightly lit at night. Here too, house prices are rising. This side of Handan is more lively than the Chinese New Year, and the Handan government attaches great importance to this matter. Xia Qing held her wedding at the Handan Film and Television City, which indirectly drove the economic development of Handan. Burma area. Lan Yu receives a call. Xiao, your mother is seriously ill and there is no specific drug treatment in Milan. How could this happen? I'm going to ask for leave and I'm going to apply to go back. Before leaving, Lan Yu hesitated and packed the little blue bottle into his suitcase. The little blue bottle contained a drop of Xia Qing's blood. Xia Qing has enrolled herself in foreign teacher courses from the internet in the past few days. Study for an hour in the morning. You are the most gifted student I have ever met. The video extracurricular teacher praised that the ability to understand is very fast and can be taught as soon as possible. Thanks. Xia Qing is almost a photographic memory now, so she learns very quickly, and she has to learn the languages of several major countries. She will contact more and more people in the future, learn in advance. As her strength improved, her vision and knowledge had to grow accordingly. I used to feel very happy when I had money, but now that I have money, my responsibilities have also increased. What needs to be learned is busier every day. However, Xia Qing felt that she and Suyu must live a leisurely life until the end of the world was resolved in the future. Suyu's study became even broader. His home was equipped with high-tech computers, he installed high-tech chips, and equipment and technology obtained in the apocalypse. In this case, he will be able to crack the link on several satellites and learn some knowledge. The two have a clear division of labor, studying during the day, going to stock up together, taking care of the baby, and going to the end of the world at night. The two are also inseparable. Even after the promotional video came out, Xia Qing and Suyu received a lot of attention. 28. Soon. The wedding took place as scheduled, and there were huge crowds at Sunny Day Studios today, as Sunny Day Studios released the news. Today, those who can grab tickets to enter the wedding will receive a gift package from the Film and Television City. This big gift package includes traditional Chinese medicine stickers for bruises and injuries, Sunny Day's new acne cream, and a cup of Sunny Day medicinal tea that can be redeemed at any store and chain stores across the country. A new product manufacturing shop is also opened in the Film and Television City, and the clothes in it are some of the new products Xia Qing brought from the apocalyptic time and space. Cousin Lin Nuan is getting married this year, and Lin Nuan will definitely come. Lin Nuan's fans also entered the Film and Television City and received a gift package. Although the price of Sunny Movie City has increased, the value of this gift package far exceeds the ticket price of Sunny Movie City. Isn't that envious? Oh my god, Xian Xian is here too, and it's so profitable to come here today. Unfortunately, we can't get into the wedding scene. The seats on the upper floor opposite are already occupied. A friend of mine went in. She and cousin Lin Nuan were from the same village. They actually went in like this. I am envious. But the environment here is really beautiful, and the photos will definitely be taken. Look at that young lady's makeup. The clothes made with this makeup are so beautiful. Let's take pictures too, right? Otherwise, it would be fine to rent one. Wang Shang was too busy to turn around, for fear that something might go wrong today. Today, when the boss holds a wedding with them, and there are so many people and the flow of people is so large, it really tests their management experience. Today can only be perfect, and no mistakes can be made. Wang Shang has been in a state of mental stress these days. It's been days since I've been home, and it's a bit stressful. Xia Qing and Suyu were not so busy, and both had already changed their wedding attire. They also know the process of some weddings. Today, some ceremonies are relatively rich, and they are also to promote this ancient wedding. Xia Qing wore a wig for her hair today, because she tried to dye her hair, but she couldn't, so she simply put the wig on. This palace is so shocking. My mother, that's Xiao Xian, he's here. There are also Lin Nuan, Yang Cheng, Jin Shi, Wang Chen, and Tian Zixi. When did such a big boss appear in our village? Those who were able to come in today were all relatives of Xia Qing's family, so everyone was very excited, but fortunately they were not too excited at the scene. Mrs. Xia didn't come to Xia Qing's wedding. As she got older, she should just recuperate at home. However, she was also kind enough to start a live broadcast for her at home. Seeing such a grand wedding, Tian Keiwa and Xia Qingli were also shocked. It may be at this moment that Xia Qingji seems to understand the gap between his own family and Xia Jixiang's. Especially today, Xia Jixiang is wearing a high-end custom-made suit with a well-tailored fit. His hair and makeup have been deliberately trimmed. His figure is outlined very straight, and his hair is carefully cared for. Underfoot are high-end custom leather shoes that shine brightly, and the extravagant watch strap on the left hand is a low-key display of taste. This watch is worth $1 million. This scene made people who were familiar with Xia Jixiang feel a little confused, and people who were not familiar with him could not even imagine that Xia Jixiang used to be a farmer. His clothes were never brand new and clean, his shoes were always covered with mud, his face was pleated, and he had a simple smile. But today, with a different outfit, his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, as if he were completely different from the past. Even the folds of that face became the precipitation of years. Tian Keiwa looked at Yang Xia, wearing a tailor-made rose-red cheongsam, with round white pearls on it, sparkling diamonds around his neck, and the most valuable volcanic rock crystal on the bracelet. Under the light, the colors are bright. Ling Feng's eyes flashed slightly when he saw this scene. The crystals of this volcanic rock are thicker, and this value is probably higher. He's making jewelry, naturally he's done testing. Flame rock crystal, the higher the color, the higher the value, because it contains more substances of a certain kind. The result of their detection of this material is that it can enhance people's immunity. There are even experts in pharmacy who want to extract the substance of this volcanic rock crystal, but it is too difficult. So, Ling Feng knows that the darker the color, the more substances it will contain, and carrying it will improve the body's immunity. Only by bringing this thing will you know how good this is. Xia Qing supplied him, and now only half of it is left. This time he came to the wedding, also hoping to ask for the goods through Xia Qing again. Of course, he looked for it in other places and even spent a lot of money on it, even going to Burma. But for now, without exception, there is no news. So, only Xia Qing is clear about this supply. Business people are very taboo about this kind of monopoly supply of goods, but now there is no way, except Xia Qing, who can't find it, but this is also a benefit. He can't find it, which means no one else can find it. As long as he has a good relationship with Xia Qing, then he can make a profit. At this moment, he was really grateful to his sister that Ling Keek actually knew such a person. Fortunately, his sister has a pretty good relationship with Xia Qing. Seeing Yang Xia, Tian Keiwa's face was filled with jealousy and frustration. When two people are not much different, even slightly better off than her, she will be complacent, but when the other person slightly surpasses you, you will become jealous. But after the other party has surpassed too much and cannot reach the height, then it becomes looking up. This jealousy will dissipate instead, and she is now full of thoughts that she only wants to please Yang Xia. In this case, his young son, the whole family will be able to follow Zhangguang. But the relationship between the two is a bit bad. The appearance of Xia Qing and Suyu made the wedding go to. In fact, Xia Qing was also worried that Suyu would be uncomfortable. After all, it was tiring to hold a wedding here, and there were all kinds of photos taken, so it was not as free as being in a sunny base. Etiquette here, many requirements in all aspects. But Suyu prefers the wedding here, with Xia Qing's parents, her family, everything about her. He's happy. The only thing he may have regrets about is that his family cannot be there, but having Xia Qing regret this is nothing. The next day, the wedding at Sunny Day Film and Television City went straight to the hot searches on major videos. Hot search 1, wedding group photo. Oh my god, what kind of fairy couple looks like? I strongly recommend that they can debut in a drama. Are you kidding me? Do I need to film a drama? People are big bosses. I also want to have such a wedding, but our family Xianxian actually smiles so happily. Hot search 2, Sunny Day Cinema. The scenery of this film and television city is so beautiful, and the various buildings seem to have really brought me back to ancient times. Not only is it large-scale, covering a vast area with 35 large-scale scenes, but it also has more than 20 studios, which are still being expanded. It is simply highly restored, and these ancient scenery are more distinctive and the facilities are complete. The service was very considerate. Hot Search 3, Sunny Day Movie City's Big Gift Pack. Didn't any of you say that Sunny Day Film and Television City gave you a gift package? Who still has the plaster patch? I charge high price. I had a herniated disc in my waist, but it didn't hurt after I applied it, so I immediately relieved it. Me too, my neck is sore, just try applying it. I want acne cream. I had a big acne the day before yesterday. I tried it and stir-fried it the next day. It was amazing. The new products on the official website have not yet been released. When will they be released? Hot Search 4, a city in Handan that has been waiting for you for 3,000 years. Our city has also gotten better. It is not in vain for us grassroots people. I hope we can come to our city more often. Although the wedding here is over, the popularity of this movie city has risen. Hot Search 5, the bride's dress is so beautiful. Does anyone know which dynasty the bride's clothes belong to? It's a bit like the Han Dynasty, but it's not very much like it. It's said to be a new design, right? So distinctive. There is a similar clothing store. I heard it is opened by the big boss's mother. You can go and have a look, trade in Seoul. There is also a store in the film and television city. Wang Sheng looked at the hot search in Sunny Day Film and Television City now, and felt excited and trembling. Immediately follow the popularity and promote night tickets. The nights in Sunny Film and Television City are even more beautiful and dazzling. There are also large-scale programs such as fireworks shows, and you can experience ancient costumes in an immersive way. After this incident, many people will definitely come to rent their place for filming movies and TV series in the future. In this way, subsequent expansions can also be carried out. Wang Sheng set up a gift package festival on the 5th of every month. People entering the film and television city must wear ancient costumes, and the first 1,000 customers will receive a gift package. I have to say that Wang Sheng still has experience in publicity in this management. After all, he is a talented student. Take advantage of the hot surge and be sure to seize this wave of traffic. With such a large flow of people, some hotels in Hancheng are indeed unable to withstand it. Now the Hancheng government is also working hard to upgrade supporting facilities, including sanitation, pavement repair, and so on. A series of public facilities services have to keep up. It can be said that this film and television city directly led to the economic development of Handan. The Handan government held an emergency meeting, and the leaders of the city, including their superiors, also came in person. Everyone is discussing this policy, and Xia Qing is invited this time. Sorry, Director Xia, you just got married yesterday and came to our meeting today. I really congratulate you on your happy wedding. This is a wedding gift from our county. You must accept it. County governor smiled. Okay, thank you, county magistrate, you're so polite. The county magistrate smiled from ear to ear, and now they look very good in the development of Handan City. Xia Qing held a red box with a certificate and medals inside, including allowing Xia Qing to directly serve as an economic committee member running for election to jointly help the development of Han County. It doesn't matter, this is also for the economic development of Handan City. Xia Qing also brought Wang Sheng over for this meeting. After all, he was the head of Qingtian Film and Television City. The meeting lasted for 2 full hours, mainly around the development of Sunny Day Film and Television City and the subsequent economy. Xia Qing did not give many opinions, she was still studying this aspect. Wang Sheng is so good that he can talk in a naughty way and can handle all kinds of problems with ease. There are also more scientific books on this side in the end of the world, and she is going to pick them up and take a look in these 2 days, or learn from the experience. At night, when you get home, Lu Zhanchen, Zhou Shen, Ling Feng, Ling Keek, and Xiao Xian all came. They all grill in the yard, skewers, and have a little beer. Rhubarb lies at Suyu's feet and rubs Suyu's knees from time to time. She meets outside and Suyu entertains a crowd at the house. The division of labor is clear. Lu Zhanchen and Suyu seem to have hit it off, and the two chatted enthusiastically. Xia Qing was thinking that if Suyu had lived in this world and had not served as a soldier, he would probably have been a domineering president or something like that. Suyu's excellence made these people closer to Suyu. Ling Feng and Suyu were also very happy to chat. The 3 of them were sitting under the small pavilion, drinking tea and chatting. Time passes unknowingly, and only then can such a person stand side by side with Miss Xia. This is an idea that these few people came up with after meeting Suyu in their hearts. From time to time, Ling Feng and Lu Zhanchen frowned, as if they had heard some enlightening words. The 3 men sat down, and Suyu was relaxed and elegant, but his momentum could not be ignored. Lu Zhanchen was elegant with a gold frame, and his eyes were full of desire for knowledge, including admiration for Suyu. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was mature and steady, and listening to Suyu's words, he would pick up his teacup from time to time and meditate. Lin Nuan, Ling Keek, and several young people, Xiao Xian, are all surrounding her robot. When Xia Qing returned home, she saw this scene. There were handsome men and beautiful women of all types. It would be very rare to meet one before. Now, all gathered in her house. When I returned home, I saw such an eye-catching scene, but there seems to be one Zhang Huanan left. However, in his capacity, he must not have come in openly. However, he said by then that the team members had already been recruited, and she, the vice captain, also needed to meet in person, probably on the matter of these 2 days. She finds out that she is really the middle child of all kinds of teams, not in the sunny base that she built by herself, she is the boss. The robot said it has a body detection function, which is real or fake. Wang Chen's sunshine big boy, with a bit of naughty curiosity. Looking at the function on the robot, I can't help but ask, don't you know if you try it? Lin Nuan is very relaxed. What others are embarrassed about is that this is her cousin's house, so naturally she needs to relax. Lin Nuan pressed the button. Activate the human body detection function. Height, 165, weight 90 pounds, thin body, IQ 110, average physical fitness test. Lin Nuan pouted. Can I still test my IQ? A couple of attempts at rotation. IQ 109, detecting heart defect, immediate valve implantation is recommended. Stunned when detecting Tianxixi. Heart defect? No, huh. I'll try. Xiao Xian also stands in front of the robot and performs the detection. The myopia is 350 degrees and the astigmatism is 50 degrees. It is recommended to wear a crystal to recover. Normal vision can be restored in 3 months. A 45-degree tilt occurs in the fracture of the left hand, which requires correction. I am myopic and am just about to undergo myopia surgery. It says that I will wear crystals for 3 months to restore normal vision? Xiao Xian felt a little unbelievable. With the current medical level, except for surgery, how could myopia return to normal vision? But my arm was indeed injured while filming a few days ago. Isn't it easy to use? No wonder it hurts a lot these 2 days. Xiao Xian said in surprise. I'll try it too. Wang Chen tested it. The body's uric acid content index is higher than that of normal people. It is recommended not to use high purine foods. You can take drugs such as Fabutas and Staminum alone for further treatment. I don't know, I have eaten a lot of seafood recently. Wang Chen didn't even dare to drink beer in his hand. Isn't it really that accurate? Tianxixi, would you rather go to the hospital for a checkup? Do you have any symptoms? Let's go together. It's better to go separately. If a paparazzi takes a photo, I don't know what to arrange it. Lin Nuan frowned. That's right. Their current traffic is different from before, so you still have to be careful when going out. No, right? I think I should be fine, but sometimes my heart beats faster, and I think it should be that I didn't have a good rest. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Yeah, let's go. Lin Nuan ran over to ask Xia Qing if the robot's detection was accurate. If you are worried, go to the hospital for a test. The robot is quite accurate. I see it shows that the danger level of Tianxixi is quite high. Immediate surgery is required. Xia Qing still believed in the robot, but she didn't expect it to have this function. Nubo's latest upgraded section, because in that world, there were not many doctors, so this kind of domestic robot replaced production. With everyone's attention, Tianxixi decided to go to the hospital to see it, although she didn't know if this robot was reliable or not. In fact, Tianxixi doesn't really believe in this robot in her heart, but this robot belongs to their boss's house, and she has to look at it for face. So, that same night, Lin Nuan, armed and wearing a black mask, took him to a private hospital in Handan City. The advantage of a private hospital is that it can also do examinations at night, and it is expedited. Tianxixi is sending a message to complain to her mother. A robot can detect that I have heart disease? Isn't that a joke? This is our big boss, and I don't dare to offend him. Just deal with this and do a general inspection. So speechless. Our family doesn't have a history of heart disease, so don't worry, just deal with it. Over there, the mother is soothing her daughter's mood. After a while, the doctor came over for an inspection, palpation, and auscultation. Am I okay? Can you go now? Let me just say, Nuan, you are too serious. You know you are doing it for my own good, but I don't feel anything at all. How could you have any heart disease? I'm still so young. Lin Nuan twitched the corner of her mouth. She is a little suspicious now? She might have trusted her cousin too much? But that robot can tell that cutting-edge technology tycoon Lu Zhanshan is very interested. Wait. The doctor on the side frowned and couldn't help but interrupt. I heard that there is indeed a heart murmur. I suggest you do a heart color ultrasound or electrocardiogram. Tianxixi frowned. Doctor, is there really something wrong with my heart? It sounds like there is something wrong, so I suggest you do a checkup. Tianxixi hesitated. Then let's make one. Anyway, it's coming. Don't worry, what do you think? Lin Nuan is really worried about Tianxixi. Both of them are in the same company and often do activities in film together. They have a relatively good relationship. Okay. The electrocardiogram came out in a few minutes, and the cardiac color ultrasound was done without queuing. Your heart does have a left atrial septal defect. I suggest you go to a large hospital and have a heart recovery surgery to repair it. Do it as soon as possible and don't delay. Long-term heart defect will increase the burden on the heart, gradually weaken the heart function, cause palpitations, shortness of breath and fatigue. Heart failure may break out at any time, causing heart rate disorders, and there will be a certain risk of sudden cardiac death. This is a time bomb that can explode at any time. Tianxixi did have some heart palpitations in the past 2 days. She just pretended that she didn't have a good rest. Now I was a little startled when I heard the doctor say that. I suggest you go to Kyoto, or Magic City Hospital, to arrange surgery as soon as possible. The hospitals in our prefecture are lacking in this aspect. The doctor was still very sincere. This is, after all, about the safety of the patient's life. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. You need to pay attention and have surgery as soon as possible. Tianxixi came out of the hospital and several people were sitting in the car, and suddenly Tianxixi cried. Stop crying. If you check it out in advance, there is still a remedy. It's not that this disease cannot be treated. Go back tonight and arrange for the hospital in Kyoto to have surgery as soon as possible. Private hospitals in Kyoto, that's okay. General private hospital, expensive, good environment, can be ranked if you have money. Tian Zixi returned to Kyoto overnight to make an appointment for surgery. Cousin, where did your robot come from? Can I buy one? There is no such thing, just one for now. What happened to you today? Xiao Xian, you and Wang Chen all asked me for this robot. Lin Nuan told Tian Zixi about it, and Xia Qing was also slightly surprised. Didn't expect this bot to detect such an accurate function? So a few of them went to the hospital for tests today, and one was a little curious, and the other was that everyone still valued their health. The detection results were nothing different from what the bot said. So I became more interested in this robot and wanted to know where Xia Qing bought it. They all want one too, so remind themselves in advance of their state of health and keep their bodies. Everyone wants a healthy body. This robot is just like this. If you want it, see if it will be released in the future. Okay, cousin, if so, you must give it to me first. I paid a high price to buy it. I love you, my lovely, beautiful, and invincible eldest cousin. Okay. Xia Qing shook her head. Lin Nuan has been really coquettish and sweet-mouthed towards her since she was a child. When she had no money back then, she would coax Xia Qing to buy Xia Qing delicious food. Here, Lu Zhanchan also called specifically, saying that a classmate wanted to join Qingtian Technology and specialize in robotics. Although he is obsessed with individual aircraft, the robot industry has not yet been developed, but one of his classmates has been studying this thing. Now he has never found a suitable job. The main thing is that he is very talented. No one can afford him yet. He prefers to do research at home. I am a second-generation rich man, so I don't really care much about some company matters. Lu Zhanchan sent various functions of this robot to his good classmates, and the opponent was indeed very interested. If you want to research, you can do it, but you must join our Sunny Technology Company. You also know that this kind of technological invention has a contract and an agreement. And once something goes on the market, it needs to be registered for copyright. How could it be possible to study someone who is not from their company? Not only that, this value also belongs to Xia Qing and Qingtian Technology. Moreover, Xia Qing holds 90% of the shares, and he, Lu Zhanchan, holds 10%. Even if it's 10, it already accounts for a very large proportion. Okay, can't I join? When to sign a contract? Will it work this afternoon? After signing the contract, can you show me the robot first? Lu Zhanchan looked at his classmates with enthusiasm, and he held his forehead slightly. Don't worry, I also need to discuss this with my boss. Then go quickly, what are you waiting for? So, Lu Zhanchan hurriedly contacted Xia Qing. The latter of course agrees, except that the bot has many things that their world doesn't understand yet. I don't know how long it will take to develop it, but Su Yu's help may be needed. Xia Qing agreed, and she couldn't move everything over there. All at once, the world is in chaos, their country, and she suddenly develops too fast. What should I do if I am jointly targeted by everyone? So, Xia Qing's main focus is to develop slowly and cannibalize little by little. When she looked back one day, she realized that everything from technology to toothpaste was her sunny capital. That's when she'll have absolute say. Su Yu, I remember that our house looked quite artistic yesterday. Why do we feel that there are so many things missing today? Are they coming to our house for a party or to search for things? If I don't stop me, our purifier will be taken away. Su Yu and Xia Qing smiled helplessly at the same time. Wait until I go to the next city and see that all the good things are stored in the space. Okay. Fortunately, she still has a lot of good things in her space, and they are all put on a new one. Even the soap is a pure Chinese medicine soap, which is extremely fragrant. Small a, perform all-round shielding mode. Received. After all-round shielding, no signal outside that wants to disturb them is likely to appear except in their internal network. Xia Qing goes to the apocalypse to distribute supplies, and the food in the acceleration space is full. So you went to Lanchange, where a riot broke out among the zombies, while Xia Qing took Xia Yang to Yanchange. Xia Qing froze all the floors here, and the surrounding water also made her freeze. Such sea water could not invade. The weather outside is 35 degrees, and the temperature inside is 7 or 8 degrees. When you enter, you have to dress thicker if you are afraid of the cold. The whole building was temporarily used as a base for Yantai, and there were only 20 or 30 people. Deputy Base Chief. Your place is the hardest, so I specially brought you more food today. Xia Qing took out more than a dozen large boxes from the space, all of which were mutton rolls, fat beef rolls, various hot pot ingredients, as well as base ingredients, small ingredients, etc. And Coke, Sprite, Fanta. This place is the toughest these days. Don't worry about not having enough food, you can tell me what you want to eat. Thank you, Deputy Base Chief, we don't work hard, we all love the food you sent. Several men said with a smile. It's so cool here, although the environment is not very good and there are frequent attacks from mutated sea beasts. But there are all kinds of fruit drinks and all kinds of meat every day here, which is simply too fragrant, okay? Deputy Base Chief, I found this in a safe in an office today. What is this? Xia Qing looked at this as if it were a Buddhist bead, and she felt a refreshing and fragrant aura. This is called Qingxiang wood pearl. Is made from a kind of antique wood. It takes hundreds of years for antique wood to take shape, which is also very rare in the world. This bead is worth hundreds of millions. So valuable? Xia Qing picked up the wooden bead, and she was unsure if it was worth anything in her world. Because of her time and space, plants are relatively abundant. Like sandalwood, agarwood, huanghuali, rosewood, camphorwood, these kinds of trees have aromas. Suyu's time and space plants are all relatively precious, so Xia Qing is also wondering if this is some kind of agarwood. If so, it may be much cheaper in her world. Agarwood skewers for up to $1,000? Yes, especially the wax on this one is purely natural. This often heard word has an effect on mental disorders. Okay, then I'll stay. What do you want I can redeem for you? No, the food has been very good these days. I want to give it to the Deputy Base Commander. Manly thanks. There are foods that he did not eat late before the end of the world. How can that work? I do feel that the aroma on this fragrant wood bead makes me feel very comfortable. The kind that makes people's hearts and minds happy. I can redeem whatever you want to eat or what you want. Then can I keep it for the time being? The young man touched his head and said in embarrassment. I don't lack anything now, I have enough to eat every day. Then just keep it for now. If you need anything, tell me next time you see me. Good. Thank you, Deputy Chief. The young man giggled, but Xia Qing still gave him a bag of fruit. Brother, did you really give that Tianxiang pearl to the Deputy Base Chief? That thing represents luck and can relieve semen pressure. You feel much better when you bring that thing with you to sleep at night. You are so stupid. You don't exchange so many valuable things and exchange them with beads. I just wanted to give it to the Deputy Base Chief, she's a nice guy. Instead of asking for any compensation, he wanted to give it to the Deputy Base Chief. His mother was all saved by Xia Qing, so he is very grateful to Xia Qing, from the bottom of his heart. The young man felt comfortable and his eyes changed. Sure enough, his eyes have been upgraded, and he is able to see further, even adding some micro-perspective skills. After he has excited his powers, absorbing crystal beads can only replenish his energy and cannot upgrade his powers. Until he finds out his path to promotion, is his mood, and can't have any regrets. When you have no regrets in your heart, it will be upgraded once. The base website also said that some superpowers with special powers cannot be upgraded successfully using crystal beads. Must find its own special path to upgrading. However, special powers can replenish the consumed energy through crystal beads. After Xia Qing delivered the items, she teleported to Qinghai City. Deputy Base Chief, the sea water test results are out. It contains a special radioactive substance that looks like rust red, which we temporarily named as. Mutant animals on the seabed have mutated after absorbing this radioactive material. We also extracted similar radioactive material BS from zombies. What's even more bizarre is that we human evolvers, including superpowers, have been infected. This substance of S remains in the body. That is to say, if the body filters substances such as A or B, only S may be a manifestation of evolutionary success. Yes, it seems that the infected substance S is the key. It's also red. Does it have anything to do with the red moon at night? This also requires a large amount of data collection. Xia Qing nodded, indicating that she knew. Keep researching. Yes. Now their scientific staff are also more motivated. Life is guaranteed, just concentrate on research every day. Now, of course, the environment is a lot safer, and the base has some programs that allow it to relax. Now the vaccine developed at the base is in the experimental stage. If the vaccine is successful, then ordinary people will not become zombies even if they are bitten and injured by zombies. In this case, all the little ones at the base will get this vaccine. In the future, zombies will only be beaten less and less, and they will become more and more promising as humans continue to reproduce. Deputy Base Chief Wang Han hurried over. What's wrong? Why is there still a color on the face? There was a fight with a woman named Xiong Liguo. Why is that woman so powerful? I really want to see you if I can win the lottery. Xia Qing is somewhat curious, as Wang Han was once a peacekeeper. Not many can beat him. I came here precisely because of him. This girl from Xianglai Kingdom has precognitive powers. As long as she holds something, she can have a certain chance of predicting it. I tried to play a few games for her, and it should be true. Foreknowledge? This power is quite interesting. She also said that I will be her husband from now on? How is this possible? I won't marry a woman from Seong so I will follow the old man. Although it is the end of the world, everyone is willing to find someone with self-protection ability and relatively strong strength to be their partner. He can help each other, but Wang Han prefers girls who are weaker, and of course they look weak. To get to the point, she recently predicted that many people in our base will die of heat death. Yes, the death of a large area. Of course, her ability to predict will also change greatly, and it is not static. But recently he predicted that half of the people in our base would die from high temperatures. Hearing this, Xia Qing frowned slightly and valued it. Bring people over. I just asked her to wait outside, and now I'll let her in. Alina. A 175 tall woman is a bit more robust than the average girl. A girl from Seonglai Kingdom looks more like a woman from the Rus Kingdom in her world. Xia Qing remembers that the powers inspired by the people of Seong were all evolvers, powers that could extend the limbs. For knowledgers, quite rare. Hello, Deputy Base Chief. Xia Qing just enrolled in a class and learned the language of the Rus Kingdom. The language of Seonglai Kingdom is no different from that of the Rus Kingdom. Did you predict death? Yes. I can predict by touching things, people. The time is not accurate. Sometimes it is less than 3 days, and sometimes it may be less than 10 days. The longest time I predicted was once half a year later. The end of the world in half a year. She absorbs the crystal beads to restore her body's energy, but has yet to find a way to upgrade her powers. So the precognitive time is not accurate. Of course, this precognition can change at any time, and if someone else steps in, then her predicted future will change. Deputy Base Chief, can I use a superpower on you? Alina said very respectfully. Because she is also afraid that something will happen to the subbase, and she comes here knowing that all the food was given by the girl in front of her. If something happens to Xia Qing, I'm afraid 2/3 of them will die. Once you have food and clothing, you simply can't imagine a day without food. Just now, Wang Han also said that Alina was a bad-tempered girl who beat him in the face. Xia Qing's pretty docile. Sure. Xia Qing said generously, but there is a high probability that it is useless. Because she's immune to this world powers. Alina stepped forward and took Xia Qing's hand. Her eyes glow with blazing light, and suddenly Alina's energy seems to be pumped out. Pale face, cold sweat. Alina. Wang Han hurriedly supported Alina, who was about to fall. What's going on? Xia Qing saw a look of worry on Wang Han's face. I was just instantly drained of energy. I'll be fine. Alina has a somewhat weak tone and is somewhat softened. Finally, Wang Han got her a crystal bead, and after absorbing it, she felt better. How? Much better. Alina's face was a little better than just, but her lips were still white and bloodless. She looks at Xia Qing in an eccentric manner. This is the first time I haven't seen a person's future. She consumes the least amount of energy when predicting items. Like a bottle of mineral water, she could predict whether it was drunk or dumped. Predicts that man will have more energy. Things that predict people are random. For example, she has predicted Wang Han and found that they kiss 2 people at a certain time. Of course, it's possible to break it, and the predicted event will be biased. The future is not static. The future she predicted in the morning may also be somewhat different from the future she predicted in the afternoon. It's not that I don't have a future, it's that I can't detect it. I don't belong in this world. Wang Han knew what Xia Qing meant, but arena's unclear. The moment my energy was evacuated, I seemed to see an ice wheel on you. I feel like if I keep snooping, I might turn into an ice sculpture. Arena was a little scared when she thought about it. Fortunately, she's not very strong, and if she's strong in energy, I'm afraid she really can't wake up. Moon. The ice wheel is another name for the moon, which is as bright as ice and shaped like a wheel. Xia Qing frowned slightly, her space moon and sun alternate. She shares a sun and moon with Suyu in time and space. And the moon of this time and space is dyed with red radiation. After the purification of her space-time is normal. Xia Qing always felt like she was going to catch something, but it was still a little bit worse. Forget it, stop talking about me. Regardless of whether your predictions are accurate or not, we must be prepared. Alina was overjoyed when she heard this. She didn't expect Xia Qing to be so serious. She had predicted the end of the world and death before when she was in Seonglai Kingdom. But no one believes her, because the price of believing her is too great. Too many supplies need to be prepared, and those on the upper echelons are unwilling to give a little more. So then she went with the flow until she came here. Discovering that the food of the people here is more for more work makes everyone more motivated. Especially the woman in front of them, their deputy base chief. If the temperature is high, I will go back and stock up on supplies. Do we have meteorological monitoring? It used to be there, but now the weather monitoring is not very accurate. The weather was so volatile that some equipment was damaged. Repairs are too costly. The weather here in Harumi Castle is very hot. We are next to the beach and the sea. So many people will not be killed by the high temperature all of a sudden. Unless there is a sudden high temperature. Xia Qing frowned, and she quickly asked Arena, "What do you see death like? Describe it in detail." Arena immediately recalls her recent foreknowledge that the deaths of these people were all consistent. She can predict everyone, only she can't predict herself, and there is no Xia Qing. So many people died though, so she wasn't much better. The skin was dry, and only a layer of skin was left to stick to the ground when dehydrated. My body is extremely hot. It seems that the water was evaporated instantly. Okay. Soon Xia Qing thought of a way. Build a sun visor first. Give me a list of what I need. There is no way to dig a hole in Qinghai City. If not, temporarily move everyone to the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. There, a few dozen meters above the ground, it's definitely protected against high temperatures. Okay, I'm the arrangement. Wait, Alina, follow me first. This is Jingzhu who restored the energy first. I will take you to other places, and you can predict it. Xia Qing wanted to know if it was a part of the high temperature, or all. Okay. Arena nods, holds the crystal beads and quickly absorbs to restore body energy. It took about half an hour for Alina to recover almost. Go. Wang Han will leave it to you. No problem. Wang Han looked at Alina, and he was relieved that she was following Xia Qing. The first time I shuttle, I may feel a little dizzy, so don't be nervous. Alina is still a little nervous and she has seen a fence in the base, which is the teleportation array. You can teleport with jade cards in your hand, and some are keychains, dolls, and everything. Those are a medium. Natsuhara sees that Alina is ready and directly opens the silver vortex. The next second they teleported directly to the military base. Alina enters the teleportation array once, but she does have a good physique and doesn't feel anything. It's as if you open your eyes and close your eyes to another place. Deputy Base Chief. The two men were sitting in the igloo of the little wolf, and when they saw Xia Qing coming over, they immediately walked out. What hobby are you two having? Lying in the wolf's den? What about it? Xia Qing shook her head speechlessly. The two soldiers touched their noses awkwardly and smiled. The weather was hot and the air conditioner at the base wouldn't stay on all the time, so we lay down in the igloo while the wolf was away. In order to lie in the wolf's den, we have been playing with it for the past 2 days. Igloo. Xia Qing looks at the little wolf's igloo and shows no sign of melting. If the temperature is high over there in Harumi Castle, wouldn't it be nice if she just built an igloo? But with so many people, she can't build so many igloos at once. On the other side of Harumi Castle are metal plus wood houses. However, points are established every day, and some shelters can also be built. Her ice powers cannot melt at high temperatures. You two come here. The two soldiers came out obediently, as if the wrong child was standing in front of Xia Qing. Alina. The latter receives instructions and then goes over to touch both soldiers. The two soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what it meant. They just slept in the all-natural, air-conditioned room, though it was Little Wolf Denmark. How? The two of them are fine. Xia Qing nodded, just in case she took Xia Qing to test 2 more, and then went to Qingtian Base, Lanchinhaiken. Thank you for your hard work today, go back and have a good rest. Natsuhara takes Alina back to Harumi Castle. Here, Wang Han also counted the supplies he needed. There is also a batch of Chinese medicinal materials for heatstroke prevention and cooling. It seems that the only one with high temperatures is Harumi Castle. What is the population of Harumi Castle now? 32,852 people. Among them are more than 10,000 people from Xiong Liguo. Xia Qing frowned. There is no way for so many people to move to the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. It would not be good if only the people of the Dragon Kingdom were transferred. After all, now the people of the Xianglai Kingdom have added their sunny base. From now on, everyone will live together, get married and have children, and their cultures will slowly merge. Completely a sunny base resident by then. It's better to build an ice wall. Let me try it first. See if she can build an ice wall on a massive scale. Condensing the Earth's ice wall and then covering it can withstand high temperatures and exposure to the sun. Build an ice wall? Wang Han was shocked by Xia Qing's thoughts. After all, in their knowledge, ice cannot withstand the heat. High temperatures across the globe, melting ice in the far north. Yes, my superpower will not melt at high temperatures. Try building a part of the ice wall above the top layer of metal. With such a large area, I don't know if I can succeed. It was also Xia Qing's first attempt to freeze such a large area. Xia Qing also had some doubts. Now the houses built here in Qinghai City have relatively high top floors. She planned to find some flat floor places to condense. Find a place to try first. If Alina's prediction is in the next few days, then you will be in danger. If Alina's prediction is inaccurate, the deputy base commander consumes so much energy. Wang Han was worried about this, wasting energy and supplies. As a result, Alina's prediction was wrong, so wasn't it a waste? When the time comes for Xia Qing to consume so much energy, what should Alina do about her subsequent life? Besides, Alina's predicted future may also change at any time, so Wang Han is not sure whether it will be accurate. No matter what, there are so many lives in Qinghai City, even if it is a waste of some energy, it is nothing. At worst, if you absorb more crystal beads, you will replenish them. The crystal beads earned by the base every day are the assets of her and Suyu. There are not many humans left in the world now. If you can, keep them. The Dragon Kingdom has a population of more than 2 billion, and the remaining population is probably less than 100,000. How many people can be left in the world? The Sunny Base, Sunny Sea City, and Lanchange may not have 100,000 people combined. Okay. Xia Qing was walking on the streets of Qinghai City, preparing to find a place to experiment first. Passers-by on both sides gave way one after another. Seeing that it was Xia Qing, they all stopped one by one. They did not dare to step forward to disturb, but just watched silently. They don't even have the courage to take candid photos, which is not a good thing if they annoy Xia Qing. However, they have more respect for Xia Qing. The girl comes from another world and revives them. Xia Qing suddenly sees a young man who is half a man and half a horse, carrying a large pile of things behind him, and stares at her in a daze. Captivated her attention for a moment. This is Xiaowu. He is the only mentally normal person, and he has also become an evolver with great strength. Wang Han still admired the young man in front of him, so he was also released and could live through his own labor. However, these half-humans and half-beasts all hate the people of Xianglai Kingdom very much. After all, the one who made them. Xiaowu saw Xia Qing very respectful, but hesitated to speak. Deputy Base Chief, can I follow you? Xiaowu finally plucked up the courage and said, I can run faster than a car. Xia Qing was startled and looked at Xiaowu's half-man, half-horse body. Because Xiaowu is a half-man, half-horse, many people bully him in the base. This is the case with human nature. Under the same conditions, they are willing to show ill will to others. Of course, there are also people who are willing to show kindness, such as Wang Han. No, I'm not used to it. Xiaowu got down a little sad. He felt that if he followed Xia Qing, his life would be easier. Xia Qing didn't take it to heart for a vignette. Wang Han's skills are still good. After all, he was once a fan of peacekeeping troops. He still has some management experience in chaotic places. It is essential to have iron-blooded wrists here, allowing all to follow the rules quickly. Under the rules, ordinary people are protected from restraining superpowers, preventing superpowers from killing innocent people indiscriminately, etc. Xia Qing looked at the environment, surrounded by bungalows, and the temperature was about 38 degrees, which was still relatively hot. People living here are used to it though. Xia Qing raised her hand, and a thin layer of translucent blue ice condensed above their heads quickly spread around. A few hundred meters above it condensed this thin layer of ice. Fortunately, Xia Qing did not feel that the energy was being consumed too quickly, so she accelerated and continued to condense until a thin layer of ice had all condensed above the surrounding kilometer. Wow, what is this? Yes, why does it become like this above us? Is it ice? The temperature has dropped and it doesn't feel very hot anymore. The people of Hiromi Castle were very shocked when they saw such a scene, and they were able to condense such a large ice wall. The warm light shuttled through the ice wall above, giving it a unique view. So beautiful. The surrounding temperature has cooled down, but the sudden addition of the ice wall has made everyone very curious. What is going on? How could you suddenly make a wall of ice of such a large extent, and it would not fall or be melted by the heat? I know, the deputy base director must know that the temperature here is high, so he created an ice wall? Don't you think the strength of our deputy base chief is so terrifying? Is this a supernatural power that the superpower can unleash? Also an ice superpower. Someone looks up at the ice in the mirror-like sky. He deeply doubted his powers, his own strength. The ice he condensed was at most more than half a man high, that is, more than a meter long and half a meter deep. In such hot weather, the ice he condensed would also melt away within a few hours. The ice that could be condensed by the sub-base commander showed not the slightest sign of melting. Could it be that ice powers can be so powerful? I don't know how the deputy base chief was upgraded either. He also absorbed a certain amount of crystal beads and found that he wanted to upgrade, as if he was stuck there. But he didn't dare ask the deputy base chief either. Let's do this for now. I'll go back and stock up on supplies first. If the temperature gets hotter these days, let people stay under the ice wall first. Wait, I'll come back tomorrow. Okay. Wang Han nodded quickly, and he had just emerged from the shock. The wall of ice that the deputy base chief just condensed is so shocking, so powerful. It's just that Xia Qing herself didn't feel she was strong. She had wanted to strengthen it a little bit more, but she had to go to Suyu's side, where a zombie crisis broke out, so Xia Qing kept half of her energy. It's not too late to come and extend it tomorrow. There should be nothing wrong with responding to some emergencies. After Xia Qing left, Wang Han couldn't wait to try it with his thunder-type powers, and he would definitely not be able to split it. Not only that, the ice also conducts electricity, causing sizzling blue sparks to shine from above. Cheng Jun also tried it, and his fire-type powers could not melt a single ice wall. Okay, I'm just curious, why are you joining in the fun? Fortunately, their office space is covered here, or else they have to move over. The residents living in this area are very happy. The temperature has dropped. The temperature under the ice wall is about 20 degrees, which is the most comfortable temperature for the human body. There are also many people who want to come and join in the fun. For a while, there are more people here, especially at night. It is more comfortable to sleep here, and many people sleep on the ground. Otherwise, the entire Harumi castle is still under construction, and electricity and energy are also very tight. It is impossible to supply it 24 times a day, and there is a time limit. And if you want to use the power beyond the time limit, then you need to pay crystal beads or other items and use points to redeem them. Now the base is also working on a suitable solution, because the points are too dependent on the system. If the system crashes, then it will be more troublesome for the person's points to be zeroed out or tampered with. There are few people and few loopholes now, but as the population slowly increases in the future, then this is a loophole. The Base Science Research Institute is also studying what can replace it. It has temporarily invented a bracelet, which also requires genetic binding, etc. It is still under research. Xia Qing went to Lanchange. As soon as he arrived at Su Yu's side, he heard the roar of zombies. On the Lanchange side, they built the base on the villa area side, because it was just established, and the fences were not successfully built yet, and they were not able to be built in a few days. Just briefly walled off with the grid. They are the people who were driven away. They were once the men of those people. After you, Deputy Base Commander, killed the people, the remaining people were driven away and had nowhere to go. We transformed and incorporated this place, but some people took revenge on us and went out to attract zombies, and then lured them to us. Wang Qiang frowned. Now Wang Qiang is appointed as the city lord of Lanchange, and the Sultan is the deputy city lord, responsible for research and production, etc. The division of labor between the two is clear, but Nehi is unstable here now. The few zombies who lured him were hundreds or thousands. We are understaffed, and there is a risk of getting infected if attacked by zombies. Although evolvers and superpowers have antibodies in their bodies, frequent injuries can also increase the risk. Ordinary humans, bitten by a zombie, will explode into zombies. Depending on their own physique, evolvers and superpowers will also increase the risk of mutation if they are injured continuously, and if superpowers mutate into zombies, their strength will become stronger. Not only that, they will be more irritable and bloodthirsty. Our men have now narrowed down these two villas. In the morning, thanks to the base commander coming over, he killed more than half of the zombies with one shot, and also brought military high-voltage cables, which can block zombie attacks. But there are too many zombies. You must know that Lanchange has a population of tens of millions. Tens of millions of people. I'm afraid 4 out of 5 have turned into zombies. Who attracted the zombies? Can you find out? I don't know. There are too many zombies in Lanchange and they are relatively large. A little movement can attract those zombies. The roads in the city were destroyed, and some zombies were attracted by the slightest movement, so we didn't dare to use transportation. Xia Qing looked outside the villa as the zombies' bodies had been piled into a small pile, and their men were cutting open the zombies' heads to remove the crystal beads. There are also several scattered zombies that are being solved. When there is too much accumulation of zombie corpses, it will be burned directly. Su Yu, set those corpses on fire. I built an ice wall around the villa to block those zombies. Su Yu's fire can burn the zombie corpses into flying ashes in an instant. If it is an ordinary fire, these zombie corpses may have to burn for a long time. Finally left the dried bones, the air smelled of roasted meat. Okay. Wang Qian quickly informed people not to go and dissect the zombies' bodies again, and they all returned. What Su Yu condensed this time was not like a fireball, it was like a ball of light, shining with eyes that no one could open. Suddenly the zombie corpses around him turned to fly ash, like dust, and spread on the ground. Clean up the dust in the ground, the crystal beads should be inside. Yes. The people behind were very happy, which greatly reduced their workload. Otherwise dissection plus dealing with zombies will take some time. After clearing it, Xia Qing directly condensed a wall more than 3 meters high and wrapped both villas in it, leaving only a gate in the middle. In that case, they'll just focus on protecting this door. Wang Qiang collected more than 1,000 crystal beads, more than half of which were killed by Su Yu. They left 1/3 and handed them over all the rest. The space now absorbs the crystal beads and has reached saturation, and there seems to be little change except for some enlargement. When Wang Qiang and several others saw such a high ice wall, they suddenly felt much more at ease. In this case, the sunny base does not need to be made of metal at all, and the Xia Qing condensed ice wall defense is very strong. But the ice wall that Xia Qing condensed also had a drawback, which was that it was too cold. In this case, it will be much safer. But the temperature dropped quite a bit as well, to 30 degrees in Lanchange, and now surrounded by a circle of icicles, the temperature dropped to 18 degrees. However, those who are in Lanchange now are all superpowers, and the physical fitness of the evolvers is naturally different, more resistant to the cold. Even the sultans have drank second-generation physique enhancers. Sudan, is there any progress in the research on giant trees here? The detection instruments and equipment just borrowed from the military base. The roots of this tree are at least tens of meters deep underground, and its roots spread throughout the underground of Lanchange. It can be said that if you dig soil in Lanchange, you may hit the roots of the trees by digging a few meters deep. It also resulted in them not having the means to build houses here. Only existing houses can be built, and all the ground is covered with tree roots. Sudan is also very curious, but their world is not very developed in botany. After all, many plants have become extinct intermittently before the end of the world. Some plants are also only found in specimens or photos. Besides, this is a new type of plant. How to grow so big in the apocalypse? What's going on? Look, how could this happen? How did these branches grow here? A few people looked over and emerged from the ground. The branches quickly extended and clung to Xia Qing and condensed on the ice wall. Why is it long against the ice wall? For a few minutes it was visible to the naked eye that the wall of ice that Xia Qing had just condensed was covered with dense branches at this moment. These branches and leaves become more vibrant, and some of the fishy smell around them is obscured. Is it because of the ice wall of the deputy base chief? These branches look quite willing to be next to a wall of ice. Yeah, I saw it too. In this case, maybe we can bear fruit here, right? The fruit is so astringent and unpalatable. Are the apples, bananas, and cherries from our base not delicious? Delicious, delicious, of course. I heard that this fruit is rich in nutrients. They use the fruit to make nutrient solution. One bottle can provide nutrients for the day, making it easy to carry. It just doesn't taste good, but when I go out to do tasks, the food is inconvenient to carry, so isn't this very convenient? Xia Qing listens to several people and suddenly comes up with thoughts. From the space, she took a knife and looked down at a branch. As soon as it fell to the ground, the branches dried up instantly. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Is this branch so easy to wither? Deputy Base Chief, as long as this tree is cut down or leaves fall, it will wither instantly. The fruit can only be kept for 24 hours, and it will wither immediately after the time. So it is. Thus, Xia Qing immediately took in the space at the moment of cutting. In her still space, the branches remained very perfect, and Xia Qing threw this thing directly into the acceleration space. Sure enough, in a few minutes, it grew rapidly and grew into a towering tree. In 2 minutes, the big tree was full of fruits. Other fruit trees can't compare with it. Who is producing nutrient solution now? Of course it was me. Because I was guarding Lanchange, the Sunny Base gave me this task and took 2 people from the institute with me. I have to say that we now have too few scientific researchers. Sultan sighs. You know, there are more and more fields involved now, and they need to study more and more things. Fortunately, there are those people from the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise they simply can't get busy. However, researchers still need to be trained. Then cultivate them from an early age, and those who are over 6 years old are cultivated and evaluated. It's time to learn when you're young. Although, this age may be a primary school student in Xia Qing's world and may not need to carry so much. But the world is different, there is no talent, no superpowers, and if you don't learn, you will only be eliminated. If you are eliminated in the last days, it may be life. Here, all the progress is just to live better. Then I will go to the orphanage and choose a few children. Okay. Today's little ones, learn more about how to tell the difference between dangers and so on. You can use these fruits directly to make nutrient solution. By the way, the taste can be appropriately made to taste better. There is no way to add additives to this thing, which affects energy. Xia Qing also tasted that thing. After drinking it, she really felt warm all over, but the taste was really unpalatable. If there is a battle in her world, the warriors bring nutrient solution with them, which is much easier, and not only is the weight reduced, but the energy can also last all day. Xia Qing's world's military supplies are also compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, and the like. A sip of this can quickly replenish the ability and greatly improve the time. So much? The Sultan was stunned when he saw so many fruits, knowing that they could only pick 10 in one day, that is, they could only make 10 bottles at most. If it's too late to make it, there will be one tomorrow. I'll make arrangements first. The Sultan quickly arranges for the fruit to be moved away, with her production room in the back villa room, now a safe place because the zombies have shrunk. So the Lanchange base is the smallest base nowadays. It was also only able to be built in the later stage and slowly expanded. This side was protected by an ice wall, as long as the gate was guarded, and so you moved some large weapons from the military base, it was still safe for the time being. Just doesn't solve those people, and lures zombies over to attack them. So Wang Qian's side, too, is rushing to find the man who attracted the zombies to attack them. Wang Qian, you send someone to release a wave of supplies and wait and see. Wang Qian's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll arrange it right now. Previously, it had been in the stage of being passively beaten, and coupled with zombie attacks, it was impossible to do a doppelganger. Now both Su Yu and Xia Qing have come over to help them solve their big trouble. Now with Su Yu's opinion, they happen to have the time to do this. Wang Qian would never let him go if that man was caught by them. Here, Xia Qing and Su Yu were almost busy, and the two returned to Xia Qing's time and space together. At this moment, the sky was already slightly bright. Xia Qing released her water and took a bath in the bathtub for a while. Flashing videos on your phone. Open Sunny Cinema. The night view of Sunny Film and Television City is so beautiful. Guess which ancient costume I wear. Is this really makeup made for 288 yuan? Xia Qing looked at Qingtian Film and Television City and it was getting better, and the flow of people was getting bigger and bigger, including the Hancheng government building roads overnight, etc. A dedicated line was even opened, which was expected to be able to be built in a month. Most of them are compliments to Handan City, and some say in rare cases that Handan City cannot book a good hotel, etc. Thinking of this, she has to ask today what is the plan for Wu Shui and Gao Yu to have sex with each other. Xia Qing took a bath and put on clean clothes. She originally wanted to sleep for a while, but found that she was not very sleepy. Villa restaurant. Right away. Xia Qing stands at the corner of the revolving staircase and sees a tall man in the kitchen wearing an apron and making every move. The robot serves the plate on the side and sets it on the dining table. I haven't cooked for a long time, you can try it. Okay. Xia Qing can't wait, just some home-cooked recipes. Delicious. Su Yu looked at Xia Qing eating, and he was very happy. More than a year ago, he never thought that there would be a day like today. He wants to protect both worlds, especially Xia Qing's. Without this world, where would there be his time and space? I'm afraid they're all dead bodies in the wasteland. After the things here are arranged, we will go to Myanmar. Okay. She will vigorously develop the economy of Myanmar over there. As her reserve follow-up treasury, including food and various supplies, she needs to expand production in the factory. It is more convenient to establish it in the Burma district. Just after breakfast for 2 people, the robot is packing the dishes and putting them in the dishwasher. Someone's coming outside. Zhang Huanan, why are you here? This is the nationality that Mr. Su has applied for. Now Mr. Su is already a member of our country of China. It is a great honor. So fast. Xia Qing was surprised and saw that the date had already been set yesterday and was only officially delivered today. Yes, talents like Mr. Su are very welcome in our country. If you specially apply for priority expedited processing. If Su Yu's technology goes to other countries, it will definitely be robbed, so their countries must handle it as soon as possible. Xia Qing smiled happily when she received Su Yu's certificate of nationality and household registration. Now Su Yu is also from her world. Who says that people from 2 worlds cannot be together? They are also running in both directions. With Chinese nationality, Su Yuki implemented his identity. Will be able to walk freely in this world later. Miss Xia, these are the team members we selected. Take a look. When we have time, we have to meet in advance. We have already stationed here in Handan City, the address has been selected, and it is still under renovation. So fast. Xia Qing looked at the information in her hand and found that the younger one was 18 years old and the older one was only 25 years old, both of whom were young people of a new generation. These people are carefully selected. Being able to join a special squad is naturally unusual. What is the mission of this team of ours? Xia Qing is embarrassed when she touches her nose, and although she is the vice captain, she does not yet know what this special squad task is. Besides, she's usually very busy, although most likely she's just hanging up a position. Our main task is the technical team that protects chips. Our team members are all talents in this field. Our special team is to obtain intelligence, conduct counterintelligence investigations, and protect our country's secrets. Okay, it's just an intelligence team, right? Yes, but we have more permissions. Miss Xia, this is the rank medal of the Major. Major is equivalent to the treatment of section chief, but it is already very good for Xia Qing. Zhang Huanan is at the rank of colonel, which is equivalent to the position of county magistrate, but the benefits of the military rank are better. Their special squad is a joint department, part of the center. Although it's not a big rank, it's a high-level confidential unit. Okay. Xia Qing also received the medal very respectfully. Originally, Su Yu could be directly awarded first-class honors. It is enough to know the importance of this chip, but now the situation is tense, and it's protected from above. After all, their country also has many spies. After Zhang Huanen finished speaking, he looked at Suyu in embarrassment. That's right. Our technical team has just been established and has also done technical research on chips. We don't know how to operate on many issues. Can you ask Mr. Su to train us? Xia Qing twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, saying that she was just a superficial vice captain, but what she really wanted was Suyu. Now that you have acquired your nationality, you might as well just let Suyu be the one, probably to protect this chip researcher as well? So push Xia Qing in front? Abacus snapping. In fact, several scientists on this chip copied several without sleep, but the production was not successful at all. 1 millimeter of deviation is 1,000 miles lost. It was impossible to succeed at all. In the end, they felt that Suyu could succeed, probably due to some luck. Of course, no one of them knows that Suyu will be able to make another one in the future. But now that this man is from their country of China, then we must keep the talent. Sure. Suyu nodded. Xia Qing looked at her account and found that 200 million had been received, and it appeared that China had paid her in batches. Then as soon as possible, I will go to Myanmar with Qingqing in 2 days. Going to Myanmar? Zhang Huanen was nervous for a moment. You must know that the person in front of you, like the national professor, must keep it confidential and ensure safety. Now going to that chaotic place in Burma, Zhang Huanen is still a little nervous, and it would be bad if something happened to him. There is no need to worry about the training location, just come home. The operation is actually not difficult. The base operation is simple. Okay. After Zhang Huanen left, Xia Qing said to Suyu, he seems to not want you to go abroad. That's naturally. Fortunately, I didn't have such a high profile at the beginning. I came up with such superb technology. Otherwise it would be too sensational. That won't restrict you from going abroad, will it? I'll be able to take you out of the country, too, if there are restrictions. They are connected in space, where Xia Qing goes, so you will naturally be able to go. Now the main thing is whether the above will restrict Suyu's freedom. There are advantages and disadvantages to handing it over to the country. That's right. Xia Qing looked at Suyu's nationality in her hand, otherwise it would be too difficult to become a Chinese national. Xia Qing can also understand that after all, when something is important and affects countless people, then this thing will attract competition. These cannot be avoided. As expected, Zhang Huanen immediately called her superior after she went out. Mr. Su agreed to train our squad. However, Mr. Su is going to Myanmar in a few days. Xia Qing is now the deputy military commander of Myanmar district, and naturally has to go to handle some government affairs. Suyu now has a special status and must ensure his safety. Suyu had just become a Chinese citizen, and if Suyu's actions were restricted, it would probably create a rebellious mentality. I will notify people in Myanmar to arrange protection. This chip was manufactured by Suyu Research and has SS-level confidentiality tasks. Understand. These people of them are highly trained and will not confide anything, even torture, psychological torture, or even injections they are able to resist. Arrange the time and place here, and Suyu will go for training. Xia Qing had already sent out lists to the suppliers, and had stocked up enough supplies to arrive at the warehouse, which she would have to go to collect them. Mayan District. Xiaoan originally planned to go back the next day, but the weather here suddenly started to rain heavily, so she just lost some time here. This side is more like their third-tier rural area. People here speak in Chinese, but there are no communication barriers. Grandma Lu lived here very adaptably, so she returned to the countryside. Xiaoan didn't come here at first, she always thought it was very scary. The paradise of the dark elements, now here, doesn't seem as terrifying as it might seem. It's just a bit shabby, and the native inhabitants here are quite simple. In fact, the native inhabitants also suffered greatly. The first batch of people recruited by Xia Qing have arrived in Myanmar one after another. It's just that the torrential rains of these days have delayed some time. Grandma Lu, the rain has stopped today and I am going back. Grandma really can't bear to leave you, you are such a good girl. I will come again when I have the chance in the future. On the car Lu Xiaochuan took Xiaoan to the border, he talked about Xia Qing from time to time. Xiaoan did not expect that Xia Qing, a girl, would be so brave. Xiaoan no longer has the mentality of an ordinary boss towards Xia Qing. Being able to fight criminals in Myanmar and even become a deputy army commander, Xiaoan felt that Wang Menyu's choice to develop with Xia Qing in Myanmar was very far-sighted. How far the boss can go means that you can follow him. Moreover, the current appearance of Myanmar is a good opportunity for development. Xiaoan also made a bold decision in her heart, and she also wanted to follow Xia Qing to develop in Myanmar. But, I'm afraid Xia Qing still has to choose a secretary in the country again? Here Xiaoan also received the news that Xia sent and received. My boss asked me to book a flight for next week. Ah, Sister Qing is coming over? Lu Xiaochuan was a little excited when he heard Xiaoan's words. He must thank Xia Qing in person for his grandma this time. Yes. Great. On the one hand, Lu Xiaochuan wanted to thank Xia Qing, and on the other hand, he felt that if Xia Qing came over, Chu Xiu would not have such a low pressure. But what he didn't know was that there was Su Yu when he came over this time. Chu Xiu, who was in the office, suddenly received an order. In 2 days, an important figure from China will arrive in Myanmar and must be protected. The photo has already been sent to Chu Xiu's phone. Ha! Are you sure you're not kidding me? Does he need protection? Yes, that's an order from a superior. Chu Xiu hangs up and sees that the person in the photo is none other than Su Yu. This guy needs protection? And he's coming to Burma too? When Xia Qing comes, he also wants to come, as if he has deliberately forgotten that Su Yu is Xia Qing's husband. Okay. Su Yu. A strange flash flashed through Chu Xiu's deep eyes. This man is excellent, and there will even be a common frequency between them, but without prejudice to the evenly matched hostility of the two. The king of soldiers of two worlds, there is always one who is the winner. Lan Yu packed up his things and made a report and directly applied to fly to Milan, a special care unit of a high-end private hospital in Milan. What's going on? What's wrong with my mother? Leukemia. Acute lymphocytic leukemia, a high-risk type of all. There are no genetically integrated drugs in China, so I took our mother to Milan. It's been a month and I know you have a special mission, so I haven't notified you. 2 days ago, your mother entered the ICU again. Your mother, she wants to see you. I'm useless, I can't cure your mother. The middle-aged man took off his glasses, his eyes red, and he looked regretful. Dad, you're already awesome. Lan Yu's father is a professor of pharmacology, designing and developing, and researching drugs. Milan's fusion gene drugs can only extend your mother's life by 3 months. He used to study in the country of Milan, and almost stayed there to pursue a research career that year. Sorry, fusion gene drugs are now the most advanced drugs here. They have certain side effects. The patient's body immunity is too low to withstand such side effects. Like a chemotherapeutic drug, this medicine kills all the cells of the body once, and damages itself 800 and hurts 1,000 enemies. The doctor in Milan said that he and Lan Yu's father were good friends. At this moment, Lan Yu's hand clenched, and she had 2 little people fighting in her heart. I have been studying medicine for a lifetime, but in the end I couldn't find a medicine that could treat your mother. I'm a waste. Lan Yu had been hesitating in her heart, but she agreed to pass Xia Qing. But at the moment in the ICU ward of the ward is her mother. With tubes all over his body, his black hair, already extremely pale, not only that, but his mother, who was proud and beautiful, is now skinny and skinny. The mother who held her in the palm of her hand lay like this asterisk star. She would make her favorite omelette rice and would often nag her, but she would never hear her mother's nagging again. Lan Yu only felt extremely distressed. People are selfish. That's right, it's selfish, even though she promised Xia Qing, so what? Besides, she's just using a little bit of her blood. I have a way. What can be done? Your mother can't even solve a stem cell transplant. I have a way, I have medicine, I can treat my mom. Lan Yu's eyes were firm, as if he had made some major decision. Lan Yu took out a small glass bottle from his backpack, which contained Xia Qing's blood. Even though it had been stored for so many days, the blood was still very bright. When you examine this drop of blood, the immune cells in it are dozens of times higher than those in ordinary people. If immune cells can be extracted to make immunoglobulins, my mother's immunity can be improved, and then gene fusion drugs can be used, and my mother can survive. Lan Yu's hand trembled, and she felt as if she had made a wrong decision by taking it out today. She felt something was draining, but she could not watch her mother die. It's something nobody can do. Impossible, what blood can have such high immunity? Lan Fei frowned and looked in disbelief. The doctor friends including Lan Fei from Milan were also very shocked and thought that what Lan Yu said was false. Their country, Milan, is the most medically advanced in the world. How could it be that they can't find medicine? However, the latest artificial skeleton developed by China recently did have a big impact on them. Even they bought a pair, did a disassembly study, and wanted to copy it. However, no matter how it is copied, many materials have been found for synthesis, and they have not been taken down yet. Really, I promise. Dad, you can do a test right away. Believe me, I won't joke about my mother's life. This is also what I recently discovered. This person has stronger immunity than ordinary people. That's right, this guy is Xia Qing. If Lan Yu collects Xia Qing's blood now, it will be seen that Xia Qing's immunity is stronger than before. Not only Xia Qing, but also Su Yu. As long as you are an evolver, your physique is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. And in their time and space, human fitness is generally low, various food additives, supply synthesizers, etc. The ubiquity of pollution around them, coupled with prolonged periods of non-exercise, are sub-healthy people. Seeing that his daughter was so determined, Lan Fei now, no matter what it was, as long as he could save people, they would have to try it even if there was a 1-point chance. Okay. James, arrange a lab for me. James nodded, and though he was quite shocked, he had to try whatever it was. Soon, James arranges for a separate testing room. Detection room. Lan Fei immediately took the medicine bottle from Lan Yu's hand and tested it. Bring high power mirror, perform assay. The blood is still active under a high power microscope. God, it's incredible. This drop of blood actually has such activity. You know that in the environment of normal temperature outside the body, red blood cells can generally remain relatively intact and function for a certain amount of hours, up to a dozen hours. Usually around 8 hours, there is a noticeable decrease in activity. Even if it is placed in a refrigerated environment of 4 degrees, it is possible to keep it for more than 20 days. White blood cells decline relatively quickly, and immune function may decline in 2 to 4 hours. For platelets, it will change in about 1 to 2 hours, and special storage will take effect in 5 days. So white blood cells play a role primarily in immune defense. The activity of white blood cells still exists and has strong activity. This is impossible. This drop of blood was stored by me a month ago, and I didn't cryopreserve it. Oh my God, this guy's blood immunity is great. It's simply heaven-defying. God. Usually if the immunity is too strong, the body may not be able to bear it and other diseases will occur. James said. James envied having such immunity, though. They used to treat a person with strong immunity, but because the immunity was too strong, they attacked themselves and reduced their immunity to survive. However, that one has strong immunity, and it doesn't have such incredible activity as the blood cell in front of him. If the immunity in the blood is extracted, it will not be able to save my mother. But it takes a blood transfusion to extract it, make immunoglobulins, and give your mother an injection. Maybe that's a hope. Seeing the blood's thermal activity, Lan Fei immediately felt some hope. Where's this guy? Who is it? She's my friend. I'll call her now to see if I can come and donate blood. Okay. James, who was on the side, looked at the drop of blood, thoughtfully, with a twinkle of light in his eyes. Lan Fei is now holding out great hopes. To know the immunoglobulin, the size of a bottle is also just 2.5 grams, usually 50 milliliters of plasma are needed for every gram of immunoglobulin produced. To produce 1 vial of immunoglobulin is to be extracted from 460 milliliters of blood, and the quality of each immunoglobulin varies. Lan Yu's mother, who has been injected with more than a dozen bottles of high-grade immunoglobulins, is still a drop in the bucket. Can't handle the side effects of the drug at all. This is still a fusion gene drug, and the side effects are relatively small. Lan Yu urgently contacted Xia Qing. Xia Qing, I'm sorry, my mother has a very serious leukemia. I beg you to donate 400 milliliters of blood to extract immunoglobulins and enhance my mother's immunity. Xia Qing was silent for a moment while Suyu frowned next to her. I'm in Milan now. Can I buy you a plane ticket? Didn't you promise me I wouldn't tell you about it? I'm sorry, I didn't say it. I really have no choice. I can't watch my mother die. Xia Qing, please donate blood, my life is yours. Address me. Thank you, Xia Qing. You are willing to come, my life is yours, thank you really. Lan Yu was really moved at this moment. Miss Lan, will your friend come over? James also hears Blue Rain's phone call just now. Yeah, I'll put her alone. I know her blood is special, so Mr. James wants you to keep this a secret. I've caused a lot of trouble for my friend and I don't want to cause him any more trouble. Okay, no problem. James expressed his understanding, but there was still a hint of strangeness in his deep eyes. He pushes his eyes and watches Lan Yu's back disappear into the hallway, takes out his phone and sends out a message immediately. Xia family, you can't go to Milan to donate blood. Suyu frowned. I know, but if I don't go through it, it will only be more troublesome. So, I've figured out a way to do it. When Lan Yu drew my blood, he knew that my blood was extraordinary, so he knew that sooner or later he would be remembered, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Regardless of whether Lan Yu's mother is really sick or fake, it seems that I have to go to Milan to cut off their thoughts. When the time comes to draw blood, I will exchange the blood for someone else's. It is best to use ordinary people in the apocalypse. The immunity of ordinary people in the last days is several times stronger than that of people in their world. Of course, husband, I also need your cooperation. This is really testing human nature. Qing, don't test human nature. Sometimes the darkness of human nature is much darker than you think. Qing, I don't recommend you go. I understand what you mean by wanting to cut them off. If you are in China, you can go, but in other countries, don't go. Especially Milan. I have checked their country, their medicine is developed, but they have done too many shameful things. You can't take risks. When drawing blood, if you make a mistake and are discovered, it will be very troublesome. You know, people's desires are endless. Okay. Xia Qing decided to listen to Suyu and be more steady, but if it was her, she might choose to go and cut them off. Although this is a bit more risky, it is also a once and for all solution. Otherwise, there is a person who is always thinking about her blood, which is a troublesome thing. Like a time bomb, Lan Yu has to find a way to solve the problem. Suyu frowned and felt that the incident was a bit serious. No problem if it doesn't break out. If it does, Xia Qing may have been the target of those people. Suyu saw that Xia Qing seemed very dull. You come. Suyu pulled Xia Qing in front of the computer and directly used the chip system to locate Milan. I originally wanted to collect weapons information from their country, but accidentally found this SSS-level confidential human experiment. Biological and chemical weapons? Virus bank? There are even some photos of them conducting experiments. This information shows that children aged 1 to 6 years old extract their growth hormone to make drugs without side effects. Then these children will never grow taller. The blood of these adolescent girls is extracting a certain substance to delay aging. And these, one by one, Milan's top confidential information was in front of her. Xia Qing only felt a little chilly on her back after seeing it. She had always lived in a peaceful time before, and would not have encountered such a thing even if she did not live a very satisfactory life every day. At most, they have a bad relationship with colleagues, have no money to eat, watch a small drama, and read a novel. But after reading it, she only found it very scary. In a world she didn't know, there were more horrible things. It's just that she couldn't be involved before. Now as her status is different, money and status are foreshadowing things, the higher she stands, the farther she will see. The darkness in the world is far darker than you think. I know. Xia Qing's ice blue eyes dimmed slightly. Just like Qin Shi Huang in Xia Qing's time and space, after unifying the country, he wanted more in immortality. Not only the country of Milan, but also this island country are also participating. Island country, I know that when they invaded our country, Unit 842 conducted horrific human experiments. It can be said that they are miserable. In China, they conduct bacterial experiments, frostbite experiments, poison gas experiments, vivisection, and study a large number of drugs. The island country's medical technology is also ranked #1 in the world. They experimented with the lives of our Chinese country. Thinking of this, Xia Qing was still very angry. She believed that every Chinese people would be filled with indignation when they mentioned this place. Therefore, even if science develops and world civilization progresses now, it only shows that these dark technologies are more advanced and hidden. They hide in the sun and become darker. The darkness is just hidden, not without. When the end of the world comes one day, these darknesses will sweep across the sky. Well, I know, I'm not going. Seeing that Xia Qing already understood, Suyu was relieved. Individual abilities simply cannot be fought. Suyu served as a soldier in the last days and saw too many. He was able to save people, but he could not save people who were interested in their interests. Where there is enough benefit, it happens in whatever world. What he is able to do, only if he is strong in himself and no one dares to mess with them, or let them be the makers of interests, will he be able to solve this matter completely. All that can be done is to ensure that the vast majority of people grow in the sun. China has always done this. Suyu, this is a good country. Xia Qing asked Lan Yu for an address and sent a courier, which was a diluted physical enhancement ***. The express is an international express and can be delivered in one day. Milan. Lan Yu has already gone to the airport, and she can't wait until Xia Qing. She didn't even notice that she was followed by a man with a black hat. However, she didn't wait for Xia Qing, she just waited for a courier. Hello, you are Miss Lan Yu. This is the express delivery given to you by Miss Xia Qing. Please sign for it. Good. Lan Yu looked at the courier and signed it with a quirky expression. Could it be Xia Qing's blood in this? But the box is a bit light. Why didn't Xia Qing come over in person? Inside is an iron box containing a 10 ml and a letter. This is a physical enhancement ** that can be helpful to your mother. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm over 5 months pregnant. When Lan Yu saw the letter, he suddenly felt excited. Xia Qing, how can you do this? She's obviously promised, she'll come over. Why this? Lan Yu felt very uncomfortable and immediately called Xia Qing again. Xia Qing, you promised you would come over, why did you lie to me? The phone that was called was turned off. At this moment, Lan Yu is very angry, but he is seeing the blue vial. Physique-enhancing fluid? Does this thing work? Or is Xia Qing just trying to be perfunctory with her? Now there is nothing better, so she returns to the hospital. Lan Fei looked at her daughter with a feeling of loss and sadness, and was angry. What about plasma? My friend is pregnant and cannot donate blood. Lan Fei is also very concerned about plasma. He is also a pharmacy researcher and is naturally very curious. The more researchers, the more curiosity and pursuit there will be for the unknown. At this moment, I felt a sense of loss when I heard that my daughter did not get the plasma. Dad, test this thing to see what substance it is. Okay. This thing may be able to save us. Lan Yu, who has calmed down, can only hope for this bottle brought by Xia Qing at this moment. She was so excited just now, too. She broke the contract first, plus Xia Qing was pregnant. Even if Xia Qing doesn't come, it's not her fault, but at that moment, she seemed to be unable to control herself and blame Xia Qing. Xia Qing is her choice if not. But no one can calm down in the face of such an emergency. Lan Fei doesn't have much hope, including James. No one is more effective than our medicine in Milan. Most likely it is just a bottle of ordinary nutrient solution. Even a nutrient solution cannot be just a few milliliters. At least 100 milliliters of nutrient solution should be input at one time. A few milliliters of nutrient solution? What's that? James just feels that blue rain is a waste of time. I think having that person donate plasma can improve your mother's survival rate. Do you want to call or give me a compensation fund? James felt that blue rain should not have paid enough, and that person would not have come. She's pregnant and can't donate blood. It's common sense that you can't donate blood while pregnant. But your mother is in danger. If she can have immune globulin dozens of times stronger, your mother is likely to extend her life by several years. Even if you are pregnant, our side can provide protection and will not harm the fetus. James even says something emotional. Lan Yu frowned slightly, as if he noticed James' excitement. Sorry, the father I gave you is a very good classmate. I don't want to see your father lose his wife. Test what's in this vial first. Lan Yu's heart is also a little shaken now, but how can she convince Xia Qing to come to Milan? Did she ask Chu Shiyu for help? Thinking of Chu Shiyu's threat to her, she vetoed the decision with a clear mind. She knew full well that Chu Shiyu was a human being, and he would definitely do what he said. I don't think you want to have much hope in this thing. I suggest you or your friend ask her to come over. Your mother probably can't survive 36 hours. James persuades him that he still hopes Blue Rain's friends will come over. It can be said that if you remove the instrument, you will die immediately. 15 minutes later. It's amazing, this thing has the effect of strengthening cells. Lan said agitatedly. This was only the original physique-enhancing potion, and Xia Qing also diluted it by 50%. Now the second generation has been studied over there in the apocalypse. Quickly, this injection into your mother's body can strengthen your mother's cells. Impossible. James doesn't believe that there's still going to be something like this in the world? Come and take a look. Lan Fei got out of the way, and James walked up to the detection high-power mirror instrument, and sure enough, he detected such an effect. God, that's true. Where did such a potion come from? Xiao, is there any other medicine like this? Please pay the price and I will buy a bottle. James said excitedly. He bought it, to do research. Sorry, it's just a bottle now, I'm going to give my mom an injection. Yes, go now. Lan Fei can't wait, too. Wait a minute, although this test result has the effect of enhancing cells, the effect of injection into the human body is not certain. Do you really want to inject this unknown? I think it's better to leave it to us first, study it carefully, and make sure it's safe before injecting? Lan Fei hesitated a little. Preliminary testing of this thing does have the effect of strengthening cells. But after all, no injections were made into humans. Dad, stop waiting. If you wait any longer, my mother will be gone. Now for the injection, there's still a glimmer of hope. Lan Fei is enlightened when she hears her daughter's words. Exactly. My wife, she can't wait now. The three men changed into protective clothing and entered the ICU ward, and were able to enter only after being disinfected all over their bodies. Even a woman lying in a sick bed can't open her eyes. If it weren't for the wavy heart detection instrument, she would probably feel that she was a dead person. Lan Yu's hand is a little nervous because it is her own mother who is lying in front of her at the moment. If this can improve the mother, it's everyone's happy. If this causes the mother's immediate death, then this will be the shadow of her life. Seeing her daughter's trembling hands, Lan Fei certainly understood her hesitation. I come. Lan Fei, who was on the side, took the syringe from his daughter's hand, and let him do such a thing. Soon, plunged into the woman's dry arm, and her blood vessels were so thin that they were clearly visible. Quickly enters the woman's body. Diddy. In about half a minute, the various instruments changed. Look, mom's heartbeat has become stronger. Oxygen saturation is also rising. Cardiopulmonary values are also rising. My mother's indicators are rising. This is really useful. Really useful. At this moment, Lan Yu was so excited that he knelt down in front of the hospital bed. James immediately checks the situation, and the various situations do improve. An hour later, they performed a blood test on the sick *** woman. Ms. Wang, the cell enhancement in the body is indeed developing in a good direction. In this case, you can continue to use fusion gene drugs to maintain life. Great. In that case, her mother would have a chance of survival for at least 3 or 5 years. Lan Yu was so happy that she quickly sent Xia Qing a WeChat message. Thanks, Xia Qing. It was you who saved my mother's life. I, Lan Yu, owe you a lifetime of kindness. Xia Qing on the other side didn't reply. During the night, inside the testing room, James, wearing goggles, is conducting research in the testing room. In the testing room, there are residual samples of constitution-enhancing agents. Throughout the night, his eyes were covered in red blood. Why? What is the source of energy in it? Why I can't find any ingredients? What exactly is this made of? Including him, the previously extremely active blood samples, none of them. Originally, he thought that this physical enhancement *** was extracted through that blood, but now it seems that it is not like this. What's in this physique-enhancing potion are all brand new ingredients. Database, not even in the dark. So where exactly did the potion come from? Who made it anyway? James is near the brink of collapse and instantly calms down again. On the third day, Lan Yu's mother had already moved from the ICU ward to the general ward. Some uninformed people, they all feel that this is a miracle. But only Blue Rain, James knows, it's not a miracle. It's all about that physique-enhancing potion. Xiao, although that bottle of constitution-enhancing medicine will enhance your mother's immunity, the side effects of the medicine are still invading. If you want your mother to survive for a long time, I'm afraid it will take 3 years of physical enhancement pills to maintain life. So, as long as there are physical enhancement pills, can I continue to extend my mother's life? Theoretically it is possible, but I don't know if it will cause attachment or failure. Taking one agent for a long time will reduce the efficacy of the medicine in the body and produce resistance. This physical enhancement potion was given to me by a friend. Let me see if I can buy it again. Okay. James nodded slightly. Can you do Uncle James a favor? Can you buy me a bottle too? Blue Rain seemed very embarrassed. I'll pay a high price. I'll see. These days at the private hospital of Milan, James has helped them a lot. Xiao, your friend is a pharmaceutical genius. Once such a drug is launched, it will definitely benefit many humans. At least it can save the lives of ordinary humans. Lan Fei said excitedly, such a person is a genius. Lan Yu had been staring at her phone, and finally Xia Qing replied to her message, replying to Lan Fei as she looked. Dad, this drug was secretly developed by a friend's company and has not yet been registered and put on the market. This is just an experimental device. She gave me that bottle. So can we buy it? What biological research company is it? I really want to meet such talents. Once on the market, this inventor might be selected for the Golden Bell Award. Lan Fei also asked very excitedly, he is also a professor of pharmacy in Huaxia, and he still has certain authority in this regard. My friend didn't say that the drug is not yet on the market for the time being, and it may not be until next year. Xiao, can you buy a bottle for Dad? I just asked, the tentative price of this bottle is 10 million. In other words, Xia Qing just gave her 10 million. Lan Yu's family is also a middle-class family, but there is no such thing as taking out 10 million in cash out of thin air. 10 million, this is a huge sum of money for ordinary people, and it is possible that it will take several lifetimes to earn money. But for some of his rich people, 10 million would be nothing. Lan Yu also knows that investment in drug research and development is very expensive, especially for such good drugs. It is definitely normal to be more expensive. Of course, in fact, Xia Qing plans to launch this diluted version of the physical enhancement potion next year. Of course, ordinary people will also have the opportunity. By then, Xia Qing will hold a global lottery. Of course, this is all a story later. 10 million. Lan Fei was not too surprised. He knew too well that he had developed a new type of pharmacy. From research and development to experimentation, to listing, the investment may also be billions. Especially this physique-enhancing potion, the effect is so obvious, the latest ingredients, 10 million a bottle is not expensive. When James heard the price, his flesh hurt. Buy me a bottle. Well, I'll ask for you. Uncle James, I'm sorry, what she said is that for Chinese people, it's 10 million bottles, and for foreign people, it's 20 million bottles. James, at this moment, is livid. Some new high-tech drugs in Milan are cheap for their own country, but when exported to other countries, the price is doubled, and even several times more expensive. Xiao, I can transfer the money to you and buy it for you. No, I can't deceive my friend, and, my friend said, this physique-enhancing potion is divided into versions. The foreign version, like the domestic version, is suitable for the genetic constitution of our Chinese people, and the foreign version is divided into foreign versions. If the version is different, drinking it will cause side effects. Lan Yu said seriously. Yes, this constitution-enhancing drug enhances living human cells. We are very different from foreign genes. Lan Fei said. Different medicinal effects have been developed according to different genes, and gene fusion drugs have also been developed by the underlying gene type. James frowned, his pupils darkened deeply, and his face became gloomy. In the end, he couldn't help it, gritted his teeth and said, 20 million, let's do 20 million. When the time comes, he researches this thing, then this thing is theirs. Compared with China, their pharmacy in Milan is more advanced. He knows too well the value of this thing. Okay, this is my friend's Swiss secrecy bank account. You can transfer the money directly to this account and give me the address. It can be delivered in about a day or two. Okay. James doesn't feel bad about the money at all. The private hospital is run by their family. Instead of feeling sorry for the money, he was angry. In the past, they were the only ones in Milan who exported medicines and paid extra to sell them, but suddenly one day, Huaxia actually sold them twice as much money. Can this not make them angry? James felt very unhappy with this move, and when they worked out the production process in the future, they would immediately go public in advance for filing. When the time comes to take out this potion, it will become plagiarism. But he hasn't found out who this friend of Lanyu's is yet, but it's a matter of time before he finds out. As long as the blue rain is still here. He can't believe that a country with a low IQ in China can develop such an advanced medicinal solution. Here Xia Qing received a transfer of 20 million, not only that but also 3 million. This money is the money for physical enhancement pills. Thank you. I will slowly pay back the remaining money to you. Thank you very much, Xia Qing. Okay. Xia Qing has received money here. In fact, the different genetic versions she mentioned are all nonsense. She just wants to collect more money from people in Milan. They're only allowed to be in the first grade of junior high school, she's not allowed to be 15? She goes to the end of the world and informs Professor Chang, help me make a batch of diluted enhancers that improve some ingredients, such as those that cause hair loss. Okay, Deputy Base Chief. Although it is not known why the Deputy Chief's request is so strange, arrange it and they will make it. She goes to Dr. John, a family of Chinese medicine from the apocalypse. Dr. John, the thick hair growth shampoo from the previous Chinese herbal ointment can be developed recently. This is all ready-made and I've developed it. Give me one of the prescriptions. It's best to find one that cannot be studied by others. That's this Chinese herbal medicine. Okay. This Chinese medicinal material, in Xia Qing's spacetime production is extremely underground, she can be placed in her accelerated space for growth. There is no shortage of medicinal materials. After this, she returned to her own time and space. Wine Menu acquired a shampoo factory. Okay. Wine Menu looked at Xia Qing's WeChat and shook his head helplessly. Immediately, she looked up at Gao Yu and Wu Shui. Wu Shui, your hotel plan has been approved by Director Xia. Wu Shui was overjoyed and smiled slightly, and Gao Yu next to her suddenly felt a little disappointed. Gao Yu, I also want to give you an important task, which is to acquire a daily chemical factory, preferably one that specializes in shampoo. Okay. This is what Director Xia personally explained. Gao Yuli sat down and became serious. I will inform you that there will be a meeting in the conference room later. Received. Wine Menu also received news from Xia Qing that she would go to Myanmar in a week, so she had to arrange the work here and complete the handover. She's been bidding things down here, and someone's gonna arrange them for her. She is now somewhat impatient, waiting until a year later when her physique-enhancing potion becomes available worldwide, and people abroad use it to lose all their hair later, and then buy her traditional Chinese medicine hair toner. Tisk tisk. Suddenly, she feels that she seems to be somewhat similar to some capital. That's probably the idea of top-level thinking? However, after a year, she did not intend to sell it so expensively. After all, a global crisis broke out, and she could not let the world become the same as Suyu's apocalypse. Now if you don't mention selling it more expensively, I'm afraid the other party won't believe it either. This thing, on the contrary, will be sold more expensively, and people will trust her. Xia Qing's house. Two young men came to the house, the members of the special squad. Being able to enter a special squad is a genius, so to speak. He is a proud man of heaven, and he has extraordinary strengths in some places. Actually, Xia Qing was the vice captain, but they still felt a little unconvinced. However, seeing Suyu and teaching them, they admired Suyu even more than Zhang Huanan. So they inevitably have more respect for Xia Qing. A week later, Xia Qing and Suyu had already booked a flight to Burma. Vice captain, our captain sent me to follow you. If you need anything, we can help at any time. Lin Si reported. You are my deputy captain and you can contact me at any time if you need anything. Milano Laboratories. James has been in the research room doing research since he got the potion in his hand. Suddenly, James. Why? Where does this ingredient come from? How come there is this ingredient? Why can't I find it? What exactly is this ingredient fusion? James grabs his hair and looks at the table, which is all bottles and jars, the ingredients he tried to synthesize. Too bad none are of use. Why does it have such an effect? James's eyes were red-eyed and filled with red blood. I stayed up almost every day for the past 2 days, my beard was unshaven, and my hair had not been washed for several days. There was a strange smell all over his body, but even so, he didn't find a clue or even a single ingredient. All unknown ingredients. It is not extracted from the human body. Could it be from what animal? James's brain's been spinning. He has all the resources in his hands, but he has not studied any of them. James was a little broken, and he never felt that China could develop such a thing. Immediately, he felt that he might not be able to develop it on his own. He needed the help of that person. Soon James took out a mobile phone and pressed it. He couldn't develop it himself. Although he was very unwilling to do so, he knew that he had to develop this thing as soon as possible before he could be listed on the Chinese market. Such a thing, the profit it brings is huge. In fact, when Xia Qing took it out, she naturally thought about whether foreign people would want to study it, but it actually didn't matter. Because they couldn't study it at all, it was using crystal beads as an energy component to extract. There was no such thing in this world, no one could develop it except herself. Will, do you want to work together? Okay. An hour later, James drives to a remote spot in the suburb. James, what's going on? Not seeing you for a few days, looking so bad? Will looks at James without the gentleman of old. The man with a bearded face in front of him is none other than Will, one of the three giants of the secret island and the largest shareholder of HR Biotech Milan. You must know that the general gene fusion drugs in the world are produced by HR Biotech. The two men were also in a relationship of interest, and James' private hospital was also in the top 3 in Milan. I have something here, can I cooperate? What? You need to come to me in person as well. You read the report first. James took out the report in his hand and threw it at Will's coffee table. The latter frowned slightly, but after reading the report, he stood up and became excited instantly. Is it true that there will be such a thing? You must know that his secret research institute has also been secretly developing various things. It is not that they have not studied this kind of medicine that can strengthen the body. No clue at all. We have been studying it, and you know that those people want to live longer. We draw the bone marrow of young people and make, which remains active in the human body for up to a week. This one is so high, can it maintain cell activity and improve human cell immunity? Of course it is true. If you continue to look down, I have witnessed with my own eyes that one of my patients was injected with this thing. He was on the verge of death, but his body's cell immunity was enhanced, and he was pulled back from the hands of death. Now through genetic medicine treatment, as long as this kind of physical enhancement is injected every period of time, it can completely resist the harm caused by chemotherapy drugs. This thing was developed by Chinese people, and they expect it to be launched next year. James frowned and said in a hoarse voice. He has been staying at the institute for the past few days, and he eats and drinks very little. I just have this bottle in my hand. Is this worth working with? Surely worth it. James, we're good brothers. If this thing is put on the market in China, are those big guys still willing to come to us for consumption? We need to study a replica of this thing as soon as possible. The corners of the two men's mouths smiled slightly, and the two men showed tacit smiles. What good brothers are good brothers when they have common interests? Where does this thing come from? It is better for us to find the root. In China. Will frowned slightly. China's management in this area is still very strict, and the confidentiality of this kind of thing must be very strict. Did you use it on yourself? I think it's necessary to be sure of the efficacy. Arrange someone for me. No problem. Soon, James takes out the vial, and will take something in his hand and presses it. Soon, a heavily armed man, dragging a girl 13-4, came in. The girl still had chains on her feet. That's it. I just fell ill last month and originally wanted to sell her. The girl was very weak, especially since there was a ferocious wound on her back, and even her left kidney had been removed. James looked at the vial in his hand and shook his head. Injecting this one woman, that's 20 million. James hesitated for a moment. I'll do it myself. After saying that, James took it out and injected himself into a blood vessel. Entered his veins bit by bit, with a hot and itchy feeling. Actually, if Xia Qing is here, she really wants to remind them, just drink it, there is no need to give herself a needle. However, they seem to directly acquiesce that this thing needs to be injected into the body. Naturally, Xia Qing didn't bother to explain it to outsiders. Will waved his hand slightly, and the woman who had just been dragged up was dragged down again, but this time the fate that awaited her was death. You can really do it. Although it has been reported, the fact that it has not yet been marketed means that it is still being experimented with and has not been injected into humans. Now James just injected himself. James has also been hesitating these days. He has always wanted to give himself an injection, but he is afraid of any side effects. But, after a few days of research, things are getting better for the mother, including blue rain. So, after hesitating for a long time, Zay just chose to inject himself. After all, it was a potion that cost 20 million to buy. Xia Qing didn't know that the throat potion even sold for 100 million yuan before it was put on the market. This is still someone. Xia Qing can only say that there are really many rich people in this world. After they reach the extreme and have money, material pursuits are no longer important. What they want is a healthy body. Soon, James felt himself full of energy, and his exhaustion was reduced a lot in the past few days. Immediately, James drew his own blood, which was assayed. Sure enough, some of my values are rising. It's just not as much as Ms. Wang. Could this be the cause of the genetic version? No. This is actually because, for example, the foreign versions are more diluted. If Xia Qing gave Lan Yu's mother a dilution of 1/3, then she gave it to foreign countries a dilution of 2/3. However, as far as 1/3 of the efficacy is concerned, their physical health has been greatly improved. Maybe this is also related to physical fitness. He just didn't inject a full vial because he took out a drop to do a study, so the effect didn't come. If he can inject a bottle, then his body will improve greatly. When the body is good, the natural lifespan will be enhanced. We'll naturally seize the magical effect of James's use. Buy me 1 bottle and 3 bottles. I need to see if I can buy this again. Don't forget, we have to study and keep a bottle. 21 million bottles. No problem. Will's happy. This little money, compared to his good health, of course this thing is more expensive. Moreover, the resale is selling to those super rich people, and they are able to make a fortune. Now at the most critical moment, see if they can just copy it out. After the injection, James felt full of energy, and felt much more energetic after not having a good rest for the past few days. He knows how good this thing is. James' eyes are shining, and once this thing comes out, there's no need to think about it. This thing is definitely going to be very valuable. Soon James finds Blue Rain again. Can Xiao buy 4 more bottles for me? He wanted to keep an extra bottle himself. For this, I will give you a purchasing fee of 500,000 for a bottle. Help Uncle James. You also know that my son has never been in good health. Lan Yu is a little embarrassed and frowned slightly. Just help your Uncle James. Lan Fei also helped to speak. His wife had always been James's help during the period when the King of Milan was hospitalized, and the tariffs were the lowest. Well, I'll ask again. Thanks. James' eyes lit up. Lan Yu, who was on the side, called Xia Qing again, and at this moment she was about to wait for the plane to leave for Burma. Xia Qing, do you still have the physical enhancement fluid you gave last time? I want to buy a few more bottles on my side. Xia Qing paused a few times, even though she had already made a diluted version of the Doomsday side by now, so that Lan Yu's side would have something to want. Just didn't expect it to drag on for a week. Xia Qing would not have thought that it would be a week of research and there would be no progress at all, so she couldn't help but buy a few more bottles to continue her research. Xia Qing hesitated. You also know that this thing has not yet been registered and put on the market. The most important thing is that it is very difficult to make. Xia Qing's tone was deliberately very difficult. How many bottles do you want? 3 bottles. No, I'll give you up to 2 bottles. Still, for the sake of our friends. This production process is very difficult, and it takes at least half a month to extract a bottle. I can only fight for 2 bottles. Okay, just 2 bottles. Thank you so much, Xia Qing. Then let's transfer the money. It's still the same account number. After the transfer, I'm looking for someone to deliver the goods. Okay. Xia Qing, who had hung up the phone, looked at Suyu with a chocolate popsicle in her hand. Both could not help but laugh. Is this nervous enough? Nervous? I didn't expect that our Qingqing still has the talent to be a big star. The corner of Xia Qing's mouth rose slightly, and she watched as her mobile phone received 40 million. Then, Blue Rain made her another million. Xia Qing frowned slightly, and Lan Yu later said that this was the purchasing fee given by my friend. Lan Yu doesn't want to earn more money from Xia Qing. This money is really easy to earn. It's much better to earn money than she sells gold. That's natural. Medicine is a very profitable industry. When Suyu said this, he frowned. It's not like he has never seen such a situation in their world, but he will protect Xia Qing here. Uncle James, there are only 2 bottles left, and I can only buy 2 for you. My friend said that the production process and technology are very difficult, so I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, 2 bottles are already good. James is somewhat lost, but can only choose to accept it. The choice was not in his hands after all. James leaves somewhat lost, but getting 2 bottles is fine. As long as they can copy them, they will be able to produce them in large quantities. In the ward, Lan Yu's mother has now regained consciousness and is still a little weak. The genetic fusion drug she cooperated with has now brought her condition under control. Lan Yu, your mother's condition has stabilized. Let's return to China in the next 2 days. Lan Fei frowned and said with some earnest words, Dad, what are you worried about? Xiao, once this potion is on the market, it will definitely cause a sensation. Especially this medicine was developed by our country in China. Although I have a good relationship with your Uncle James, in Milan, it is also a competitive relationship in a sense. When I was studying here, I developed preliminary research on anti-molecular drugs, but I almost couldn't go back to China. Finally, he signed a confidentiality agreement and promised not to continue studying anti-molecules in China before returning to China. What? Dad, you still have this experience. Yes. Let's return to China as soon as possible. People in Milan have advanced medical care, but it is still relatively extreme in some aspects. The latest artificial skeleton developed by a Chinese enterprise company has become famous internationally, surpassing Milan HR Biotech. I have also heard of this, and it seems to have been developed by our domestic Sunny Biotechnology company. Yes, their general manager has been involved in 2 car accidents. Now he has cooperated with our High Academy of Sciences and will not be included in medical insurance for a long time. Those 2 car accidents were not simple. In short, your mother's condition has stabilized, so let's hurry up and go back. Okay. Len Yu actually felt that his father had made a fuss, and now they spent money to buy it. Uncle James is also a famous doctor in Milan. Then I will first look at the air tickets for the past few days and let my mother leave after 2 days of recovery. Early the next morning, James receives 2 bottles of the physique enhancing potion, both of which he gives to Will. Will personally injected a bottle. OMG, it's really comfortable. It feels like I'm a teenager. It is also true that cell test results show that our immunity has evolved to a young age, but we don't know whether the effect of this drug is permanent or limited in time. James said worriedly. But even if it can last a year or 2, the feeling will still make people fall in love with it. Just like an old man, after the injection can make your body more energetic. I have arranged for people to develop the remaining bottle, and I don't have any clue yet. It's really strange that our people have been secretly monitoring China and have no such research and development plan. Which company developed this? Their people also have their own spies in several large pharmaceutical companies in China. Maybe it's secret research? A bottle sells for 20 million, and I think this value can be higher. Of course, if this thing is in their hands, then they set the price. It's a pity why they didn't develop this thing. There is one way left. Even if they want to dilute, there are too few specimens now. What kind of dilution should be used so as not to destroy the effect of the agent? They have 1 bottle left in their hands now, and that bottle is a full 20 million. James and will have injected this thing, and naturally, how good this thing is. On this side, Xia Qing and Suyu had already reached Rulai and entered the border directly. Her secretary is already waiting for her at the border in Burma. Secretary Zhang, long time no see. Deputy District Chief Xia. Secretary Zhang specially put on a suit today and smiled. The people I recruited, are they here? It's already here, everyone has made arrangements, and the work has not yet been arranged. Now we are waiting for you to come and provide guidance. Okay. Go to your residence first and notify the Ministry of Finance, Administration, Interior, and Construction for a meeting. By the way, the people I'm recruiting will also participate. Deputy District Chief Xia, take this car. Secretary Zhang opened the car door and saw a shallow scar next to the high bridge of his nose. His thin lips rose slightly, showing a bit of publicity and followability. His slender legs overlapped, and his well-articulated hands smoked a cigarette. The other half of the window is open. Perhaps he didn't take a good rest during this time. Chu Xiu's eyes had some red bloodshot eyes and some black eyes. Now that he has become the army commander, he has more things to do every day. The cold pupils falling on Xia Qing's body were warm, with a smile in her eyes. After a few days of no see, Xia Qing became more and more beautiful, and even her figure seemed to have grown with the naked eye. The sharpness occasionally hidden in her eyes turned into tenderness. However, when his sight shifted to Suyu behind Xia Qing, his face instantly sank. What, my deputy district chief Xia, I still need to bring a man with me on a business trip. Chu Xiu had a lazy face and said in a sour tone, "Who said you can't bring family members if you are on a business trip?" Hearing these words, the faces of the 2 men became polarized, with the corners of one mouth slightly raised and the other pursed, with a slightly lonely expression, which instantly hid itself again, not knowing what they were thinking. Sister Qing, long time no see, have you received the gift I gave you? It was Lu Xiaochuan who was driving, and when he saw Xia Qing, he had no time to interrupt just now, and now he was finally able to ask. Received, thank you Ogawa. Is Grandma Lu still used to it? My grandma is very nice and now she has grown vegetables in the yard. The addition of Lu Xiaochuan seemed to dissipate the strange atmosphere just now. Secretary Zhang frowned slightly and didn't know how to arrange his seat for a while. In the end, it could only be Secretary Zhang sitting in the middle and Xia Qing sitting in the co-pilot. Secretary Zhang sat with his hands on his knees and an upright face, with a somewhat powerful aura on both sides, and he felt a little out of breath. Mr. Su really has great magical powers and actually obtained Chinese nationality. I am married to Qing Qing. She is in China, so I will naturally follow her. Chu Xiu's expression cooled, and Secretary Zhang suddenly felt as if he was giving a knife around the commander, and unconsciously leaned his body towards Suyu. Commander Chu is very generous. Thank you Commander Chu for your 50 million yuan. Lu Xiaochuan took a breath, and Secretary Zhang was too shocked to speak. In the future, when Commander Chu gets married, I will double the amount. Lu Xiaochuan was thinking to himself, this is simply a sure kill. Xia Qing, who was sitting in the co-pilot, opened the window and looked out the window. Two men's thing, just pretend you can't see it. Did Secretary Zhang feel uncomfortable sitting? So you watched Secretary Zhang squeeze him all the time. No. Secretary Zhang squeezed Chu Shiu's side, feeling that he was sweating on his forehead. Lu Ogawa drove by and couldn't help but look into the rearview mirror. He said, we have so many cars, just send 2 cars to pick us up. Secretary Zhang said that the bus was tight now, and it was done secretly to pick up the deputy district chief. After all, the deputy district chief was from China, so a certain degree of mystery must be maintained. Lu Xiaochuan felt that Secretary Zhang must be regretting it crazily in his heart now, but Lu Xiaochuan suddenly felt that the pressure had been shared. Feels okay this time. Secretary Zhang thought Chu Shiu would have a cold face, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to show off. Who knows the next second? It's better to keep Mr. Su, the double element. I don't plan to get married in this life. Whoever I like is already married, I plan to wait for her second marriage. Suddenly the car crushed a pit, Secretary Zhang hit him forward, or Suyu quickly supported Secretary Zhang with his eyes and hands. Thanks. Secretary Zhang nervously tidied up his glasses. Lu Xiaochuan knew his cultivation and often made surprising remarks, but this time he was even more surprised. He was surprised that he did not avoid the pit the first time he saw it. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness in her deep black eyes seemed to contain a skate. Not to be outdone, Chu Shiu raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, with provocation in his eyes. The moment the two looked at each other, the surrounding air instantly dropped to freezing point. Just when the surrounding air condenses. Ogawa, I'm a little motion sick. Put me down and I'll walk back. Walk back, I'm afraid it's still 2 hours to walk back from here, right? It's okay. Stop quickly, I'm really motion sick. Lu Xiaochuan complained crazily in his heart. When did he see Secretary Zhang who was motion sick? Secretary Zhang, you are waiting, it will be here soon. Lu Xiaoquan's heart is beating like crazy. No, what did I do with you gone? The two men's eyes seemed to communicate wildly in the rearview mirror. Eventually, Secretary Zhang almost vomits and ends up stopping the car. Secretary Zhang squatted on the ground and slowly stood up as the car that had gone away had already left. He took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and he felt much more comfortable now. Finally feel the warm sunshine and the fresh air. The building in Myanmar district has just been built and is still under renovation. It is estimated that it will take some time. Okay. Xia Qing also recruited construction companies here, and she will make arrangements here. Soon, the car stops in a guest house. The conditions of this hotel are pretty good, and of course there is definitely no way to compare with those in China. Sister Qing has arrived. Xia Qing, Chu Shiu, and Suyu got off the bus almost at the same time. The guest house was guarded by soldiers on both sides, and it temporarily served as a temporary office location in northern Burma district. The guardsmen on both sides saluted Xia Qing and Chu Shiu. These soldiers are all from the Dragon Kingdom, like the native soldiers of Burma. How can they have such spirit? The northern side of the Burma area was already relatively chaotic, but now Chu Shiu is also recruiting these soldiers from the Burma area for training. Commander, Deputy Commander. So you walked next to Xia Qing, and Chu Shiu on the side walked to Xia Qing's other side without showing weakness. Rooms already arranged. The conditions here are not good, and the rooms are all single rooms. Chu Shiu raised his eyes and looked at Suyu deliberately, with a defiant smile on his lips. Xia King Fui. Chu Shiu, I came here to develop the economy of Myanmar. Hurry up and arrange a place for us to stay. I have a meeting in the afternoon. My time is tight. Suyu had a faint smiles of pride on the corners of his mouth, which made him very unhappy to look at Chu Shiu. Okay, go and arrange a large room for Deputy District Chief Xia. Chu Shiu almost squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Yes. Arranging the rooms opposite is Chu Shiu's room. Suyu frowned. What kind of hobby is this Chu Shiu? He wants to listen to other people's corners in the middle of the night. Commander. A man in military uniform hurried over and reported something to Chu Shiu. Mr. Su, it is very welcome to come to Myanmar. We will have dinner in the evening. Suyu nodded, but looking at Chu Shiu's look, there was a half-welcoming look on him. I wish it was true that he immediately came first. The eyes of both men met with a hint of darkness. Okay. Chu Shiu hurried away with the men, but his eyes seemed to be reluctant to leave. Deputy District Chief, I am the Security Section Chief responsible for your security in Myanmar District, Zhang Chong. Hello. The man in front of him was in his 30s and had a huge gaze. Xia Qing said hello, can we know each other? However, most of the troops here were under Chu Shiu. The two of them were already clearly separated. Natsuharu arranges another room at this hotel, allowing the special squad's Lin Si to stay in as well. To the outside world, it is Lin Si who was her bodyguard. The whole room was quite clean, quite cozy, and there were flowers. It can be seen that it was carefully arranged. Except, she felt the bed was a little unrobust and a little crunchy to listen to. I don't know if I can sleep two people, but they are basically on the end of the world side at night, so it doesn't matter if this bed is used. So you can have free time in the afternoon. I'm going to have a meeting in the afternoon. Okay, do you really want to have dinner with Chu Shiyu tonight? Well, sooner or later. Men's affairs must be solved in men's way. People like Chu Shiyu will not give up easily. The harder it is to be tempted, the harder it is to let go. He and Chu Shiyu are somewhat similar in their feelings, and they are both persistent people, or have been snipers, who would stare at a target for a long time in order to kill it. Don't worry, I can fix it. What else does Xia Qing have to worry about Soyuna? Then let's go have a meal together now. Xia Qing smiled. Su woke up. The two of them took the child out of the space again. Suyu was breastfeeding, and Xia Qing changed into a relatively wide dress. Afternoon. Secretary Zhang had already informed everyone to hold a meeting in the hall. We should be working normally here, right? It won't be entering any MLM organization, right? No, we don't have bodyguards, and if it's a pyramid scheme, when we enter the Myanmar border, our mobile phones will be taken away. That's right. However, the fruits here in Myanmar are so cheap. Several people walking and chatting. Quickly enter the improvised hall in the Burma district. When you have a meeting later, don't take pictures or record. Security admonished. Okay. Because there are more people, there are not enough chairs and even small benches are used to make them up. Because of the last turmoil, many people did die on this side of Myanmar, and the economy was already lagging behind, and now it is even more stagnant. Ministers from various departments in the Myanmar region also arrived. 1/3 of them were from Myanmar itself, and most of them were from within their country. There were bodyguards around the conference hall to maintain order on the scene, including soldiers outside to keep them safe. Welcome to Xia Qing, Deputy Mayor of Myanmar District. Wow. The leaders of the Myanmar district all rose in strength, including soldiers, and security guards also saluted. Xia Qing wore a smart outfit today, a light blue shirt, black straight pants, and a pair of clean little white shoes. Abilities and leisure. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Qing. The phrase caused some stir later. Some people are still familiar with Xia Qing's name. She was the bride at a popular wedding in Qingtian Film and Television City some time ago, and some are fans of Lin Nuan and know Xia Qing's relationship with Lin Nuan. I knew Xia Qing must be a big boss. I will be the first to disagree with anyone who spreads rumors about Lin Nuan on the internet in the future. There's a cousin boss like Xia Qing behind. Unexpectedly, he would be the deputy mayor of Myanmar district. Yes, it's amazing. No wonder the Myanmar area was in turmoil, exterminating terrorists, and rescuing many children. Many people were rescued, it turned out to be because of Xia Qing. Yeah. Some people who came to work from China were a little excited at the back, and some even wanted to take secret photos, but it was found that security would soon stop it. Let's cut a long story short. Today we are calling everyone here to jointly build Myanmar and develop the economy of Myanmar. The latter people are elites from all walks of life that I recruited from China with high salaries. With their joining, I believe that our Myanmar region will develop more rapidly. I am introducing a person, Wang Menu, who will appoint the general manager of Qingtian Myanmar District Company from today on. Wang Menu, who was on the side, also quickly came out from behind and made some brief remarks. Myanmar will vigorously develop agriculture next. Deputy District Chief, do we develop agriculture in Myanmar? Our land is rich, and every year, even if we don't farm it specially, we can't sell the fruits we produce. Yes, our durian sales to China in the past few years were not very satisfactory. Comments were made soon. You don't have to worry about this, I will build a factory in Myanmar first. Increase the employed population first. This one will be over 3 hours. In the end, Xia Qing spent 500 million to invest in development, which silenced some of the opposition. This money was invested by my Qingtian Group and is supervised by the financial director of my Qingtian Group and the finance minister of Myanmar. Yes. 500 million, any dissatisfied voice just now disappeared without a trace from this large amount of money. Moreover, Xia Qing also said that this is just an investment first, and we will continue to invest in the future. After all, the economic level in Myanmar is very low now, and these 500 million are really nothing in China. She spent hundreds of millions on building a movie city. But this is the Burma area, which is very backward economically, and it is still 500 million Chinese currency, even if they have doubts in their minds that Xia Qing may not be up to it. But, at this moment everything is gone. This woman in front of me, their deputy district chief, is the great god of wealth. Even with the ability to reach the sky, everything is in vain without any investment of money. Moreover, Myanmar has been in turmoil in the past few years and is controlled by various warlords, big and small. It can be said that the Ministry of Finance is an empty shell. The meeting went very smoothly, although they did not understand why Xia Qing wanted to vigorously develop agriculture in factories, but at this moment he only had to act. Check the mobile phones of all people who leave. Sign the agreement. You are not allowed to leave any videos or photos about Deputy District Chief Xia at the venue. It is relatively easy to enter the venue, and to leave the venue now you have to leave one by one. Moreover, when they first signed the contract, they also had a confidentiality contract, which lasted for 7 years. Full Moon, you have transferred to the factory first these days, and I am going to build a factory for Chinese medicinal materials in this place. Okay. Xia Qing tells Wang Menu all her thoughts one by one, and then she makes the arrangements. In a short time, Wang Menu had already written down a full page. Okay, let's do this first. If you have any situation, you can meet and contact us at any time. I'll probably stay here for a while. Okay, Deputy District Chief. Xia Qing smiled and said, you may have to work hard during this time. I heard that Qin Jun is also here for you. The corners of Wang Menu's mouth were slightly raised with a hint of arrogance. He's not doing it for me, he's doing it for the big project here. Myanmar has just gone through war, and there are damaged houses everywhere. He took over our big project. Nowadays, many people in China want to be jealous. By the way, I will give you a design drawing to help me build a house, and let Secretary Zhang choose the address. If Xia Qing wants to stay here permanently in the future, she can't stay in a hotel, so she might as well build some addresses. You can recruit a large number of workers from China, or from Myanmar. No problem, build it as quickly as possible. Don't forget, the speed of China's infrastructure. We now need money, and we need people. Wang Menu looks rich. Remember to record everything in the account. Our investment in the Ministry of Finance must also be recorded in the account, and the borrowing procedures for borrowing must be in place. Two people's hearts are ill-suited. Understand. By the way, Xiaoan also wants to work here. A secretary has been handed over to you over there. Well, Xiaoan's pretty good, in my impression. Wang Menu looked at Xia Qing's leading figure and was slightly stunned. Although the investment is huge now, if the northern part of Myanmar develops in the future, then their Qingtian group will be equivalent to a chaebol here. The Myanmar area invested by the chaebol, Wang Menu is very motivated when he thinks of this. Xia Qing gets in the car and looks at her cell phone message, and there is indeed an added message, her new secretary in China. To Xiaoan, confirmed edition information. Go to the jadeite factory, I want to go around one by one. Yes. Lin Si was sitting in the co-pilot, and their car was followed by 2 cars, a small team of security section chief Zhang Chong. The owner of these 2 jadeite factories is Xia Qing. Wang Menu has arranged for the treasurer alone, and the core leaders inside have all been replaced by his own people. Ching Ching. Xia Qing heard Xia Lei's loud voice before she got out of the car, as if she was afraid that others would not know that he and Xia Qing had a good relationship. Cousin, are you here? Now that the jade factory is under my management, the people who committed crimes before are working honestly. Some people saw Xia Lei so close to the deputy commander, and they all looked at Xia Lei. Fortunately, they were very considerate when Xia Lei was working here. Xia Qing got out of the car and everyone around her was on guard. Look how good you are here. She still remembers the first time she saw Xia Lei in Myanmar district. She was covered in blue and purple, but now her face is red and high-spirited. It's okay, it's not all about your cousin's face. Don't say those compliments. What about the people I arranged? As soon as he heard this, Xia Lei looked a little nervous, fearing that Xia Qing's men would take his place. All 3 people next to them came over and nodded respectfully to Xia Qing. Director Xia, we are all from the Qingtian Group. Very good. Yes. Sunny Day Group's finances are all electronic system accounting, and face recognition is the most advanced technology. Xia Lei, then you can continue to work first. The quarry is slowly mined and stored in the warehouse, and there is still no need to buy or sell. Understand, I won't let any piece of emerald gem go out from me. Very good. When to sell, wait for my arrangement. Yes. I must follow my cousin's arrangements. You let me go east, I will never go west. Xia Lei now knows that all this glory was given by his cousin. Xia Qing nodded, expressing her satisfaction. I hope, cousin, you can work hard and buy a house or a car in the future. Okay. When Xia Lei heard this cousin, he felt much more stable instantly. This shows that at least Xia Qing still recognizes this blood relationship. If he doesn't admit it, he really has no idea. Xia Qing visited several jade markets, arranged a round of inspections, and then returned to the hotel. On the hotel's negative floor there is a training room. At the moment, dim light swayed, waving mottled light and shadow over the walls, outlining 2 warring figures. Chu Xiu was strong and muscular, like a cheetah ready to go. The man took the lead in attacking Su Yu. Under the swaying lights, the two men wore only military vests on their upper bodies, and the muscles on their bodies exuded the charm of power under the lights. The height of the two men was not much different, but Su Yu's body shape was more perfect, especially the muscles of his abdomen, which were like carefully carved works of art with beautiful and smooth lines. Especially Su Yu's skin, there are no scars at all. In fact, he had before, but after absorbing the crystal beads, he modified his body, and the scars on his body disappeared. Su Yu's skin looks more elastic and shiny. The two men came and went, fisting and kicking each other. Chu Xiu attacked fiercely, and Su Yu reacted extremely quickly. In the room, there was a muffled sound of fists hitting the body, and Lu Xiaochuan, who was standing behind the two men, was stunned. Su Yu is so strong. You know, what is Chu Xiu's strength? He can't fall behind even if he singles out a dozen or so. If two people fight Su Yu, punching him to the flesh, he will not dare to close his eyes for fear of missing in action. Not only that, but as time passed, Lu Xiaochuan felt vaguely that the speed of his cultivation was slowing down, and it seemed that his physical strength could not keep up. Are you letting go? The two men's attack stopped for a while, and Chu Xiu's sweat dripped to the ground, but Su Yu seemed to have no sweat on the other hand. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows high and stared at Su Yu. You're pretty good. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly to show respect for Chu Xiu. Are you taunting me? Keep hitting. Fight me continuously, you can't beat me. However, your skills are indeed good, but my physique is different from ordinary people. Su Yu tells the truth. If Chu Xiu was also an evolver, then their battle might have to last a long time before the winner could be decided. But Chu Xiu is just an ordinary person, and being able to have such physical fitness has surpassed too many people. Ha! Chu Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his hands were slightly numb. Although he did not want to admit that the man in front of him seemed to be better than him not only in appearance but also in figure. He's adamant he won't admit much better. But he was really strong, but it also allowed him to find the feeling of an opponent. A drink? Chu Xiu said frivolously. He didn't believe that he could lose even if he drank. Okay. That night, Su Yu and Chu Xiu had a night's beer. Xia Qing knew that she would not stop her in the future, but she knew that they might not be able to come back for a while, so locked the door. She still has to go to the end of the world to study, and it was Su Yu's father who gave her lessons. Xiao Jun, president of the Dragon Kingdom. After a series of treatments in the treatment warehouse, Xiao Jun has now recovered and drank the second generation of physical enhancement ****. Now the body is still recovering very well. Today also stayed at Sunny Base. The residents of Sunny Base still know this president. After all, this was before the end of the world, but the leader of their country, although now the president is no longer the president. However, everyone still respected him, especially after everyone knew that Su Yu was the son of the president, and everyone respected him even more. Only the identity is swapped now. Everyone respects Xiao Jun even more because his son is the head of the Sunny Base. Xia Qing asked Xiao Jun about some of the questions she had today. It's true that the president of the Dragon Kingdom is farsighted and grasps the overall situation. These small questions give Xia Qing the most reasonable answer. If you want to develop Myanmar into your own power, the most important thing is the right to control property. I understand. With the guidance of the president in office, Xia Qing became even more clear. Here, Su Yu followed Chu Xiu and the two drank until dawn. I'm convinced. You are indeed more handsome than me and better looking than me. Can drink more than me. Beer bottles all around. At this moment, Chu Xiu's eyes were already a little blurred and his face was a little red. Someone who knows him well, he's holding on at the moment. But men can't help it. The originally bright eyes were also covered with bloodshot eyes at this moment. On the other hand, Su Yu still looked like he had just been drinking. Su Yu, I obey you. However, I disagree. Chu Xiu's tongue was somewhat knotted, but his speech was not ambiguous. I like Xia Qing. Su Yu's originally stretched eyebrows furrowed slightly, his pursed lips, his lip line jumped straight, the corners of his mouth pulled slightly, and the muscles on his face tightened slightly. The somewhat soft lines of the face, which had been caused by the two men fighting and drinking, hardened. She's mine. Su Yu raised his chin slightly, his eyes instantly cold, and he looked coldly at Chu Xiu with a torch-like gaze. Tone unquestionable and firm. I really like her. In fact, I didn't like her very much when I first met her, but she attracted me at that moment. I've never experienced this feeling. Lu Xiaochuan at the door, covering his mouth. Chu Xiu drank too much. Drink big. So what if she's yours? I care. I can be her. Su Yu's tight hands, unbearable, punched Chu Xiu directly. Originally Chu Xiu drank too much and reacted very slowly. This punch directly blinded him. Brother Xiu. Lu Xiaochuan heard the sound of the wine bottle shattering and stood at the door, losing his ability to react for a moment in shock. He stayed outside and didn't sleep all night. He also heard and saw the conversation just now. Shu Ko Jin, don't hit me, I only admire Sister Ching. Sister Ching is my idol. Help your commander to rest. Su Yu's tone was soft, and it didn't look like he had just beaten someone. If Lu Xiaochuan hadn't just seen Su Yu's cold aura, now I'm afraid he would just think Su Yu was a humble gentleman. Good. Lu Xiaochuan stammered a little and looked at Chu Xiu, who was seen by Su Yuta as a panda. Probably waking up, he'll get scolded, right? Brother Xiu, if you want to confess, you can't confess to your love rival. Although Lu Xiaochuan has never been in love, this is why he got the truth from the novel. Su Yu returns to the room, and Xia Qing has returned from the apocalypse. Back? How's it solved? Very good. Su Yu's panda eyes came to Chu Xiu's mind. From now on, stay away from that guy Chu Xiu, he has evil plans for you. Ahem. Xia Qing looked a little embarrassed, but when she saw Su Yu's somewhat tasty expression, she wrapped around Su Yu's strong waist, and he still smelled of alcohol. Now I want to solve the woman's matter. After saying that, Xia Qing could not wait to kiss Su Yu's lips, and the tip of her tongue gently penetrated. An indescribable paragraph. Milan. Will's team has state-of-the-art technology, a team of a dozen people who stay up all night copying. Can't find any ingredients. To replicate, we can only get the recipe. You must know that our ingredient library is the most complete in the world, but we have not found any similar ingredients now. Yes, there are results. A man in a white coat said excitedly. I found one of the similar ingredients, which is Ebola. How is this possible? It's a constitution-enhancing fluid, how could there be such a component as Ebola virus? You must know that Ebola virus will cause human cells to decline and melt into blood within a period of time. It's just that one of the ingredients and it is slightly similar. Ebola can quickly destroy list cells, and these two people are just the opposite. Get out. Will airway, these fellows, these 2 days are crazy, too. Crazy by this ingredient, so many of them have synthesized it almost tens of thousands of times in the past few days. But none of them are similar, only Ebola viruses have slightly similar sequences. It's definitely a brand new ingredient, one we don't know about. With this effect, why doesn't China go public as soon as possible? It is very likely that the ingredients and raw materials are not enough, cannot be mass-produced. James, I think you can find out where to buy the manpower first and ask your friends. I will also awaken my people to help find. Definitely found. They are a lot of people behind China's national security. The effect of this thing is that only after using it will you know that this thing is really good. At least I feel that my energy has been much better in the past 2 days, which is much better than the youth plasma I injected. Injecting youth plasma also has side effects, and you cannot consume any meat during the 3 days of assistance, nor can you let yourself have wounds, which can easily cause rejection reactions. After all, the blood of youth must be extracted in the same way as your own, but I don't know why. My hair has fallen a lot in the past 2 days. Will it be a side effect? I did a whole body test and I was completely healthy and my immune cells became stronger than before. It is normal to have side effects, which makes me feel more at ease. It is just a side effect of hair loss, which is nothing. James explains. Know that any therapeutic agent will have side effects, except that it will be metabolized by the body if used for a short period of time. The more useful, effective the drug is. This powerful physique enhancer, how is it possible without side effects? But compared to losing their hair, of course the feeling of physical enhancement makes them feel more refreshed. James, hopefully we can work together. That's natural. James hangs up, having already received it on his phone, and Lan Fei sends him the message. I'm sorry to trouble you during this time. My wife's condition has stabilized. Thank you very much for taking care of her during this time. Seeing this information, James immediately dials the nurse's desk at the private hospital. When the exact news came, Lan Fei's family had already gone through the discharge procedures this morning, and now they are estimated to have boarded a plane to Huaxia. James frowned and he called Will again. He is far less powerful than Will, with more interests behind Will's back. I have sent you the message from that person, and I hope you will not let me down. Give me a laboratory and give me another group of people. I will conduct research and development myself. No problem, my brother, you are the youngest genius in Spofford University School of Medicine. I need experts in chemistry, pharmacology, biology. No problem. James is also a pharmacologist, a double-degree PhD in chemistry. Now the disciplines that study drug scores are very detailed. Will smiles. Will pulls out another black phone and sends out an encrypted message. On board. Lan Yu looks out the window, and now they are flying to China. This way Lan Yu is somewhat safe, but she is completely unaware that this trip has caused Xia Qing some trouble. Xiao, this physical enhancement liquid should be handed over to the country, so it is sold abroad? If they also develop it, it will hit us hard. Milan's strength, Lan Fei is clear about the 80% database in the world, which is already terrifying. They only control 56% of China. This also made Lan Fei very worried along the way. He had been carrying it in the center of Milan before, worried about Xiao's mother's condition. This will come back to its senses and think calmly that this thing is very important. Dad, this thing has not yet been put on the market and has not yet been approved. Moreover, this thing is produced and developed by my friend's friend, and I can't make the decision. And there are only 2 bottles left and now they are all sold to Uncle James. Lan Yu frowned slightly. This thing is really good. Even she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Recently saw my mother's physical condition getting better little by little, especially since her mother is now able to talk. Xiao, there are only 2 bottles of this medicine left, you still tell James. Wang frowned slightly, originally thinking she was going to meet death. But she feels like she's come alive these days. In conjunction with the gene fusion drug, her body is under control. Although it is impossible to return to the previous physical condition, the hair will not grow again. Although she is not able to walk yet, she clearly feels much better. I should have stayed for my mother. That bottle of medicine is 10 million. I still owe millions to others. Lan Yu frowned and sighed. Although the medicine is good, it is sky high for the average person. Mom, your bottle of medicine is enough, and I don't know if you can inject it twice. Xiaofang, don't worry, Xiao knows that person now and can buy it for you in the future. The most important thing for you now is to recover your body. Lan Yu's mother heard this, and then she let her mind down slightly. It's only when you're sick that you know that health is so important. After the injection, I realized that this thing is so beautiful for the body. Then when will the bottle of medicine be produced? I don't know, my friend said this production cycle is very long. When it goes on sale next year, be sure to make an appointment for me to buy it in advance. Got it, Mom. But physical enhancers can only strengthen your immune cells. Mom, you still have to continue to take fusion gene drugs, which cannot be stopped. After all, institutional enhancers are not drugs. Hanchange, an obscure office. The system chip developed by Mr. Su is also too powerful. In the past few days, we have targeted people from several suspicious companies across the country. Several of these companies have close research with foreign countries and even have secret contacts. People from the Ministry of National Security's operations team have been notified. They will cooperate and will immediately carry out arrest activities once they take action. Captain, moved. The message has been automatically intercepted. Locking it will automatically intercept the information. Mr. Su is really a genius. I can't help but sigh. Only after using it did I realize that this thing is really too powerful. However, the corresponding configuration to the computer is also very high, and it will get stuck from time to time. He is the R&D director of Balan Biopharmaceutical Company and found that he has ties with the overseas Milan state-owned company. Zhang Huanan looked at the content of the intercepted message. Immediately send the message to colleagues in the Ministry of National Security. Received. Lin Zhenzhen, the head of the National Security Team, immediately went to Balan Biological Company after receiving the news. This Bela Biotech Company has Milan Biotech shares. At this moment, in the internal canteen of Bela Company, one of their R&D directors is a man in his 40s. At this moment, I was having dinner in the canteen with my colleagues, talking and laughing. Steps for the next drug trial are discussed. Lin Zhenzhen led her men and broke directly into the cafeteria, where they were immediately attracted to everyone's attention. Lin Zhenzhen, wearing a black uniform and with a few people behind her, had sharp eyes and, after a glance, quickly locked on the target they were going to grab today. Brush. A few people quickly walked up to a middle-aged man. Lin Zhenzhen reached out and showed her credentials. Lin Zhenzhen, Ministry of National Security Operations Group. Wang Jianping, please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Wang Jianping's face turned white as soon as he brushed the ground, and his hands trembled slightly. Colleagues around me were shocked to see this. I finished this soup. Wang Jianping pushed his glasses and seemed to have expected that he would have such a day. This is him hiding for more than 10 years, starting today, this is caught? Wang Jianping's soup-drinking hand kept trembling. Legs are a little soft. Take away. Lin Zhenzhen's tone was cold and there was no chance for him to stay. Many people in the restaurant did not dare to show off, but only a young developer stopped in front of Lin Zhenzhen. What's wrong with my master? Are you going to take my master away? Your IDs are giving me a look. Who are you? Please get out of the way, otherwise we have the right to hold you accountable for obstructing official duties. Are you a student of Wang Jianping? Yes. Okay, let's take it away and ask questions together. Could you please cooperate with us and come with us? Now no one around dared to step forward and stop him, and both of them were taken away directly. Is this what happened? Why was Lao Wang taken away by the National Security Department? Real or fake? Of course it is true to be able to enter our company. It can be found by the National Security Department. Coupled with our profession, it is estimated that if Lao Wang is not selling research and development results, he may be a spy. No, Mr. Wang is a spy. Lao Wang usually looks amiable and works seriously. How could he be a spy? Who knows? Anyway, there must be something wrong with being taken away by the National Security Department. Some people who usually have a good relationship with Lao Wang are now in danger. I'm afraid that Lao Wang is really a spy, so I'll get myself into trouble. Now the company has to conduct a full investigation after publishing it. Inquiring indoors. Do you know why we came to you? I don't know. Wang Jianping is still insisting. They haven't been discovered for so many years. How could they have suddenly discovered this time? Lin Zhenzhen doesn't want to talk nonsense to him either. At 5:35 this morning, you received a message. Is asking you to look for a special injection. And tell him the latest research and development ingredients. I can continue to read it to you. In May 2009, you received a sum of 500,000 yuan in June of the same year. 2012. 2013. Stop reading. Wang Jianping finally couldn't bear it anymore. These years were the days when he released research and development results for each other. Wang Jianping swallowed his saliva. You already know, why are you arresting me now? Lin Zhenzhen frowned, because they really didn't find out before. And they are internal to the company, involving Balin's internal corporate secrets. Some of them belong to economic spies. And the other party's methods are simply too secretive. This time if the special team hadn't gotten the secret intelligence, they really wouldn't have found out. Perhaps, possibly even longer, to wait for the spy to show his flaws. Only then, they must have suffered heavy losses. You know, espionage crimes, if the circumstances are very minor, will be sentenced to more than 3 years and less than 10 years. Generally, the minimum sentence is more than 10 years, up to life imprisonment. Wang Jianping, the plot is serious like this. Needless to say, you also know what the consequences will be for you. Wang Jianping finally explained everything. He just asked me to find a potion that could strengthen my physique. But I have no idea what this ingredient is. I was also dragged into the water. I will tell you all now. Can my sentence be commuted? Wang Jianping suddenly became agitated. My child, he is still taking the public examination this year. Will my matter affect him? After 3 generations of public investigations, since you choose to be a spy, you must have the awareness to be caught sooner or later. Your child's future has been ruined by you since the time you decided to transfer your first confidential document. Lin Zhenzhen said this fact indifferently. No, please, this has nothing to do with my son. Mentioning his own child, the man instantly became nervous. Perhaps at this moment, he regretted it. Here, Lin Zhenzhen informed her superiors in Zhonghuanan of the information she knew. Not only did they crack the spy, in a week they had already caught 3. Even one of them wanted to plot an assassination attempt. Zhonghuanan, I will give you another credit. The man's hearty voice on the phone. The core laughs. No, this should be Mr. Su's credit. The more we use this chip, the more we know that this thing is really powerful. I believe it won't be long before our country's spies are eliminated. Good, very good. However, when news comes from the Prime Minister, the information must be intercepted as soon as possible, and the secrets that our country has worked so hard to develop cannot flow into other countries. Understand? To know a secret study, their country is labor-intensive, material resources, and a lot of money. Over there in Myanmar, I will arrange for people to increase the protection of Mr. Su. Mayan District. When Chu Xiu opened his eyes, he found out that he was in a hotel. He felt a little uncomfortable all over. Not only that, but why did his eyes hurt a little? Yesterday he remembered fighting with Su Yu and drinking. I have to say that he actually thinks that Su Yu is good in his heart now. War between men, whoever is strong will obey whom. And men's friendships sometimes begin with drinking and fighting. Xia Qing takes a fancy to him, but he is not so unwilling. If the other person is much worse than him, he may not be able to accept it. But Su Yu was very strong and fought evenly, even though he was unwilling to admit it. Su Yu is indeed more powerful than him. With Su Yu's skills, is it still necessary to protect him? Brother Xiu, are you awake? Today you have to go to Walla to hold a meeting. Lu Xiaochuan came in and reminded him, but his head was lowered for fear of raising his head. Otherwise, seeing Chu Xiu's panda eyes, he couldn't help laughing. Chu Xiu drank fragments for the first time. In the past, he drank fragments from others. Only then did he think that he was going to a meeting today. The Myanmar district government now sees a large number of Chinese people entering the northern part of Myanmar district to provide funding, and they can't sit still. After all, Myanmar district is divided into central, southern and northern. Now the northern part has been unified by Chu Xiu, and the southern and central parts have always been under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar district government. Got it. However, ostensibly the northern part of the district is under the administration of the District of Myanmar, but actually they are independent. I went to wash my face, change clothes, and set off in 5 minutes. Brother Shiu, these are the sunglasses I have prepared for you. Remember to take them with you. I will go out and wait for you. Lu Ogawa spoke very quickly, put down his things and ran out. Chu Shiu frowned slightly. What does he need to do with his sunglasses? He only occasionally brought that one to make himself look a little more cold. When he was washing his face, he saw himself in the mirror. Grass. He then recalled some fragments as if so stingy, adding insult to injury to his already poor looks. Of course he's just a little worse than Suyu. However, this aroused some of his desire to win or lose. Like is like, he won't give up. Being beaten only showed that he was not strong enough, so he decided to start training himself at night. Chu Shiu, who went out, hesitated and put on his sunglasses. Brother Shiu. Well, arrange to send roses to the deputy district chief today. It is said to be the flower of Women's Day. Rose for Women's Day? And it's a week before Women's Day. Brother Shiu, are you sure? Well, send it. Chu Shiu gritted his teeth and said, he still feels uncomfortable all over. It is impossible to give up, and to give up without fighting? It's not this character. Here Qin Jun now has a lot of project lists in his hand. Although the revenue from the construction of the Burma area was not high, the corresponding cost was also very small, plus a certain tax exemption. After this calculation, it is actually more profitable than in China. Moreover, domestic projects are in arrears and the projects are highly competitive. Here it is completely in development, and the project startup capital is given first. Can this not make them speed up for what? Brother Qin, I heard that your project department has recruited a lot of workers. Right. How many projects are there in Myanmar now? See if you can introduce the brother? Now there's no connection over there in the Myanmar area and there's no way to get a job. Now there's a big blood change in Burma, and they can't find anyone, and in case it's unreliable, dangerous, and they can't make any money. Small money depends on saving, big money depends on earning, but you have to take risks. Qin Jun smiled in his heart. When he asked them to come, they couldn't shirk them all. All kinds of reasons, now look at them making a splash here. Even news from home was covered. Only then did they believe it, but they couldn't do it now without a way out, so they shamelessly begged Qin Jun. There are several projects here that have to start at the same time. I have purchased many large machines here. With large machines, then construction will be faster. If you want to come here, that's fine. I'll tell you in advance that the environment here is not very good. Okay, no problem. They have all done projects, from the north to the coldest. They have also been to the southeast, northwest. Brother Qin, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Thank you so much. The man over there said thank you, but fortunately Qin Jun had a good relationship with him. He knew that several pre-Qin Juns had been rejected. Then you can bring someone over as soon as possible. Qin Jun's side was indeed short of men. Okay, I'll book the ticket right now. Man hangs up excitedly. Several people called Qin Jun next to talk about it, but he refused. He agreed that the brother came over also because he had helped him once. Kakang City in today's Myanmar district is under construction everywhere. Every day there are all kinds of job postings because of the turmoil. Some children have lost their parents. Now there are no welfare homes in Myanmar district, they are only able to live on their own. Xia Qing also used part of the funds to ensure the lives of these children. However, there are some older children who will work outside, and child labor is definitely not allowed in the country. However, in Myanmar, Xia Qing did not stop it for the time being, and this kind of thing will not be solved for a while. Local people in Myanmar are also very motivated today. With a job they have money, and being able to live is naturally not willing to be lively and messy. Xia Qing is also busy all day during the day today, and at night she has to go to the end of the world to learn how to be a good leader. Closing doors. Xia Qing and Suyu come to the end of the world. Suyu first went to Yantai, where a base is now being built, and there are more mutant beasts there. Now Suyu will basically take Xia Yang with him in the last days and still feed him crystal beads every day. But now Xia Yang is sleeping less and less. Xia Qing went to several bases one by one to transport vegetables and fruits. Military bases. As soon as Xia Qing teleported over, the wolf calf in the distance sensed Xia Qing immediately and ran over immediately. Lu Ting looked at Xialang's closeness to Xia Qing with some envy. This is today's fruits and vegetables, as well as meat. By the way, some of them belong to Little Wolf. Xia Qing touched Xialang's head, or stuck out her tongue and licked her hand. Deputy Base Chief, we want to exchange something. The redemption interface is available on the website, so you can't just redeem it directly. We want to exchange your ice cubes. Lu Ting said with a smile, there is no exchange shop for this thing. Ice? Xia Qing looks at the little wolf's igloo in the distance and seems to know why they want ice. Okay. I'll give it to you directly, there's no need to exchange it. She directly condensed a lot of ice, which would not waste much of her energy. Thank you, Deputy Base Chief. Thank you, Deputy Base Chief. Several people were excitedly holding ice cubes, and having them was tantamount to moving the ice house. Xia Qing stayed for a while and left. Some people did not catch up and were very disappointed. Natsuhara goes to Harumi Castle again, holding Susu in her hand. The little one just woke up with pretty big eyes. Since the last time Xia Qing built an ice wall here, it has expanded a lot. It's been a few days, and the catastrophe predicted by Alina has not yet happened. Is Alina lying? Let our deputy base chief build such a large-scale ice wall, but nothing will happen. But the temperature has dropped, which makes us feel much more comfortable. I don't dare to go to hiking these days. I haven't been out looking for supplies recently. Because of Alina's precognition, everyone hasn't gone out much in the past few days, and most of them are hiding under the ice wall. Afraid that disaster would come that day, danger would arise if they did not hide in time. Is Alina a liar? Or is this precognition inaccurate? Yeah, we don't have to hide here all the time, do we? Because Irina's precognition has left most people with no way out to find supplies. So everyone was irritable, and as time went on, nothing happened. But, because of precognition, no one went out. During this time, Alina also wants to try to predict, but in a short time she has no way to predict the same thing a second time. Although the houses in Harumi Castle were built collectively, all kinds of supplies needed to be found by oneself. Such as furniture, such as pots and pans. Most of them would go and scavenge inside the city of Siong, but now they can't get out. There are also various stalls on the streets, all of which are materials scavenged, and everyone can only exchange them for things. Alina has recently felt her energy draining away a little, and has been using crystal beads to replenish the energy her body has lost. Wang Han received the message from the teleportation point and learned that Xia Qing was coming. The deputy base chief is here. Alina is a little worried. After all, it was she who predicted everyone's death in advance, and as a result, after all these days, nothing happened. She's all a little skeptical now, only the slow loss of energy from her body doesn't know why. Didn't you say that your foreknowledge time is uncertain? Yes, I had predicted it in advance before the end of the world began. She was also terrified at the time, and she foreknowledged that her colleagues, relatives, and friends had mostly turned into zombies. At that point she just felt like they had some kind of viral infection. She almost didn't come out during that time, but it didn't happen after a long time, so she didn't care. But then one day, the world changed, and everyone around him was infected and mutated into zombies. So her precognition is still accurate, but the time is not accurate, and it may change. Just don't know why. This time she clearly felt a little stressed. Don't listen to what other people say. What if danger really comes? It's right to prepare in advance. Alina is just a little scared. Xia Qing will have a problem with her because of this incident. She doesn't want to leave Harumi Castle. Xia Qing had just arrived at Qinghai City when Susu in her arms burst into tears. What's wrong, Crispy? The little one put his face in front of Xia Qing, and the little one was crying red. With difficulty, Xia Qing put the little guy to sleep and put him in the space. After entering the space, the little one can sleep peacefully. What does Xia Qing think Susu should sense? Suddenly, the crowd came and went, attracting the attention of many people. Afterwards they both saw outside, a huge and dazzling fireball. Wow, what is that? What is that in the sky? Has the sun fallen? Several men looked up and saw the fireballs in the sky, falling rapidly in their direction. What's that? What a huge thing, like a huge fireball, exuding hot heat, and the surrounding air suddenly became dry. Why is the temperature getting so hot? Everyone, get into the ice wall. It was only a dozen seconds, and it seemed as if the temperature had risen straight up to over 20 degrees. Everyone felt so hot, and the oxygen of the air seemed to be consumed a lot. The land that was not covered by the ice wall became dry and divided in an instant, and every inch of the land was covered with dry and cracked lines. Several people ran slow and did not run within the confines of the ice wall, and were instantly burned by the heat, blisters all over their bodies, and water in their bodies seemed to be drained directly. Save me! The man's hoarse voice called for help, and the pain in his body made him fall to his knees, or he tried to crawl forward. The flesh and blood of his body seemed to stick together with the chapped earth. Every step of the way is the pain of tearing, yellowing, drying the ground, leaving flesh and blood, and finally turning into a dried corpse, which will shatter with a gentle touch. But no one looks back, dare not. They all ran desperately under the ice wall. Some of the lucky ones were just sunburned on the back, probably painful grinning, and the skin of the entire back burnt, as if it could smell like a roast. They hid under a wall of ice, only to be slowly offset by the scorching heat. The wall of ice above, the igloo emitting white. Like high temperature and low temperature, the ice mist generated instantly. This mist is actually very cool. Several men saw that those who were far away and did not run and were left outside to be roasted to death. Everyone rushed towards the middle of the ice wall, and now the street is overcrowded. The ice mist kept emitting around because the temperature outside was so high. Appeared, then the thing that fell would not be the sun, right? I don't know, it's so scary. If there were no ice wall, we would all die. The ice wall of our deputy base chief is so powerful. Such a high temperature will not melt, right? You see, the ice wall shows no sign of melting at all, just spray it out. Yeah, amazing. Our deputy base chief is so strong, thanks to this ice wall. Yeah, it's so scary. I saw the slow-moving man being burned to the skin in an instant. Alina, feeling the energy loss from her body accelerating. Faced with the scorching heat, it was at this time that everyone really felt that Xia Qing was so powerful. Alina looks at the sun-dried person who died, exactly as she did in her precognition. At this moment she doesn't know whether she is happy or sad. Her precognition is accurate. Alina, your prediction is accurate, you saved many people. Xia Qing couldn't help but say. No, it was you, the deputy base, who saved these people. If it weren't for your strength, I'm afraid we would all die. Otherwise, even if I have the ability to predict, I can't run away. Arena says with genuine thanks. Alina, your face. Xia Qing was surprised, and several people around Wang Han also looked at Alina in shock. Not only that, but Arena's hair all turned white. Alina felt her whole body drained of energy. Alina is pale, and her skin looks a few years older. What's going on? I don't know, maybe it's because I predicted that my trajectory would change too much this time? Just now that Fireball fell down, I felt the energy all over my body suck dry. I used to have side effects, but I didn't expect that the side effects of the predicted change would be so big this time. Alina said, weak. Does she feel something, draining her body of average energy, because of the side effects she predicted? How could this happen? Take Alina to the treatment cabin and go for treatment first. Okay. Xia Qing looks at the breathing fire not far away. You can't be happy too early yet. The drop thing is near us and must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, with such high temperatures, the beach and sea will be exhausted soon. Beach Sea is the lake where Harumi Castle lazily survives. It is also the only lake now known to be virus-free. If the sandy sea dries up, these people's livelihood will be even more difficult. Wang Han, you immediately organize manpower and distribute cooling supplies. Injured people should be properly resettled, and order must be maintained. Xia Qing quickly gave the order. I'm going to see for myself what's falling, she said in a deep voice, with an unquestionable determination. Go to the deputy base yourself? No, the temperature outside is too high, even high-temperature protective clothing cannot resist it. And at such a high temperature, will there be radiation? Pyro-radiation. It's okay, don't forget that my ice is still above your heads. How could she have been hurt when the ice she condensed didn't melt? Things that fall outside must be disposed of as soon as possible. Xia Qing left alone in the hot direction as she said. See if you can contact the base director. Now only the base chief can help the deputy base chief. Several of them were too weak to resist. Wang Han looked at the weak Alina and frowned. Xia Qing here breathed a deep breath and looked at the land outside, which seemed to have turned into scorched earth. She has now become so bold that she may have answered that sentence. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility, and at the same time the higher the rights granted to her. It's as if it were a loop. Unknowingly, she has already done many things, but she is also a powerful deputy base chief in the hearts of countless people in the apocalypse at this moment. Everyone looked at the deputy base chief's back and walked into the roasted land alone, with great respect in their hearts. This pretty girl who doesn't look very tall, she's like the ice wall that now blocks the flames, guarding them firmly. The color of Xia Qing's space flow has an extra rainbow of colorful light. The scorching heat, Xia Qing just felt a little warm. It's just that her shoes were walking on the ground, and the bottom of the shoes melted like this, so Xia Qing could only walk barefoot towards the place where the fireball fell. With such a high temperature, she took out the car and probably had to melt in a short time. She must put out the fireball as soon as possible, and also hopes to know what the hell this thing is. How could it suddenly fall? Could it really be that the sun has fallen? But Xia Qing looked up and watched the sun still hang high in the sky. Lanchange. Suyu was in Lanchange at this moment, and zombies broke out here again. He had to wipe out the tide of zombies that helped these, and there were so many of them, almost a steady stream of. Base Chief, do you want us to evacuate Lanchange first? No, Lanchange Joshua has done a lot of research on us, and maybe it can help us evolve our bodies again. Sultan frowned and said. Studying giant trees here, she found that their lines and so on are very strange and contain special energy. There are too many zombies. If the base leader doesn't come to help us, we won't be able to eliminate them at all, and the zombies seem to have evolved. That's right, these zombies are all hardening their bodies, especially their heads. The reason for the evolution of these zombies may be related to this giant tree. Lanchange is a good place to survive, but now it faces a lot of zombies. But these zombies can be destroyed, and their number won't grow. Several people in the room were arguing whether to go or stay, or abandon this base. Brother Yu, ordinary bullets hit them unresponsively. Only by smashing their brains into pieces will they die. Now these zombies have hardened their brains, but they also find that their crystal beads have become stronger in energy. This mutant zombie crystal bead is red in color and has twice as much energy as a regular transparent crystal bead, the instrument shows. Brother Yu, the drone just photographed and found a strange zombie. Take it and take a look. A man controls a military drone and gets it in front of several people. It was this red-eyed zombie. Now he was standing on the rooftop less than 800 meters away from us. His eyes were exuding a thick black fog. Not only that, but the trunks of the giant trees around him were withering. This looks like absorbing the energy of a giant tree. Sudan has also tested giant trees. The branches of giant trees are thick and contain an unknown energy. The fruit of giant trees, which make nutrient solutions, the trunks of these trees are several times more energetic than the fruit, but it can't be cut in the trunk, and it withers on the ground. But the giant tree trunk around this zombie was more like it had been sucked dry. After we zoomed in, we found that the zombie's fingers extended and inserted into the trunk of a giant tree like a straw. Could it be because of the fruit around our ice wall? Since Xia Qing established the ice wall, the branches here are thick and thick. The fruits are greater than elsewhere. This giant tree likes cold places? Or even more so because Xia Qing's condensed ice can increase their nutrition. In short, the periphery here grows very densely. Brother Yu, Xiali, and the others who attracted zombies before caught him. They'll be back in a minute. Okay. So you nodded and helped clean up a large number of zombies. Because of the scorching flames, these zombies were pushed away. These zombies are not attracted, but are controlled. So you guessed it well, and several men captured one. I'm just angry that you kicked us out. We lured zombies here a few times before, but then we didn't get any more. To attract zombies, we are also afraid of danger, so we did it a few times and then stopped doing it. Bastard, what have you done? You don't know? Still want to stay at our base? Impossible. Xiali said angrily. You must know that those of them who were kicked out have done disgusting and ruining things here before. Now that they have established a base, then they have to re-establish human order. These people naturally do not deserve to stay at their base and affect its development. Since it is known that this is not the one who attracted him from behind, this person will have little effect, and what awaits him is death. Brother Yu, look quickly. Man, those videos quickly ran over and put them in front of Suyu, Wang Qian, and Sudan. The red-eyed zombies inside, and the thick black mist emanating from the eyes instantly infected the other zombies. Some ordinary zombie eyes also turned slightly red. It has something to do with the crystal beads that are red in their heads. It seems that these zombie attacks are related to that mutated zombie. Brother Yu, this mutated zombie won't be sensible anymore, right? Not sure, but it is capable of infecting other zombies. Wang Qian, arrange a few people with good skills who can use individual flying backpacks. Departure in half an hour. Okay. Wang Qian immediately nodded in response. Suyu intends to personally lead people to solve the strange mutant zombie. Base Chief, there is a signal problem at Harumi Castle and I can't be contacted. A young man looked at the communication equipment report. Signal stations were established at several bases, so several of them were able to contact each other at fixed points. But the signal just over at Harumi Castle suddenly broke. He was also afraid of an emergency over there in Harumi Castle, so he reported it immediately. Signal disappears? Then, I will go to Harumi Castle first and observe the mutated zombie closely here. Brother Yu, go ahead, I will lead a team to explore the strength of the zombies first. In case that zombie isn't strong, it might just be a zombie with special powers. Okay. So you contacted Xia Qing and immediately became serious. Notice, everyone, temporarily stop transmitting Harumi Castle. Received. Here, Xia Qing was also the first to close the teleportation channel of Qinghai City. Now tens of thousands of people in Harumi Castle are trapped under the ice wall, and others used to only increase material shortages. And, so hot heat. Xia Qing took out a bottle of water from the space, and she felt a little thirsty. As soon as I took it out, I witnessed the water bottle being melted and the mineral water melting into water vapor. Just know how hot the heat is right now. Especially the closer and hotter it is, the bigger the crevices of the ground's dry cracks. Xia Qing is not yet able to enter the space, otherwise there is no way to teleport to this location, and she still has to walk over. Soon, Suyu also appeared in front of Xia Qing. Now, Xia Qing blurted out the first time she saw Suyu, "Take off your shoes quickly." When Suyu heard his wife's words, although he did not understand them, he immediately followed them. Soon, Suyu saw that the shoes he had taken off had melted. It's right to hear my wife will. The temperature here makes me very comfortable. Qing, how do you feel? I don't feel anything. Did you see the huge fireball in the distance? It's that thing. Will it be a meteorite if it falls from the sky? It's possible, let's go over and have a look. Xia Qing nodded, so she and Suyu continued in that direction. It's just that at this moment, the surrounding sky is faintly red and the air is thinning. Every time Xia Qing took a step, the soles of her feet were sizzling with white ice mist, but Xia Qing was not harmed in any way. Half an hour later, a huge pit appeared ahead. There was still a sizzling flame inside, and now Xia Qing was covered in ice mist, like a machine that was making dry ice at any time. What a big fireball, there seems to be thick slurry flowing on it. As soon as Xia Qing finished speaking, Suyu's body was attracted to take a few steps forward and almost fell into a deep pit. Suyu! Xia Qing exclaimed and then woke Suyu up. Suyu's golden pupils became more shining. I'm fine, I was attracted to what was inside just a moment ago. How can such a big fireball be extinguished? It may take hundreds of years to extinguish it naturally, right? I tried using condensed ice to see if I could cool down. I come. Suyu held Xia Qing back and suddenly stretched out his hand, like a whirlpool, and the fiery energy in the deep pit kept sucking towards him. Absorbed. Xia Qing never thought it was such a scene. Suyu absorbed for a while before stopping, seemingly reaching saturation. I can absorb the energy contained here, but the energy is too huge and I won't be able to absorb it all in a while. I'm afraid it will take a few days. Okay, then I'll be here with you. Xia Qing decides to guard Suyu here. No, there is a zombie crisis over there in Lanchange, and you can't stay in the apocalypse for a long time. Don't you care about that over there in Myanmar? It makes no sense that Xia Qing suddenly disappeared. Don't worry, I'm fine, I feel like absorbing that energy will allow me to break through certain limitations. Xia Qing didn't feel anything, but looking at Suyu's appearance, absorbing this big fireball seemed like nothing had happened. Not only that, but also being able to wipe out high temperatures kills two birds with one stone. Okay, then when you finish absorbing it, I will freeze this place. Because even after Suyu has absorbed the energy here, the high temperature on the surface is still there. Then I will go back first and contact me at any time. Okay. Suyu gently kissed Xia Qing on the forehead, and the latter teleported back. There would be no living things around this that could survive, and Xia Qing was then teleported to Lanchange. Back at the Myanmar District Hotel, she drinks a whole bottle of mineral water. Although she will not be hurt by the heat, she is prone to thirst if it is too hot. She is also a human being, and 90% of her body is. Lin Si discovers that Suyu has suddenly disappeared and the whole world has collapsed. Captain Xia, Mr. Su, where has he gone? Xia Qing touched her nose and said, he went out and came back in the evening. Lin Si nodded, his heart was broken, how could he have lost Mr. Su? The leader above told him that he must ensure the safety of Mr. Su and Xia Qing, but now Mr. Su is going out alone. Now the more they use it, the more they find out that the chip Mr. Su researched has a greater effect, so that nothing can happen to such a person, and then he becomes a sinner. Xia Qing seemed to see that Lin Si was uneasy. Don't worry, Suyu and I have always been in contact. He is very strong and nothing will happen. Although I know that you have good intentions in protecting us, he is usually used to freedom and does not want to interfere too much. I hope you can convey it to your boss. The news that Suyu had suddenly gone out was still known to Zhang Huanen. Lin Si is his subordinate and will definitely report it to the captain as soon as possible, especially since Suyu still has such an important identity. Captain, what should we do now? Do we need to report to the Corps? No. Zhang Huanen knows Suyu's strength, especially people who can study such chips. If he wants people but can't find them, then it will definitely not be easy for others to find them. Protect Vice Captain Xia, if you have any news, please contact us in time. Received. As long as Xia Qing is here, Mr. Su will definitely come back, but Mr. Su has not joined now and has no specific identity. If they interfere too much, they will arouse resentment. In that case, he only needs to keep them safe. However, in some very important secret professors in the country will also have special bodyguard teams to guard all directions 24 hours a day. 7 days have passed, and Suyu has already absorbed the fireball in the apocalypse. Xia Qing went to see it several times, and Suyu's body was burned and there was no one around, so she felt relieved. It's just that behind Suyu's back, rings of golden lines appeared, like magma. That's probably the energy he absorbed. 7 days later, their office building in Manhwa has been completely renovated, and all kinds of furniture have entered the venue. Now they can officially work here. Xia Qing's office is on the top floor, and downstairs is Chu Xiu's office, except that her office is larger than Chu Xiu's. She had separate restrooms, a lounge, and a tea table. Xia Qing saw that her office had been delivering things one after another, and she decorated them carefully. The main thing is luxury. Outside is the secretary's office. This floor, except for her office, is the secretary's office, the assistant's office. Today her administrative secretary is Secretary Zhang, Security Section Chief Zhang Chong, and Special Assistant is Song Wen. She just arrived in Burma yesterday. Xiaoan came to Myanmar district, and Xia Qing assigned her the position of her assistant. Song Wen feels that it is better to come here and develop in China. After all, being the secretary of a chairman and the assistant of a deputy district chief have different rights. Even in the future, assistants will hold other careers. Even Secretary Zhang is now appointed Secretary General, with a few fresh recruits under his command. The Secretary General's work is very much, including a series of activities such as conference organization, event planning and execution, relationship coordination, document management, etc. So Secretary General Zhang has also expanded several of his men in the past few days. Of course, it was Secretary General Zhang who directly contacted Xia Qing on a daily basis, and another Deputy Secretary General was Chu Xiu who contacted him. However, Xia Qing is quite busy as she has a complete list of internal affairs management. After all, whoever has the money has the final say. Xia Qing just bought a lot of formaldehyde purifiers from her own company in China. After all, it is a newly renovated office building and has some smell. With this purifier on 24 hours, it's very safe. Xia Qing sat in front of her large office and looked out at the city through the fully transparent glass window. Various cart transporting sand, stone, and steel bars walking on the city streets. Construction is taking place throughout the city. There are more people selling fruits and snacks on the roadside, and some of them are even children. It is still under construction. The construction companies are all found in China, and the quality and speed are very fast. Today, there are only 3 major cities left in the northern part of Myanmar district, and 2 large emerald stone fields: Kakang, Mayati, Mendla. Kakang is now the main city in the northern part of Myanmar district. The office building in northern Myanmar district was also built here. Now Xia Qing is the first to focus on the development of Kakang, the main city. Deputy District Chief, this is the design drawing of the urban area. It has been released and needs your approval. Secretary Zhang took out a wad of documents and handed them to Xia Qing. The design drawings were negotiated by them, mainly the construction of the city, including the streets, the construction of public facilities. It can be said that in this 2-year period, the city of Myanmar is under major construction. This Jade Exhibition Hall was built first. All surrounding hotels and restaurants must be planned and built together. Okay. Secretary Zhang made the key points, and everyone Xia Qing pointed out wrote them down one after another. He also found Xia Qing's leadership skills, including handling some things very quickly, during the past few days with Xia Qing in Myanmar district. The main thing is, Xia Qing is very rich. The current turmoil in Myanmar can be said to be the least expensive. Even if there are 2 jadeite stone fields now, they will not be able to sell them in a short period of time to withdraw a large amount of money. If at this time the jadeite quarries are sold, then the price will fall. However, Xia Qing now controls 2 jadeite stone fields and does not carry out any sales. You know, the northern, central, and southern parts of the Burma area add up to 4 large emerald stone fields, 2 of which are in their northern areas. Many people are already buying those 2 jadeite mines, and the supply of 2 jadeite mines is missing. The price of jadeite jewelry is rising around the world. Xia Qing first built the Jade Exhibition Hall, and I'm afraid she is also making plans for the future. In fact, Secretary Zhang also made good guesses. Xia Qing planned to open a large-scale jade exhibition after the construction was completed. When the time comes, she will also collect a lot of jadeite from the end of the world, and the jewelry will be auctioned at the Myanmar Jade Jewelry Exhibition. Then she will invite people from all over the world, and I am afraid that by then jewelers from all over the world will arrive in Myanmar to develop a wave of economy. The preliminary work must be prepared, including, the construction of hotels should also be in place, or they should be renovated in the original hotels. Xia Qing invested a lot of money, but the return will only be more in the future. And so that some of her large amounts of jewelry of the end times would be justified for sale. Not only that, but Xia Qing also needs physical enhancing jewelry to open up the publicity this time. She needs a jewelry for the finale. Xia Qing thought that her string of Tianxiang wooden beads would do, but it was given to her by that child. She didn't plan to buy it either, but she could make it in batches and soak it in nutrient solution. Other cities in the northern part of Myanmar district poured towards Kakang in large numbers, because Kakang is now building infrastructure and needs to recruit a lot of people. Many people came here to work. Most of the people on this side of Burma speak Chinese, so it is not difficult to communicate. Myanmar, a treasure land for development, has also attracted many people from China and other countries to invest. Except for people from China, there is no tax reduction or exemption for investments from other countries. This makes people in other countries feel unbalanced, even publishing news, complaints to the side of the Myanmar district government. It's just a pity that the Myanmar district government can't control the northern part of Myanmar district. If they want to invest, they can also go to the Myanmar China side, Only that development has almost stagnated over there? Deputy District Chief Chu invites you to have a meal together at noon to discuss the situation. Okay. The Chu Lord held a meeting in consultation with the Myanmar district government and stayed for 4 days. Xia Qing recently learned from the president that she can react to something quickly. At noon, they build the canteen again. The cafeteria was also newly established, and now there are staff eating inside. When they saw Xia Qing and Chu Xiu coming in, they all stood up. After the two men entered the VIP room, the others breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to continue eating. I read you right at the time, but now Myanmar allows you to develop in an orderly manner. That's why my office is so much smaller than yours. Because I paid for it. There's nothing wrong with that, and of course Chu Zhu doesn't care about the size of his office. If our two offices are on the same floor, it will be more convenient for decision making. Chu Xiu, let's discuss business. Chu Xiu, who heard this, also regained his serious expression. The Myanmar district government sees that we have received a lot of investment, and they also want it. We are still cooperating with them. It's impossible to want money. Of course it's impossible. We need money everywhere now, and the patrol police department needs training. Our armies in the north also need to develop. A war may break out if there is no agreement at any time. However, they did not dare to come to the door in such a chaos by the miscellaneous army in northern Burma. Not to mention them, their weapons are now provided by China. So, is Chu Xiu afraid? Not scared at all. Xia Qing actually has an idea in her heart, that is, the two jadeite stone fields in central Myanmar and southern Myanmar. If she controls them all, it means she controls the world's largest supply of jadeite gemstones. However, she also knows that this is not the time. We might as well issue some welfare policies. After all, we also need population now. Because of the turmoil that broke out, and the warlords melee here for a long time, the population has died a lot, and now it needs a lot of labor. Yes, I'm going to Mendla soon. Still going over there to deal with something. Xia Qing nodded. Xia Qing didn't interfere much in the military affairs, but she also planned to form a special team that would belong to her in Myanmar. So you would help her with this. She also told Chu Xiu directly about this matter. After all, he was the commander of the Myanmar district and needed his approval. Yes, if it was the training led by that guy, I would like to see what kind of soldiers he can teach. He still admired Su Yu's strength. As he spoke, Chu Xiu couldn't help but cough several times. Xia Qing looked at Chu Xiu's black eyes. Maybe she hasn't had a good rest these days? Chu Xiu, take this. Xia Qing took out a diluted bottle of enhanced from her backpack, which was actually space. What is this? 20 million enhancement ***. Latest research and development. So, Chu Xiu transferred 50 million to her. Returning gift. This thing? Boost liquid? Chu Xiu looked at a small bottle a few centimeters long. This thing is worth 20 million? Yes, I guarantee you will be more energetic after drinking. What? Can whiten? Descarring? It varies from person to person. Xia Qing was the one who absorbed the crystal beads, and that's why she changed. This enhancement agent is extracted from the energy of crystal beads. An ordinary crystal bead can extract more than 20 bottles, plus other energy supplies to extract the enhancement agent. Originally, crystal beads could only be absorbed by evolvers and superpowers. The purpose of this refining was also to allow ordinary people in the apocalypse to strengthen their physical fitness. Xia Qing's people in time and space generally have low physical fitness. Even if they are given a crystal bead, people in this time and space cannot absorb it even if they are not evolvers. Whether it can be completely absorbed depends on the individual's physical fitness. Xia Qing felt that Chu Xiu's physical fitness should be stronger, so the bottle she gave Chu Xiu was only diluted 30%. Being able to fully absorb it depends on Chu Xiu's own constitution. Chu Xiu was holding something. Although he didn't believe it, he had been exposed to many things as a soldier, even super stimulants, but he didn't believe it. However, this was given to him by Xia Qing, and he cherished it. Okay, then I'll keep it. Chu Xiu smiled and stuffed things into his chest pocket. After the two had finished a lunch, Chu Xiu left. Before leaving, a man took a bouquet of flowers and handed it to Xia Qing. Deputy District Chief, this is the flower the army commander just wanted to give you. Xia Qing looked at this bouquet of roses. Put it in the office. Suyu absorbed it for 10 days and 10 nights before the energy in the fireball was finally absorbed cleanly by Suyu. The surrounding temperature has dropped a lot, but even after absorbing the energy, the huge fireball still has very high heat, and the surrounding ground is still dry and cracked. Xia Qing also used condensing a large amount of ice power to lower the surrounding temperature and seal the place instantly. Strange, I'm getting stronger too. She obviously did nothing and did not feel the space upgrade, but her strength improved. However, Xia Qing discovered something. That was their space, with the sun on one side and the moon on the other. and the little stars representing the teleportation points, the largest and brightest of which was Susu, and a colorful band of light appeared. This colorful band of light, in Xiaoqing's space, links the sun and the moon, and looks like a galaxy. The brighter the sun shines in space, the stronger Xiaoqing's moonlight will be, and Xiaoqing's strength will increase accordingly. It seems that our strength is really related to the appearance of the sun and the moon in space. Our energy may come from them. Suyu, what has become of your flame now? Xiaoqing was a little curious, and Suyu released a flame, a golden flame, which became slightly more transparent. Go! Well, by the way, more than half of the zombies over there in Lanchange have been solved, and the mutated zombies have been frozen by me. Leave it to the Institute for Research. Good. Suyu and Xiaoqing returned to Qinghai City together. Base Chief. Deputy Base Leader. Deputy Base Chief. Several people were very excited when they saw Xiaoqing coming back. That day, Xiaoqing walked into the high-temperature rift alone. Like the most beautiful retrograde. She's like a goddess who saved everyone. Let all have some worship in their hearts. Not everyone has the guts to be a retrograde. Over there, Xiaoqing's body walked into the flames that seemed to be hell, leaving a deep mark on their hearts. Including, they have this wall of ice above their heads that protects everyone. If it used to be thanks to Xiaoqing, but they also exchanged things for Xiaoqing's food. But now, their mentality towards Xiaoqing has changed. More than gratitude, worship, faith. As if Xiaoqing had become their faith. So everyone in Harumi Castle saw that Natsuhiro had more respect than before. Now the temperature around Harumi Castle is no longer as frighteningly high, but it still remains at nearly 40 degrees. The water in the beach sea has also fallen quite a bit. Xiaoqing distributed a lot of vegetables and fruits to Qinghai City this time. Eating some fruits in such high temperature weather can also replenish the body's moisture. Alina, your hair? Xiaoqing saw that Alina's hair had turned white. Much better, though. Probably due to predicted side effects. I don't know why there was such a big reaction this time. I think maybe it has something to do with the deputy base chief. You are not from this world. Because Xiaoqing changed such a huge thing and saved so many lives, Alina couldn't explain clearly. Although the temperature has dropped, many people are still afraid to go out. The day that the fireball came cast a shadow over all. So you went to sunny Bay City, while Xiaoqing stayed. Looking at the wall of ice that condensed itself, there was no sign of melting and the ice mist had disappeared. Now it's the beach. The water level in Haiti has dropped a lot. Wang Han sighed, a lot of stones came out of the beach, and there were some fish carcasses. Xiaoqing also came to the beach sea, and the water level dropped by more than half. In this case, so many water problems in Qinghai City need to be solved. Xiaoqing surrounded the beach and sea here and condensed a half circle of ice wall to lower the temperature here. If so much water is damaged in a short period of time, it will not flow and will only become more and more dry. Wang Han said. Scan out the terrain below and gather all the water-based superpowers and ice-based superpowers to the beach and sea. If one party is in trouble, all parties will support it, and all the consumed crystal bead bases will be released. And, free fruit food. Received. Wang Han responded and immediately coordinated with other cities. Wang Han looked at Xiaoqing in front of him, and when he saw her for the first time, he seemed to be just the feeling of a big girl next door. Following in front of Suyu, she has now grown up. Unknowingly, everyone will listen to her and firmly believe that she is right. Moreover, Xiaoqing was able to decide the most correct choice at the first moment. After dealing with these things, Xiaoqing goes to Lanchange again, and the mutated zombie has been frozen by Xiaoqing. This zombie is conscious. The frozen zombies at this moment, with electrodes mounted on their bodies, conduct brainwaves, Sultan said agitatedly. He can't speak because the tongue has mutated, but we can detect his brainwaves. We haven't detected any fluctuations in the brains of other zombies. It could be argued that a zombie is a corpse in action for them, but this zombie had brainwaves detected in its head, but its brainwaves were very eerie. Deputy Base Chief, I want to be transferred to the base on a sunny day. Wang Shasha, I want to see if she can sense this special zombie idea. Yes. With Xiaoqing's permission, the Sultan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Wang Shasha is now pregnant. By the way, Wang Shasha wrote a novel, which is very popular on the website. You can also read it. Wang Shasha is still pregnant. When she heard that she was going to Lanchange, she still didn't want to go, but when she heard that the deputy base chief agreed, she could only go. Her husband Zhang Shan is going to follow. Zhang Shan is in sunny Bay City, and now he is also a famous Chinese medicine practitioner, so everyone still respects him. Who cannot have a headache or a fever in the face of a doctor? Moreover, the ointment made by Zhang Shan and so on, their deputy base chief is also useful. So everyone is more polite to Zhang Shan, and the people who can be used by the deputy base chief are generally relatively well established in the base. Soon, Wang Shasha and Zhang Shan were transported to Lanchange. I thought the environment here was terrible, but it looked okay, and now Wang Shasha's belly was already showing. Deputy Base Chief. Wang Shasha's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Xia Qing was there, as if she was reading the heroine of her own novel. Well, the belly looks a little bigger. Yes, I am twins, so I show my pregnancy. Wang Shasha said with a smile. Unexpectedly, at a later examination, she was pregnant with twins. Xia Qing directly raised her hand and brought out a large box of things. It's full of baby products, given to your baby. Thanks. Zhang Shen quickly took it, and it was quite heavy in such a box. This trip felt worth it. To be able to have such a large package. You are twins, I'm afraid you will suffer when you have a baby. In fact, Wang Shasha is also a little worried about this. After all, the current medical conditions are not very good, and there is only one obstetrician. Don't worry, you can go to the treatment cabin when you are about to give birth. Treatment cabin? Really? Wang Shasha looked at Xia Qing in disbelief. She also knew about the treatment cabin. This thing is very magical, but it is very expensive to use. And unless special people, ordinary people, even superpowers want to use the treatment cabin, they need to apply to it. Of course, for Xia Qing, it's just a one-sentence thing. Sure. She has experienced giving birth in a treatment cabin without any experience of pain, which can be said to be good news for having children. Thank you, Deputy Base Chief. No thanks. In fact, Xia Qing still has some feelings for Wang Shasha, because her relationship with her is her book, which also helped her a lot in her time and space at the beginning. Wang Shasha is here to help at this moment. It's really a great thing. All the dissatisfaction before lie disappeared and turned into gratitude. This time I asked you to come over and let you use your powers to sense the emotions of zombies. Zombies are unresponsive. Their brains are bad and rotten. This is a special zombie. Soon, Wang Shasha was taken to a room and felt a little cold after entering. There was a zombie in front of me with his whole body frozen, but strangely, the zombie's eyes seemed to be able to turn. Wang Shasha's powers are passive, but at this moment she feels a strange fluctuation as soon as she comes in. He lives. Wang Shasha looked at the special zombie in front of her and was a little shocked and speechless. Alive? Living zombies? Everyone's tone was a little puzzled. That's too weird? A zombie is not a corpse in action? Only living people have emotions, but I feel emotions from their brains. What emotion? Xia Qing is a little curious about what emotions a zombie can have. After all, its true meaning is actually death. Body blood does not circulate, body rot. It wants to eat human brains. It feels like that's delicious food that can increase its body energy. Co-author, is this zombie a foodie? Ahem. This evolved zombie is beginning to have some consciousness. If other zombies will have this meaning after evolution, it will still be very scary for humans. After all, the humans are intelligent higher creatures, and if the zombies have consciousness, it will be like this, and he can urge other zombies to start attacking humans. Know that the number of zombies is very terrible, hundreds of times that of humans. If the zombies have awakened their consciousness to attack humans together, can they really withstand the zombie army? Recently, I observed that the zombie's brainwaves were calm during the day, and at night, its brainwaves turned wildly. That is, zombies can become abnormal at night. Xia Qing suddenly thought of the red moon at night. Could it have something to do with this? Sudan, study the connection between the red moon and the sunny base to see if the changes in the red moon are related to the mutated zombies. Understand. Sasha, please stay here in Lanchinch for the time being. I'll be here these days, so don't worry about your safety. Okay. Then it seems that my novel will be discontinued for a few days. Wait until I go back before updating. Wang Shasha still misses her novel. Sultan, I'll leave this to you first. Okay. Xia Qing sent out a lot of vegetables and fruits again, and then went to the Qingtian base again. Suyu and several key base members were eating hot pot, and when they saw Xia Qing coming over, they all gave up their seats. Xia Qing told about her time in Lanchinch. Li Yao, find someone here to cooperate with the Sultan. Yes, maybe it really has something to do with the Red Moon. Suyu also feels that the zombie mutation has some connection with Red Moon. This is the Red Moon we recently observed, which is a little redder than what we saw a few months ago. If that's the case, zombies around the world may be slowly awakening. Yes, next to my sunny base city is Yangchang, and zombies often come to us recently. But sunny base city is their base camp. Defense means the number of evolvers is the largest, zombies come and destroy quickly. Let's do this, Li Yao, Yang Shuo, you guys catch a zombie, I'll freeze it and put it outside for observation. Do it at the same time to see if these zombies will change the same way. Okay, I'll catch the zombies right now. Li Yao put down his chopsticks and was about to go. Wait, don't worry, let's eat hot pot first and then go after eating. Okay then. Li Yao chuckled, otherwise he would be reluctant to part with the fragrant mutton in the hot pot. This hot pot base is really fragrant, I have never eaten such a fragrant hot pot base. Xia Qing thought to herself, then, the hot pot base in their world is full of various additives. Thinking of this, she suddenly had another idea. Li Yao, there are not a few traditional Chinese medicine doctors in our base. Let them develop them to see if there are any that can make traditional Chinese medicine hot pot base. Report all the materials you need to me. If anyone develops it first, I will reward him with hot pot for a year. Of course, the taste must be delicious and helpful to the human body. In response to the epidemic crisis in her world, Xia Qing really improved the quality of the human body in various aspects. Hot pot for a year? Li Yao was drooling from hearing this. Right. Ingredients all inclusive. Okay, I want to develop it. It would have been great if I had not been a soldier before the end of the world. I should have learned some skills. If you weren't a soldier, would you think you could survive to this day? Yang Shuo on the side complained about him. After eating the hot pot, Li Yao had already sent someone to capture a zombie alive. Xia Qing directly froze the zombie from the neck down. This would be easier to observe. Xia Qing and Suyu only return to her time and space after all this has been dealt with. Suyu suddenly returns, which makes Lin Si excited and quickly reports the situation to Zhang Huanen. Mr. Su, this is the case. There are some problems with our system. I would like to ask you to return to China and help check it out. Not only that, but Mr. Zhang from the National Defense Science and Technology Garden in Kyoto also hopes that Suyu will join. He even asked for Suyu's contact details in person this morning. If Suyu returns home, he is one to meet Suyu. Yes, we found garbled characters in the system and we just intercepted an important message. This information is important, so we want to know exactly. So I really want to ask you to go back. Okay. As soon as Lin Si heard that Suyu agreed, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and he quickly went to arrange a car. Xia Qing is not worried about going on a business trip with Suyu. After all, they can't see each other during the day, and they can also see each other in the apocalyptic time and space at night. However, Xia Qing was a little worried. Suyu, can we be so far away? I'm fine. Since absorbing the energy, I have greatly increased my strength, and I can replenish the energy of the sun during the day. In the evening, we were able to meet. Xia Qing nodded, and then she was relieved. She knew that Suyu was also improving her strength in this time and space, otherwise she wouldn't be able to do it just by herself. She can have a lot of wealth, but something, more technology to do. She also bought Suyu a cell phone, and when she came here Suyu didn't even have one. I'm transferring money to you. Suyu didn't have a penny in his hands if it cost money along the way. It's okay, I don't need it. Xia Qing thought of the same truth. She probably didn't need Suyu to spend money, so she didn't transfer money to Suyu. If she really needed it, she would tell her. Sending Suyu away, Xia Qing is also very busy here. She wanted to develop agriculture in Myanmar, so she ordered a large number of agricultural machines from domestic factories. Now she is driving here, but the machines are available, but local people in Myanmar will not use them much. So, she also intends to hire a group of people who can use machines and farm completely by machine. This is what they do in their country, as well as in other developed countries. It's just that in some small counties and rural areas, it is still cultivated by one's own manpower. After all, machines are still very expensive. Xia Qing spent 50 million to buy the first batch of machines. Xia Qing prepares large quantities of Chinese medicinal materials for planting rice. Right, that's rice. Preventing food crises later on. The price of jewelry is still rising today, but the price of gold is falling. Ulan signed an armistice agreement with Russia. Yesterday, the Jewish state released 800 missiles towards the Aryans and carried out bombing for more than 2 hours. Persia is rich in mineral resources, with the largest reserves of zinc ore in the world, as well as copper, iron, and so on. Originally, the two countries have been in constant conflict, and since last year, certain breakthroughs have broken out every year. Yesterday there was an attack. The conflicts in the east and central regions have been constant. Not only that, the turmoil in various countries has also intensified. This is somewhat strikingly similar to the history of Suyu. The Ebola virus has recently been found to be active in Africa, but this virus quickly becomes ill after infection, so it is not highly contagious. Xia Qing listened to this message. Africa is very far away from them, so neither side takes it very seriously. But as of yesterday, 1,000 people had died. You know that within 2 years, at its most popular, a total of 20,000 people died. But yesterday, nearly 1,000 people were infected and died. The Ebola fatality rate is too high, so now all countries that come back from over there in Africa have to test it. Xia Qing is psychologically uncomfortable when she hears the virus, because she remembers the future daughter said. Her world will have an outbreak, and that is the beginning of the end times. Natsuhara will definitely stop her world from becoming apocalyptic. The little secretary reported today's important information to Xia Qing. He is also from the secretary's office, and on his first day here today, he is responsible for the summary and debriefing of important information. Notify Secretary John and let him come. I have something to do with him. Yes. The little secretary nodded and left. Unexpectedly, their deputy district chief was so young that he thought he was quite easy to get along with, but after contact, he was a little nervous and did not dare to underestimate him. Always felt a chill on their deputy chief. 10 minutes later. Secretary John, I want to set up a biological laboratory in Myanmar to do some research. Do I need to report this? Xia Qing remembers that the biological laboratory needs to be reported. Yes, site selection is also required, but if you build it in Myanmar, you need to report it to the government. However, the registration procedures here are not yet available. After all, no one has ever handled a biological research institute with them. Xia Qing nodded. She is now the government. Report to herself, simply omit this step. Okay, I'll send someone over to coordinate with you and pick a suitable location, and I want to build a small biology lab. Okay. When Secretary Zhang went out, Xia Qing contacted Zhou Shen again. Do you still have manpower over there? If you don't have enough, spend a lot of money to recruit young freshmen. I want to build a small biopharmaceutical research laboratory in Myanmar. In Myanmar? The conditions at Director Xia's place may not be very good. We have a new R&D room here. Otherwise, it would cost at least $1 billion to invest in a biological research and development laboratory, and the equipment funds are very expensive. Xia Qing frowned slightly. She didn't think carefully about this. There are also talents, and a lot of money is invested in research and development of drugs. Moreover, most research and development drugs require special research. In fact, Xia Qing doesn't need research. She has various apocalyptic drugs, which can be produced directly, but what she lacks now is a laboratory to send out such things. Small laboratory, I have released a new type of medicine here. Understand. After Xia Qing finished speaking, Zhou Shen immediately understood that Xia Qing wanted to have a laboratory to produce these agents openly. Like artificial bone technology, they are responsible for genetic pairing and material fusion, but they don't know how these materials are produced. Collectively, they call this mysterious Boss X. However, after Zhou Shen saw Suyu, he automatically identified the boss as Suyu. Then I will arrange for a few people to come over. Okay, don't rush. After all, the addresses of her labs here haven't been chosen. Director Xia, our batch of artificial skeletons has been cooperated with the state and officially included in medical insurance. Now there are more than 500 people queuing up for reservations in China. I dare not accept reservations now. It has been queued for 3 years. So much. Yes, but there are still more than 300 materials that can be integrated today. Okay, I know, I will send someone to transport the materials in 2 days. Okay. At this news, Zhou Shen showed a big smile. Xia Dong, actually I think this material is also suitable for heart stents, but the material composition. Xia Qing listened to what Zhou Shen said and didn't understand it at all. Wait, send me these editing text messages you mentioned, and I will ask you. She doesn't understand this bunch of her fundamentally different equations, molecular. Good, good. Zhou Shen's excited hands were shaking. Dividends for this quarter have reached your account. Xia Qing has too many zeros in her bank accounts, especially the Swiss bank's confidential accounts. So she really didn't pay much attention to the dividends. Maybe it was the SMS ringing, right? Investing more and spending more recently is not a lot. In the evening, Xia Qing arrived at the Research and Development Institute at Qingtian Base. Showed Professor Zhang Zhou Shen's information. In fact, the material of artificial brackets is softer. We can print it with holographic technology. That would be great. From the recent mutant fish beasts, we have the best and softest materials. With holographic technology printing, the bracket can form circulation in the human body. Not only can it help dilate blood vessels, it can also clean up blood. Xia Qing heard that this is a good thing. Okay, develop a batch of finished products for me. Okay, Deputy Base Chief. Recently, the treatment of the R&D department has also been very good. Not only has their welfare been improved, but even milk powder and various supplies for children before the age of 3 are free. Xia Qing feels that talented people also have genes, and that future children may have a greater chance of becoming geniuses. Now that scientific research talents are tight, Xia Qing's benefits will not be less, which can also stimulate everyone's motivation. After finishing this, Xia Qing decided to go to Taixinlan and order a large amount of milk powder. Now the birth rate of children in several of their bases has skyrocketed, and the key is that breastfeeding is actually a difficult problem. It may be because after evolution, breast milk has become much less, and even after most of the children are born, the mother has no milk. The stronger it is, for example, a woman is an evolver and a person with superpowers, the less breast milk there is, or even none. Or is it, to set up a milk powder farm on this side of Burma? It's a little bit unrealistic. After all, the environment here is not very suitable. Xia Qing has already planned to develop various agricultural and factories in Myanmar. Xia Qing went to Qinghai City again. Deputy Base Chief, after the construction of our signal tower was completed, Turkey country received the signal. Poof. Xia Qing couldn't help laughing when she heard about this Turkey country. As if the names of countries in this world are all kinds of animal names? What's wrong? Still are all unique animal names. It's okay, this Turkey country can actually connect to our signal? This shows that the Turkey country's signal tower has not collapsed, or that their signal tower has been restored. The Turkey country is not very far from our country's location. Their world once erupted into several battles, wars in small surrounding countries, plus the 4 major wars that broke out. We can say that there are only 7 major powers in the whole world. The bigger the power, the smaller the country, the poorer it is, because the supplies are divided among other countries. They discovered our signal and have established contact. They want to exchange supplies with us. Exchange supplies? What's in their hands that we can exchange for? Crystal beads. What do we lack? With so many people in the Dragon Kingdom and so many zombies, are you still worried about Jingzhou? They said they wanted to interview the base director about important matters related to human survival. They particularly emphasized that they only talk to the base for a long time. Then let them come over, and we will interview. Okay, then I will contact Turkey country. The base chief of Harumi Castle is located closer to Turkey country. Xia Qing also collected some information and learned about this world Turkey country. It has developed science and technology, but its population is small, and it has been invading and expanding other countries. The two parties agreed on a time, and they were able to get there in about a day by helicopter over there. Turkey country, aircraft carrier base. It was their last base of survival. We have contacted the base of Dragon Kingdom. Miss, are you really going to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom? Yes. Now we can't stop the zombie invasion by relying on our own power, and now we can only talk about cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom. After so long, we have contacted the Dragon Kingdom and the signal tower where birds pass by. This time I also informed Niao Guo to go to the base of the Dragon Kingdom together. Let's go to their territory and let them come over in case of danger. No, this aircraft carrier is our last Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark has not only their last humans, but their last supplies. This is a place that is secret. Don't worry, as long as they've seen this file video, I'm sure they'll face it together. After all, our country is not the only one living in this world. Now it is no longer a matter of the state, but the survival of the race. If that hadn't happened, our supplies would have lasted 3 years. Strange though, the location we contacted half a year ago was in their capital. This time they changed places. Not only that, but even their presidents changed. There are too many people in the Dragon Kingdom, and they are somewhat capable of surviving. Prepare aircraft. Yes, it was the vice president of Turkey who went to the Dragon country for negotiations this time. Xia Qing has returned to her villa in sunny Base City. Su Yu is already waiting for her here. Everyone else saw Xia Qing appear and went out in a conscious manner. Mom, hug. Only Xia Yang's milky voice wants Xia Qing to give her a hug. After this time, Susu in the space also woke up, so she released Susu and let the 2 children play for a while. To the outside world, I am pregnant, but Su doesn't look like a newborn child. Especially the eyes of this little guy will definitely be regarded as an anomaly by then. Xia Qing is a little worried about this. The eyes of the 2 of them can wear contact lenses, but Susu is so small that it can't. Think of a solution then. Well, that's all it can do. Xia Qing told Suyu about today's meeting that the president of Turkey had requested. Let him accompany you. Xia Qing knows who Suyu is talking about, his father, the former president of the Dragon Kingdom. As Suyu said, he understood his father's approach, but he did not forgive. Okay, do you want to go too? This time the Turkey country is said to be a crisis of zombie mutation. I think they may know something. Suyu thought for a moment, fearing that he would not be able to walk away. Those guys come to me every night, and I'm afraid it's too late. Okay. Mr. Zhang from the National Defense Science and Technology Institute will meet me tomorrow and wants me to join the Science and Technology Institute to jointly develop new projects. You agreed? Yes, but I made my request and I hope to be independent. Of course they cooperated and selected several teams. Ahem. Is this too much? After all, Suyu is a king of soldiers, so I'm afraid it's okay to let him train, shoot, etc. Let him really do scientific research. Suyu gently pinched Xia Qing's smooth and tender little face. Isn't there a cute baby who puts vests on me everywhere? Hey, I recently put another vest on you. Suyu's original identity was not in the country, it was not in this world at all. Even if someone checks him, they can't find anything, and they will only find Suyu very mysterious. Isn't that convenient for her to install a vest? The boss behind Xia Qing is Suyu, so it's no problem if she has a lot of wealth. It feels pretty good to be each other's bosses. I need compensation. Su Yu's eyes gradually became blazing, and he hugged Xia Qing with one hand. No, there are still children. Xia Yang, take good care of your little sister. What a joke, Xia Yang is only over 1 year old. It's no joke to have him take care of his sister. That's just his physical age, he has an IQ higher than you. Each time Xia Yang is fed a crystal bead, his IQ rises by 1 point. I will take good care of my sister. Xia Yang smiled warmly, looking at Susu in his cradle and smiling happily. After a while, Su Yu had already made Xia Qing's body limp. There are also small children outside the room, and Xia Qing is simply unable to concentrate. Good boy, I have asked Li Yao to take the child away. Su Yu shows Xia Qing his cell phone, which contains the message he sent to Li Yao. Xia Qing looks at the time. Okay, when I first came over, you secretly sent a message to Li Yao. Long planned. Next, Xia Qing was completely overwhelmed. Su Yu's whole body was hot, the golden lines on her back were constantly flowing, and Xia Qing's body seemed to be more energetic. District Chief Xia, the factory under construction collapsed. Emergency arrangements are now being made for rescue. Collapse? What's going on? Early in the morning, Xia Qing receives a fatal phone call from Secretary Zhang. When we were building the factory, we dug out a mine. What mine? The initial detection was a mine pit. Immediately published the news, saying that we dug a special gemstone pit and then sealed off the scene. No one is allowed in. Yes. Xia Qing is overjoyed that such a large pie has fallen from the sky. Injured people should be treated as soon as possible and compensated. Only 2 people have suffered minor injuries for the time being. Xia Qing was relieved to hear that no one was seriously injured and died. Now I'm going to go over and see the scene. Okay, the car has been arranged. Her car was a Maybach G650 worth 3.7 million. The person who was just transported to Myanmar district yesterday, as she is now, is uncomfortable riding in that little shabby car in Myanmar district, and secondly, she is somewhat unworthy of her identity. So a new car was ordered directly from China. Off-road vehicles, after all, the roads in Myanmar have not been repaired yet, they are too bumpy. Xia Qing got into the car and listened to Secretary Jian's report while she resumed her WeChat. Xiaoan, ride in the same car with me. Okay. Xiaoan, as Xia Qing's assistant, also has to follow. The broken van behind her is really crazy. The total number of military trucks purchased is 200, and 10 cars will be delivered as soon as tomorrow. Give the military truck directly to Chu Xiu, and give the remaining car to your secretary's office and the security section chief. Thank you, Deputy District Chief. I was very happy to hear this, Secretary Zhang. After all, the small broken car in Myanmar really was about to fall apart. The air conditioner in the car couldn't be turned on such a hot day. I didn't expect Xia Qing to think about them. Who doesn't want a generous boss around? After all, these cars are all paid for by Xia Qing. Xia Qing is not stingy now that she is capital and has to employ a lot of people around her. After all, who has the motivation to work without money or benefits? Take emotion? She is not a Chinese currency that everyone likes. Now she has the confidence, and her natural vision is not the same as before. Although she undeniably, the people who are useful to her, the people who are of high value, it is worth spending more. Soon they arrived at the pit dugout today, which was already under martial law. Indeed, some jadeite. Arrange for people to dig out these mines and put them in the warehouse. We cannot let anyone know and keep it secret when we send people under martial law throughout the process. Once it gets to the level of secrecy, if it gets out there it will be held seriously accountable. It is best to hire locals to mine. Xia Qing ordered. Relatively more reliable than the natives, their home is in the district of Burma. Yes. Sure enough, something happened to see new mines suddenly appear in Myanmar district and was released. Of course, Xia Qing also sent someone to send out various tabloid news articles. Rare volcanic rock crystals were found in the northern part of Myanmar. I heard this is a crystal from tens of thousands of years ago. I heard that this crystal can change the body's constitution. I know that recently, Ling's jewelry's small earrings made from volcanic rock crystals cost millions. Now volcanic rock crystal mines have been dug out in Myanmar. It's really going to be released in Myanmar. The news is published online and ordinary people generally don't pay much attention to it, but the global jewelry circle, especially several large luxury brands, can no longer bear it. You know, this gem from Ling's jewelry almost shakes their position. And only Ling's jewelry has this kind of gemstone, which is equivalent to a monopoly. Now here in Myanmar, we find that major brands and jewelers can't sit still. They arranged for people to come to Myanmar district. Xia Qing had already ordered all the people in the mine to block the area and impose martial law, so that no one could enter, unless it's a pass specially approved by her. Ling Feng looked at the message on his mobile phone, and Xia Qing still didn't reply, but he couldn't wait any longer. Shopping malls are like battlefields, so seize opportunities when you encounter them. Brother, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. If you want me to go in and take a look, I'll go out. No, not even 10,000. The watchman said seriously. All the cameras installed, whoever finds out and brings people in will be punished and directly resigned. Compared with work, they don't want to lose their job for a few thousand yuan. Now this job, there's a steady income, and there's benefits. It is very enviable to be able to enter the Myanmar Special Administrative Region and have a job now. And in the future, the SAR government will develop better and better, and its recruitment will become more and more strict. Being able to work for a lifetime is a small profit, but everyone still knows how to choose. Unless they are offered sky-high prices so that they will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of their lives, but then they will leave Burma, but where can they go if they leave here? So none of them would do anything like that. The man frowned, and had no choice but to return to the hotel and report back to the boss. The boss the man is talking about is none other than Ling Feng. No, Mr. Ling, we really can't get in. Very strictly managed. I think other foreigners are coming and can't get in. If you want to enter, you have to go to the Myanmar District Special Administrative Region to apply for a pass signed by the Deputy District Chief. The man said that he had understood and there was no way to spend money on it. Go then, go now. Passes are all secondary. The most important thing is whether the volcanic rock crystals have a special role. This is what he is most concerned about. Now Ling's jewelry has just developed, and it can go from the domestic third line to the domestic first line in a short period of time, and it also depends on this thing. If it's bought by someone else, it hits him hard. The secretary's office is going crazy today. Jeweler bosses and agents from various countries want to see Deputy District Chief Xia. Our Deputy District Chief has sent a message inviting all jewelers to hold a symposium at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Great. Xia Qing also did not expect that these jewelers could act so quickly. The news was sent yesterday and everyone has already come here today. Originally she was also going to spend a sum of money to publicize the matter, which seemed to be a saving. After the matter here was dealt with, she quickly went back to the room to rest, locked the door, and arranged for anything to be sent a message, not to come to the room to find her. Only after turning on the shielding instrument did she enter the apocalypse. First teleport to Qingtian base, prepare to take his president Xiao Jun to Qinghai City with him. Xiaoqing, I believe your current ability is completely able to cope with it. I'm old, and now I just want to take care of my grandchildren. Granddaughters, you have learned everything I can teach you. Even, you learn better. Believe in yourself. Xiao Jun smiled kindly and patted Xia Qing on the shoulder. He had been in this position for too long, and now he has no rights, but relaxes. And after he woke up, he saw the sunny base city, and saw that it was built more civilized and rich. A new set of orders and rules is quietly operating. The girl in front of her, she already has enough strength to face it. Okay. Xia Qing nodded, and it was also the first time she faced the presidents of other countries in the world. Maybe she has a halo of identity, but she is still a little inexplicably nervous about this. Harumi Castle. A helicopter hovers over it, none other than the vice president of Turkey nation. What a powerful ice power, how did you do it by covering it above? Vice President Mize was really surprised when he looked at this area of at least 1 or 2 kilometers. The helicopter descends and is surrounded by Harumi Castle's power party on martial law alert. Weinhan also once met the Turkey country's Vice President Mize on TV. Hello, Mr. Mize, welcome to our sunny base. Come here, please. Soon another helicopter lands, none other than the right-hand ambassador of Birdland, Prime Ministerial equivalent. Prime Minister Matsumoto Taino and Mize exchanged greetings for a while. Our base manager will be there soon. Mize frowned slightly. She had been flying for 7 or 8 hours and came to the other party's base. She still had to wait for him? Although Matsumoto Taino was even more upset, he still smiled and could not see any displeasure. But mine's taken. Mize and the 3 tall superpowers beside him were all very dissatisfied. However, thinking that this time it was to cooperate with China, I endured it. Isn't that from Xiong Liguo, actually with you? Mize is surprised to watch the Xiong Lai people who appear in the base, carrying large supplies. Yes, now Xiong Liguo has joined our sunny base. Mize was even more surprised. You must know that Xiong Liguo and Huaxia Kingdom have always been neighbors, and their countries are also evenly matched opponents. Unexpectedly, Xiong Liguo has now joined Huaxia Kingdom's base? The streets looked repaired, and the ice wall above made the temperature very comfortable. Mr. Mize, our sunny base is now the only survivor base in the Dragon Kingdom. Weinhan said with a smile. He didn't expect that he had been just a soldier, and now he could face the Vice President of Turkey and the Prime Minister of Bird. Mize and a few men look at the survivors on the street, and are even more surprised. Also shocked was Bird Country and his party. Whether they are living well or not can be seen from their faces. Compared with them living on Noah's Ark, these people seem to live more freely and happily. A few small children, crunching and gnawing at the fruit they just handed out today. Someone has an apple, a tomato, or a cucumber, and so on. I don't like the apples I posted today. Can I exchange the apples for your tomatoes? Okay. Several people were stunned when they looked at the fresh fruit. One of the muscular men, unable to resist stopping a boy, slipped straight up with the little boy to snatch the cucumber from the boy's hand. The little boy's hand was grabbed, and it hurt so much that he grinned, but he bit the man's arm without crying. The man's muscles were too hard, and he bit hard without leaving any marks. Bite him to the point where it hurts like it's on a piece of iron. Put down the kids. Boom boom. Another strong-bodied Seong Leguo man rushed over, and the two of them bombarded each other. Xian, several teams of superpowers gathered around in an instant. One of the speed-type superpowers rescued the child. Fire-type superpowers, several people were surrounded in an instant. Benji. They're on someone else's undercard now, and Benji actually does such a thing, seeing everyone else watch him on guard. Sorry, I was so excited to see the cucumbers. They only had cucumbers that were made into freeze-dried, and were agitated when they saw the fresh ingredients. Mize is also shocked, but he won't be as impulsive as Benji. Sorry, kid. Knowing he did something wrong, Benji quickly apologizes to the child. The little boy pointed at the cucumber in the man's hand. Give it back. Benji looked at the cucumber in his hand, although he was very reluctant to give it up. Looking at this cucumber, he seemed to take it back. Tell your daughter that it's fresh cucumber, what it looks like in a book. But he knew that it was at the sunny base, surrounded by superpowers, and he couldn't beat it. Despite some vignettes and some unpleasantness, Benji immediately apologizes. After all, it is now on the territory of sunny base. Just he was too impulsive. Bird Country followed silently, with expressions on their faces that they didn't know what they were thinking. Afterwards, they saw the people along the way, with fresh food in their hands. Several of them were a little ready to move, and their curiosity soared, but several of them were very restrained this time and did not have the unpleasantness they had just had. The main thing is that because of the superpowers around them, they don't dare to act rashly even if they are strong. Several people were taken to the meeting room of the villa, which was clean and tidy. Although the furniture is a bit old, it looks very clean, and at first glance, people often clean it. A woman with wavy blue-purple hair gracefully enters, especially those ice blue eyes, as if they could see through people's hearts. Xia Qing wore a casual white suit that perfectly outlined her tall and straight figure. With a pair of white pearl sneakers, every step of the way sets a steady and powerful rhythm. The hair color of the women is very much in line with the human aesthetic of their Turkey country. Seeing the woman in front of him, the superpowers of Qingtian base, they all gave way and stayed behind Xia Qing. Deputy Base Chief. Brush, brush, brush. The superpower of Sunny Base shouted sonically and powerfully, and both looked respectfully at Xia Qing. The lady from the Fire Kingdom was really stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to expect that the young and beautiful beauty in front of her would actually be the base chief of the Sunny Base. You know, no woman could have held such a high position in the tradition before the Dragon Kingdom. The deputy base director of Sunny Base is actually such a beautiful woman. Matsumoto Tano of Torai Kuni does not seem to have any prejudices, but instead has a smile on his face. I have always heard that the women of the Dragon Kingdom are gorgeous, and they are well deserved when I see them today. I didn't expect that the base manager was actually a woman. He was really a hero among women. Mize looks at Matsumoto Tano with disdain. Prime Minister of a dignified country, compliment a woman here. Sure enough, the bird countries all have a sanctimonious appearance. The bird countries can survive in these large species, and they also have their abilities. Except that in the past, the bird country used to be close to their Turkey country. Now this look of compliment to one of the deputy base chiefs of the Dragon Kingdom makes Mize very dissatisfied. Mize expressed disdain. But Matsumoto Tano looks very genial, just how he thinks inside, then it's not clear to anyone else. Thanks. Mr. Cheng, give Mr. Matsumoto Ono a fruit gift package. Cheng Jun nodded and soon brought out a fruit gift package. Inside, apples, cucumbers, tomatoes, peaches. Thank you, beautiful deputy base chief. Matsumoto Tano held this gift tightly in his hand, and several superpowers behind him quickly protected it. Mi's bodyguards on the side are furious. Just now, he almost raped the apple in his child's hand, but he didn't even grab it, and apologized. But now the Prime Minister of Bird Country has easily obtained it. Can this not make him angry and envious? So 2 eyes on his own vice president, as if to say, quick, go up and say a few words. We'll be able to get a fruit spree. Mize only looked at Matsumoto Tano with great contempt. He proudly raised his head and glanced at Matsumoto Tano with contempt. To grovel at a woman without any lower limit. We are here to discuss very important things this time, and we are also here to discuss cooperation. I hope we can cooperate and share. Mize said in a deep voice that his purpose here was to fight zombies. In the meeting room, all 3 of them sat down quietly. Of course, now we humans are the only ones left, so we naturally want to cooperate together. Okay, this is a piece of information we captured, you can take a look. The video shows the zombies of their country, already turned into red-eyed zombies, stronger and more terrifying. We have launched nuclear bombs locally to clean up large areas of zombies. This kind of zombies is spreading all over the world. We have studied the rules. It is possible that these zombies will spread around the world in 3 years. By then, nearly 10 billion zombies around the world will riot. With these buildings of theirs, they can't resist so many zombies. Including their Noah's Ark, will be overwhelmed by zombies, knowing that none of the nuclear bombs completely destroyed these zombies, and even the radiation facilitated their mutation. Xia Qing only recently discovered these red-eyed zombies, but she didn't expect that these zombies had already begun to mutate in other countries. There is also the possibility of continuing to mutate. The Prime Minister of Tori Province, Matsumoto Tano, is quite calm, as their country has the smallest population, so the number of mutated zombies is not large. Yu is a big country, such as the Dragon Kingdom. The Elephant Kingdom has a large number of people, especially the Elephant Kingdom, which has the largest population in the world. Not only that, they also have a large territory, but they are relatively messy. It is also a place with many people, but the more zombies there are, it's even harder for people to survive. I hope we can build a human survival base together. Build together? Yes. Of course, we can provide support in many aspects, including nanorobots built in Krypton metal. You must know that my country's Krypton gold storage is the first in the world. We need your geocentric energy. Geocentric energy, Xia Qing knew that this thing was at the Longguo underground base. We're going to build something like a space carrier. Do you want to leave this planet? Xia Qing frowned, as if she knew what the other party wanted to do together this time. No, we have also explored and built space stations, but apart from this planet, we have not found any other planet that can provide survival. With our current technological level, we cannot build a spaceship. We want to build a city in the sky, and now there are only 3 of us in the world who still retain it. Together, we can build the Sky City to stay away from zombies. Our scientists have developed energy sources and built small ones that require large amounts of geocentric energy reserves for power. Otherwise they, even if built, would not be able to support hanging in midair without energy. These zombies can't fly either. Tens of billions of zombie riots, they simply can't hide underground. Even if they had the super powerful nuclear weapons in this world, it would have caused even more serious nuclear radiation. Remains for decades. Mai's considerations are indeed a method. If you want to build a city in the sky, where should you choose? Of course, we have to choose the center of our 2 countries, a place without zombies and a no man's land. No man's land, and there will be fewer zombies. Where's Mr. Matsumoto? Sure. Their place is no longer suitable for survival, and with the onset of the rainy season, there will be a wave of migration of all their inhabitants. The most important thing is the food issue. Could you please ask, where did the sunny base get so much fresh food? Everyone has secrets, and these foods are our secrets. But we still need to consider building a city in the sky. This is really a big project and involves too many things, and coordination between people in 3 countries is a nuisance. The beautiful summer base manager is dissatisfied with you saying that we don't store much food. Can we use this to exchange for you? Matsumoto took a yellow bottle out of his bag. In addition to discussing how to cooperate together, he naturally brought something with him this time. Without something of value in hand, how can others cooperate? Exchange? This is the liquid we developed based on zombie head crystal beads and adding some special energy. Enhance your physical fitness? We have, too. This they also developed. Not. Matsumoto Tano also did not expect Ryakuni to develop a physical enhancement potion as well. No, this is a healing liquid. Matsumoto took out his knife and made a cut in the palm of his hand. Immediately after, the healing liquid was dropped on the injured, and the healing blood was stopped instantly. Generally the most common abrasion, only in the case of the epidermis. It also takes 3 to 7 days to heal. If it is a slight abrasion of the knee, keep it dry, usually within a week it can heal with scabs. But this thing stopped the blood in a second. Ordinary wounds heal in minutes. Sure enough, the small scratched opening healed after a few minutes. Xia Qing was shocked, and the lady on the side was very surprised. This is because they have a super rare healing power in Berland. This effect can be achieved by her energy in making potions. Matsumoto was very satisfied when he saw everyone's surprised expression. If this therapeutic agent causes serious injuries in the wild, as long as it is sprayed on the wound, it may be recovered. Mais was also very excited to hear this. Mais, their grain reserves are not enough, and it is impossible to exchange them for grain. They are now able to survive by using some secret technology to clone and propagate eggs, although they have poor nutritional value, etc. But it is impossible to hand these technologies over to other countries. But even cloned eggs can only be cloned in a certain amount and cannot be cloned in large quantities, so the food is still very tight. They had never seen any of this fresh food, just as the land of the Dragon Kingdom dried up, and the land of their Turkey Kingdom was cataclysmic, and most of the land could not be produced and planted. They found a small patch of green plantings in Kangaroo Country though. Although the world had become in tatters, it did not block all their paths, so they robbed the Kangaroo Country of places. Only a few hundred of the people of the Kangaroo Kingdom survived, and now they have joined them in the Kingdom of Mice and become inferior, including edible meat worms like Fukagawa, fruit from the giant tree of Ranchanj, and edible supplies in both of their countries. It's just that Turkey nation, in order to destroy the zombies, has a nuclear bomb on itself, resulting in total destruction. Now we have to migrate and invade the Kangaroo Country. After all, through the genes of mutant kangaroos, we have developed muscle-enhancing drugs. As long as you drink them, whether you are an adult, a child, or an elderly person, your whole body will gain 80 to 90% of your muscles. With muscles represent strength, lift a car easily. However, for the time being, they didn't take it out and exchange it directly. How many bottles does your recovery *** have? There are currently only 10 bottles. You also see this value. If danger occurs, it can save lives. Matsumoto no said solemnly. Well, I have redeemed them all. I can give you 100 or 200 bags of rice and noodles, and 1,000 kilograms of fruits and vegetables. That's what you're holding in your hand, all guaranteed to be fresh. Rice, noodles, what she is stocking up on now, vegetables and fruits, her space can grow in an hour. A bag of noodles is 10 pounds of noodles. 10 pounds of noodles is enough for a family of 3 to eat for a month. I'll give you 100 bags of rice and noodles, that's 1,000 caddies. 1,000 caddies of rice noodles, plus 1,000 caddies of vegetables and fruits. Matsumoto Tano, and want to exchange more. This therapeutic solution is very effective in treating wounds. You just saw it. At critical times, this bottle of liquid is equivalent to one life. Can it fight viruses? Xia Qing asked. If it's an antiviral agent, she really needs it, and she doesn't know what kind of epidemic broke out in her world. It will put the whole world in crisis. No, it can only be used to restore wounds. We are also developing antiviral drugs. That is, zombie vaccine agents. Not only is Bird Country researching, but Fire Nation is also working on a zombie vaccine. That's the price. If you are willing to exchange it, then exchange it, which is not indispensable at all. Xia Qing is tough. Matsumoto Taino frowned slightly. Although there were actually a lot of these things, he wanted more. Of course, if you also have other good things, we can also exchange them. There is no shortage of food in our base. Xia Qing didn't say anything big. They knew along the way if they were short of food when they saw the living conditions of the residents. Okay. The two were very happy and exchanged food directly. The lady on the side is very upset. He is here so that the city in the sky can be successfully built. Ms. Xia, I hope you can think clearly that building a city in the sky is our future life. Once the zombie army breaks out and awakens consciousness, then we humans cannot hide at all. Zombie vaccines are being developed. Zombies are always evolving and mutating, so how can they be developed? Mai stood up and said excitedly. Comparing Mai's excitement, Xia Qing was very calm. How many people can be accommodated to build the Sky City? Xia Qing asked calmly. Can only accommodate 20,000 people. But there are tens of thousands of people in my sunny base, so after building the Sky City, where will the remaining people go? Mais quite naturally said. The Sky City was designed and developed by us. Naturally, we have to account for 10,000 people, and each of you selects 5,000 elites. Matsumoto Tano frowned slightly, but did not explode, as they now have fewer than 10,000 survivors. If one day does come, they will also be admitted on a merit-based basis. Only this news, it will be strictly blocked. Miss Xia, for the common good and for the survival of most people, it is necessary to sacrifice a small part. Although these words sound very ruthless, this is the right decision. We must ensure that excellent genes can survive. Xia Qing sneered, they are all the same people, who can guarantee whose genes are the best? What if there's a genetic mutation? Miss Xia, I hope you can seriously consider it. You can take a look at the map of the city in the sky that we built, which is real. The person next to Mais releases a fragment, which is a small sky city that can only accommodate a few hundred people. Only the most gifted teenagers in the Turkey country will be able to enter survival among these hundreds. But the geocentric energy that they store, plus these energy sources that have been searching small surrounding countries, is conservatively estimated to have kept these few hundred people alive for 30 years. Geocentric energy is important to them, and if they want to build a larger sky city, they need more geocentric energy, so they take a fancy to the Dragon Kingdom storage site. If you do not agree to cooperate, then we may take some necessary measures. Xia Qing had some threatening connotations when she heard Mai's words. That's why, Mais won't let people come to their territory, and even if Dragonland has a chance to fire a nuclear light bomb now, they won't be able to find their place. For their own country was already riddled with holes, and the location of Harumi Castle, they had grasped. He dared to come in person, and these people won't do anything to them. That's the deadly weapon at their disposal, fearless. Xia Qing smiled slightly, but her eyes flashed with indifference. The power of nuclear light bombs? She was really worried if it wasn't for that huge fireball attack. But that huge fireball that exploded from the sky, that brought a terrifying power that was not known to be many times more powerful than a nuclear light bomb. Xia Qing's ice wall still hasn't melted a bit, and even if a nuclear bomb comes, Xia Qing won't be afraid. So now we are no longer partners, but enemies. Xia Qing also knew the purpose of their visit this time. It was to cooperate with them. The most important thing is geocentric energy. Even if there is no Sky City, the people at our base can survive. Miss Xia, you are too ignorant. You must know that it is a mutated zombie worth tens of billions. Or is Miss Xia too confident? I think Miss Xia should discuss it with the base director. Mais did not believe it at all, and Xia Qing was able to make such a major decision. Wang Han, send Vice President Mais on the plane. Mais listens in disbelief to Xia Qing's decision. What did you say? Deputy Base Chief Xia, I want to see your base chief. You have no right to reject us. You know that in the future zombie outbreaks will engulf us humans. Sending guests off. In Xia Qing's words, the people around her didn't hesitate at all. The superpowers on both sides almost started fighting, but now it was on Xia Qing's territory. Although Mais was very unhappy, she still tolerated it. This was when he was forced onto a plane. Mr. Ono, can we just exchange things? Sure. Ono smiled politely and said. Mais does not return home directly, but in a dilapidated abandoned building. About 2 hours later, another helicopter flew over, and it was Prime Minister of Toraikuni, Matsumoto Ono, who came down. I didn't expect that Bird Country would actually develop such a potion. It's just newly developed. I gave these to Turkey Country. Matsumoto Tano actually took out another box and gave it to Mr. Mais. Mr. Mais smiled when he saw it, but he looked more at the food than this one. Mr. Mais also gives Songbei a USB stick. These are Xiong Liguo's energy reserve bases. To migrate, the Bird Kingdom must naturally find a good place to go. The Xianglai Kingdom connects the Dragon Kingdom in the south and the Bird Kingdom in the north. This place is the best location to build a Sky City. If Dragonland joins. But now that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't join, the two of them have to make their own plans. We are understaffed and our supplies are inadequate. Unfortunately, where do these foods from Sunny Base come from? They are all fresh ingredients. Maybe they have also developed new varieties. The Dragon Kingdom has a large population. I thought they would all turn into zombies, but unfortunately our satellite system in the Dragon Kingdom was damaged. This is also quite normal, because there are too many people and zombies in the Dragon Kingdom, and the base station has long been destroyed. There must have been Noah's Ark in the Dragon Kingdom, but we can't find their place now. Their safe base is definitely not in Harumi Castle. Mais soon guessed. The great powers had long ago established Noah's Ark in advance, and in order for the nations to take refuge, large-scale wars broke out, and people took refuge. Turkey Country established several security points. Even the Bangsa Nation has established an ark, but now that the Bangsa Nation has been swallowed up by them, they don't store much geocentric energy. Now they no longer have the capacity and equipment to exploit geocentric energy. Now completely underpopulated, they're also collecting survivors across the globe. If the Dragon Kingdom does not cooperate with us, then we can only find it ourselves. Matsumoto Taino thought silently that he did not want to get into a stalemate with Ryogoka now. After all, they still needed these foods very much. Harumi Castle. Xia Qing looked at the restorative cocks in her hand, and she left two for Wang Han. Let us also take a look at what the ingredients are here and see if we can develop them ourselves. Yes. Deputy Base Chief, I think Mais was very dissatisfied when they left today. They really wouldn't fire nuclear bombs at us, right? It has the ability to protect against ice walls and is not afraid of any bullets. They are probably here for our geocentric energy, and cooperation is small. Salsa, what do you feel? One of the superpowers, none other than Wang Shasha, was brought over by Xia Qing. The deputy base chief is right, those two people are not good people, they all have their own agenda. I don't really want to cooperate with me. He wanted to know our exact location here. Especially that Matsumoto Taiwa, they all especially want to know the source of our food. That, normal, fresh food will make everyone curious. After all, it seems too different in this world. Okay, Sasha, let's go, I'll take you back to Lanchinch first. Okay. Wang Han, please pay more attention here. Don't worry, Deputy Base Chief. Not to mention Harumi Castle, it is still very powerful in combat, with the addition of Xianglai's countrymen, plus it is very close to their military base, and the defense of the ice wall. Xia Qing sends Wang Shasha back to the Sunny base. Here, so you came over. The president of Turkey wants to build a city in the sky, let us contribute, and they produce drawings and designs. The main thing is to want our geocentric energy. They wanted to build a sky city that could accommodate 20,000 people, but they only gave us a seat for 5,000 people. The idea of Sky City is very good. It seems very likely that their Noah's Ark is in the sky. So you guessed that he had also heard that Turkey country had been secretly researching something, but he did not expect that they had actually developed design energy such as Sky City. No wonder before the end of the world they had been fighting wars to snatch the geocentric energy of the nations. Because their world overexploits energy, the planet's resources are extremely tight. A large number of experts and researchers once predicted that the supplies on their planet may be exhausted in a few thousand years at most. By then the planet's resources will be tight and the population will die in large numbers. But what's different now is that the planet mutated and a large number of humans became zombies, as if the planet was evolving autonomously. In another way, the crystal beads in these zombie brains are another resource. Some of the great powers have long been prepared: space stations, Noah's Ark, underground bases, and so on. Turkey country has been looking for other habitats, and the best thing is to be able to change planets. However, after so many years of research, no living planet suitable for human habitation has ever been found. However, now Suyu seems to understand that although there are no other planets, there are parallel time and space. Building shelters is not a long-term solution, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. Solving zombies is. Suyu's words coincided with Xia Qing's. The main thing is to find a way to destroy it, so that everyone can survive. Build a city in the sky and zombies explode. You must know that these zombies can still move every day without eating or drinking. Who knows what he will mutate into in the future? Sky City, this is an escape option. If you are trapped in mid-air, you will never be able to download it. And if the energy depletes, the city in the sky falls, and more people will die by then. However, Xia Qing is also interested in this city in the sky. It would be good if there is enough energy support, but the energy extraction in this world is excessive. It seems that there are still other countries surviving, so you might as well send some people out to explore. I can teleport jade cards to them, and if in danger I can teleport them back directly. In this case, there is no need for Suyu to go in person, but it is impossible to establish a teleportation point for the time being. Okay. Soon Xia Qing assigned the mission, which was to explore. The national and even global exploration tasks are heavy, and a total of more than 20 team members are recruited, in groups of 3. Xia Qing also made a number of teleportation jade tablets to ensure their safety and could be teleported back as soon as possible. They, too, need to gather information globally to see if mutant zombies have spread. Xia Qing was not worried about Qinghai Castle, as Xi'an Castle did not have a large population, so there were few zombies. But the Sunny Base is more troublesome. Although the Sunny Base has been strengthening, it is surrounded by Yangcheng, a big city with tens of millions of zombies. So the Sunny Base is quite dangerous these days. Kikugawa did not establish a base on their own, but because there were large bugs there that could be eaten, many people established temporary residences there. Zombie variants have also recently appeared, but not many, maybe 1 or 2 red-eyed zombies out of 1,000. But that's exactly what it shows. Everything is changing now. If zombies continue to escalate, the danger will become greater and greater. Xia Qing arranges a series of things in the apocalypse and distributes all the food in the acceleration space. She was recently in the Burma area, and the matter of hoarding enough supplies was left to Suyu, who only had to go to her warehouse regularly to collect them. Dating's goods arrived at the warehouse almost every day, and Suyu went over to collect them. Everyone wouldn't pay too much attention to the cars coming and going, and now with Suyu's high technology, no video recording equipment can capture it. Now Xia Qing and Suyu have a tacit understanding of each other, both mentally and physically. Suyu had just finished going to the warehouse, so he returned to his home and visited Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia. Xiao, are you back? How come you brought back so many things? Xia Jixiang looked at the medicinal wine from ear to ear. This thing is really good. He had dinner and drank with several uncles in the village in the past 2 days. Many people came to him to buy it. I'll come back and do something. Qingqing, why didn't you come here? In the past 2 days, I have read on the news that the new mayor of Myanmar district looks like Qingqing. Even if there is a mosaic on the face, it is also called an image. Xia Jixiang felt that that was his daughter, but it was impossible to think that it was the deputy head of Burma district. Suyu smiled slightly and did not dare to expose Xia Qing's vest. Ahem. Maybe they have similar figures. Deliver express. Suddenly a man's voice came from the door, and the man rode a tricycle, put the courier at the door and left. Is a relatively large carton. I guess the wine glass I bought has arrived. This glass of mine is very nice. Xia Jixiang couldn't help but boast about his wine glass and happily went over to get his own courier. Dad, wait. So you felt something was wrong and immediately stopped Xia Jixiang. I'll dismantle. Suyu stepped over Xia Jixiang and walked over, squatting down to look at the courier. Drop sounds coming from inside. This is the timing sound of the bomb. He was originally an evolver plus a superpower, although in this world his powers are restricted. But the physique is more powerful than ordinary people, and the perception is sharper. Rhubarb, who was on the side, also felt something was wrong and kept calling for the package. Rhubarb, stop barking. Woo woo. Rhubarb heard Suyu's voice and immediately understood it, squatting at Suyu's feet and staring at the seemingly dangerous package. Xia Jixiang was not yet aware of the seriousness of the matter, but looked at his son-in-law's face as if the application was somewhat serious. Is this my courier? It's not written by name. Until Suyu opened the package, and guessed well that it contained a miniature bomb. Simply, the amount of explosives is not high, this can only have the effect of injuring people. How does this look like a bomb? Although Xia Jixiang has never seen a real bomb, he usually does not skip skits. Frowns slightly at this. Who sent me this thing? It's a prank. Yes, bomb. What? How could there be a bomb? Is that fake, right? Xia Jixiang panicked when he heard this. He had never encountered such a thing in his life. It seems that since becoming rich, I have encountered more things. Dad, don't worry, I can dismantle this. What are you dismantling? It's so dangerous. If it doesn't work, I have to call the police. As he spoke, Xia Jixiang quickly called the police in fright. Suyu did not stop him, thinking that this world is a world governed by the rule of law, and the security of China is even better. Such a thing can make headlines. After a while, fire trucks, police cars, and special police officers all surrounded Xia Jixiang's villa. Yang Xia, who came back from going to the mall store, was frightened when she saw this scene. Their homes have now been closed down by special police. But she couldn't get in now and was stopped outside, and Xia Jixiangjia was taken out soon after. The bomb disposal expert also hurried to the scene, wearing an explosion-proof suit and looking very young. You put this bomb gently into my hands now, and you slowly retreated. No, the bomb distributed by this bomb will involve other switches once moved, and other bombs must be found. What does it mean? You mean, this little bomb is just a trigger switch? Exactly. There must be other bombs here. The bomb disposal expert was stunned for a few seconds. Through a few words, he knew that the man in front of him must be an expert. Now this thing can no longer be moved, it is necessary to know all the things here and find another bomb to store first. Want. Rhubarb stands up and screams. Rhubarb tore Suyu's trouser legs. Follow Rhubarb, maybe it knows. The bomb disposal expert was stunned for a few seconds, but he still called the SWAT police. Immediately after, the dogs, as well as the SWAT officers, come in to find the hidden bomb. Want. Several police dogs have yet to be found, and Rhubarb has recovered a hidden bomb. The SWAT officer with the dog saw the rhubarb and thought it was very spiritual and suitable to be a police dog. This bomb was enough to blow this villa into a deep pit. The bomb is found. Solve this trigger point first before you can defuse the bomb. Bomb disposal expert, this is also the first time I have encountered such a bomb. After all, I have never encountered such a thing in Handan City for hundreds of years. The bomb disposal specialists are also only recent graduates. At this moment he knew the bomb inside, and the sweat from his forehead was pouring out, and now he was under great psychological pressure. You must save my son-in-law. He can't be okay, please. Xia Jixiang said nervously that he had just been taken out and that his son-in-law had a bomb in his hand and could not leave. He really likes this son-in-law, one son-in-law and a half. The police on the side were asking Xia Jixiang if he had offended anyone. No, our family has not offended anyone. Could it be that someone thought we were doing well and bought a fake bomb to scare us if they didn't like it? Right. Their family is now well off with money, and it's also possible to be jealous of someone who is deliberately looking for trouble for their family. If he thinks about it, he can't think of anyone who will harm them. This is a real bomb. When Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia heard this, they were so frightened that their legs were going to go weak. But they also know people from the village. Even if the people in the village are jealous a lot, they usually talk a little bad, or make a little bad. If you can't do the thing of setting off bombs, it's still possible to set off firecrackers. Suyu here looks at the bomb toolbox. Here. No, you can just leave that to me. I am a bomb disposal person, so leave this place quickly. Very dangerous, this is not a joke. For a while, the bomb disposal personnel were dominated by Suyu's rebels. For a while, they didn't know who was the bomb disposal personnel. I know. This trigger switch is synchronized with that bomb, which means that two bombs must be removed at the same time. I dismantle this, you dismantle this. So you took the toolbox and unscrewed both bombs directly. The bomb casing was icy metal densely covered with various lines, red, blue and green, like an intricate web of cobwebs. Suyu moves quickly, more like a muscle memory, removing the metal shell outside in a matter of seconds. I don't know why, but the bomb disposal personnel looked at Suyu's calm and composed look, and it is not possible for ordinary people to have such psychological qualities. Even he, after a long training period and wearing an explosion-proof suit, would still be nervous in the face of a bomb. It's a one-off option, after all. Once you choose the wrong one, your life is gone, and you can get a medal for first-class merit if you are blown up. If you don't blow up and become disabled, your hands and eyes will be lost. That's more painful. Are you a special forces soldier? Suyu did not deny it, but was relieved to hear that the bomb disposal expert was cooperating more with Suyu. Unknowingly, he was shocked and surrendered by Suyu's powerful aura, and even he actually attacked the man in front of him. After a while we cut off these two threads at the same time. Suyu slowly stretched out his hand and picked up the tweezers on the side, moving gently but simply. He targeted that red main line, the key line of the entire bomb detonating device. Okay. Suyu took both of them apart and came out with all the lines inside. 1,23. 2 cut a thread at the same time, and Suyu's other hand also cut another green device thread at the same time. In other words, Suyu had just finished with his left and right hands in less than a second. Just hand this in for the rest. Thanks. However, you still need to go back and cooperate with the investigation. Okay. Suyu on the side immediately sent a message from Zhang Huanen, believing that someone would come and prove his identity soon. Now Suyu has officially joined the National Defense Science and Technology Garden, and now his identity is under important protection. Publix. Zhang Huanen took Suyu directly with her certificate. We will definitely investigate this matter clearly. Okay. Suyu got into the car with Zhang Huanen. Back. This matter is not that simple, it is just for Xia Qing's parents. Don't worry, we have arranged for someone to protect Xia Qing's family. Zhang Huanen has already arranged people as soon as possible. It's dangerous for these people to be able to get a homemade bomb like this here. Suyu frowned. Their country is secure but it also has vulnerabilities. I'll find out who's behind it. Suyu sat in front of the computer and quickly clicked on the screen, and many images appeared inside. Soon one of the men is locked, and his information is immediately checked out, although the man is still being filmed on surveillance while wearing a mask. After face comparison in China, big data is locked. It can still be used like this. The technicians on the side were already stunned. Although they had been trying it for the past 2 days, this operation was troublesome. Because chip operations need to remember various data codes, Suyu did not give them all. It would take them to jot it down skillfully. Catch this person first, these people who are in close contact with him. The screen information is very fast. This is the first time they have seen Suyu's fast operation. Okay, I'll inform the Public Security Department. In less than 2 hours, the person who dropped the bomb was already caught. The location, including where the bomb was made, was also exposed. How is it possible? How did you find it here? The perpetrator said in disbelief. Okay, let me tell you the truth. Be lenient when you confess, and be strict when you resist. We found 200,000 in cash at your home. Where did you get the money? It's rare to put so much cash these days. I tell you. Now he can't run away even if he's caught, so he can only confess leniency and commute his sentence. Here, we found out that the superior leader was notified in this case. Zhang Huanen found relevant information before. Mr. Su, we need to call Xia Qing to confirm. This matter involves her personal safety, including her parents. Okay, I'll get in touch. In fact, Suyu had already contacted the two of them through the space, and Xia Qing already knew what was going on here, so that she would not be so passive. Xia Qing was also shocked. Of course, she was more afraid. If something really happened to her parents, what should she do? She's presumably guessed it. Xia Qing, do you know Lan Yu? No. Hearing the name, Xia Qing knows what the problem is. She was too careless and thought her parents were safe in the country. And she's in Myanmar district, she's strong and has room not to be afraid of danger. But her family is afraid. Even in China there are some people who do things that harm others for huge benefits. So a few spies we caught recently, they contacted you through Blue Rain. More, the people that Blue Rain contacted recently were all caught. 1 dead, 3 missing. We also contacted Lan Yu. She didn't say anything. She said she wanted to contact you first before choosing to tell us or not. Lan Yu is now locked up and is being monitored by the National Security Department. Because several people around Lan Yu have disappeared, Lan Yu can only focus on monitoring now. What's the point of saying nothing now? Since she dares to sell, this thing can no longer be hidden. It is my R&D team that has developed a new type of physical enhancement drug, which is ready to be launched next year. It is still in the experimental stage. Lan Yu's mother is being treated in Milan. I gave him a bottle and sold it to a foreigner. 3 bottles. And this thing was in Thailand at the time. You were seriously injured, and I once gave you a bottle. When Zhang Huanen heard this, she was stunned for a moment. No wonder the doctors said that he was originally a mortal wound and had lost too much blood, but he did not die in the end. He always thought that his life was great, and later he also checked his body and improved in all aspects. Thanks. Xia Qing concealed some, but still told Zhang Huanen about it. Then there is nothing wrong. Your potion should have been targeted by foreign criminals. Now spies are targeting you. There are too many of these things. Zhang Huanen frowned. They had collected foreign big data for several years and almost didn't get it back. We have sent someone to protect your parents. Don't worry. Things like this with your parents won't happen anymore, I promise. Zhang Huanen said seriously, and he didn't expect Xia Qing to actually give him a drink. Later, he found out about the 20 million, which was even more shocking. Xia Qing is not only his benefactor, she is also the deputy commander of the Myanmar district. Can I speak to Lan Yu? Sure. Faced with this request, Zhang Huanen would not refuse. After all, Xia Qing is actually a very important position in his heart, a savior. He is very grateful to Xia Qing. Soon, Lan Yu's phone and Xia Qing are connected. Blue Rain. Hearing Xia Qing's voice, Lan Yu's psychological defense line finally collapses. Xia Qing, I'm sorry. Cause you so much trouble. You know. Xia Qing's tone was somewhat cold. I regret giving you the enhancement potion now. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xia Qing's words made Lan Yu even more guilty. Not only that, but now even her mother wants to buy this, urging her every day. Now she is taken by the state security and her father is investigated. Xia Qing sighed that as long as she brought out this thing, she might be coveted. In the future outbreak of the epidemic, she must also strengthen the physical fitness of the Chinese people, but she originally planned to officially release it next year. Blue Rain, this is a sudden accident for her. If you tell Qoan what you know and they threaten to kill my parents, then they can't make it better. Xia Qing really had murderous thoughts this time. She'll find out who that person is. Okay. Lan Yu hangs up, and now she tells the news she knows without any concealment. Suyu used chips, and the technical department found several internal agents. Milan. James's eyes were red, and the men he was leading had developed no ingredients at all, nothing. How could this happen? The more this happened, the more he realized this effect. In the past, he couldn't stand it if he stayed up so late, but now he feels that he is just tired and can't stand it. Will, you haven't heard from yet? No, there is no news. My spies have been caught, even the hidden threads that have been buried for more than 20 years. This is terrible. China is really terrible and sharp now. They must have some skills, otherwise they wouldn't have suddenly become so sharp. Now Will is also thinking about whether to tell the Milanese spy team about this. I have used Plan B. The original Plan B was to kidnap the person's parents and then threaten Xia Qing, but I didn't expect it to be broken. Ling. Will's cell phone rings, the area code for the external network. He hung up straight, thinking it was a harassing call. But then a message comes through. Want a physique-enhancing liquid? Will, seeing this message, can't sit still for an instant and looks at the text message on his phone in shock. He's like James, after using this, he feels what it means to be younger. They are also afraid that this thing will not last long. On the one hand they want to master R&D on their own, and more that they will not get such good things in the future. That's why he tried to find out about this developer at all costs. But there was no news at all. Lost money, people, found nothing. Is he also going to cooperate with the Milanese officials? Will does not want his interests to be divided. Immediately after that, another call came from that phone number. Will almost picks up in seconds this time. Mr. Weir. The other person's tone was cold, and the other person's cold voice could be felt through the sound of the phone on the coast. Who are you? Aren't you trying every possible means to find me? Wanted a physique-enhancing potion in my hand. I tell you now, you should never think about it, and you people in Milan will be classified as banned countries. Since I can find your phone number, I can also find your address. I will also repay the gift given by Mr. Will. While Will wants to say something else, the phone drops off. He's broadcasting it, and it's an empty number over there. He quickly looked for someone and must find this number. Now he just felt scared into a cold sweat. Who can find him? Will sits on the couch, staring at the phone in his hand, dripping sweat from his forehead, and a cold sweat on his back. The other party found me and was able to find me directly. Will was simply unbelievable. You must know that when he gave the order, many people were executing it, layer after layer, but the other party was able to find him accurately. Who the hell is the other person? China's investigative capabilities are already so strong? But what kind of company can develop this thing? Hundreds of people in his team are elites, but they have not developed anything at all. China. So you could swipe out countless black bars, avatars, and messages through his computer. After he finished calling, he sizzled. The whole computer started to jam, and the current was sizzling. What's going on? So you immediately unplugged the chip, and the computer host also made a burst of sound. The computer screen also turned black. The load is too large and the computer is stuck. Suyu was calm, which he could have expected. This is our most advanced computer with the highest configuration. These computers are worth millions. It just crashed. The technician on the side, scratching his head, watched such a scene in disbelief. Well, yes, this is what happens if the chip is too powerful to support its operation. If the distance isn't that far, then there's definitely no problem with it, but the fact that it's too far away and the phone configuration here isn't good leads to such a scenario. The technician's eyes gradually lit up on the side. If the computer configuration is advanced enough, the greater the role of this chip? Theoretically. Suyu said in a deep voice, the world here has not yet developed an interception system, so other countries cannot guard against such a chip. Then I want to find a way to go to a high-end computer. It's better to find a way to apply for funds first. Zhang Huanan said with a headache. I will pay for the price of this machine. Suyu on the side said that this was caused by his operation. How can that work? No need. Zhang Huanan stopped immediately. Suyu only remembered now that he had no money. Zhang Huanan also found these people related to Lan Yu through chip search, and notified the National Security Department to rescue them. Only one of them was dead. These people were all on the phone with Lan Yu while they were in Milan. Lan Yu did not do anything about this matter every day, but he did not cooperate during the inquiry. Lan Yu was also severely punished and his military rank was downgraded. Mayan District. Xia Qing heard that Suyu naturally knew that it was Will of Milan National Biological Company who gave her such a big gift. She needs to raise her own soldiers. Will, I won't make you better, either. However, her current abilities do not allow her to reach out to any international killer organization. Only international mercenaries. Xia Qing contacted Chu Xiu and explained her thoughts. Okay, you can choose the personnel at will. You must know about it too. Yes. Chu Xiu knew about this, but now Lan Yu no longer dares to return to Myanmar. The superiors reselected the military doctor and came over. Are physical enhancement pills real? Yes. Ahem, I'll buy a bottle. He now felt that it must have been because Suyu had also drunk this thing, that's why he hadn't fought. In fact, the skills of the two men were evenly matched, but he was exhausted after 3 hours of fighting, but Suyu did not look tired at all. In fact, Suyu didn't show any strength at all. But I have no money now, so I'll write you an IOU. No, I'll give you a free bottle. Xia Qing smiled, at least in Xia Qing's heart, Chu Xiu was also her friend. In this world, there is not only this kind of relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Okay. After hearing this, Chu Xiu's heart warmed slightly, and he knew that this thing was worth 20 million, or even more. Xia Qing had already arranged for someone to give things to Chu Xiu, and then called his security section chief Zhang Chong into the office. Zhang Chong, call all the security team members over. Yes. His security team consists of 7 people, all special forces from China, who voluntarily leave the international group of young people. Several people are very energetic, plus a little shy. After all, they are a group of 20-year-old youths who generally protect Xia Qing in the dark. Naturally, Ming Mian appeared in front of Xia Qing this time, feeling a little embarrassed. In particular, Xia Qing stood in front of them and looked at them. Several men have never been so embarrassed in their usual training to kill. Xia Qing walked around several men. Zhang Chong was slightly stunned. Isn't Deputy District Chief Xia already married? I heard that all pregnant. Very good. Xia Qing is very satisfied, they are all hot-blooded and capable men. How bad can the man Chu Xiu picked? From today on, you are no longer my security team members. What? Deputy District Chief Xia, are we not doing well enough? Zhang Chong panicked when he heard this. Excellent. I know you are from Chu Xiu, but from today on I think you are from me. Listening to this, could it be that Chu Xiu and Xia Qing had a conflict? Become my person and listen to my orders alone. Of course I only have one request. Your treatment will also increase to 100,000 a month. Several people were shocked, but nothing changed on the surface. They've been trained like iron for years, and it's more faith that they've been able to come here. We are all from Deputy District Chief Xia. Deputy District Chief Xia, Commander Chu Jun had already said it before he transferred us, listen to you. He obeys Xia Qing's orders and listens to Xia Qing's orders. This Chu Xiu said. Xia Qing's heart moved slightly. Okay. Xia Qing took the diluted version of her physical enhancement *** out of the box. If any of you want to stay, drink a bottle of this. None of them knew what the thing was. From now on, you are not only my security team, but also the first special mission team directly under me. Of course, I promise I won't do anything to harm our country. These people came here out of their nationality, also to protect the country. Okay, I, Zhang Chong, am the first to be willing. After saying that, Zhang Chong drank it. Although he didn't know what this thing was, since they identified Xia Qing, he dared to drink it. The other team members looked at each other and hesitated, but Zhang Chong was the first to drink. They all drank too. Since it was decided to follow Xia Qing, this was also their order. They can't go back, either. This is a constitution-enhancing liquid developed by the team. Worth 20 million today. Xia Qing said without changing her face, "How much is the value of this thing? Isn't she the one who has the final say?" Zhang Chong was so shocked that he quickly poured the bottle into his mouth. Everyone else is, "Don't waste it." 20 million? A few milliliters of stuff they just drank, worth 20 million? That's way beyond their knowledge. Not bad. It is precisely because of this thing that the capital of the state of Milan also wants, so it does not hesitate to harm my family and wants to threaten me. This thing has not yet been mass-produced. Several people felt warm after drinking it, only feeling that their whole bodies were full of strength. You will feel the strangeness of this thing next. You all go down and experience it. You just listen to me alone. Yes, Deputy District Chief. Several people instantly became excited. Zhang Chong, please leave the contact information of several of your family members. I will give them 50,000 a month. Several people were instantly moved. In fact, when they came out, they knew they couldn't go back and had already given their families a sum of money. I don't need it. I don't need it either. And me. 3 more of the men gestured with their hands up. Zhang Chong saw Xia Qing's confusion and quickly said, "These are orphans, their parents are gone." Xia Qing nodded with some regret. "Then these 3 people are adding 50,000 to you. I never treat my people badly." The faces of several team members were slightly red. Normally, there was nothing to hear, but this was what their beautiful boss said, which made them somewhat embarrassed. "Zhang Chong, please make statistics and send your account to Xiaoan." Yes. After drinking this, they all felt the changes in their bodies and were generous with Xia Qing's management, and they became more submissive to Xia Qing. Will of Milan was already panicking, and he would never have thought that China's reconnaissance technology was now so powerful. Will moves overnight and even enlists a few more bodyguards to protect himself. Will wants to tell General Chell about this, but now has no potion in his hand and no ability to convince at all. Even Will comes up with the bold idea of taking his own blood from James for cell extraction. Such enhanced self cells were found, but once ex vivo was extracted, the enhanced cells died instantly. They can draw the blood of others for experiments, but it's impossible to keep drawing their own blood. James, Blue Rain's road is broken. If you want to buy this potion, you can only find Blue Rain. After all, only Blue Rain really knows the guy with that potion. The man who threatened him by calling him last time is a man. We are the only ones with her mother's genetic fusion drug here. We started to stop taking this drug today. Although the supply of this medicine is temporarily cut off and a large amount of money may be lost, there is nothing more important now than a physique-enhancing liquid. Our potion is the most important. 2 people realize how important a drug is. This is a huge benefit. They can think that a year later, a company in China became famous instantly because of this drug. Not only that will attract everyone to buy, what a huge benefit. Okay. James responded. China. Dad, Mom, don't worry, we have sent someone to protect you, and Qingqing has also hired bodyguards for you. They may live at home. When you go out in the future, your bodyguards will follow you. Good, good. Your dad, you signed up for a Sanda class for yourself in the past 2 days. Yang Xia was a little dumbfounded. I'm over 50 years old, and I still go to report Sanda. I can't laugh out loud when I say it. Dad, you are still young. No matter how strong your body is, no one will believe you when you go out and say you are 40 years old. So you spoke very happily to Xia Jixiang. People have sinister hearts. Now that our family is doing well, the people we meet are complicated. Xia Jixiang didn't think so much before, but after a few things, he also had to exercise. I have to go to school, Axia, please go to school with me too. We must also have the ability to protect ourselves. Xia Jixiang pulled Yang Xia and said, Okay, okay. Yang Xia reluctantly caters to the fact that at this age, other people's families go out to dance square dances and ballroom dances. His old man age asked her to go learn Sanda together. Just treat it like exercising with the old man. So you made arrangements and then left, with Rhubarb still wagging his tail as he left. The special police officer came yesterday and said that he was interested in our Rhubarb and had the potential to be a military dog. He liked it very much. I'm not willing to give it away either. The SWAT team sent another bitch, saying that they wanted to match Rhubarb. Yesterday, Rhubarb was matched for a day, and the bitch went back this morning. This Rhubarb was fed a constitution enhancer by Xia Qing, and naturally his constitution was unusual, but it was difficult to get someone else's dog to conceive a child. The more excellent genes and physique are, the more difficult it is for a child to survive the fittest. Rhubarb has naturally been stronger after drinking the potion. So you touched Rhubarb's head. Rhubarb is a good dog. Prosperity. Rhubarb called out in coordination. Mayan District. Xia Qing made an appointment with several jewelers to meet today, and she was able to attend with great ceremony today. Everyone was very surprised, even though they had heard that the deputy head of the Burma district was a woman, but they didn't feel it would be so young. It just feels like they met a provincial governor in his 20s, which is really surprising. Ling Feng was shocked when he saw the deputy district chief. He may not have thought that Xia Qing would actually be the deputy district chief of the Myanmar District New Special Administrative Region. It was even more surprising when he was young, and what amazes him even more now is that he knows this man. It's Xia Qing. Now he was even more respectful when he saw Xia Qing. It was because of the difference in identity. In the past, he may have thought that Xia Qing had resources and money. But at the moment, Xia Qing has the right, even more so because she is also the deputy head of the Northern Special Administrative Region of Myanmar District. What a chaotic place was the northern part of Burma before. Everyone knows. However, it is now reharvested and placed under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar district government. Not only that, what does that mean? Xia Qing controls more than half of the world's jadeite mines. From now on, he doesn't just think the way he used to think about Xia Qing. Now more respect. Xia Qing's background is not simple. I will hold an auction in Myanmar in 3 months. I hope everyone can participate. Deputy District Chief, the new mine is igneous rock crystal, is this true? Exactly. It's really. Now I was even more excited when I heard everyone, they all wanted. Who doesn't know this thing is good now? Before leaving, Xia Qing received many gifts. Mr. Ling, our Deputy District Chief Xia is invited. Xiaoan invited Ling Feng alone. People around them felt a little uncomfortable when they saw that Ling Feng had been asked to leave alone. Afraid Ling's summit will get more. Ling Feng has never been married until now, and he was able to get volcanic rock crystals before. Ling Feng looks good, maybe he has a pretty boy. Ling Feng had volcanic rock crystals in his hand before, and he probably got them from the Deputy District Chief. They have also found people from various places to probe it, and even spent a lot of money to go to no man's land. They have also found similar crystals with similar compositions. Crystal clear and natural, but without the special composition of volcanic rock crystals. This particular ingredient strengthens the physique. Other people's jewelry is what people give it, such as transshipment, wealth, etc. These are the causes of the blessing. But the volcanic rock crystal is not. It can really improve people's physical fitness, which is why this is expensive. This is a veritable transport of health. Now buy this jewelry for old people or children. That's really a face that's two-face. You know they just saw Xia Qing, such a young and beautiful deputy district chief. What's wrong with raising a few pretty boys? Now they're hateful, they're so bad-looking. Everyone has a big belly and a greasy look. How can they compare with the self-controlled Ling Feng? They decided to go back and replace the secretary next to them with a handsome guy, and urgently selected him from a domestic company. Yes, there is no need for high academic qualifications. As long as you are good-looking and tall, you must be 185 centimeters tall. Choose from the company. Jeweler owners, general managers, called people one after another. You must recruit someone for me within 2 months. Somebody. What are all the requirements for this? The secretary found you beautiful, professional, and now you have to change to a male? Is this recruiting a secretary or a male model? Natsuharu's luxurious office. Long time no see, Mr. Ling. Xia Qing had a gentle smile on her face, but her eyes were very sharp and she had deliberately restrained them. Deputy District Chief Xia. Ling Feng was obviously a little cramped, and Xia Qing saw it and smiled slightly. After a while, Xiaoan came in and served 2 cups of coffee. Mr. Ling, don't worry, I will still give you priority in supplying goods. Xia Qing's words made Ling Feng relax a lot. Of course, I also have a request. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng sat upright. I want to invest in Lingxi and invest in Lingxi. Hearing this, Ling Feng frowned. He only had 40% of the shares in his hands, his father 20%, and Ling Keek 15%. I want 40% of the shares. It's on par with Ling Feng. I just invested in it. In the future, the volcanic rock crystals will only be unique to Ling. I will not interfere in the affairs of your internal company. This remark made Ling Feng's heart beat. You also know my identity. Several mines in Myanmar are mine. Xia Qing smiled. Okay. Ling Feng thought about it and immediately agreed. Xia Qing's ability to take shares was also a sign of trust in them. If Xia Qing started the company by herself, it would be enough to open the market with the fire rock crystal in her hand. Now it's just a share on an equal footing with him. Xia Qing is the deputy head of the Burma district. In this way, they also have a big backer behind the Ling family, a backer that controls half of the economy of northern Myanmar. 2 people chatting, and it was a pleasure to work together. Mr. Ling, I hope we have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Two people shake hands, two people have agreed on the content of the agreement, there will be a professional team of lawyers responsible for this matter, and they can just sign directly between them when the time comes. Ling Feng came out relaxed. He only felt that he had made a very important decision today. He took out his cell phone and directly increased Ling Keek's credit card limit by 10 million. Brother, are you in love? Actually raised my quota. Love you. Ling Feng smiled and did not reply to Ling Keek's WeChat message. He is really glad that his sister can get to know Xia Qing now. He believes that it won't be long before Ling's jewelry is able to find a place not only in domestic first-tier brands, but even internationally. Time came 3 months later. So you came to Burma from Huaxia because today was the day Xia Qing pretended to give birth. Doctors, nurses, hospitals are their own. Justifiably, Xia Qing finally hugged Susu out. In the world of Xia Qing, he has an above-board identity. Even though some of them are unreasonable, no one else will ask any more, nor dare they. In video. Ouch, my granddaughter. When will you be able to come back? Why do I think my granddaughter is a bit old? Xia Jixian looked at the video and said happily, but he looked so fair and tender at birth. Xia Qing quickly prevaricated. No matter what, she was able to take the child with her uprightly. You can take her to the end times at night. Let's rename the child. To give a new name also means that the future is a new life. Xia Xing Chen. Hopefully she'll shine like the stars, this is her new name in this world. The stars sparkled in Xia Qing's space, as if something had changed its trajectory. In the past 3 months, the Kakang urban area of Myanmar district has almost changed drastically, and street construction has been completed. Some of the factories have already been built, and we have to say the speed of China's national construction team. The payment is also very fast. Many businessmen from China have seen the development here and come to invest. There is a relationship. Qin Jun and Wang Menu are very busy recently. Many people in the country look for the two of them and want to come and invest in Myanmar and get a share of the pie. Only nowadays, only Kakang develops the fastest. The Northern SAR government is here, after all. There are also people in Mengla and Mioa who are investing one after another. After Chu Xiu drank the physical enhancement medicine, he realized that this thing is really good. Not only that, but he also knew that this thing was worth 20 million. Now Xia Qing has given birth to a daughter, and he has another big hand with 2 million in molecular money. Months of money from other people's filial piety, and squandered it all. Anyway, it's useless for him to ask for money, and he usually doesn't have to spend it. He also made another appointment with Su Yu. This time he felt that he had been drinking a constitution-enhancing potion, had much less dark circles, and was in good spirits. Definitely able to beat Su Yu. Needless to say, the result. He felt that he must have been busy with business and lacked training after becoming an army commander. Although the two men may seem to have different auras, they are somewhat similar in some aspects. Xia Qing hired professional nannies and baby-raising experts from China with high salaries to take care of the children. She took her nanny and daughter with her at work. During these 3 months, a series of changes also occurred in the end times. The moon is getting redder at night. The exploration team they sent out, across the country, searched for some survivors. Some chose to join their sunny base, and some chose not to join, but would exchange supplies with sunny base. As previously speculated, red-eyed zombies are attacking at a rapid pace. The speed at which the red moon spreads is related to the red-eyed zombies. The red moon seems to be infected. Liu also brought the red moon photos from the evening of these months, from the first day until last night. These few red moons are becoming more and more visible. A lot of red-eyed zombies broke out across the country. The Lanchinge side has withdrawn, and only a few people have been stationed there to get fruit. The zombies over there in Lanchinge evolved faster, perhaps because of the giant tree, whose energy was absorbed by the zombies, so instead the zombies in Lanchinge evolved faster. The mutant sea beast in Yanchinge is stable. We extracted energy liquid from the mutant sea beast. We have also evolved a third generation of constitution-enhancing liquid based on the energy of crystal beads. Very good. Here's the latest news we've got. The further east you are, the faster the zombies become infected. East? Xia Qing asked with a frown. The eastern part is closest to the equator and closest to the moon. There must be something wrong with the moon right now, but what exactly is infecting the moon? Can we still go to the moon? Could it be that something on the moon is infected? However, with the current manpower and material resources, there is no way to study the moon, space station, and rocket. These require a large number of professionals to develop. Their world, on the other hand, has transmitting stations, but they have fallen into disrepair and have long been deserted, making it even more difficult to start. Not to mention, those with expertise, long ago turned into zombies, and no one at all managed to activate them. Besides, no one now knows what the cause of the infection of the moon is, and the cause has not been found, so it cannot be cured. Now the most important thing is to build city walls to ensure the safety of mankind. Understand? Bird Country has been exchanging recovery medicine for food with Xia Qing. Xia Qing has reserved these recovery medicines and put them at the Qingtian base for exchange. But the price is very high, but it's a pity that there are so many people in their sunny base, and they haven't awakened a healing power. Su Yu, do you feel that the process has become faster? Xia Qing frowned. Why did the zombie mutation that should have broken out a few years later start to come early? So, will the outbreak in Xia Qing's world also be ahead of schedule? Xia Qing and Su Yu returned to Xia Qing's time and space. The Jade Pavilion opened today, and jewelers from all over the world came over. Xiaowen's opening exhibition will be handed over to you. Yes, I'll do it right. Songwen has also grown up in the past 3 months. She can't teach others, but she can teach them once. The pavilion will be on display for a total of 10 days. Ling Feng wasn't in any hurry this time. However, he also came here to see other things, and by the way, he came to support him. They, Ling, have now cooperated with Xia Qing, and the agreement was signed 3 months ago. Therefore, Ling Feng had eaten well and slept well in the past few months, and was very reassured. Although many people came to pay attention to him and felt that the volcanic rock crystals were no longer unique to the Ling family, many people would auction the volcanic rock crystals and make various jewelry when the exhibition hall started. By then the status of Ling's jewelry will only decline. Mr. Ling, you look so good. Mr. Zhang too. Ling Feng was polite. Ling Keek, who was on the side, watched as many people greeted his brother, but her eyes were very strange, and she frowned slightly. What kind of eyes do these people look like, and they still want to add insult to injury to us? Volcanic rock crystals are no longer unique to our Ling family, of course they are happy. Ling Feng's eyes were sharp, but he was confident and did not take the provocations of those people seriously. Brother, these bosses have male assistants around them, not to mention they are all pretty. My eyes are almost dazzled by this, and I don't know whether it's about jewelry or beauty. Don't these old guys always bring beautiful secretaries with them when they are on business trips? Why do you have to change your taste? Ling Keek complained, looking at it this way, these bosses are even uglier. Instead, the assistant next to you looks more like the boss. Ling Feng looked at Mr. Zhang's 1.8-meter suit-wearing assistant next to him and shook his head, as if he knew something. I like it, but these people are really much worse than that one. Ling Feng shook his head. He felt that he was pretty good, but compared with Su Yu, his appearance and aura were much worse. However, Xia Qing did not come forward for this exhibition. The various gems on display, and even jewelry, were guarded by soldiers with guns. The money auctioned here, without any draw. There are even beautiful abstract paintings from abroad and so on. These things all come from another world, and their historical trajectories are similar, making these things seem to see themselves in another world. It was expensive, and some even thought it was a very worthwhile trip. The hotels and guesthouses in Myanmar district are almost full, and the people of Myanmar district are almost laughing and can't close their mouths these days. All the good news she received in the past few days, but a message sent by Secretary Zhang made Xia Qing pay attention. The Ebola virus in Africa has mutated and has become the hardest hit area. Various countries have issued statements reminding them not to travel to Africa in the near future unless necessary. There has been a mutation. Is there any mutation? The World Health Organization did not issue a statement. Well, focus on this. Africa is a long way from them, and it takes more than 10 hours by plane. Xia Qing has recently been following viral organizations internationally. Xia Qing set up a biological sample company in Myanmar and purchased many samples. However, the level of their newly opened research laboratory for the Ebola virus was too low. A research laboratory that is too low level to apply for some special virus samples. This virus can only be found in the World Health Organization or in advanced research institutes. However, Xia Qing doesn't have one here, but she has money, so she gets one, and she gets the end of the world. It was concluded that some components of the Ebola virus are 1% similar to the virus inside the zombie. So this time the Ebola virus mutated, which also made Xia Qing even more nervous. There will be no future outbreak, and Xia Qing's world will become the same as Su Yu's world. So she wanted to get a sample of the Ebola variant, but such a sample is now only available locally in Africa. Who department, and don't dare take it out. Su Yu, I plan to go to Africa. Which sample do you want to get? Yes, I have a premonition that the global epidemic may be related to Ebola virus mutations. I want to see and get samples. Our constitution virus cannot invade us. It would be best if the outbreak could be fundamentally addressed. Susu, I plan to send it to my parents to take care of it. Okay. So you nodded and agreed that now the apocalyptic zombie outbreak, including Xia Qing's outbreak, looked as if all the proceedings had been advanced. Now had to hurry. I hope we get everything sorted out and that our children won't encounter such a thing again when they grow up. Well, definitely. Suyu holds Xia Qing in her arms and feels each other's warmth, and their hearts beat surprisingly uniformly. Now time is money, and they don't seem to have much time. Xia Qing's space has been expanding recently, and she is constantly stocking up on supplies. All kinds of materials produced by factories in Myanmar district were purchased by Xia Qing. This caused the workers in factories in Myanmar district to work very hard every day. They originally thought they could not sell them, but when the time came, the goods they produced were taken away. Not only that, Xia Qing recently mass-produced masks, gas masks, and other things, and all sorts of gas suits, and so on. Although none of them understands, just produce. Xia Qing has arranged everything on this side of Myanmar, and she can contact her by phone and so on for other important decisions. This is also about to be summer vacation. Xia Qing sent her child there and Chu Ran and Xia Li played with their uncles. Just go out and do your work. Let's help you take care of the child. Yeah, Su looks so good, it's growing too fast. Ahem, Su was born 10 pounds and will grow up naturally. Xia Qing lies without changing her face, she has light enough anyway. Give Susu to your parents to take with you, or put it into the space. Her space is still, and the child grows too slowly. Only when she runs out will she be able to grow normally. She was more at ease by putting her children here, and she stayed with Suyu and Handan for a few days. She was also invited by the Bright Stars Diamond Festival, and the most popular actress award was her cousin. Sister, are you here to participate? Just one night's time. There is also your award this time. Sister, haven't you received the notification? Sister, just come. Xia Qing usually had too many things to do, and only then did she discover that there was a message on WeChat from Zhongnan sent to her a few days earlier. She won the award for best writing for a television series. Actually, this award should belong to Wang Shasha, but if she takes it, she can take it back and give it to Wang Shasha, and by the way, give her a wave of supplies. Wang Shasha has adapted the following plays and is preparing to release them. Several people in our company have prizes this year. Tian Zixi has already had surgery, and I want to see you this time and thank you in person. Although they all want to buy Xia Qing's robot, it's a pity they can't. Okay. Xia Qing just couldn't stand Lin Nuan acting coquettishly, she was all coquettish. I had no choice but to agree, so I bought a ticket to go with Suyu in the evening. The child was put in the house and looked after by her parents. Now she doesn't have to pay attention to the crispiness in the space at all times, which makes her a lot more relaxed. This time the Bright Stars has been held in Changsha City for a long time, she only needs to go to an opening. It took 2 hours to fly to Changsha City. Xia Qing rented a luxury car when she landed. Suyu didn't have a driver's license yet, so Xia Qing could only come and see her when driving on a daily basis. Suyu, there are a lot of delicious food in this Changsha City. We can buy more this time. Okay. Suyu knew that Xia Qing now had a habit of stocking up on food, supplies, etc. no matter where she went. So on the first day, they were all kinds of buy and buy. The two of them, like a young couple in love, take photos and check in, go shopping and eat delicious food. Anything you like when you see it is a dozen or so purchases. Here, their company's artists also arrived in Changsha City one after another. Xia Qing booked the Changsha Wanjia World Trade Hotel, a single-family building with stylish decoration and luxurious rooms. She directly booked a VIP suite. Xia Qing also bought many snacks, all of which were stored in the space. Xia Qing wore a dress specially today, and Suyu also changed into a custom-made suit with a well-tailored fit. As night falls, Changsha, a vibrant city, is still colorful, and nightlife is even richer here. The opening ceremony of the Brilliant Diamond Festival opened grandly under the spotlight. All the jewelry Xia Qing brought today was high-luxury jewelry from another world. Not only was the style novel, but the jewelry grade was also very high. Light and shadow open, the Star City shines. A huge and large stage rises from the ground, designed to be very luxurious, fluttering very much under the interweaving of light and shadow. 200 meters on the red carpet outside the opening ceremony at this moment. Xia Qing's appearance was with artists under his banner. Sister Qing, you are so beautiful. Yeah, it feels like you're the star. Tian Zixi couldn't help but said, such an appearance really made them almost inferior. Who can tell who is the boss and who is the star? Zixi, Nuan, you two put on this dress and change your makeup. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. These two costumes were transformed by Xia Qing by Tian Rui using the designs of their world based on their personas, quite in line with their persona. Although Xia Qing is beautiful, they are not bad. They put on makeup and look like 100 flowers. Xiao Xian, as well as several new male stars newly signed, also brought new jewelry. You don't have to pay me back these with you, I'll give them to you. Several people cheered instantly. The boss is generous. A few people are even happier when they hear it. You must know that the jewelry given by the boss is definitely not cheap. At this moment, outside the red carpet for too many reporters and so on, the opening ceremony was also broadcast live on all platforms. More than half of the people in the entertainment industry who came today are here today. Soon, it's their turn to play, and this time they represent the explosive drama hero God of War. The next crew we play is the Hero God of War crew. This drama once exceeded 100,000 hits, was well produced, and showed a high level of picture quality in every frame. Give us a visual shock. It can be said that this is a TV series with great plot and special effects. Not only that, this drama also has a very good reputation and popularity abroad. It can be said that this drama has brought foreign science fiction films about China to a whole new level. It is better than the special effects and plots of foreign blockbusters. The music played, and the host introduced Xia Qing as she walked the red carpet wearing high heels with several stars under her name. All kinds of flashing lights, the camera sound of shooting clicked. Of course, Lin Nuan is walking on Xia Qing's left side, while the top male star is standing, and a total of 3 super handsome guys surround Xia Qing. Nuan's outfit today is so cute and beautiful. Today's outfit is a plus. Zixi is also good, very eye-catching. Wow, no one said Xia Qing. Is this the boss? Blue-purple hair, isn't this the crazy pop of the previous period? Some time ago, a set of background photos went viral. The back view of a man and a woman has become a hot search topic, especially the hair color of the girls inside, which is wavy blue-purple and instantly appears in circles. Various hair dye shops are trying to dye this hair color. Even the whole network is looking for this girl, asking for tutorials. Unexpectedly, I saw it here today. It's actually Xia Qing, the boss of Qingtian Entertainment Company. Envious day. So many stars are standing next to her. Blazers, little gowns, lights flashing at this moment, all eyes are on them. He is the boss. I finally realized the meaning of being a rich woman. I want to be a rich woman. Don't make trouble, people have husbands, and her husband is more handsome. There is one more reason to fight. Isn't this the meaning of our women making money? At this moment, I want to be a rich woman whose heart has reached its peak. No one saw Nuan's jewelry, it blinded my dog's eyes. He actually brought the same couple with Xia Qing. I have such relatives too. Such a cousin. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room keeps soaring, with tens of thousands of people increasing. Flashing in the center, Xia Qing followed them to the seats arranged in the back. It's all big round tables, a couple of people sitting together. After a while, Yang Cheng and Jin Shi came over to say hello. This time, Ling Keek and Ling Feng were also present, because they're the biggest sponsor this time. That's not the president of Lingxi Jewelry. He actually took a group photo of Xia Qing and the others himself. Ling's CEO's eyes are almost glued to Xia Qing's body. Everyone knows the president of the Ling family, a domineering bachelor. Don't say, I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Some of Xia Qing's classmates who saw the live broadcast would not believe that this classmate was a classmate who used to go to school with him. I'm going to work hard. Is there anything that can directly make me a rich woman? Xia Qing attended the opening ceremony and left. Outside the door, Suyu was waiting for him in a suit, and there were many people around him shooting Suyu at a 365-degree angle. What kind of star is this person? So handsome. How can you have such a good temperament? Look at that figure and that angular face. A group of little girls are all discussing it enthusiastically here. They are all fans and they are all squatting here to guard their idols. A girl, with black eyes, came forward with great grace. Hello, handsome guy, are you that star? You're handsome. Can we take a photo together? The girl looks at Suyu expectantly. Suyu's eyes were light and he rejected him. The woman was a little unhappy at first, but she had just mustered up the courage to face so many people inviting her to take a photo, but the other party actually refused? But when the man's voice came out, she didn't feel so angry. Oh my god, why is the sound so nice? As soon as he opened his mouth, even the sound of rejection, his deep voice was wrapped in magnetism, honest and steady. A bunch of little girls are very excited. Soon, before the opening ceremony was completely over, Xia Qing left first. She came today to support her little cousin. As soon as Xia Qing came out, Suyu's whole world lit up. The little girls who had been paying attention to Suyu saw clearly with their mobile phones in their hands. Just now, the man with a cold aura all over his body with the face of "Don't enter strangers" suddenly softened. It seemed as if his eyes were becoming gradually warmer, and his pupils reflected only the girl with blue-purple hair, until the girl came to him, and his eyes had become hot. Oh my god. OMG. He is that Xia Qing's husband. Some time ago, the wedding photos were exposed very highly on the internet. Now Sunny Day Film and Television City is still playing that very popular wedding video, photos. Rich woman, surrounded by beautiful men and a super handsome husband. No one will stop me from getting rich. I want to start a career. I am already preparing to pay homage to Xia Qing at home. She is already my idol at work and the motivation for my work. Xia Qing doesn't know that because of her appearance this time, she has successfully stimulated a large number of young people, who work harder and have to start a career more. Only those who succeed in their careers will be able to have a life like Xia Qing. Here Suyu and Xia Qing had already driven away. Many people who discussed it stayed behind. As the photos were posted online, Xia Qing and the others became popular again. Xia Qing, who was in the car, received the space with the trophy for the Best Screenplay award in her hand. She took this back to Wang Shasha. Suyu, you are so sexy. Wearing a suit and white shirt is sexier. Xia Qing couldn't help but praise. Suyu's throat rolled up and down, staring hotly at Xia Qing. Don't make trouble, I'm driving now. Suyu pinches Xia Qing's profile and sees through that Xia Qing is deliberately teasing him. Did he? Xia Qing was already about to go to Africa to collect virus samples after she had finished collecting supplies with Suyu. Here, Lan Yu suddenly called. Actually, Xia Qing didn't actually want to answer Lan Yu's call, and she hasn't been in contact for several months. What? Xia Qing, my mother's fusion gene medicine can't be bought. I asked Uncle James, and he said that if you want to buy gene fusion medicine, you have to buy some more physical enhancement medicine from you. Dreaming. Funny? The bomb almost blew up my house. I haven't found anything for them yet. Did they come to my place to ask for it? 100 million bottles. Xia Qing directly offered a sky-high price. Lan Yu, don't beg me anymore. Xia Qing irritatedly hung up the phone directly to Lan Yu, and within a minute Zhang Huanan called Xia Qing. Xia Qing, do you have time? Always want to see you. I'm in Changsha now and I only have about 1 day. She's going to Africa in a day, and she's going to take a sample of Ebola's viral variant. Okay, see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Xia Qing hangs up. The team came to me most likely about the physical enhancement liquid. Xia Qing looks at Suyu. Ahem, you want to install a vest for me again? Xia Qing smiled slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. No, I'm going to fabricate a guy out of thin air and let them guess. After all, this constitution-enhancing liquid is not an ordinary thing and will definitely cause a lot of trouble, so Xia Qing does not hope that Suyu's involvement will be dangerous. What if the state takes it by force? Xia Qing can't hand over the recipe. Moreover, the source of the potion of the constitution-enhancing fluid is the crystal beads of the apocalypse, and she cannot make this kind of thing available to people in this world. At night, Xia Qing comes to the end of the world. The zombies mutate more and more ferociously, and almost every night when they come over, Xia Qing and Suyu both go to help resist the zombies. Suyu's flames can instantly destroy thousands of zombies, but Xia Qing's freezing can only freeze the zombies. So almost Suyu is the busiest. Crisp. When Xia Yang saw Susu not coming over, he frowned. Susu can't get through these 2 days. Xia Qing touched Xia Yang's head and said with a smile that every time he came over, he just liked to look for Susu. Suyu, if this continues, there will be more and more zombies. After these zombies turned red, it seemed as if they had awakened their will and were able to find their place as humans. Their red eyes see their human blood glowing, and they desperately want to suck it. Unless you can destroy all zombies at once. The speed of infection is getting faster and faster recently. Zombies mutate faster and faster, not only that they attack not only humans, but also mutant beasts. But we haven't found the real cause of Red Moon's infection yet, Xia Qing said sadly. The Red Moon may have something to do with space. Space? Our 2 worlds share the same sun and moon. Your world and moon are normal, and the space also has a purification function. The moon was already purified when it entered my space. But in this world it is polluted again. Suyu said in a deep voice, this seems to be falling into a cycle. If the space is upgraded, perhaps she will be able to find a way, except that she can no longer upgrade by absorbing crystal beads now. Space debris. After absorbing the debris last time, I felt that the space had been upgraded. It seems that a 3rd piece of space debris still needs to be found. But the fragment of the 3rd piece, she can't feel it at all now. Then it's always right to absorb the crystal beads first. Okay. Liao, take all the crystal beads and superpower beads that the base has collected recently. Yes. Here, Suyu also killed thousands of zombies, and all the crystal beads he got were given to Xia Qing. She had previously been using space to absorb crystal beads and found that the energy seemed to have reached saturation point. Your body is connected to space. Xia Qing looks at so many crystal beads. Let's see if space will evolve as the body evolves. Okay. Xia Qing looked at these thousands of crystal beads and could only swallow them, so that the absorption would be more complete. Suyu had actually tried it himself, but found that it was of no use, and that space would only evolve if Xia Qing absorbed energy. Therefore, only Xia Qing was able to do so. Xia Qing looked at Suyu with distressed eyes. It's okay, I'm used to swallowing this now. It's not like the first time I can't accept it. Xia Qing swallowed thousands of crystal beads in one go. What's wrong? Suyu, I'm a little hot. At this moment, Xia Qing's face turned rosy because of the energy. As she spoke, Xia Qing had already walked towards Suyulu. If you swallow this crystal bead too much, Why does it still have this effect? Xia Qing only felt extremely hot all over. Could it be because she swallowed thousands of crystal beads at once? The next second, Xia Qing entered the space with Suyu. She gently kissed every inch of warmth around his neck and instantly ignited the surrounding flames. Xia Qing's movements were like a fire that easily ignited Suyu. Looking at the fiery Xia Qing, Suyu is even less controlling. At this moment, Xia Qing's clothes had been burned clean, and there was actually an extra ice blue pattern on her back that complemented Suyu's golden pattern. Both shone behind their backs. A few hours later, Xia Qing felt that her energy had stabilized a lot. I seem to feel the location of the fragments. Xia Qing and Suyu went out of space, took out the map, and probably sensed the position. Very vague. Intermittently, or because you don't swallow enough crystal beads. There are also strange lines on your back. Xia Qing sees her back through the mirror in the bathroom, with the same lines as Suyu, except that Suyu's back is gold and hers is ice blue. What kind of texture is this? Xia Qing looks at this magical texture. Why do we both have it on our backs? Is this thing still contagious? That must have been transmitted from Suyu to Xia Qing. This is the pattern that only appeared behind Xia Qing and Suyu after their close contact. Divine pattern. Suyu said it unconsciously. I don't know either, as if I knew. Suyu explained. Those two words were said so inadvertently. No matter what, it seems that swallowing crystal beads is still somewhat effective, but you can't swallow so many at once. After swallowing, the whole body is full of energy, too hot and too crazy. She still feels sore all over. You must know that she is a person with enhanced physical fitness. This is all sore. On the other hand, Suyu seems to be not full. It was already dawn, so we made an appointment to meet the core in the morning. Xia Qing quickly took it from the space and put it on. Okay. Suyu smiled dotingly at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of grievance in his tone. I am so enthusiastic at night that I don't recognize anyone if I eat it dry and wipe it clean. Little heartless. Suyu looked at Xia Qing as if she was running away, doting at the corners of her eyes and smiling helplessly at the corners of her mouth. Xia Qing gave Suyu a tsundra look, and after the speed was ready, she gave Yang Xia a video to see Susu. An hour later. The squadron they have made an appointment to meet at a secluded and elegant Chinese restaurant, all of them bodyguards in suits with real guns in their hands. These were special services and were responsible for the security of the core. Team Lee, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Xia Qing said with a smile. Yes, I have also heard about your political achievements in Myanmar. It has developed very well in such a short period of time. Commander Lee sincerely praised the girl in front of him. Her leadership skills are very strong. Being able to develop Myanmar in a short period of time is very stressful, and it is also very helpful to them, thanks to government support. With the government's propaganda support, more people put aside their grudges against northern Myanmar to be able to invest there. The development of the northern part of Myanmar can also bring border stability and affect other small border countries that are in turmoil. This is a win-win situation for them. It's just that the more surprises are the rapid development that Xia Qing brings, which saves them a lot of energy. Come on, I have something very important to do this time. It was originally the Prime Minister who received him personally, but Xia Qing was going out, and the Prime Minister was very busy, so the Corps came to make a trip in person. For someone like Xia Qing, he felt it was worth it. I know what you want to ask, is it about the physical enhancement liquid? Yes, we won't beat around the bush. Based on the chip and some special means, we discovered a potion like Milan's national debt. They planted spies into the Prime Minister's office. Xia Qing was surprised, but she didn't expect it to cause such a big fuss. It seems they really want this thing. We conducted laboratory tests on Lan Yu's mother and found that her immune cells were enhanced. Yes, my team has developed a physical enhancement agent that can enhance the body's immunity, but the number is not large. The development of a drug is very difficult. It may take half a month to extract only one bottle of this drug. Moreover, I cannot sell formulas, because even if there are formulas, no one can deserve them. I think Milan's medical research and development is the most advanced in the world, and they can't develop it either. Lee Kor nodded. There's something like this that anyone would want. I came here this time to buy 2 bottles. Don't worry, I am not asking you to provide them to the country. Lee, the commander-in-chief, said with a smile. Xia Qing thought that she would force the acquisition, but she could see it when she was working on the chip, and she did not squeeze them. Instead, the money was given to them in installments. We remember the efforts of every citizen, so how can we seize the citizens' things? Isn't the purpose of our founding a country to protect citizens and resist external intrusions? The Corps looked at Xia Qing with a look of embarrassment. To be honest, my parents were almost injured by this agent now, and I don't know if this agent should be marketed. Xia Qing sighed softly, but in fact she wanted to test the real purpose of Li Corps. Miss Xia, I know your concerns and I will sign a letter of guarantee with you. Xia Qing's eyes lit up slightly, but her facial expression was still slightly embarrassed. With the protection of the state, no one will do anything to your family. We are your backing. Xia Qing knows what the liqueur is saying. This is the win-win situation Xia Qing wants. We will protect your family. Commander Li had already put his words into perspective, and of course Xia Qing was more reassured with these words. I have another request. I want to keep it secret. Sure, it's already classified. I also want to know, do you want 2 bottles and want to develop them, or? Li Kor sighed deeply. You also said that Milan cannot develop it. You are from China, we are all from the same team, aren't we? Yes. It's engraved in the bone. I understand your concerns, and we will cover all your concerns for you. I guarantee with my life, including the Prime Minister's. Li's tone was serious. My last question. There are some problems with Mr. Chen's body. As for other things, I won't be able to say more. There's so much going on now, Mrs. Chen is overworked. Okay, this is a strengthening liquid, there are 3 bottles in total, you can drink it directly or choose to inject it. Xia Qing also gave the diluted version of the potion to enhance. Li Kor is also very precious put away. I'll put the money in your account. No need. Xia Qing said with a smile, these 2 bottles are regarded as gifts from my juniors to their elders. This mass production is difficult, but I will find a way. Thanks. I heard that you are going to Africa this time. It is very dangerous there, so I will send someone to follow you. No, I have a team. Li Kor won't say more. Team Li, let's go first. 3 hours later. Okay. Zhang Huanan went out to send Xia Qing and Suyu back. If the potion is effective, I will mention it to the superiors, reward Xia Qing with a medal, and improve her military rank. He has never served in the army, but he was able to become the current military rank. Xia Qing was the first since the founding of the People's Republic of China. They will also test it. It's really amazing, this potion is amazing. No wonder Milan is like crazy. They are all brand new ingredients, and it is geniuses who develop this thing. Team, can I apply for a bottle of R&D, or apply to discuss it with the genius of R&D? Professor eyes are all thirst for knowledge. They, the developers, are qualities that possess curiosity. Make sure there are no harmful substances. No. As for R&D, we must protect our comrades' R&D results. The team frowned and said, besides, this Milan country has not been developed for so long. Yes. This person developed is really a genius. With this, our country's national physique will improve to a big stage. It's just that there are too many people in China. If it is used by soldiers first, then our soldiers' individual combat capabilities will definitely be strengthened. Li's Corps also had this idea. Professor Lin, do you think this kind of production is difficult? Difficult, especially for new ingredients, it is very difficult from discovery to research and development. Being able to discover a new ingredient is enough to go down in history, not to mention that this ingredient is still synthesized from a certain ingredient. Even if it is synthesized with known ingredients, it is very difficult. It may take several years to combine and sort. This is what a large number of people have to be able to try and make mistakes all the time. We have not found a known one in this ingredient, so it cannot be developed every 10 years unless there is a formula. It's too little to say that such an important formula is worth tens of billions. This natural liqueur also knows that improving the national physique of the country is already extraordinary. Not only their country, but other countries, including the globe, are experiencing a decline in physical fitness. Medical treatment is becoming more and more advanced, and people's physical fitness is declining. Keep this matter confidential first. After Li's command, he took the 2 important bottles of liquid away. A special office building, the nationally known Dr. Du just finished his examination, and the liqueur just delivered the things. A middle-aged man with white hair on his temples is now lying sick. Mr. Chen is old and has been working hard in the past few years, so his immunity is insufficient. If surgery is performed at this time, Mr. Du frowned and was also very worried. It's okay, I have to try my best no matter what. Inject me. Yes. Soon, the doctor injects Mr. Chen with a bottle of potentiating agent in his hand. Everyone watched the instrument quietly for fear of any side effects. Said the side effect may be hair loss. Commander Li touched his head, Xia Qing told him before leaving. Because Xia Qing put all the medicinal liquid into the space. She used to make a mark, but this time it was too much. In addition, she has been stocking up on supplies recently, so she doesn't know whether to hold it or take it. 1 bottle. Diluted agents though. As long as you can restore your health, it's okay if you lose all your hair, and then you can't bring a wig? Moreover, a Chinese medicine shampoo that has recently been launched to prevent hair loss is said to be very effective. Their doctors are also using it. The ingredients have been tested and it can really increase hair growth. Solved the troubles of quite a few bald men. Except now a bottle of shampoo costs 899, only 50 milliliters. Even so, many middle-aged people still buy it. Shampoo is much cheaper than hair transplantation, and it is pure Chinese medicine. Drip drip. Various data on the instrument have picked up. I feel like I'm a lot more energetic. Look, bring my papers for today. Mr. Chen, who was lying in, immediately reached out and wanted to take advantage of his energy to approve some documents. Mr. Chen, please take a rest first. Dr. Du couldn't help but persuade. No, I really feel a lot more energetic now. Mr. Chen, I need to draw blood from you for testing. Okay, smoke. An hour later. Mr. Chen, your blood test results and all your indicators tend to be normal. This potion is really amazing. Dr. Du couldn't help but say that although it only improved the physical fitness and could not treat the disease, improving the physical fitness also enhanced the immunity in the body. 18% of human diseases are treated by autoimmunity. With this, it is equivalent to providing a weapon for autoimmunity. After a few days of observation, if there are no problems, you can arrange surgery directly. Well, I have faith in you. Mr. Chen now feels a lot more energetic and has been dealing with things. I don't think there's a problem with my body, so schedule an operation as soon as possible. Waiting for a while for the whole country to have a meeting, he is also very busy with things. Okay. Although Dr. Du agreed, he did not dare to be careless. After all, Mr. Chen's body is also related to the country. Mr. Li also came to Mr. Chen. The two men deliberated about something in the room. I agree to apply for the medal for Xia Qing. If this agent can be mass-produced, it will be given priority to special forces and soldiers will use it first. This difficulty is probably relatively high, and mass production is difficult. Mr. Chen nodded to express his understanding. Xia Qing's family must be protected. Understood, I've sent Snow Wolf for protection. Mr. Chen nodded. Mr. Chen, please take a good rest. Hey, the situation is so tense now, how can you take a good rest? Those people just want to start a war, instigate China, and maximize their interests. Mr. Chen also had a headache. The rapid rise of China in the past 10 years has attracted their attention. It's all for profit, they want to go to war. Make consumption, earn profit. We in China must protect ourselves. The war is a very terrible thing, the pain of powerlessness, a shell bombardment, and the economy has regressed by more than 10 years. Here Xia Qing had already gotten on a plane with Suyu in Africa ahead. Naturally, Xia Qing bought the first-class cabin. This time, not only she and Suyu, but also 3 people from the Myanmar security team. All people who have had a physique-enhancing liquid. Since they finished drinking, the physicality has improved a lot. This time they were followed by Security Section Chief Zhang Chong, as well as Zhao Xian and Fang Yi. Most of the people on the plane were black people, because they were going to Africa. Reminders on the radio, too. There are more than 50 countries in Africa, the largest being the Algiers. But African Ebola is now in Blunga, Guinea, and 3 other countries. Xia Qing went to Bronga this time. Dear travelers, dear passengers, the Ebola virus outbreak is currently occurring in the country you are traveling to in Blunga, Africa. Please wear a mask after landing, pay attention to protection, and keep a certain distance from them to avoid cross-infection. If you have any questions or need help, please feel free to contact the flight attendant. Thank you for your understanding and support. Not many people took this flight. Xia Qing took out 3 pills. Zhang Chong, take 1 tablet of this virus isolation medicine for 8 hours. There is a box inside, and you 3 take it separately. Yes. You guys bring your masks. Xia Qing warned that Xia Qing and Suyu were not afraid of infection. After all, the replication of viruses, firstly, their cells were powerful, and secondly, the replication of viruses could not be faster than the reproduction ability of their cells. This trip to follow them to Africa is a dangerous thing. Being able to follow them, Xia Qing will naturally ensure their safety. This medicine is able to block Ebola for a certain period of time. This was developed by the eschatological medicine team after she got the sample. They had already had a viral war. Where did they find this Ebola type? They could make blocking agents. But there must also be a virus sample. So this time Xia Qing is going to come and collect the mutated virus samples herself. Although it is mutated, to a certain extent they are all relatives, so it still has a 60% effect. Plus wearing a mask, there should be no problem. It seems that I feel good. The fragments of space should be on the African side. The closer the plane was, the more obvious it was for her, and she had been devouring crystal beads every day for the past few days, and she had almost taken this as a meal. The sequelae of swallowing crystal beads at one time were too great, so Xia Qing ate them separately. In this regard, they still need to integrate with Suyu every night to relieve the strength in their bodies. The more this happens, the clearer their back lines will be. After absorbing this fragment, maybe she will be able to upgrade, as long as the space is more complete. maybe she will be able to know the reason. After sitting on the plane for more than 10 hours, they landed in Blanga. The population here is only a few million, which is not as large as the population of a first-tier city in China. However, there are abundant oil and natural gas resources here, but there are frequent wars here, and several African countries are often at war, competing with each other for resources. At the same time, there are the most viruses here, but on the contrary, most of these people's bodies will not attack even if they carry the virus, but will infect other people. So other countries have blood tests on the entry of people from Blunga. Coupled with the recent outbreak here, almost all of these countries, mainly in Africa, have restricted entry. The building in Blanga is also very dilapidated. A few of them had just left the gate of the airport, where a few young boys were begging, "Please, give me some money." The salary in Burundi is less than 1,000 Chinese currency a year, which means that on average, it may only be 5 yuan per person per day. Not only that, but over 75% of the high poverty population here. So this place is very chaotic, but Xia Qing feels that most of the reason why this place is poor is because it is relatively lazy, because the land planting industry here is actually underdeveloped, and they rely on natural picking. This place can be like coming to a primitive society. Rest assured, though, that there's no monitoring here. If she came this time and wanted to go back, she had already bought a luxury private jet in advance, worth 90 million, but the procedures were still being processed. Xia Qing now has enough money in her hands. When they've done their business from here, they can go back on a private jet, which will take about a week or so. Money formalities here become simple. Kind sister. A dirty little girl wanted to touch Xia Qing, but was immediately stopped by Zhao Xian and Zhou Yi. Sister, brother, please give me some food. What these children saw were Chinese people, especially Xia Qing, who was beautiful and white. The children couldn't wait to gather around, because they feel these people are richer. The children were all surrounded and stopped by several people named Zhang Chong, who would not let them go if they did not give money. Xia Qing took some coins directly from her backpack and scattered them. They got out of the way while the group of kids were going to grab the coins, and these kids were all on purpose and couldn't do anything to a group of kids. This place is too messy. Let's get out of here as soon as we collect samples. Xia Qing looked at those children and could only say that she could not change everything. Book a hotel. At noon, they book a hotel, which is already the best in the area. The small place hotel was small. Here too, the cooking techniques are all very simple. Xia Qing lit the table, but everyone else looked a little strange. Xia Qing didn't stock up on food this time either. This tastes pretty good. Xia Qing took a bite of rice, cooked with tomatoes, onions, spices, and coconut juice, so it was pretty good. It's the rice here that looks dirty for some reason. Don't worry, your physique is different now. If you drink physical enhancers, you won't have diarrhea if you eat them. It's okay, I'm taking entrythes with me. Zhao Xian said with an embarrassed smile. They had come and gone to India before, and had eaten the food there, and when they took the medicine, they had diarrhea, and they all had diarrhea. They also brought Leblunga with them this time. Eat with confidence. Don't you all feel that your physique is different now? Feel it. I can now do more than 300 push-ups a minute. Know that the holder of the team is more than 170 a minute at most. Eat, it's better than being hungry. Several people also felt that there was no problem with their constitution, so they all ate it. So the taste is very unpleasant, but it can also be eaten. Ordered a big table and spent $10. I have to say that the things here are really cheap. Just have a good rest today. Yes. Zhang Chong, check where the Ebola virus broke out recently, and then include where the hospital where it was treated. Yes. Evening room. This time the two of them did not go to the end of the world, but went out directly and secretly. Throw away Zhang Chong and the others. Because Xia Qing was going to collect the pieces, it was not convenient to take them with her. So you still had technical means. Add a little to the meal they eat. Natsuharu takes a large motorcycle directly out of the space. The direction I can perceive is to the east. Xia Qing and the others are in the countryside of Blanga. 60% of the country is rural. The national electricity penetration rate is less than 10%. Most households even use kerosene lamps and candles for lighting. So the countryside is very quiet at night, and the sound of Xia Qing's motorcycle is more obvious here. There was a squeaking noise coming from the grass on the side of the road. Xia Qing frowned slightly. This place is really chaotic. There are people playing field games at night. It's really exciting. Su Yu and Xia Qing did not interfere. This should be the Ru River, one of the famous rivers in Africa. Although it was night, both men had very clear eyesight. Natsuharu also knew about this famous river, but you would not have thought that his own space debris would actually be here. It seems we need to change into diving equipment. Su Yu said. No. Xia Qing jumped off her motorcycle and walked towards the river. The closer we get, the more we feel this attraction. Boom. There was a great thunder, and then the whole river shone with colorful light, and the light of such brightness illuminated both sides of this river. As soon as Xia Qing reached out, something was instantly sucked into Xia Qing's body, and the brightness around it diminished. But Xia Qing's body was emitting a soft light at the moment. Space is also undergoing major changes, unknown things are reorganizing rapidly, and the whole space is more like a bright Milky Way, if not a large pile of supplies piled together. I'm afraid they'll all think it's in the Milky Way. This piece of debris almost completely made up the entire space, and Xia Qing fainted directly. Ching ching. Suyu responded very quickly and caught Xia Qing. Not surprisingly, he couldn't get into the space even though the space was upgraded, so he could only take Xia Qing back to the hotel. However, such a special state happened here, and in less than an hour, they came one after another. After all, it bursts out with that light, which is so attractive to notice. Yes, goddess. I saw it, I really saw it was a goddess hanging in mid-air. The light emanating from the goddess. A black African said excitedly that he really saw it from a distance, not just his other man. It's just that the distance is relatively far, and it's on the other side, and only one outline can be seen. A goddess with long wavy hair and glow. This is our goddess of Blanga. Not only that, but the satellite in the United States captured this picture, and it can be said that wherever there is oil in Africa, it is under the supervision of their satellite. It's just that the news published on the internet is that a strange scientific reaction has occurred, the light formed by the magnetic field and the thunder and lightning, etc. But the inhabitants of Blanga would not believe, being convinced that it was their goddess, even to establish the temple of the glowing goddess where the goddess appeared. The author of all this, after fainting for 4 hours, finally came to his senses. However, Xia Qing was cold and the whole room was covered with a layer of frost. At this moment, Xia Qing woke up and the frost in the room gradually dissipated. The space has been upgraded. Xia Qing said in a deep voice that this space upgrade was not closed. Suyu saw that Xia Qing's expression was not very good. In the past, Xia Qing was very happy every time the space was upgraded. Suyu, I feel it. I am the last fragment of space. At this moment, the room was very silent, and Suyu held Xia Qing in his arms. I feel that I am the last corner of the space. If I merge into the space, will I be gone? Xia Qing was a little scared at the moment, because she didn't know it would turn out like this. Me too. I'm with you. After Suyu finished saying this, Xia Qing looked at Suyu in shock. You? Yes, so am I. I felt at the moment the divine lines appeared on my back. Then why don't you tell me? Since the last time Suyu saw the divine pattern on Xia Qing's back, he had guessed. I'm not sure. Xia Qing is also unsure. Maybe that's why we can link together. I just didn't expect that the remaining 2 space fragments would be ourselves. Xia Qing is still surprised, perhaps because space has exploded and debris has fallen on both worlds. One fell on her, the other on Suyu. Let's go to the end of the world and try it. Okay. The 2 enter the apocalyptic spacetime and go directly to Lanchange, where zombies mutate the fastest today. Xia Qing absorbs the fragment, and the 2 take their strength one step further. Sure enough. The ability of the 2 of us to release together is enough to purify these zombies. Yes, the thick fog released by the combination of fire and ice can purify these zombies and restore these red-eyed zombies to normal, but there are so many zombies in this world. Tens of billions of zombies. I'm afraid the 2 of them have just been purified and the zombies are infected again. Wanting to wipe them all out together is unlikely. And no vaccine has been researched yet, and it will mutate if an ordinary person is bitten by a zombie. Wanting to purify by the 2 of them doesn't know until the year of the monkey and the horse. Treat the symptoms but not the root cause. But to purify a zombie it takes 2 people to combine. If the source of the infection can be found, then we directly decontaminate, then the zombie mutation will not happen again. Yes, so Yuing said, but now the source of infection is on the moon. So let's go to the moon? Set up a set of rocket launchers? Let's go to the moon. The 2 of them can't fly, and if they want to fly to the moon, they can only make a whole set of rockets. For such a large device, one of their own would definitely not. Natsuharu already had an idea to incorporate people from the Bird Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, so their men grew, and there were more technicians. And now it looks like the moon is infected by the red moon. That is, only rockets can break through the atmosphere. Now this is the only way. So do I need to do any training? Xia Qing looked at the sky and went directly to outer space. She had never experienced this before. No, our current physical fitness is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The physical fitness of astronauts is not necessarily as high as ours. That's right. No, Suyu, it's useless for us to go into space. Don't forget, our 2 worlds share the same sun and moon, and the sun and moon will appear in the space. They exist at the same time. Her space is the medium. 2 people's eyes lit up. What kind of space? Wouldn't it be nice to go into her space? So two people entered the space at the same time. Before, they always used space as a place to store supplies, but now the space is full of supplies. Piled together, they obscure the light and shadow of the sun and moon. She's been stocking up too much lately. The sun and the moon are on both sides of the space, rising and falling almost at the same time. The two teleported to the moon's side, and the two kept staring at the moon. The moon here seems to shrink. Sure enough, I saw the moon emitting red light, but it was instantly purified by space. Became normal color. It's the same as we guessed before. It seems that you still have to find the reason from your space. Yes. Su Yu was also meditating. Xia Qing's hand touched the moon and felt only an attraction inside, so she sucked her in directly. Xia Qing. At the moment when Xia Qing was sucked in, Su Yu on the other side was also sucked into the light and shadow of the sun. Xia Qing felt the coldness around her, surrounded by warm yellow light, mottled light and shadow, and she seemed to be locked up in a huge ball of light. Soft all around. This ball of light will still move, but as the ball moves, an extra section of red mist will appear inside, invading her constantly. The blue-purple hair was quietly filled with red, and the blue eyes were gradually turning red. Xia Qing just felt a little confused. Is she inside the moon? How could it feel so uncomfortable? The feeling of wanting bloodthirsty killing, the feeling of wanting to devour everything. She followed the rich red light and found a crack, from which countless reds spread. When Xia Qing touched it, the entire fragment miraculously merged, but as soon as Xia Qing let go, the crack would appear. Am I this fragment? What's up? She is a fragment of the moon, as her shatter fell in a different spacetime, causing an apocalyptic crisis in this world. Could it be herself who caused everything? If this fragment is made up, the zombies will not continue to mutate in the apocalypse, and it is possible that humans will continue to survive. But she probably needs to stay here all the time? This choice is too difficult. Staying here means not going out? Painted himself a prison, stuck here. Xia Qing shakes her head. She is human, has emotions, has ideas, and is selfish. Can't do to be stuck here. What the hell is in this crack? Wouldn't it be nice to cleanse these red breaths and solve the problem completely? Over there, Su Yu was also sucked in, without Xia Qing's soft light, like a modeled water polo. He was like a hot metal ball here. It was extremely hard everywhere. Bright light everywhere. This is the core of the sun, and the lines behind him also glow, blending into one with this place. The things in his and Xia Qing's bodies turned out to be the core of the sun and moon. An hour later, both men came out. At this moment, both Xia Qing and Su Yu were very silent. If I want to stop Red Moon from slowing down, I'm afraid I'll be hit by that crack. It's hard to think about being trapped in your freedom. And even if you stay in there all the time, it won't solve the fundamental problem. Xia Qing won't let herself draw the ground as a prison. No, if we find the source of the red infection, purify it completely. You can definitely find it. Su Yu holds Xia Qing's hand. Xia Qing's heart is somewhat heavy, perhaps because the cracks in the red moon at the end of the world actually arose because of her? I originally thought that my daughter was to blame, but I didn't expect that maybe this root cause is because of her. However, she doesn't know anything. Until then, she had been an ordinary girl. It's also too magical, perhaps because her body fuses space debris. This has already happened. Even if Xia Qing really used herself to plug the crack, it doesn't mean that it won't spread yet, it just slows down the spread. Now it's only possible to figure out how to find the source of the apocalyptic infection. However, now it is also if Xia Qing and Su Yu can join forces to purify even in the face of a zombie outbreak, which is a countermeasure. Back to Xia Qing's time and space. Those reds on her body were also dissipated by the space purification. We have to stay in Africa for 2 more days. The aircraft approval procedures have been completed, but the flight route must be reported. Okay. For those already infected with the virus, Blanca would not be admitted to the hospital at all, but would be concentrated directly in the warehouse for self-destruction. Because they know that there is no medicine for this virus to survive at all, and the internal organs will turn into a pool of blood in a matter of days. Natsuhiro takes a blood sample of the deceased and teleports it directly to the apocalypse. Just put it in space and the virus sample will probably be decontaminated. 3 days later, Xia Qing's private jet finally arrives. The places in Africa are really poor, and Xia Qing has nothing to stock up on here. A few of them got directly on the private plane and returned to Burma. The test results on the apocalyptic side are also out. The Ebola mutated virus is not related to the apocalyptic zombie virus, and they gave a vaccine for extracting the Ebola virus, so that it can be effectively immunized. It seems that this Ebola mutant virus has little to do with the outbreak in Xia Qing's world. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Qing also allowed herself to release the vaccine at the Biological Research and Development Office in Myanmar district, which caused a direct sensation at the World Health Organization. Know that no treatment has been developed for Ebola so far, not even a vaccine. Even, having reached a valid conclusion, Xia Qing applied for a patent early on. The World Health Organization hopes that Xia Qing can provide research samples, manufacture vaccines in large quantities, and will award Xia Qing a Lifetime Achievement Award. Xia Qing agreed, but it also needed to be purchased by African countries. Several African countries have been in civil strife all year round and have pooled some of their money, and it was the World Health Organization that finally contributed the money, because they also want to know about this batch of vaccines, even pressuring like the Chinese Health Organization. However, the Chinese Health Organization is not a fool, and naturally it is defending its own interests. Want to eat for nothing? It is impossible, and after this incident, because there is a vaccine and only China can produce it. Several African countries took the initiative to trade with China and export China's oil, natural gas, etc. This time, the cost of living in the country has greatly reduced the domestic gasoline decline. Time comes a year later. During the year, the district of Burma grew rapidly and has been vigorously developing agriculture and building factories. However, the grain collected was not known where it was sold. In fact, it was all in Xia Qing's space. Xia Qing's hoarded a large amount of supplies during this year, which can be said to be hundreds of millions. The epidemic that Xia Qing had been worried about did not break out, so this year Xia Qing and Suyu were on the side of doomsday, looking for the cause of the infection. 3 months earlier, Natsuhiro had directly annexed the Torii Kingdom as well as the Fire Kingdom. Not only that, Xia Qing also scattered people from these countries to survive in the sunny bases, Lanchange, and Qinghai City. Such easy assimilation will soon be like Xiong Liguo, who will only recognize the sunny base and completely integrate with them. Over the past year, red-eyed zombies have mutated faster and faster around the world, but there are far fewer red-eyed zombies at Sunny Base. Base Chief, Deputy Base Chief, you're here. Yesterday, we detected an earthquake collapse on Mount Everest. Here's the satellite video that was detected. Originally, the people of the Fire Kingdom didn't want to hand over the satellite yet, so we beat him severely, and then they obediently handed over the right to use it. Our people also spoke out and threw them out if they didn't cooperate. On the other hand, the people in the bird-watching country are very stable. Not only that, but they also found a way to make the recovery liquid, actually because of a little girl. It's just that the little girl was chronically malnourished, and that energy was overexhausted, and she was thin. So they temporarily protected her and put her in an orphanage, allowing her to grow up normally, and being locked up all the time easily caused psychological problems. What happened to the earthquake? Xia Qing watched the video of the red smoke coming out of the entire mountain collapse, and then she couldn't see clearly behind the video, all covered up in red. Not only that, we captured the zombies and animals in the villa around the peak mutated, and their pupils turned red. This place was once the place where China mined geocentric energy. So you said that he knew this secret, but after the geocentric energy extraction here, a major collapse occurred, resulting in the death of many people. Could that be the source of that redness? Xia Qing guessed, a lot of red smoke coming out of here? We need to go over and take a look. Xia Qing senses the change of the moon in space. Deputy Chief, your hair. At this moment Xia Qing's hair turned red. It's okay. Xia Qing responded that throughout the year, her hair turned red from time to time due to infection. Xia Qing and Suyu took a plane directly to Mount Zuma, the highest mountain on the planet, and the geocentric energy here is also very rich. Since the discovery of geocentric energy, the world's major powers have been collecting geocentric energy, including Huaxia Kingdom. A collection once caused the mountain peak to collapse, a large pit appeared in the center of this place, magma gushed out and ejected, and all the surrounding plants died. Experts once studied issuing a statement that the place had been uninhabitable for at least 200 years. Now that they control the Fire Nation, as well as the Bird Nation, they naturally know quite a few secrets. Including Bird Country not only has been dumping nuclear wastewater into the sea for more than 100 years, but the seawater organisms have already mutated. More and more seafood cannot be eaten and mutated, and the taste has become strangely bitter. However, in order to survive, we continue to use this food. As a result, human food is constantly decreasing. Xia Qing also had a premonition that if Xia Qing's world was developed so endlessly, it might turn out to be like this. It takes 5 hours to fly from here to Mount Juma. They just brought one person who flew the plane, another who had the ability to fly, and another who could handle drones. The closer to here, the more intense the red mist, fearing the effect of this mist on them. Stop driving in and let the plane land. Xia Qing still made them stop. Yes, Deputy Base Chief. I think the aura here is a little manic. Suyu and Xia Qing looked at each other, with concerns in their eyes. However, if this is really the source of the red fog explosion, I hope the two of them can solve it in one go. Plane stop. You guys get out of here and go back first. If there is a real danger, Xia Qing can also take Suyu back into the space, or teleport back. This time Suyu set up a teleportation point directly here, and if he went back in danger, he would be able to teleport over next time. Watching the plane fly away, Xia Qing and Suyu are walking under Zuma Peak, with a hot thick slurry, sizzling with fire, but red smoke. Xia Qing condensed ice power to cover it, and then extinguished the thick fire of the magma. It seems that this is the right place. There's fiery red smoke everywhere, and it's highly likely the source of the infection. In the past year, neither Xia Qing nor Suyu gave up searching for the source, and even purged and cleaned zombies everywhere, but they were never found. This time, instead of them finding it, it's the collapse here. I'm afraid it won't be long before this place collapses completely, and the whole world will be filled with fiery red smoke. Ahem. At this moment, Xia Qing's whole body is covered in red, and her hair turns completely red. On the other hand, Suyu had nothing at all, but these thick red fogs deliberately avoided Suyu. I may have the light of the sun in me, and these thick fogs cannot erode me. Then she may be the soft moonlight that originally shines with the help of others, or is it a pit, like a sponge, so it keeps eroding her? Suddenly the whole sky, the sun and the moon rose at the same time and appeared on the same level. In Xia Qing's world, late at night, there is a scene of Tengu eclipsing the moon. What is this situation? Does the sun and the moon shine together? Sunny base, they were all stunned by the sight. Oops, what's going on? Suddenly half of the moon was dyed red, and it was still dyed. The whole moon turned red. Red moon. What a terrible moon, as if the whole night had become no longer soft, but full of blood. Not like a soft maiden, but turned into a terrifying blood-sucking demon. No, zombies rioted outside, and a group of zombies came towards our base. Notify 1 or 3 teams of superpowers, and the evolvers guard the base. Yes, not only at Sunny Base, but even at Sunny City. City Lord, a large number of zombies from Siang City and Xianglai Kingdom border city have come to us. Protect the city. Destroy zombies. Can't let a zombie in. Yes. Weinhan looked up at the red moon in the sky, full of red light. A little girl hides among the crowd, and the red moonlight shines on her face, instead appearing eerie. Brother, are we all going to die? Are you going to become a zombie? I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, my brother won't let you become a zombie. Far away, they seemed to hear the roar of an army of zombies. The sky was faintly misty. Yantai is a city in the sea. The entire sea water is constantly surging and rolling, and the mutant sea beasts inside are actually fighting each other. Pucci, not only fighting each other, they are still devouring. Several superpowers guarding the balcony hide in the igloo to watch the scene. Is this really the end of the world? The red sky, the red moon, and the sea of red blood are surging. No. We have the base chief here. So what? The deputy base chief is not from this world. Maybe she will leave long ago and give up our world. Nonsense. You are not allowed to say that to the deputy base chief. Every time zombies broke out this year, which time did the large-scale zombie swarms not come out of the base chief and deputy base chief? However, this world has become like this, and even if the base leader is strong, it cannot be changed. Despair in the eyes of men. If they hadn't come out to destroy the zombies, we would have died and turned into zombies. I don't want to become a zombie. They're ugly. Some of the zombies had their intestines dropped to the ground, some had their internal organs exposed, and even lacked arms or legs. Really ugly. We will definitely be able to survive. The deputy base director came over yesterday and said, the one who sent us cakes here today celebrates our year of staying. I want to eat. A few people couldn't help but say, looking at the sea of blood surging outside, they felt mixed feelings. Let's go back to Sunny Base. Sunny Base is in Yangcheng, where millions of zombies are found, although hundreds of thousands of zombies have been wiped out this year. But there are still millions of zombies. These zombies have mutated, and you know how terrible it is. Crowds of zombies roaring back. At this moment, the military base Lu Ting also finds the zombies and quickly attacks them. Strange, why didn't the deputy base chief come this time? In the past, when there were zombies, their deputy base chief would come by, but neither showed up this time. No matter what, we have to hold the base. At this moment, Xia Qing and Suyu had already reached the foot of Zuma Mountain. At this moment, it had collapsed, and the thick slurry flowing out of it was under their feet. How do you feel? Suyu looked at Xia Qing's face, including her eyes and pupils, which had turned red. Very good, I am by no means very powerful. I think I can go out and control those zombies right now. It's a feeling she has. Suyu looked at Xia Qing with a look of bloodlust on her face, especially in her eyes. What, Suyu, are you afraid that I am better than you? It was clear that she didn't mean to say such things in her heart, but the corners of Xia Qing's mouth rose slightly strangely, revealing an evil and provocative smile. How could it be that you have always been better than me? The soft and gentle tone lowered Xia Qing's restless mood. Suyu had already noticed Xia Qing's fault, and these red-filled fogs had an effect on Xia Qing. Xia Qing, you have always been a strong girl. I watched you grow stronger step by step. From being afraid of blood in the beginning into the apocalypse, to killing zombies with one's own hands later. Natsuharu is more adaptable than anyone else, and she has been growing. Suyu quickly grabbed Xia Qing's hand. I saw Xia Qing's eyes dispersing some red. Sorry, I just wanted to fight in particular. Xia Qing, who came back to her senses, realized the impact of this thing on her and quickly entered the space. Sure enough, the power of purification in the space made her instantly return to her original form. Sunny. Strange, the moon has changed color again and has become normal. Changed back. The color of the moon is slowly turning red again. Ho ho. The zombies outside are still roaring, and these zombies have already rioted. Everest, the two of them didn't know that the zombies had already rioted at this moment. Two people need to bring a flying backpack if they want to go up. Strange, I am obviously immune to various skills in this world, but I am not immune to this mist. Not only is she not immune, she can also be affected. Except for zombies, no other evolvers or superpowers were particularly affected, but Xia Qing was affected. Xia Qing, open the space for a while and see if you can absorb these red mist into the space. Entering into space, everything is purified, which saves energy than the two of them using it. Okay. Boom. There was a loud noise and another earthquake hit the entire surface. The sudden earthquake caused a huge black hole to be exposed on Mount Juma. Xia Qing and Suyu almost fell off. Inside the black hole there is a rich red mist. Let's go down and have a look. Okay. Xia Qing takes out her flying backpack from the space, and the two men take their flying backpacks and head towards the collapsed hole. The surrounding dense red diffused mist erupted outward. Xia Qing opened the space to absorb this diffuse red air. No, space cannot absorb gas. As the flying backpack flew down, Xia Qing's hair gradually turned red. Oops, I'm probably going to change again. Use powers. Upon hearing Suyu's instructions, Xia Qing immediately condensed the ice wall and Suyu condensed the flames. The flame and the ice wall generated strong water vapor, and the white steam developed a purifying force with these diffuse reds, and the surrounding red gradually dissipated. However, some mist still entered Xia Qing's body and was absorbed by her. Suyu and Xia Qing followed the entrance of the black hole and kept flying down. So deep. The depth of the center of the Earth is at least 6,371 meters. So deep. The further down, the more red mist that pervades. Now it is basically certain that the source of this diffuse variation is in the center of the Earth. Do you exploit too much energy from the center of the Earth, and then the center of the Earth mutates, and the organisms on the entire planet change? Geocentric energy is the core of a planet, and it has been hollowed out. Xia Qing finds it incredible. Yes, over the past few decades, wars have continued and various countries have wanted energy. It's not just the Dragon Kingdom that mines, there are other countries, plus the war bombings, and so on. Now there is only this explanation that is closest to the truth. Suyu was surrounded by flames, which dispersed a lot of thick fog. This underground was too deep, and they dropped for nearly 2 hours before going down to the bottom. The energy in the center of the Earth is almost exhausted. How much have you mined? They are so close to the center of the Earth, which is said to be very hot, but only weakly lit by fire. Xia Qing watched as the magma in the ground was almost gone, and only where there was magma could suppress these red thick fogs. It seems that the energy in the center of the Earth has been suppressing these red fogs, and you keep mining, including global mining, causing the thick fog to disperse. Without the suppression of geocentric magma, these red fogs spread up and changed the constitution of the entire planet. Yes, they've been looking for the source, and they didn't expect that the source of the red mist that broke out in the last days was actually here, in his heart. These red mists are released by the planet's inner core and are able to change the physique of all people, some that can adapt mutate and successfully improve their physique, and those that cannot adapt become zombies. Survival of the fittest, so that there will not be so many creatures on the planet. From now on, this planet will be full of zombies and mutated creatures, including humans. Human beings are no longer the ones standing on the high ground. Even with high technology, you can't kill zombies, kill powerful mutant beasts. Xia Qing condensed the ice mist and was instantly frozen around it, but those red thick fog could still spread out. Only my fire can disperse, I can only enhance the energy of the magma. Enhance the energy of the magma, and these dense fogs are able to be suppressed. How much energy do you need to increase so much? This is the core of the entire planet's Earth. It's like an egg. It's empty inside. Let's see you fill it up first. This geocentric energy extraction is certainly not a matter of a day or two. I went to the Longguo underground base to bring the geocentric magma. Okay, can help a little bit? Suyu also establishes a teleportation point underground, where Xia Qing has teleported to the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, and now there is no one here anymore, and spider webs are everywhere. Xia Qing walked directly underground, and the door to the geocentric energy warehouse was open. Xia Qing had collected some food before, but there were too many here and she didn't collect them all. It's you, Song Yue, you are still here. Xia Qing looked at the woman wearing a black robe in front of her in surprise. She was in pain, and her heart energy was swallowed into her body. The whole body seemed to be torn apart, which was extremely strange. This familiar outfit seems to be trying to make Xia Qing think of something. Flashing with a fiery red fog, he rushed towards Xia Qing, who condensed into ice and turned into a shield to protect himself. I saw this thick fog that seemed to be fused with magma. You actually devoured the geocentric energy. Natsuharu Airway. So much geocentric energy was actually swallowed up by Song Yue. Xia Qing, if I don't go to you, you actually delivered it to your door. Song Yue's thick fog turned into flames, and the burning Xia Qing condensed ice. How could this happen? Why? Song Yue's unbelievable. You are obviously just ice, why can't even the hot temperature in your heart melt? High temperatures can melt water, that's common sense. But why doesn't it work at all here in Xia Qing? Seeing Song Yue here collapsed, for a whole year, she thought of ways to devour these geocentric energy sources in order to make Suyu's flames hot and be able to resist Xia Qing's ice-based powers. Every time the earth-centered flame devours the whole body, it feels like it is soaked in molten slurry. Every inch of the muscles in the whole body are burned and expanded, as if they are about to explode. She only swallows when she transforms into a thick fog and suffers so much. Today, she still hasn't melted Xia Qing's ice, and her spirit is a little broken. At this moment, Xia Qing saw clearly the people under the black robe, with scars all over their skin, like marks left by being burned by fire. These are the scars left by Song Yue devouring the geocentric energy source and burning herself. I'm going to swallow you. Swallow you and I can have your energy. Song Yue's voice was almost hoarse and frantic, and the entire ground turned into a thick black fog, which kept entering Xia Qing's body from the soles of her feet and from above. Suddenly, Xia Qing's eyes changed from blue to red, and her hair changed from blue-purple to red. Want to swallow me? As death. The black thick fog instantly turned into red thick fog. Xia Qing's condensed blue ice turned into red frost in an instant, and Song Yue was also swallowed up by the red, sunny base. So, what's going on? The moon was normal just now, but now it suddenly turns red again. Once the moon turns red, those mutated red-eyed zombies rush over. Be on alert. Dragonland Underground Base. Xia Qing only felt that her energy had become stronger and she had another red energy. Xia Qing knew that the red mist was from a geocentric energy source, but the average person could not absorb it. Only special zombies make it possible for mutated animals to absorb her. But Xia Qing is now able to absorb this thing as well. No! Song Yue shouted heartbrokenly. Xia Qing quickly entered the space, and after entering the space, the red color on her body gradually disappeared and she returned to normal. She looked at her hand. The energy of the red fog has invaded her body, and once she is emotionally involved, she can't help but explode. Turns red-haired Xia Qing. Ha! She came out of the space, the surrounding red had dissipated, and Song Yue, who was wearing a black robe, had been torn apart. At this moment, her eyes have turned red, turning into an unconscious corpse, like a zombie. It's her infection. She infects people with zombies, and Xia Qing feels a little scary for the first time. She comforted herself that as long as she controlled her well, she would not be able to get ahead. Besides, Suyu would immediately purify herself. After the infection, Song Yue lost consciousness and became confused, instead groveling at Xia Qing. As long as it is someone she infects, the zombies will become her slaves. This is similar to those red-eyed zombies, where autonomously mutated red-eyed zombies infect others, and the zombies infected by it will obey it and attack humans. Song Yue has been standing still and not moving. Xia Qing stood where she was, and now the geocentric energy has been swallowed by this guy, so to replenish the geocentric energy you need to rely on Suyu himself. She glanced at Song Yue, who was dumbfounded, and hurriedly teleported to Suyu. After Xia Qing left, Song Yue still stood there like a corpse. Her red eyes turned left and right, as if waiting for orders. Then she smelled the smell in the air and headed towards the place where there were living creatures. Xia Qing teleported to Suyu again and found that if he kept replenishing the geocentric energy, the surrounding red fog would disperse some. Song Yue was swallowed up by the thick fog at the Dragon Kingdom underground base. Now Song Yue has been turned into a zombie by her. Suyu, red smoke has invaded my body. Xia Qing told Suyu everything. As long as I can stabilize my mood, it won't explode into red. I'm here. Xia Qing nodded, still a little worried about her changes, but watching Suyu keep releasing energy to condense fire, which consumes her own energy, Xia Qing was anxious. So you condensed the flame and compressed it into flame molten slurry to make up for this geocentric energy. However, this geocentric energy has been mined for so many years. In the end, how many underground loopholes does Suyu have to fill alone to make up for it? At least it must be filled until red only when the mist does not spread. What was supposed to be a matter for the entire planet, now let us Suyu fight. Is that the sky is falling and there are tall people holding it. Suyu, if this doesn't work, you can rest for a while. Can't stop. I just tried, and once I stopped the red fog would back up and become more intense, and now I can only replenish the underground magma non-stop. If you replenish it slowly like this, the red air in the ground will be suppressed. Just directly purify the rest. There are crystal beads in the space and I can replenish energy at any time. Xia Qing frowned slightly. So, you want to stay? Yes. Now there's no other way, and once he starts there's no way to stop. Suyu. Xia Qing's voice was wilted, and she felt a little uncomfortable thinking that Suyu is trapped here. The bluish-purple hair behind her is pointed and slightly reddish. Soon, you can come to see me at any time. I will replenish you with crystal beads in space. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xia Qing's mood stabilized, and the red tips of her hair returned to blue. Xia Qing returns to the sunny base, with thousands of zombies outside on the periphery. Deputy Base Chief. The crowd, seeing the Deputy Base Chief, instantly became excited and their savior arrived. Go! Destroyed this group of zombies. Xia Qing's eyes are cold, she's in a bad mood now. She stood above the walls, with too many zombie corpses superimposed on the outside, and zombies roaring over, and on this day waves of zombie shocks, like tides, struck humanity endlessly. Some evolvers and superpowers take turns to fight. Their faces are full of fatigue, but they still grit their teeth and persist, because behind them is their only home and the only pure land. Xia Qing reached out and condensed countless ice arrows to accurately break through the zombie's head. Plop plop plop. Falling from the sky was like rain, piercing the zombie's head. The roar of the zombies fades away, leaving only the ground full of lewdness. You deal with the zombies' bodies, Jingzhu stays. After saying that, Xia Qing jumped down the wall, several meters high, but she was not hurt at all. She took the motorcycle out of the space and rushed straight over. Motorcycles crammed on piles of zombie corpses, flesh and blood. Xia Qingcan just attacked the superpowers. In such a gorgeous picture, the cold superpowers stimulated the human body senses. Deputy Base Chief. Deputy Base Chief, she is so handsome. It's not so handsome, it's the Deputy Base Commander. Why did she rush out? Drone keeps up. For a moment, the superpowers and evolvers following behind him were suddenly stimulated and followed suit, jumping directly down the wall. Passive defense, active attack instead. Our Deputy Base Leader is so fierce. It's time for us to rise. In this moment, they seem to be endowed with courage. The war is the lack of someone who has the courage to rush forward, and Xia Qing is the first person to rush forward without hesitation. Xia Qing has been infected with the red fog, so she knows that there must be an advanced mutant zombie in this zombie wave. Just keep that guy in check to keep the zombie tied in the ground. We will definitely win this battle. Who says we can't survive? Even though there were hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, our subbase never gave up on us when we grew up. Everyone knows that Xia Qing comes from another world, and the end of the world has nothing to do with her. But this time, Xia Qing jumped directly off the city wall and rode her motorcycle into the zombie wave. Such a preemptive move undoubtedly gave them chicken blood. What are we afraid of? Their deputy base chief is a girl from a peaceful world, but she's not afraid. She's the first to rush down, Li Yao said excitedly, and the command post's broadcast to the base said, "The battle, the drones in the sky are tracking." The live broadcast was able to see the picture just now clearly. Before, the sunny base had been attacked, and the base chief and deputy base chief disappeared, which made the residents very uneasy. Only the senior management knew that Suyu and Xia Qing had gone to Mount Everest, but Xia Qing's presence gives them hope. For so long, living in a sunny base, watching it build up little by little, children born from the apocalypse have only just learned to walk. It's still their last good place. Unknowingly, Xia Qing is already their belief, and her appearance can make people feel at ease. Xia Qing, who was riding a motorcycle, didn't think so much and couldn't get on the road, so she froze her way out. It's cool to ride a motorcycle on a frozen road. Unless she thaws herself, or Suyu's flames, her freeze will always be there. Not far away, in a tall building, a young zombie stands on the top of the building. His ragged clothes cannot cover his body's shrivel. Unlike other zombies, which look like parts are missing, this zombie is more like a mummy. His eyes are red, but his body is not as ragged as other zombies, but is dry-stirred, as if flesh and blood had been sucked dry. That's you. The moment Xia Qing's eyes looked at the red-eyed zombies, the zombies opposite suddenly rioted. The red fog spreads, and only some special zombies are able to absorb it, and then they are able to mutate, and they develop some self-awareness. Natsuhara directly freezes the mutated red zombie. With a bang, an explosion occurred, and the mutated zombies instantly broke apart with the ice. Overestimating her abilities, she also wants to summon a zombie horde to attack her. Xia Qing's current strength cannot be used a little in her time and space, but the strength here is terrible. The red smoke from the red mutant zombie's body also entered Xia Qing's body. The next second, Xia Qing enters the space and purifies it. It's just that the moon has a filamentous crack in its core, which is why she's been able to infect all along. Unless the cracks are filled, then she will not be infected either. After solving these zombies, she returns to the sunny base. Li Yao, hand over all the crystal beads in the base. Yes. It may take a while for the base chief to come out. Jingzu needs to replenish the energy in Suyu's body. After that, when Suyu slowly fills the cracks and the red fog no longer spreads, then the zombie wave will attack less and less, and now these zombies have been eliminated a lot. Without red mist, there would be no mutated red-eyed zombies. Although you will be harassed by zombies every day in the future, you will not go to large-scale attacks. It's just that Suyu is trapped underground. Xia Qing returns to her own time and space and tells the outside world that Suyu is developing something new and needs to retreat in research and development recently. During this year, Xia Qing put a lot of vests in Suyu, so when they heard Suyu was in retreat, everyone was very excited and felt that it would bring something better to the National Defense Science and Technology Institute. Xiao Susu is also over 1 year old and can walk, and Xia Qing also takes her to play in both time and space from time to time. During this year, Myanmar region developed rapidly and Xia Qing stocked up more goods. The first batch of the physical enhancement liquid developed by Xia Qing is a super diluted version, which has been dedicated to soldiers one after another. Everything was heading for the good. Recently, influenza broke out in the island country. In order to reduce infection, Chinese people are advised to go there with caution. If you need to go, please bring a mask. A new type of influenza broke out in the island country. News on TV. At first, no one cared, and even Xia Qing didn't pay attention. After all, some epidemics broke out in various countries around the world every once in a while, and Xia Qing also collected samples and conducted research. However, she was fine in a few months and was able to develop a vaccine. Of course, a bad flu can kill people. So this flu didn't attract much attention. So Xia Qing was not worried, but rather worried about Suyu. Until half a month later. In the last days, Suyu's heart was still replenishing energy, and Xia Qing replenished crystal beads for her. And Xia Qing has already sent out people to find other warehouses with geocentric energy, and put the extracted energy back into her heart. Xia Qing originally Suyu was able to come out soon, but who could have imagined how it would be possible to successfully fill up all the geocentric energy that had been mined for decades in the apocalypse and relied on Suyu's energy for only half a month. The moon in the apocalypse has also returned to normal for a while, but the sun in both worlds is not normal. It has always been cloudy, with the sun weakening and the temperature lowering. There hasn't been a single sunny day around the globe in the past half month. Including Xia Qing's side, because the sun has weakened, it is cooling down everywhere in the world, with the average temperature dropping by at least 5 degrees, but no one cares much. We are still discussing new movies, which store has delicious food, and when will the salary increase. During this period, Xia Lei also came and bought a house for his parents in the city. At this time, Tian Keiwa was very happy and went around the village. His own son is also promising. But as soon as he bought them a house, Tian Keiwa's brother became jealous and came over every 3 days to borrow money. Uncle, my money is really gone. Who doesn't know that you have made a fortune in Myanmar? Your brother is getting married soon, and you'll lend him some money. We are all one family, so what are we doing outside? Sister? You say something? Tian Keiwa frowned. Although he was reluctant, he was his biological brother after all. Xiao Lei, just lend it to your uncle and return it to you when your family makes money. Xiao Lei frowned, saying that he had not said before. He had borrowed a lot of money before, especially from relatives, so he had no intention of paying it back, thinking that he had shamelessly asked Xia Qing to borrow money. Now it's good, my uncle shamelessly asked him to borrow money. Then let your brother follow you to work in Myanmar. Now who doesn't know that you can earn money by going to Myanmar district, but now it is more strict to apply for a permit in Myanmar district. Many people are envious of bad, and the first people who went to work in northern Burma earned money. Can't. Xiao Lei frowned. He is making money now, even if he agrees, Xia Qing won't agree. He doesn't want to make Xia Qing unhappy. Okay, you are really rich, and you don't even help your relatives. Be virtuous with your uncle's family. When you have money, you will make a fortune by yourself, and you will look down on poor relatives like us, right? The uncle's face made Xiao Lei frown slightly. Mom, I'll leave first if I have something else to do. Sometimes it's not just when you're poor that you see people's hearts clearly, it's when you suddenly get rich that you see people's hearts clearly. That's true. At this time, he actually envied Xia Qing's parents very much, at least they had been supporting her. At the beginning, Xia Lei also begged his uncle to lend him money and a car. But uncles refused. This is King King's money, and he has the final say on the money he earns. Having a parent who has always been by your side is the greatest confidence. Oh, don't worry, I'll tell Xia Lei back again. How can my son not be a family now that he is so promising? You go back first. Tian Keiwa grabbed his brother and frowned and said, Bailanan prevents diseases, and pharmacies are selling out. I heard that this popular cold is quite serious. Yes, our family can't buy Brandon. Yang Xia said, looking at the worried TV. Susu is sitting in the living room playing with building blocks. Susu's eyes are very special. To the outside world, it can only be said that he has a genetic mutation and has a strange disease. There are also cases in this world. Our family runs a pharmaceutical factory. If you want me, I will call you to buy some. Okay, your grandma, uncles and aunts all come here. Yang Xia said with a smile. Okay. The sudden epidemic cold in the island country is extremely contagious. After infection, blisters will appear on the skin all over the body, which is very scary. And many people died, and now the island nation is completely banned. Roads closed, planes grounded. Any road to the island country was stopped. There is no cure for this disease for the time being. Xia Qing has also collected such samples. There is nothing special about it. In the apocalypse, she fights zombies every day and has been relatively busy this year. Xia Qing invests in two worlds, the apocalypse and her time and space research laboratory, and is studying at the same time. Soon, Xia Qing received the message. Dean, this group of viruses is very strange. At first, it was just an ordinary virus that infected the skin, but it kept changing. Every time a person is infected with a genetic sequence, it will mutate. If this continues, I don't know how much the mutation will be. Hearing the news, Xia Qing suddenly became a little nervous. Is there any way to eliminate it now? High concentration alcohol, disinfectant. Okay. Mom, buy more disinfectant at home. After that, Xia Qing went to the second floor for a video conference. Secretary John, masks must be fully worn throughout Myanmar. Recently, all factories will produce masks and disinfectants. Yes. Some other things were discussed. Chu Xiu called again for the video. And that guy. I don't know when, the first thing Chu Xiu said in the video with her was actually to ask her husband. Retreat. Do you know about the recent outbreak? I have blocked the connection between the northern part of Myanmar and the central part. So fast? She originally wanted to discuss this matter, but she didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so decisive. Myanmar is not like other big countries. After a year of development, infrastructure has been built, but some public facilities, including medical education, are not available. This epidemic is breaking out so fast that you'll be able to receive the news quickly. I have to say that your physical enhancement liquid works. That's natural. Okay, let's not talk about it. Help me take good care of the cub. Well, don't worry, that guy's in better shape than you. Xia Qing had already given Chu Ran a constitution-enhancing liquid. Thanks. Today Chu Xiu still has feelings for Xia Qing, which is limited to Xia Qing being with Suyu. If Xia Qing is widowed or divorced, then he doesn't hesitate to go. But this man is Suyu, he obey. He matches. As Xia Qing said, Xia Qing also immediately received news from Zhang Huanen. Vice Captain Xia, how many bottles of your enhancement liquid are there now? Now there are only 100 bottles. Xia Qingdu, the crystal bead on this side of the apocalypse, used it to replenish Suyu's energy. When the energy stopped, Suyu's coverage of the Earth's central energy would be wasted. Whether you can contribute or not, the country will give you an IOU. Send someone to get it. Xia Qing smiled. I don't know how many ES I gave her anymore. Now the state also supports her very much and gives her a lot of rights. Milan. James still hasn't researched the ingredients this year, and you haven't even researched a bottle that cost me a full 100 million yuan. Will is so angry that he bought it for 20 million. Later, there was really no channel but to inform the general about this. The general negotiated with the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 100 million bottles, 200 million bottles. A bottle was given to the general, and after using it, he realized the beauty of this thing. Now even the president of Milan is negotiating with China. It's too expensive. In the end, the general gave his full support, from a team of a few hundred men to several thousand men. It took a whole year of research and development and billions of dollars to spend, but there was still no clue. It's all a bunch of trash. The general hung up in a fit of anger. It was impossible for Milan to watch China monopolize this thing, so they used the cause of the outbreak to directly tell the World Health Organization. Now the pressure is being put on China. Now that the global epidemic has broken out, China cannot be so selfish and hopes to contribute to the World Health Organization. As the Director General of the World Health Organization, China must also contribute. Sorry, this was developed by a private R&D organization in my country. All countries are welcome to purchase it. If you want a pro bono recipe, that's not possible. There are tens of millions of genetic diseases in the world, and Milan must also contribute. Why not contribute the formula of fusion genetic drugs free of charge? And why not contribute to the ultra-effective leukemia drugs in the United States? Are there also research and development reports on rare diseases contributing? Suddenly the scene became silent. Recently, only 5 bottles have been produced, 100 million bottles, first come first served. As the World Health Organization, we have to contribute. How can we possibly buy it? I hope you will put the overall situation first in China. This is a global epidemic, especially since China has a large population and spreads faster. Yes, none of us will buy it. Director General Li, who was based at the WHO, just smiled and then left. Within 10 minutes, several countries had come up to them. Director General Li, our general wants a bottle, that's 100 million. Director General Li, before he went back to rest, the 3 bottles had already been sold. 4. This Xia Qing can only say that someone sold it darker than her. The middlemen made quite a lot of money. Xia Qing also had a lot of money this year, but spent a lot of it, because she's stocking up on supplies, buying Zinland's milk powder, all of which are foreign supplies. Large quantities of supplies entered her space. Such news cannot be seen in China. One is to avoid panic among the masses, and the other is to prevent the masses from competing for supplies. 3 months later, a strange and mysterious creature suddenly appeared in Meng, China, more than half a man tall, and attacked many cattle and sheep. The death of the cattle and sheep was so tragic that they were basically quartered. Not only that, but a dozen people are missing. This peculiar and mysterious creature has been found not only in China but also in other countries. It appears one after another in various countries, especially in India, which is densely populated. The appearance of this thing is very similar to the alien in an American science fiction movie, so most people think it is an AI image made in the United States. Most shocking was the release of international help news from India 3 days later. Now all kinds of hot searches are in India. India released a very bloody video, and although it was banned soon after, some of it was circulated. Processed videos though. In the video, there is a strange figure of more than 1.5 people, and the skin is like a dense black hole being burned all over the body. If you have trypophobia, you can't stand it at all. The thing opened its mouth, and a thick black color like kerosene flowed out, blood-like but not blood-like, with a rancid smell. What is this? What kind of thing has this mutated? No, this is an alien creature. If you look at the pictures for 10 years, there are records. The black shadows in the pictures are very similar to this. Are we being attacked by aliens? It's scary. Aren't we coming to the end of the world? If you read less novels, how can you come at the end of the world? Having lived so many years, some people simply do not believe in the end times. The end of the world is the end of the world. It's just the right time to come. But I don't want to go to this broken bee for a day. Let's destroy them all. In the end of the world, are we hoarding some supplies and hiding in air raid shelters? But baseball bats online have seen a spike in sales. For this sudden appearance of an alien creature, there are various speakers on the internet. But the alien creatures were not in front of them, and they would not feel scared. Xia Qing here also received the news. Xia Qing, the helicopter arrived in half an hour. To hold an emergency meeting, you need to be invited to attend. Is about the mysterious creature that appears. Okay. Xia Qing nodded. This kind of thing is not groundless, but Xia Qing has always thought that the epidemic would break out. Why is it different from what she thought before? Could it be that the trajectory has changed differently? Xia Qing made arrangements for her family, but fortunately her parents learned Sanda and boxing this year. Physical security. Mom and Dad, someone will come over to strengthen our house in the afternoon. You can arrange to keep an eye on it. This villa is reinforced. There were probably more than a dozen of these villas, and she lived opposite her parents and next to her aunt's house. By the way, Chu Ran, Xia Li should not go to school recently. Let's arrange online classes for the time being. Now it's not peaceful outside, and she's not at ease with her 2 children outside. Okay. Since the news, Xia Qing ordered extra thick steel plates, etc. to strengthen the villa walls, including her own generator, water purifier, etc. She bought them all. What is our daughter doing? So many steel plates? I don't know, we'll just listen. Chu Ran and Xia Li looked at each other, so the 2 of them wouldn't have to go to school. Today I will give you a lesson and you will teach me how to practice martial arts. Okay, I'm very tired from practicing martial arts. I'll protect you and your sister. Xia Li said with a smile. That's okay? Otherwise, Chu Ran would not have been able to beat Xia Li in a fight. Forget it, I have no talent for learning. Chu Ran has already learned high school, and Xia Li hasn't learned a few words this year. Just know the words. I'd better take Susu to play. As soon as I recognized the word, my head hurt. Charles runs fast, quick moving like a monkey. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed at Xia Qing's house on time. Zhang Huanan, what's wrong with you? It is said that Zhang Huanan has taken physical enhancement pills, and her physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Because of this sudden incident, Zhang Huanan hasn't closed his eyes for several days. 2 dark circles are too obvious, especially red bloodshot, as if you have pink eye. If it weren't for the physique-enhancing liquid in his body, I'm afraid he would have fallen long ago. This mysterious species attack. It can't be some mutated animal, right? Xia Qing has had experience in the apocalypse, so she also thinks it is possible that their world has also been polluted? No, we suspect alien creatures. Alien invasion? It's not science fiction, is it? I know you may not be able to accept it, and I don't think I can believe it. After all, we have explored the outer starry sky for so many years and have not found any suspicious creatures. It can be said that there are no creatures other than those discovered on our planet. Now the world can no longer be reached, the world is exploding, and the United States has sent us information. This thing was brought back from outer space by the United States and suddenly multiplied and grew. Zhang Huanan told Xia Qing some prerequisites first. Xia Qing looked calm and did not look like she could not accept it at all. Damn it, America is now going back on its word and not admitting that they brought it back. Now this thing is multiplying very fast, and foreign countries must establish federations to jointly deal with this thing. Do they want our physique-enhancing liquid? Yes. Soldiers who obviously drink physical enhancement liquid are stronger and have lower casualties against those creatures. I'm afraid they not only want the physical enhancement liquid, but also this formula. After all, Xia Qing's yield is too low, and everyone wants to live. So now other countries join forces to put pressure on them. Xia Qing frowned slightly. I'm afraid that's their purpose. Yeah, but there's no letting up on it. But this matter is too stressful. I know. Xia Qing frowned. There are people behind it, and even the country bears a lot of responsibility in the face of all the pressure. I would like to ask your opinion first. Don't worry, you won't force it if you don't agree. Zhang Huanan is on Xia Qing's side. There are some things that are not given as long as you can. Xia Qing isn't the little girl she was a few years ago. She has grown up a long time now, and she can see clearly what is at stake. It's better to be on her own with someone to protect her. Now she doesn't need anyone to protect her. She closed her eyes, and Zhang Huanan felt uncomfortable looking at them, and now she was facing too much pressure. Because it's not a national thing anymore, it's a global crisis. Xia Qing closed her eyes and was actually in contact with Suyu. Soon, Xia Qing opened her eyes, and she already knew what to do. Now, there's something that can't be hidden. Xia Qing took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Chong. All the people from the team went to the villa. During this year, Xia Qing created a total of 3 special squads. There are 7 people in a small team, including Suyu's personal. One of the squads also holds a secret weapon. Yes. If danger occurs, Xiaoling will tell you what to do. Received. Xiaoling is their robot, and Xia Qing has already placed her weapons in the villa. She must also keep her family safe. Isn't it for her family that she's been working so hard? It is to be able to protect her family in the event of the end times. Xia Qing also immediately informed Chu Xiu and sent him an address. Recently, unknown creatures have attacked. If possible, I will go to this place to get supplies. Weapons in this place. Okay. Xia Qing, knowing you is the luckiest thing in my life. Stop talking nonsense and pick it up. The people in Myanmar need your protection, and our company must protect them. Recently, unknown creatures have also broken in, killing more than a dozen people. They soldiers died 7 or 8 times to kill one. Later, it was the weapons and equipment given by Xia Qing. An hour later, Natsuharu arrives in Kyoto. Low-key quaint meeting room, all armed, and ordnance soldiers outside. The whole place is under martial law. Here she met Mr. Chen, a person who can only be seen on TV. She saw traces of infusion on Mr. Chen's hand. Deputy District Mayor Xia, I have always wanted to thank you in person, but I met you today. Mr. Chen kindly said that since the injection of physical enhancement, he felt much better. Mr. Chen, you are so polite. Let's sit down and talk first. Li's Core said quickly. Those who are here today are at some backbone level, and one decision affects the future of the entire country. Captain Xia, Captain Zhang has already introduced the matter to you. Yes. You'd better watch the video first. Li Core nodded slightly, and a member of staff in front of him immediately turned on his computer. The video is a bit bloody. If you can't watch it, you can stop and don't force it. After all, when those of them saw it for the first time, none of the people in the hall did not vomit. Okay. Soon, the video was played this time in high definition without coding. Xia Qing watched them all without missing a beat. She has seen those things in the apocalypse and killed quite a few with her own hands. This creature also looks like an alien, much cuter than a zombie. But the methods are much cruel. Zombies are bites, this guy's cutting all the creatures to pieces. We have also done research and learned that this thing is a single-celled organism that is parasitic in organisms. He was able to breed more than a dozen in one day. The key is that he grew up very quickly, almost in 10 days. This thing is so cruel that ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. The United States brought back this single cell, one was sold to the island country, and the other was sold to India. This is what kills people who die in epidemic outbreaks in island countries. It can be said that now the island country has become a paradise for this creature. At present, our country has been completely closed, but India and we are neighbors, and now this creature has been discovered on the border of Russia. That being said, it could immediately spread to their country. Ordinary weapons will not work against this, and you will be infected and die after being injured. However, we found that people with physical enhancement potions do not contract death. Lee Kor said a lot in one breath. District Chief Xia, we hope you can provide more physical enhancement potions. This is what called her. We will give you the highest compensation at most. Lee's Kor and the others all came to their feet and looked solemnly at Xia Qing. Sorry, we don't want morality to kidnap you. It is the life of countless people. Mysterious creatures have also appeared on the borders of our country, and many people have died. I know. Xia Qing had a calm tone. It's not that I want to recipe it with you. Even if I give it to you, you can't make it. Then what materials do you need? Our country will give them all to you for free. I just hope to make more of them. Mr. Chen said. Now this is still too little, which is not enough for even the soldiers on the front line compared to their country. Xia Qing took a device out of her arms, and soon all the shooting systems in the lobby were unusable. Xia Qing sat down slowly and was actually buttoning her contact lenses? What operation is this? Several people were stunned, but everyone present was a weightlifter. Now they all stand up and ask Xia Qing, but the latter was snapping his contact lenses unhurriedly. District Chief Xia, what are you doing? The old secretary Chen frowned and felt that the girl in front of him was really crazy. District Chief Xia, don't forget that you are also from China. Now the people are in danger. Xiao Zhan, don't talk. Mr. Chen frowned and majestically stopped the secretary who was standing by. Xiao Zhang frowned, but still felt aggrieved. They had not returned home for several days and had slept all night. The soldiers on the front line died so many people that none of them could ever return home. 40 or 50 people have died in some of the border villages of China. The frontline fighters were working sleeplessly. Xia Qing remained very calm. She took off her colored contact lenses to reveal a pair of ice blue eyes. What does this mean? Lee's team is full of question marks, not only Lee's team, but everyone else. What about your eyes? They are blue. It's actually blue? These people noticed Xia Qing's eyes. You must be mentally prepared for what I say next. The raw materials for making this thing come from another world. That world is the end of the world. That world is full of zombies. The raw material made is the crystal beads of the zombie brain. So I said you can't get the raw materials. As for the other world, I am the only one who can enter it at present. Silence. The whole hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Xia Qing in disbelief. Finds this a very ridiculous thing. District Chief Xia, let's stop kidding, okay? Mysterious alien creatures have appeared. Do you think what I said is false? Theoretically, there are parallel time and space, but to travel through parallel time and space, the current theory is to travel through wormholes. But maintaining the energy of a wormhole requires a density with negative energy. For the time being, this substance has never been discovered at all. Or reaching the speed of light may cause space and time to distort and enter parallel space and time. A man with glasses, speaking in a clear-cut manner. Xia Qing doesn't talk nonsense anymore. She goes directly to the whirlpool of her body, enters the space, and comes out again the next second. This suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared, which made everyone present see the scene. Really? It's actually true. How is this possible? I can give you half an hour for you to digest. Zhang Huanan looks at Xia Qing in shock, and he now finds himself somewhat amused. On the plane that just arrived, he was still telling Xia Qing that he might not be able to accept things about alien mysterious creatures and so on. It may be them who feel they can't accept it now. That's it. Everything Miss Xia said today must be kept secret. Who wants to spread a word and expel the nationality? It's about the survival of our country. If known by other countries, they would definitely join forces against them, and now they are already constantly exerting pressure for the sake of their physique-enhancing liquid. It's just that the creatures that are popping up now, let these pressures spread out. Yes. Everyone was too angry to come out. How is this possible? Are you a wormhole carrier? The old man wearing glasses is now confused. This is completely different from theoretical knowledge. so to speak. So I can't come up with that much body-enhancing liquid. People from another world, and I also need to exchange. Xia Qing touched her nose and said seriously. In fact, she is already the biggest leader in another world. Whatever they need, we can all redeem it. Mr. Chen said excitedly. They want food and methods of planting. The world over there is in a dilapidated state with food shortages in various supplies and seasonings, including milk powder, diapers, etc. These are still secondary, and steel plates need to be processed there. No problem, we can prepare all these. Okay. In the last days, the population over there was insufficient. Although a group of children were born, they are only over 1 year old now. After giving birth to the first batch of children, the number of people who get pregnant at the end of this year suddenly decreases greatly. The stronger the evolver and superpower, the greater the chance of pregnancy. With this, the population has plummeted, and the entire planet adds up to only a few tens of thousands of survivors. The population is insufficient, so Xia Qing naturally does not have the sophistication of military industry to buy some large steel plates. The world of two people is now in a dilemma, and they can help each other through her. In the last days, because Siyu supplemented the geocentric energy, it would not be long before the red fog filled up, and now it is almost no longer overflowing. Without mutant zombies, there would be no zombies attacking humans, and they would be able to live. Except, the land beyond the end times has not been restored for the time being for planting these. The problem with food is that there is room for acceleration, but for some supplies, there is no way to continue production in the apocalypse. No problem. We will exchange whatever we need. I still feel a little unbelievable. Is it really another world? Some people with poor receptivity still think this fact is too fantasy. However, I feel that just now Xia Qing is like using some high-tech product. Mr. Chen, now that this mysterious creature has exploded, we should have made plans long ago. If this spreads across the country, it will be impractical to build a safe zone. Our country has a large population. Yes, now a joint team has been established around the world. We also need to set up a special team, a special squad joined by elite soldiers from across the country, specifically to destroy these monsters. Xia Qing, I officially appoint you as the Special Commander-in-Chief of China, with the rank of General. You don't mean anything, do you? Several others looked at each other and no one disagreed. Agree. Xia Qing was also the first such young general in all of China, not only that she was a female general, commander-in-chief, with absolute say in events. Xia Qing stood at attention and gave a military salute. I will do my best to protect this country. Xia Qing keeps increasing her strength, isn't it just for one day? Because it's not that their world will not become the end of the world. If she hadn't traveled through time and space, Xia Qing's journey to the end of the world would probably have only begun now, and it would only have been very difficult. But now she's different, she has 2 worlds of confidence. Save each other from the end of the world. Maybe this is the real mission of her link with Soyu. Mr. Chen, I need to form a team of 300 people. Okay. It's just that the special teams that used to take physical enhancement pills have now been sent out. There is an internal crisis, and these people are all sent out to destroy the alien. Okay, you are the commander-in-chief, and the whole country cooperates with you. Xia Qing leaves, and Mr. Chen immediately arranges for the Corps to draw elites. All these people went to Han. Mr. Chen, is this decision a bit risky? Xia Qing is still young after all. Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Zhang is still a little worried. After all, this mysterious creature is in great danger now. No, she has a temperament. When she just watched those 19 videos, she didn't react at all. You have also seen the development of Myanmar in 1 year. But is there really another time and space? Mr. Zhang still felt a little shocked, which was really unbelievable. This is a scientific world, and any theory can be achieved. Don't forget that those people did not see electric lights thousands of years ago. I once proposed the wormhole theory, double spacetime, so it's possible that's not? Although Xia Qing just performed a hand, everyone still found it a bit unbelievable. I always feel that Xia Qing used some high technology to bring out the scene just now. I don't know, all I can do now is support. Other countries also want to unite to put pressure on us. The danger of mysterious creatures is already a headache. I will only be overwhelmed by myself then. Be sure to ensure supplies and issue a national warning first. Suspend all recreational activities and support the purchase of protective equipment. Yes. Mr. Chen gave orders one by one. The next day, Xia Qing had already received her military status and letters of appointment, and had given Xia Qing 200 more. Xia Qing's appointment as Special Commander-in-Chief has even been in the news, but there are no photos. What kind of mission is it? Why do we have to come here? Yeah, what's here? Could it be that we protect the Commander-in-Chief? How is that possible? We are all carefully selected soldiers from all over the country. We are here to deal with those mysterious creatures. A military training base outside Kyoto. At this moment all 500 men had arrived, and stood neatly under the sun. Buzz. From helicopters more than 10 meters high, they jumped down one by one. Crazy? Skydiving like that? No, they don't have a parachute on them. They flew down. There is actually another woman. It was Xia Qing who flew down as the leader. This was a solo flying backpack after the end of the world. The three people behind her were her special team temporarily transferred from Handan City. Is this an individual flying backpack? Why is it so light? Yeah, so frivolous. Xia Qing's appearance instantly blew up these people. With the addition of Xia Qing, who has blue-purple hair, the remaining three are all people wearing black masks and black combat uniforms. They fall from the top of the clouds, and only after they have landed lightly do they see them in their flying backpacks. The combat uniforms of these three men were well equipped. Hello everyone, I am the Commander-in-Chief of Special Missions. Commander-in-Chief, I don't accept it. One of the soldiers said loudly that he was a soldier from northern Xinjiang. He couldn't imagine that the weak-looking Xia Qing would actually be the Commander-in-Chief. Don't accept simplicity. Any one of you who still refuses to accept it can stand up. Among these 500 people, they are talents in all aspects of the country, physical strength, sniper masters, and the best in various projects. War Room Live on the other side. These 500 people are all thorns. Although Xia Qing was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief, we must convince these people. Naturally, these people also know about mysterious creatures. If they are not strong, how can they command these people? Know that these people will all be on the front lines and will even die. I believe Xia Qing. Li Gongzong looked at the screen and said seriously, there is a strong feeling in this girl's eyes. There are really mutants in this world. Xia Qing's eyes are a living example. Mysterious creatures have appeared, what else is impossible? If there are heroes in this world, it is hoped that it is our country. Li Kor said in a deep voice. Dozens of people came forward one after another. Very good. You can beat the three of them before you talk about it. Dozens frowned slightly. Of the three people behind Xia Qing, one stayed in front of Xia Qing while the other two jumped off the stage. Xia Qing stood on the stage and watched as dozens of people below beat two, and after about 20 minutes, all dozens of people fell down. You must know that these people in Xia Qing have all drank pure physical enhancement liquid. Not only that, their combat uniforms are all high-tech. Weapons are laser weapons that the world does not have. How possible? You are not human beings. Are you a special army? They also all know that there are some special armies in the army, and they inject something, just like Captain America, like the kind of thing in the movie that can change the physique, called GIs. Exactly, they are super soldiers. Now who else among you refuses to accept it? If you don't accept the choice, you can choose to leave. What I want is to stay willingly, because I will face terrible mysterious creatures in the future. I believe you have all seen videos without coding. Commander-in-Chief, can we also inject that kind of liquid? One of the men had a swollen mouth, and he looked at the two men with great yearning. Yes, we accept. Serve. Xia Qing smiled. With a slight reach, hundreds of substance-enhancing potions appeared. Let me start by saying that this batch of enhancement potions may have dozens of special conditions, and your hair will lose after drinking them. Spoken. But it doesn't matter, it can be offset by using traditional Chinese medicine hair growth potion. That means you may be drawn if you are unlucky. That's fine too. Xia Qing didn't mean it either. Hundreds of soldiers all drank it. You also know the mysterious creatures, and now that they have invaded our territory, your task is to destroy them, and you will appear wherever they appear. Me. I will provide you with advanced weapons and individual equipment that are not found in this world. The three of them will teach you how to use it. Hearing Xia Qing's words, all these people were excited. They had just seen Xia Qing coming down from the sky and were already agitated. These equipment cannot be lost. Keep confidential. Understand. For the rest, Xia Qing left it to those three people to train. These equipment were all from the end of the world, and each set was advanced military equipment. Xia Qing had already copied a copy of the global information here to the end of the world through the chip, and shared resources between the two sides. These gadgets are all newly developed. After all, even if there are superpowers over there in the apocalypse, they may be infected by zombies, so the combat uniforms developed by mutant sea beasts are used, which can effectively resist damage. After all, you won't get infected without getting bitten. These hundreds were divided into brigades of 10 to 51 men to deal with the mysterious creatures that appeared in the country. Call it the Slayer Army for now. These are equipped with professional equipment, but fortunately Xia Qing has been preparing and always dealing with crises that can break out at any time. I just didn't expect it to be like this. Alien creatures? The planet is theirs, the world is good, and she doesn't allow anyone to destroy it. Recently, mysterious creatures have appeared around the world that endanger safety, and monsters have appeared in many counties in my country such as Neiman and Tianjin. Don't go to these cities in the near future and stock up on supplies at home. Purchase some safety items, as well as medicines. All schools across the country are closed. Nowadays, high-speed trains, and so on, all stop operating for fear that these monsters will parasitize their pets and teleport to other cities. Various reminders have been appearing in the news lately. It's over, the end of the world is coming. Alien creatures invaded. Who also has a helmet and baseball cap? I want to buy it. Sold out. Watermelon knives sold out. The country's news prompts have caused a great business crisis, but there are still many people who do not take it seriously and continue their daily lives. After all, China is very big, and one city is at least dozens or hundreds of kilometers away from another. Huaxiaguo, a bustling night market in Tianjin. There were rumors on the internet that 2012.12. What kind of doomsday year was 12th? It was not safe for more than 10 years. Pure nonsense. Brother, toast. That is, the end of the world is the end of the world. I am in debt anyway. It's the end of the world, and he doesn't have to pay back the millions he owes. Under the night market, it was still very lively, with everyone drinking and eating skewers. None of the mysterious monsters rumored on the internet are taken seriously. However, some people stocked up their supplies at home in advance and bought some security equipment. Let them monsters come quickly. In the end of the world, I won't have to pay off my mortgage or car loan. Bragging. Is there really a monster? Isn't that a composite photo online? Now with this AI technology, why can't photos be synthesized? Have you ever smelled anything strange? There is a smell. I smell it too. Under the dim clouds, the moonlight is shining. Today should be the 15th day, and the moon is full. But under such moonlight, it actually started to rain. I have seen sun rain, moon rain for the first time. Wow. Rain swayed in the wind. In the store on this side facing the street, there are cows hanging to be slaughtered. The belly of the cow suddenly becomes bigger, and an alien monster suddenly bursts out. Diddy. The rain stained the cow's blood red. Ah. There was a shrill sound, which seemed a little less obvious in such a lively night market, until the smell of blood gets heavier and heavier. Boss, where are the people? A man walked into the back kitchen and was stunned when he saw such a scene. The next second, he was swallowed directly, leaving only half of his body, and the cricket chrysalis bled outward. After seeing it from behind, he staggered out in fright. Help! The monster is coming! Run! Call the police quickly! Suddenly, this already bustling night market instantly turned into a bloody river, and in just a few minutes, more than a dozen people had already died. But instead of chasing it out, the alien hid in the corpse its belly was piling up, breathing. The blood fell down the heavy raindrops. The smell of blood filled the streets. A dozen armed SWAT officers were the first to rush over. Puk. An hour later, the land tanks, the special forces all arrived later. Tian Beijing has been turned into a level 1 alarm. Sirens rang out in the city. The claws of these monsters are very sharp, especially since its blood spurt out is actually high-intensity venom. After being contaminated, the skin all over the body will ulcerate, and if it is not treated in time, it will die. For these monsters, the black ones will be venom after being cut, and the green ones will be like concentrated sulfuric acid, and the tanks will be corroded. The black one is the reproduction of the mother, which is relatively easy to kill, and the green one is the male, which has strong attack power and strong blood strength. Pumba. These monsters are responsive. Dit. The alarm kept echoing in Tianjin. Some daring people, and secretly videotaping those guys. These monsters, the green ones carry corpses around during the day, and the black ones, the mother ones, breed at night. There hasn't been a sunny day this month. Could it be because there is no sunshine? The monster was so terrible that I saw it swallow a man. No one should go out these days. Going out? Don't dare to come out at all? I don't dare to talk loudly at home, just in case a monster comes over. My daughter has a fever. Which kind person can give me a bottle of antipyretics? Today on the map, the city of Tianjin, the urban area of Neiman, these two cities have spread. Today it's all red marked on the map, and not only that, now the two cities have been sealed. Through the chip link to the SkyEye system, satellite images of the entire Inner Mongolia, as well as surveillance, have been able to be seen on video. Send 200 people to the inner gate to clean up the alien monsters. Treatment and recovery ***. There are only 10 bottles in total, which can only be used for serious injuries, do you understand? Yes. This healing and recovery liquid can only be prepared by that girl from the Bird Country healing system, so this one is really precious. All the remaining 300 people went to Tianjin City. I'll go too. Xia Qing looked at the video and found that this side of Tianjin was a little more serious than Neiman. Inner Mongolia has a wide area and has not yet affected densely populated areas. So now for the time being, we can only go to the city of Tianjin first. Now that the entire city of Tianjin is completely blocked, some people who can escape will be rescued first. However, the appearance of the monster in the densely populated area of Tianjin today is not a good sign. It will speed up its reproduction and mean the death of many people. Core, I ask that troops be sent over to evacuate the people in Tianjin as soon as possible. Well, I've sent 30,000 soldiers over. Now, too, we can only hurry. If each home needs medicine, post a help message on the official website, and drones will deliver it. It's okay during the day, and everyone dares to move around, but at night, the harsh howl of the monster will come out from outside, and it can even penetrate hundreds of meters. Sometimes they break into houses to find humans in order to devour, including multiply. Xia family villa. My daughter is the most correct choice to install steel plates on the villa. Terrible. Oops, Nuan and the others are still filming in Tianjin. I haven't contacted her in the last 2 days. Now after this happened, Yang Xia took her grandma, uncle's family, and Yang Mei over. No. So what should I do? Yang Xia was also very nervous when she heard this. I'll call Qingqing and see if there's anything Qingqing can do. So, Yang Xia quickly called Xia Qing. I know, don't worry, I will definitely bring Lin Nuan back safely. Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, Yang Mei relaxed a little. Now that everyone in the family knows Xia Qing's current identity, although it is shocking, especially since the medal sent last night also includes the Admiral's medal. Only then did they realize that Qingqing was actually a hidden boss, and their family was shocked when it was delivered. Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on with my daughter. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were both confused. Now Xia Qing didn't have time to go back, so she could only wait for Xia Qing to go back before telling them about it. Mom. Susu saw the mosaic figure on the TV, and she could actually tell it was Xia Qing. Xia Qing is in Tianjin City now. You will definitely be able to find Lin Nuan. Yang Xia comforted Yang Mei, but she was also very worried about her daughter. Now her daughter is actually going to be on the line? She still has a whole bunch of things to ask her daughter, but she doesn't want to distract her now. Now national television broadcasts live broadcasts and videos from Tianjin and Inner Mongolia. These were meant to alert the nation to the danger, and the other channels have all been discontinued. Why does the commander-in-chief want to mosaic? Yeah, looks like a woman. Do you want a woman to be the commander-in-chief of such a big thing? Although I don't look down on women, it's just that this monster is very scary. A grown man of mine was so scared that he peed. Yeah, I don't understand why such a big thing makes a woman the commander-in-chief. In the face of scary things, women are more emotional and men are more rational. This is caused by physiological structure. It's not a preference for boys, right? Various messages come from the barrage. Xia Jixiang was also very worried watching the live broadcast. They're worried about having kids too. It's also very dangerous over there in the Magic City now. I asked Lin Ziyi and the others to come here. Yang Mei said and quickly called her son, but he said it was safer in the Magic City. After all, it was the capital, so she didn't say anything. Now the city over there in the Magic City is safe. Now mysterious monsters have appeared all over the world, especially nearly half of the island countries. The entire country has completely fallen, and the news of the island countries can no longer be heard internationally. Now the nations are too busy dealing with their own monsters. India and other countries also have small-scale explosive monsters. Today, the entire body shape of the monsters has evolved to be more like a combination of a large spider and a human body. Because its limbs are similar to those of humans, it seems that this guy is also constantly fusing and changing the genes in his body to adapt to Blue Star's ecological genes. Now only the United States has specific information about this monster. They have also done specific analysis of the single-celled creatures originally discovered floating in outer space. Retaining it now will only pose a global threat. China is willing to sell 20 bottles and hopes that the United States can share the data. Everyone has seen the tragic situation in the island country. If we can't think of a way to deal with this thing, it will really be the end of the world. In the end, the United States internally agreed to publish the information globally. Of course, they were more interested in obtaining this physical enhancement agent. After the information was released, the single-celled creature of this species had the ability to reproduce quickly. The cub was the weakest when it was young, and even an adult could kill it. So the whole globe is calling for courage to meet this cub, and just hack it to death, or burn it with gasoline on fire, and so on. The young grow extremely quickly if fed with flesh and blood, and grow rapidly within a few days. Xia Qing contacted Suyu. At this moment, her mental energy was almost completed. It would be completed in about 7 days. By then, the red fog would be completely blocked. Suyu was able to come out and help her. At the same time, Xia Qing also issued a reward order. The materials exchanged for crystal beads are more comprehensive, and directly purchased a large amount of steel, and all the information on both sides was given to the R&D Institute. Now the information on the two people's world is concentrated here in Spatial. Developing more efficient weapons has no effect on some weapons in the apocalypse. They are all superpowers, but they still play a very important role in Xiaoqing's world. Deputy Base Chief Xia, we have tested the genes of this creature. There is a red infected gene in it, which is 60% identical to the mutated zombie gene sequence. It seems to be time and space, and the red fog has spread toward time and space, but it is outer space that is infected with the mysterious creature, which happens to be brought back again, which is why it is caused. It is possible that the fog outside the planet is dangerous, and only the planet's atmosphere can block it. This also shows why, except for the blue star, they cannot temporarily detect any fluctuations in life for any week. Not having the strength to explore the universe brings too much horror. The apocalypse is now stabilizing, and everything is moving towards the good, but her time and space are indeed in a state of chaos. Xia Qing frowned slightly, not knowing what she was thinking, and landed in Tianjin City in a helicopter. There are a total of 16 districts in Tianjin City, with a total permanent population of 15.8 million. 3 million people have been evacuated. The rest of the population is also being slowly evacuated. It's just that the streets pop up with huge numbers of people, and these monsters feel it right away. No monsters have been caught for research so far, as these will explode into a pool of blood when they die. Unless caught alive, but these individual monsters will explode on their own once caught, exploding to allow the genes in your own body to multiply. Xia Qing has no powers in her own time and space, otherwise she can deal with these monsters directly by using her powers. The alien monsters' hardest hit areas are in Hessian District and Nangwan District. Most of the surveillance in these two places has been damaged and power equipment has been damaged. Xia Qing frowned as she listened to the report from her men. At this moment, the live broadcast room is also broadcasting the situation here. First, in order to inspire people, the country has not given up on any residents. Second, so that all residents can learn about these terrifying monsters in real time, and after all, it's possible to face this gadget at any time. I felt a bloody atmosphere through the screen. I'm hiding under the quilt now, and now we don't dare to turn on the lights at home. I couldn't eat for the past 2 days. It was bloody and I couldn't help but care. Everyone must exercise more diligently at home. There are thousands of barrages in the live broadcast room, and now the whole country is watching, and now there is no other activity, only this news, and people all over the country are nervous and scared, keeping an eye on it all the time. Because the corrosive of metallic green monsters has no effect at all, only laser weapons are useful. At this moment, in order to destroy the breeding monsters in a village, the United States abroad directly fired artillery shells to eliminate them regardless of whether there were still living humans. Xia Qing's team of 300 men jumped off the plane one after another. Not only that, they were all wearing uniform black combat uniforms, full-face metal helmets, flying backpacks, laser guns, laser knives, and other advanced weapons and equipment from the apocalypse. Their metal helmets are all linked to a satellite network, and the national live streams can all be selected for links, so that the horror of the monster can be perceived from a first-person perspective. There are 500 channels in total, but one channel can only link 100 people. What is that? You can fly directly, I grass. It can actually be linked. I feel so sick when I vomit. This weapon is so handsome. Xia Qing didn't wear a helmet but didn't link to any live broadcasts. She didn't need others to watch them. Commander-in-Chief, just stay here and don't go down with us. They felt that the Commander-in-Chief was already very brave, and that it was worth their admiration to dare to come directly to the front. I'm with you. Provide you with follow-up energy security. Commander-in-Chief. Yes. Those who followed Xia Qing were also instantly encouraged, and their Commander-in-Chief was not afraid, which also gave them a lot of courage. To tell the truth, they are of flesh and blood, and will be afraid. But when the garment is put on, they have more courage than others, and this courage is given to them by all. There is a link to the live broadcast room, where you can directly see Xia Qing's face. It's an ultra-clear face without mosaics. I grass. It's Xia Qing. It's really Xia Qing. Why is the Commander-in-Chief Xia Qing? All the curiosity of the crowd has drifted onto the barrage. The official live broadcast room also issued instructions, and informed the dangerous directions of these two monsters of different colors, as well as how to avoid danger. What I really saw. This is the hidden boss. I usually work as a screenwriter, but when I start a company, I just want to relax. Xia Qing's appearance shocked countless Chinese people. They never imagined that the Commander-in-Chief would actually be Xia Qing. What kind of hidden boss is she? She is a film and television writer. Are all kinds of vests hers? So handsome. I would like to call Xia Qing my goddess. Goddess. Xia Qing didn't know that her sudden appearance made people all over the country who watched the live broadcast go crazy. Such a sudden crossover shocked them. In particular, Xia Qing is dressed in a black combat uniform, with blue-purple hair tied into a high ponytail, which is clean and neat, and a flashing coldness in her eyes. She's not wearing contact lenses, her cold eyes, through her eyes it's like looking at cold snowflakes. The goddess is so awesome that she dares to go to such a dangerous place. Xia Qing is my goddess. Xia Qing doesn't pay attention to the phenomenon on the internet. For example, today's surveillance in Beijing is seriously damaged. It is not easy to find Lin Nuan. Xia Qing can only check the big data from a few days ago through the chip and find out that Lin Nuan once appeared in Ningbai district. Natsuhiro arranges for everyone to go to the other two wards, focusing on destroying those monsters. She took a group of people to Ningbai district. Landing on the streets of Ningbai district, several people shut down their flight backpacks, and it would take 30 seconds to get them started again. It was daylight at the moment and the streets were deserted. Cars on both sides had already dropped a layer of dust, and some even had falling trash on their roofs. The entire city's garbage is not cleared, and garbage is flying everywhere. In just a few days, the bustling streets had already become like this, and the two men following Xia Qing were a little uncomfortable seeing this scene. Xia Qing has seen too many such scenes in the apocalypse. She holds the laser gun tightly, and her world must not change into that appearance. A bustling street like this should not be such a depression. Her world she comes to guard. Walking through a depressed street, the other street was full of congested cars, and electric cars fell messy on the side of the road. Compared to the depression outside, the hospital was bustling with people. Can you give me an infusion first? It will definitely be fine, don't worry. Is there any medicine? Ahem. Isn't that Lin Nuan? So what about Lin Nuan? Now that there is a shortage of medicine, the big stars have to queue up. Ahem. The temperature has dropped recently, and most of them are sick children, and there are more people in the hospital. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the first floor. A sprawling monster that emerges from the ceiling and falls heavily on the floor of the hallway, all black. This is a black monster that jumps off the other side, a green monster whose blood is extremely powerful and corrosive. Yes, it's a monster. The green alien monster, which directly locked its target, had its stout and powerful claws that instantly penetrated the patient's chest, splashing blood and splashing on the white walls. The black monster of the opposite sex is dragging the corpse pierced by the green barrel and feeding itself. The green monster is more like a guard, the black one has a certain consciousness. Ah! Suddenly people fled in fear. Lin Nuan was on the second floor with her assistant. She was shocked when she saw the bloody scene on the first floor. They were all ordinary people, although the plots they filmed also had these. But those are all fake. But now she doesn't have the superpowers in the TV series. A young boy wept miserably and was overwhelmed with fear. Child. Quick, go. The assistant couldn't even look back when she saw Lin Nuan, and the fear in her heart made her stop waiting for Xia Nuan and quickly ran towards the stairs. Just want to escape from this place as soon as possible. Many people are looking for a place to hide for fear that the monster will find itself. Go! Zhang Xingcheng hugged the little boy and pulled Xia Nuan to run towards the ward nearby. Quickly shut the room door. SHH. Zhang Xingcheng covered the child's mouth. Don't cry. Zhang Xingcheng is an action star. He and Lin Nuan were filming a new drama in Tianjin. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. Plop plop plop. Cries and cries for help can also be heard outside. Xia Nuan looked under the window. There are several monsters hunting outside, and not only that the cars stacked outside the street are full of human eggs, but you can also see something agitating inside. Lin Nuan was so frightened that she turned pale, which was more frightening than meeting a terrorist in Thailand. She hopes it's all just a dream, or a prank effect made by the show crew. Opening her eyes again, she is so frightened that she almost faints when she sees a monster tearing apart a person's body. Don't get dizzy yet, let's hide here first. Wait until rescue comes. Zhang Xingcheng said with a pale face. To be honest, he was scared to death, but now it is useless to be afraid, so he must face it. Otherwise, she will die here. She has just become a big star and has become a top-notch person. She died and her efforts were gone. Well, will rescue come? Isn't Tianjin City already crazy? I still feel a little cold. Lin Nuan's whole body was hot. The reason why she came to the hospital today was also because she had a fever. If this is generally the case in apocalyptic novels, wouldn't eating mean that you can awaken any special abilities? Lin Nuan couldn't help but say, but she has a high fever now. It was a cold, but now that I see so many bloody scenes, I guess it should be a fever. There's nobody in this ward, they're two big and one small. The child in Zhang Xingchen's arms also fell asleep from crying. He put all the quilts under the bed, and they lay under it. He touched Lin Nuan's forehead, still hot. At this moment, Lin Nuan was already a little dizzy. Lin Nuan, how are you? I feel so cold. So cold. Lin Nuan couldn't help but hug Jiang Xingchen. Zian Yuan. Zhang Xingchang frowned slightly, and listening to the heartbreaking sound outside, he did not dare to move. Now Xiao Nuan is in the high fever stage. It's not okay to keep burning like this, but he doesn't dare to go out and look for medicine now. Now it's only possible to wait until early morning. Here, Xia Qing has seen mutant monsters appear on the hospital side. No, monsters also appeared in the first hospital of Ningbei district. One of the men, performing a holographic scan. Commander-in-Chief, there are 3 monsters on the first floor. First, destroy all the monsters inside, and then burn the hatched monster cubs outside. Yes, those who are not my race must have different hearts. Xia Qing and the 3 of them walked carefully to the door of the hospital. There were still blood stains dragging on the ground, and the blood stains had not dried yet, and half of the body on the side of the road. Help me. Don't go over there, he has been infected with the virus. With such a serious injury, there is no hope of cure. Even therapeutic agents can't save it. Our mission is to destroy monsters. Only by destroying monsters can we save people. No one in the live broadcast room dared to watch such a bloody scene, but some of what Xia Qing said was disapproving. That person is so miserable, why don't you save him? Didn't they just save people in the past? What is the virgin? Now it's solving the monster. That person was seriously injured and would not survive even if he was saved. Maybe there are other people waiting for help in the hospital. Live nationally. Everyone is watching this battle with monsters and wondering what to do if they encounter them. What is learned now is to be calm. Just after entering the hospital, a black monster appears in front of them. At this moment, the monster is lying on the ground. Its whole body is more like an earthworm. It braves fangs in front to eat flesh and blood, and a hole in the back keeps squirming to produce green or black. Mini monster. What disgusting! The 2 men shoot directly shooting the black monster, which is laying eggs, which is its period of weakness. So it was easy to get shot. Pang! The black monster explodes directly, leaving a pool of flesh and blood, which, when contaminated, becomes infected with the deadly virus. Flesh and blood poured out on the young, and the young grew rapidly and fled about. Kill them! Xia Qing's shooting skills are very poor, but her pistol comes with a scanning lock function, so almost every gun can be shot. Not enough technology makes up. Suddenly, jumping from the second floor is a green, more massive, alien monster. Be careful, this guy's blood is super corrosive. This guy moves extremely fast, and soon from the second floor, there's a green monster in the third floor with half a corpse in its paw. They are all green monsters, and the black monsters hardly participate in the fight, but instead instruct these green monsters to attack them. Several people quickly shoot at the monster. The laser gun was the sound of no shots, and penetrating the monster was like burning a hole, and green blood dripping on the floor making a sizzling sound. Residents of China in the live broadcast room. This is a laser gun, right? Is our country so awesome? I knew. We have the best. This equipment is awesome. Can you send us one? Impossible for everyone, right? You didn't see that only these special soldiers have it. How can ordinary soldiers have such equipment? Poochie. The possession behind him was dripped on the combat uniform with splashing blood, making a sizzling sound, but there was obstruction from the combat uniform, and the skin inside him was just burned. If you don't wear a combat uniform, I'm afraid it will corrode directly. It's just high-intensity corrosion. The sword in my hand almost didn't hold, and I was slow to react for a few seconds. Xia Qing raised her left leg high and swept it at a tricky angle, slamming the monster's neck hard, holding a laser stick in her hand, poking the monster to death with one stick, and at the same time, she raised her leg and kicked the monster to the second floor. This strength. So scary. The monster was kicked to the second floor, and the blood was corrosive. The left after the bang explosion corroded a large area. After a while, they solved the monster here. There are a few monster cubs left to escape. Don't chase, evacuate the people in the hospital first. The blood of these monsters is corrosive. This hospital building is made of steel bars and will collapse if corroded. Yes. Those who followed Xia Qing went up to search and rescue humans. Finding the cub shot directly to death, at this moment the people in the hospital were hiding in various wards and were very excited to see someone come to rescue them. Follow us first. Xia Qing also finally found Xiao Nuan here. Watching Xiao Nuan being held by a man. The woman in front of him, Zhang Xingchang, knows Lin Nuan's cousin, the boss Xia Qing. Zhang Xingchang, looking at Xia Qing wearing a handsome combat uniform, the shock in her heart was already expressed on her face. What happened to Xiao Nuan? Xianyuan, she has a fever, which has not subsided yet. Hearing Zhang Xingchang's words, Xia Qing walked over and touched Xiao Nuan's forehead, still hot. The antipyretics were taken out of the space and fed directly to Xiao Nuan. Wow. Next to him was a 3-year-old child, crying miserably. This child is also sick and his family cannot be found for the time being. It is also possible that he was killed by a monster outside. Xia Qing took out a lollipop and handed it to the child. She holds her 3-year-old child in one hand, while Zhang Xingcheng holds Lin Nuan. Can I hug it? Xia Qing came over consciously. Zhang Xingcheng has no intention of letting go. I can. If Xia Qing's subordinates were holding Lin Nuan, there would be one less person to fight. Zhang Xingcheng still knows this. Fortunately, he is an action actor and often exercises, and Lin Nuan is a star weighing only over 90 pounds. Leave here first. There is a hotel nearby, and we will arrange for these people to stay there for the time being. Yes. In the hospital, Xia Qing and the others rescued dozens of people, most of them young people, and all those who could not escape were swallowed. Vomit. Seeing the misery in the hospital hall, none of these people could stand it and vomited. Go first. The monster will come back soon. Hearing these words, they followed them closely behind their noses, despite their disgusting death. Suddenly a cub monster, probably just over a meter tall and not dead, is devouring half of the body. Ah! The crowd, upon seeing this scene, exclaimed to be born, and the cub found them, and immediately fled in the opposite direction. How could Xia Qing give it a chance to escape? She directly raised her hand and shot the cub in the head, and directly shot it a few more times. Don't scream. Don't shout. It seems that these cubs know something. Yes. Soon, Xia Qing and several others arranged for everyone to stay at the hotel on the other street. When can there be rescue? Yeah, when we can get out of here. It's horrible here. When will we be able to go? Several people surround Xia Qing's inquiry in fear. Arrangements are being made now. Don't surround yourself here. Take a good rest first. Don't make any noise. Who is sick and short of medicine will come over to get the medicine later. Commander-in-Chief, there is an emergency. Sorry, I still have something to do. Everyone else is embarrassed to ask what they are when they see this, but everyone is feeling very insecure right now. Xia Qing and the three of them are their backbone. In the other two districts of Tianjin City, monsters reproduce too fast and are too numerous. Several of our people have been injured. There are still tens of thousands of people over there who have not been evacuated. If a missile is launched, it will endanger innocent lives. Missiles may also cause natural gas explosions, etc. The key is, abroad, the United States launched missiles to block monsters. The damage from missiles is more serious than these monsters. Houses are destroyed, explosions, etc. But those monsters survived. Now America, Milan, and Ross are all asking for laser weapons like us. Because all metal shells have no effect against these monsters, only laser weapons can shoot them. We can't even provide for our own people. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Let's do this. I will make a list and send it to Mr. Chen. These other supplies can be exchanged for us, and weapons can also be given to them. There won't be many weapons. After all, their country only has 500 sets now. Laser weapons are now temporarily the most effective way to deal with monsters. It is no longer a national matter, it is a global crisis. Natsuhara wants to integrate the world's resources in order to be able to deal with these monsters. Other countries have only the option of compromise, and now they have more sophisticated weapons. These are double materials for making weapons, and of course technology and energy come from another world. Now it can only be left to the people of the last days, and she has to arrange for people to go to various military bases to collect firearms. The population over there in the last days is pitiful and the personnel are nervous. Now that Suyu hasn't got out of the barrier, she keeps running on both sides, and with only Suyu able to establish teleportation points, she simply can't get busy. The good news now is that the end of the world has almost stabilized and is now moving towards a good development. But the population cannot be made up in such a short time, and she has a large time and space population, but now she has also encountered a monster crisis. Now it is best to catch one of these monsters and study the weakness and habits of this guy. Yes. Soldiers from the old school also came over and tried to transfer these people as much as possible. Daniang, the city closest to Tianjin, is now also panicked, for fear that the monsters will return to their Daniang city. These monsters are parasitic in biological bodies, carrying eggs, then growing up devouring flesh and blood, reproducing too quickly. Aggressive. The high-speed rail must be blocked, and various cities will be locked down. The national blockade is not enough now, and it must be blocked in every urban area. In this case, supplies in urban areas may be relatively tight. There is not much to be done now, and there will certainly be economic downturns and even some contradictions throughout the country during this period. In such an environment, you can only protect yourself first. In the event of a robbery, the evidence of the fight is well preserved, and we will wait until stability is restored in the future before conducting a trial. Special handling in special cases. Today they can only destroy the domestic ones first, but also build electric walls on the border, high walls. Xia Qing's experience as a leader in the apocalypse is not a joke. Xia Qing quickly arranged a video conference with Mr. Chen, Mr. John, and others. Natsuharu also sees these monsters with her own eyes. They are fast, their black monsters are the main breed, and their attack power is relatively weak. The body blood is not sulfuric acid, even a high-strength bullet is capable of killing. Commander Xia. The signal is not very stable, so I will cut a long story short. I suggest that now a border wall is built across the country, and that we destroy our own monsters and also prevent monsters from abroad from invading. Build walls, plus power grids, laser energy, protective nets. Otherwise, even if we eliminate the domestic ones, foreign monsters may sneak in. Especially seaside cities, we need to build more. Xia Qing said seriously. Mr. Chen is actually thinking about these things. It's just Xia Qing said it right now. It's just that it consumes a lot of money once construction starts. Yes, we'll find a way to build it as soon as possible. Okay, I have a wall design here, you build it according to this. We ship part of the super strong Krypton gold, reinforced. Okay, video telephone off. Several leaders were somewhat distressed. What Commander-in-Chief Xia said is correct, but this requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Building walls across the country is a super big project. Then mobilize everyone in our country. This is the first time we have encountered such a thing, and we are a little confused. But now we must be decisive. Commander-in-Chief Xia's command room has given suggestions. Now it is imperative to race against the clock to resolve all this. This is what determines our future. Preview: the national live broadcast will start in 2 hours. Yes. Here, Xia Qing has already handed over the construction drawings to the professionals. Not only do walls need to be built, but power grids and so on and so forth. And in the future, there will be relatively fewer useless learning tasks for people. Physical exercise, fighting will be the most important lesson. All need physical improvement. 2 hours later. Mobile phones, TV computers all over the country, all only play this one live broadcast. There has been little entertainment on TV lately either, it's all videos of physical exercise and so on. The Minister of Public Crisis and Security, dressed in formal attire and holding a manuscript in his hand, was very serious. Monster attacks occurred around the world today, and our country was also attacked, causing panic among the people. These monsters are huge and strange in appearance, causing serious life safety for residents. We have established a special army to eliminate monsters, and the National Commander-in-Chief is appointed Xia Qing. The Commander-in-Chief is usually given overall command and leadership rights in major operations and so on. And special rescue teams have been established in each city to ensure the adequacy of various supplies. In response to this crisis, we decided to build a wall and now urgently force the recruitment of healthy men from the age of 18 to 50 across the country. We hope to build a wall in a short period of time to ensure our safety in the future. This is a global crisis, and even more so a crisis in our country, which concerns the lives of each of us. Now most of the foreign countries have abandoned the population and established small safety zones based on cities. But they, China, want to protect their people across the country, which is a super project. Even though China is famous for its infrastructure, this time the construction is not only fast, but also stable. Xia Qing added some protective things to the design drawings, so it was very difficult. It's a tough battle beyond the ordinary. Not only are they going to live for themselves, but there are thousands of children here. Immediately after that, Mr. Chen delivered another speech. Faced with this life and death crisis, our whole country must unite as one and unite as one. This is a time of life and death for us. We also call on people across the country to stay calm, strengthen physical exercise, and live broadcast the dynamics of monsters in real time. For everyone to get familiar with the monster. In front of a television. Xia Jixiang's family also saw the live broadcast, and through the video, Yang Mei also learned that Lin Nuan had been rescued. Our house has been reinforced in advance, and now every household is reinforcing their own house. Walls are also being built, including in various subdivisions. Now the whole country is recruiting troops to build walls. Azza probably wants to go too. Myrtle said, worried. Lin's here is very worried about this news and a little bit doesn't want to go. He has just gotten married. Lin's called Yang Mei. Mom, can you tell my cousin, don't let me build some city wall? I haven't seen your cousin yet, and you know she is in Tianjing City now. I will tell your cousin. Lin's was finally relieved to hear this. Well, can my mother and my wife's brother not go either? Let's wait until I contact your cousin. Okay. Lin Ziyi hung up the phone, and his wife Li Mo anxiously came over. How? Can my brother not go? Mom hasn't contacted her cousin yet. Yes, I didn't expect your cousin to be a hidden boss. Li Mo now regrets very much that when Xia Qing first came, she did not have a good relationship with her. This time I went to build the city wall of the whole country. This is a big project, and it must be hard and dangerous. Everyone from all over the country will go. There are so many people, so what if you are missing one? I hope my brother doesn't go either. Now those who have some relationship with the Xia family come to Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia. Everyone just got a call these 2 days. Yang Xia finally gets in touch with Xia Qing. Mom, don't worry, we don't have to go to our house, you take good care of the children. The younger brother of Lin Ziyi's cousin's daughter-in-law is only 19 years old. Okay, I know. Xia Qing hurriedly hung up the phone, and she told the Corps about it directly. Now that she's dealing with the crisis in the first scene, how is it possible to get her own family out to practice the wall? Not only her, but the family and relatives of the 500 people of the Special Army who were fighting on the front line did not have to go. They're all fighting for their lives. Naturally, the Corps won't say anything about this. Even those who die from injuries are subject to the highest compensation. Lin Nuan took the medicine and his fever subsided. Cousin. Seeing Xia Qing, he threw himself directly into Xia Qing's arms, really frightened. No need to worry, my sister is here. I'll arrange a helicopter to send you back first. Others do not have this treatment for the time being. Wang Xingcheng, please go with my sister. The army will send people to transfer the remaining people. We won't leave for now. When the army had moved everyone away, they had to go to the other 2 districts to eliminate them. This thing multiplies too quickly and must be eradicated as soon as possible. Thanks. Zhang Xingcheng was originally worried about how he should go back, but he didn't expect that there was a helicopter to take them back. Know that all traffic has stopped now, except in private cars. Cousin, what about you? It's too dangerous here. I'm fine. Don't worry, go back and help me take care of my parents. Lin Nuan nodded, and Xia Qing arranged to send her helicopter to take Lin Nuan and Wangxing City to Handan City. Continue scanning for other monsters around you and we will clean them up as soon as possible. Yes, the cleanup is done here, and you have to dare to go to other places to provide support. In particular, the mountainous region of Heshan, Nangwan District, were the hardest hit areas of Tianjing City. The next afternoon, the tanks opened the way, and the men on this side were picked up one after another. Commander-in-Chief, dozens of our teammates in Nangwan District have lost their signals. Okay, we'll be there in half an hour. Xia Qing, with her 2 subordinates, opens her flying backpack and reaches the border of Nangwan District. A strong smell of blood came out of it, and the streets that used to be clean were full of potholes at the moment, and the shelves of cars burning into empty shells. There are also many exploded body fragments of monsters on the ground. Nanping District has become like this. I don't know how my classmates are doing. I also bought cannabis tweed in Nanping District last year. It's so scary, it's not so bloody in the movie. The webcast was startling to see this. Now there's no entertainment either, all monster-related live streams. Some bloggers even make their own bows and arrows at home, and those who live in rural areas now dig their own air raid shelters, among other things. The whole country of China is in a state of tension in which everyone is in danger. Afraid that monsters would appear in their perimeter, everyone began to stock up on supplies. Stock up on food, work on basic security, and the rest are closed. All vegetables and fruits are purchased by the government to ensure food supply. How many people entered Nanping District? Xia Qing asked with a frown. A total of 45 people entered Nanping District and 45 were missing. Send the last place where they disappeared. We are now and have been. Commander-in-Chief, should we wait for support? One of the subordinates was a little startled at the tragic situation. Where is the support? We're support. Go. The 2 subordinates watched Xia Qing stride towards the darkness without hesitation. They look at each other, what's so scary? Among them was a tank, which was supposed to be a monster that exploded, and the strong concentrated sulfuric acid corroded the tank. There's blood everywhere, sewage, slime, and luckily the flying backpack they're wearing at the moment. Zhou Shen is also working hard to make flying backpacks. These monsters cannot fly. Now flying backpacks have become popular. But the flying backpack made by Zhou Shen is for individual soldier flying and requires training. It is not as useful as the one Xia Qing took. The official website flight backpacks have all been nationalized. The state purchases them all, and after all, there are many soldiers on the front line, and these need to be used. The commander-in-chief found dense monster cubs in front. The 3 of them fly around a street and stand on the balcony of a 4-story high-rise opposite, and see that the street below is densely packed with monster cubs. A buzzing roar, as if it were a bee buzzing collectively. Annoyingly disgusting, especially with this strong smell of blood. Even through the screen, it seems like you can feel it. Not far away is a green monster, dragging several corpses feeding these cubs. Plop, puff. Jianbei threw a grenade in first, making a burst of Peng's voice. The whole street blasted and the ground exploded. They all carry reinforced grenades. Ho ho. A monster's wailing roared through the street. But no one sympathizes with these monsters, but finds it very satisfying. After the explosion, there was a strong smell of blood. Even if a deep pit explodes, the green monster is not dead yet. A swarm of cubs buzzed, crawling out of the pit and running around. These monsters are too survivable and reproduce as if they were cockroaches. If you beat a group to death, there may still be a group behind your back. These shells can only destroy part of it. Xia Qing frowned at the huge pit and said, weapons that must be researched and targeted. Laser weapons are currently the most effective weapons. The monster must be taken out of its roots. What did Xia Qing think of? She directly applied to connect with Team Li. Commander Xia. Team Li, can you arrange a video conference at the United Nations? I don't think Americans tell the truth. To completely destroy this thing, you have to really understand it. Li's brigade was also thinking deeply when they heard Xia Qing's words. Okay, I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. Armored vehicles and tanks enter the urban area of Tianjing. Do not attack the green monster. Save people first. Okay. Li Kor, they just also saw the tanks being melted in the live broadcast room. If attacking a green monster, they explode and the entire tank melts in an instant. Commander-in-Chief, those cubs ran away. They should have gotten into the body. All corpses must be burned. As long as one cub monster lives, it will grow into a herd in a few days. Especially where there is flesh and blood, they devour it faster. After a while, Xia Qing received a message reply from Li Kor. We have coordinated and agreed, half an hour is enough. Okay. The United Nations, Milan, the United States and other countries were naturally very excited to hear the news. They also have news, so naturally they know what it is. Xia Qing, including the general of the Kingdom of Milan, the mysterious man who was able to create a physique-enhancing liquid. Xia Qing glanced at the time and watched the explosion below. Go, let's find a safe place first, take a break, and replenish food. Yes. They hide in the building on the opposite street, which is a commercial building. Xia Qing and the others went straight through the window and closed the flight backpack. The things in the mall, they're very messy. Xia Qing sees the signage. Go to the first floor to find some food. Walking along the first floor, I found several people outside the supermarket on the first floor. They saw Xia Qing and the other three and all their equipment, as well as pistols, and the national flag on their black combat uniforms. Instantly gathered around excitedly. You are from the army, are you here to save us? Yes, we are members of the Special Army. How many survivors are there inside? There were more than 30 people. We all hid here and did not dare to go out. During the day, we could hear the roar of monsters outside. The woman said in fear. Is there food? Yes, but there is a big supermarket on the first floor with food. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Go first to find some food to rest. Yes. The supermarket on the first floor was blocked by various shelves, and Xia Qing kicked the shelves away. Xia Qing is so strong that she doesn't have to hide it. People who have had a physical enhancement potion will also increase. You are. The survivors see Xia Qing in their costume. You guys are finally here, why are you here now? When a woman saw Xia Qing and the other three, she instantly became excited, but she had a little emotional breakdown. My son, my daughter, my parents, and my husband were all killed by monsters. Why are you here now? The woman seems to have nowhere to vent her resentment, and they finally can't help it when they see Xia Qing. Crumblingly. Will we be able to get rescue and when will we be able to leave? We think of safe places to go. In an instant, people gathered around. We are here to find food, we have arranged for people, and a rescue force will move you. We are a special army that specializes in killing monsters. Jiangbei explained. Xia Qing didn't talk so much nonsense and walked directly to the shelf inside. Others saw that it was Xia Qing who took it, so they naturally didn't dare to resist. I took bread, milk, chocolate, etc. from the shelf and handed them to Jiangbei and Wang Yang. Eat to replenish your strength. Both Jiangbei and Wang Yang also took off their helmets, revealing their two green faces, and took bread and devoured it. It's not good for everyone to ask anything when they see this. The people who came to save them turned out to be such young children. Whose only child is this again? One of the men brought out a couple of ham sausages, and the others brought out all kinds of meat, yogurt, and so on. Enough, enough. Wang Yang's hands are almost full. Commander-in-Chief, you eat too. Xia Qing nodded, took apart a bag of bread and ate it. Before, she didn't seem to be able to understand the feeling that people in the last days will not see fresh vegetables and fruits, can only nibble on dry bread, which is extremely precious to those in the last days. The fresh vegetables in the supermarket are no longer edible. Xia Qing watched as time approached. You guys eat first, I'll connect. Don't worry, since we're here, the rescue forces behind will definitely take you to safety. You can find some backpacks and pack more supplies. Everyone else heard it and went to the supermarket area to find their backpack. Xia Qing then found a slightly quieter place and turned on the video connection. At this moment, several major United Nations connected, including other countries that can now be reached, are participating in the connection. There are 197 countries in the world. There are 197 United Nations members, and now there are only more than 40 that can be connected. The island nation has been overrun by monsters and is now their habitat. Automatic translation of the entire conference language, nothing more than a very messy mess. Hello, Commander-in-Chief Xia. Thompson said, "This is the President of the United States. This time the monster attacks the world. I hope Commander-in-Chief Xia can provide some weapons. Laser weapons are patented in my country, and you can only purchase them if you want. Now what I want to ask is, Mr. Thompson, I hope you will tell the truth about this monster message. Monsters were originally unintentionally brought back from outer space. Creatures brought back from outer space, earthen sacks, and so on, something that every country has ever had. If America doesn't tell the truth, I don't think there's any need for our cooperation to continue." Xia Qing's tone instantly cooled. "President Sasha, I am willing to cooperate with you, including laser weapons and physical enhancement liquids." The president of the Russian state who was named became instantly excited. "But I need to exchange your supplies." "No problem. Then we will discuss the exchange ratio later. Monsters are a global crisis, and we also need to ensure our costs. After all countries are now in crisis, and only some small countries have not yet been affected. Even in Burma, Xia Qing left enough supplies for Chu Xiu to deal with. Even now the walls are being urgently built over there in Burma. It can be said that in the future, in various national cities, a seed city will be established." President Sion was so excited that he had long wanted a physical enhancement potion. Other countries have exchanged supplies for laser weapons and physical enhancement potions for Xia Qing. Of course, Xia Qing only exchanged some weapons for them. I have to say that selling weapons is really making money, especially the first ones. However, Xia Qing dared to sell it, and they couldn't figure it out. After all, laser energy is not part of this world. They also need to buy energy after they have bought weapons. That counts as a long-lasting supply. Of course, Xia Qing also plans to develop new weapons and create new weapons through her own superpowers. It's like healing powers that make recovery potions. So this is also the direction Xia Qing wants to develop in the future. He wants to collect high technology from both worlds for research and development. Fortunately, she also brought back a lot of high technology from the third world. Xia Qing doesn't plan to mine too much in the apocalypse. After all, the cause of apocalyptic variation is the depletion of energy in the center of the earth. Now, of course, there are new energy sources on the other side of the apocalypse. Zombie energy. Mr. Thompson can't sit still at last, although they have a missile in order to destroy the monster. But missiles also damage their land, double loss, which causes them to be very stressed. "Miss Xia Qing, can we connect unilaterally?" "Yes." Thompson nodded, and the technician realigned the wiring. Xia Qing reconnected with Thompson. "Mr. Thompson, you also see the ability of monsters to reproduce now, and if we hurry to destroy them, the entire planet will be used by them as a breeding base." "Yes. I want to know the real information about this monster." In fact, Xia Qing can also find it using a chip, but Suyu is no longer there, and she can't operate it at such a long distance, unless waiting for some days. But now time waits for no one, waiting one more day for countless monsters to be born. "How many weapons can we exchange?" 10 pairs of laser guns and 10 physical enhancement potions. "Okay." Mr. Thompson's heart beats. "I need your latest Botel fighter technology. I'm adding 10 bottles of constitution-enhancing liquid to you." Thompson frowned slightly. The Botel fighter was developed with their latest technology. Unexpectedly, Xia Qing could actually know about it. Can this not make them feel afraid? Laser weapons are the most effective means now. Even your bolt fighters don't have a very good way to face hordes of monsters, right? Thompson frowned. Xia Qing said it well. Their warplanes were primarily aimed at thermal weapons, as well as weapons and equipment from other countries. "I am no one else, don't mess with new technologies, otherwise the subsequent enhancement liquid." Xia Qing didn't finish, but the other party already knew. Their country has also purchased and developed physical enhancement drugs, and even cooperated with Milan. But without exception, there was no research and development success and no fur could be found. If you want them to continue to provide physical enhancement potions, then you can't give them any tricks. The price I offered was high enough. After all, this is a national crisis. Our country is also serious. "Okay." Thompson agreed, and told Xia Qing the news that they had discovered this thing for the first time. Xia Qing looked heavy after hanging up. Sure enough, this monster single cell is from the East Antarctic Plateau, where the temperature is 90 degrees below zero. They become infected with a single-celled creature after a test flight crash in a Botel fighter plane, and brought them back to the research room. Discovered that this thing is able to multiply quickly, that it can be produced quickly when applied to animals, so they wanted to make biological and chemical weapons. It's just that later there's an explosion, and the single-celled organism divides rapidly, multiplying. It finally became this kind of thing, and in order to avoid their American guilt, a statement was issued that it was a mysterious creature brought back from outer space. This creature has extremely strong reproductive ability when encountering flesh and blood, so going into the city area, their number will increase. So the masses, including other creatures, must be transferred as soon as possible. No catastrophe can come suddenly, it can only be said to be lurking and breaking out suddenly. Later, the United States moved this to an island country for research. Just find the original monster and destroy it, and you can block its genetic chain. Where are the monsters of the first generation? In the island country, we sold the first generation single-cell monster to the island country for research. The island nation has always loved research and various biochemical experiments. Xia Qing told Mr. Chen about this, commanderly. Now that the island country has been completely destroyed, there is no connection at all. Let's clean up the monsters in the country first and build the city wall. Waiting to solve our country's affairs, we are looking for a solution. It seems that to completely destroy this monster, you need to go to the island country and find the cells of the gene chain of the original monster. Okay. Mr. Chen, I have a batch of nutrients here. If there is not enough food, taking 1 bottle a day can ensure nutrition for 1 to 2 days. That's great. Panic is now everywhere and food transport is difficult. If you have nutrient solution, you can at least guarantee the soldiers first. After all, the soldiers move the masses, distributed supplies, and other relief activities of various kinds. Even when they are tired, they lie directly on the ground and sleep. No time at all for sleep. Especially now, most of them have now been transferred to the border to carry out the construction of the city wall. The national machinery was also seconded out, a super large project. Big projects involving hundreds of millions of people. I won't be able to watch the live broadcast in 2 days. I'm going to build a city wall. You don't have to learn to move bricks directly. In order to protect our China and let people see it, we China speed. All island countries have perished, and no other country has been as fast as us. Yes, people from several small surrounding countries have recently traveled to our country. We don't accept refugees. Even the district of Burma had already begun building its walls long before they did. Moreover, the Burmese district was rich enough and it is not known where it came from. The entire walled power grid established in the northern part of Burma, and especially the development of Burma over the past year, are all factory supplies, so there is no shortage at all. In addition, there are weapons provided by Xia Qing. Life here in the northern part of Myanmar is pretty good, but they only have one point. Except for the Chinese, no other country accepts them. The entire country of China is in motion, but fortunately it is under official control and guarded by soldiers. Lin Ziyi and Li Mo also wanted to return to Hanchange, which was now a huge magic capital that was almost half empty. Walking on the street are mostly children, mostly elderly. Some young people in important jobs, nor need to be seconded there. End times. Suyu finally completed the geocentric energy, but the subsequent recovery would require Suyu himself. The red fog no longer spreads, it finally stops, and in the future, as long as geocentric energy is not exploited, these red fogs will not spread out again. Suyu's golden pupils were all dimmed a lot, consuming energy for a long time, which was a great output for him. The zombies in this world will no longer mutate, he said with relief. At least humans aren't suffering from mass zombie attacks. In the future, the zombies will get better and better in the world as long as they are cleaned up. Now to put it another way, these zombie mutated animals have become another new type of energy source. But I'm afraid it's a long time, after all, they only have tens of thousands of humans in the last days, and there are tens of billions of zombies, plus mutated animals. It's a horrible thing. Xia Qing was still in the northern and southern districts of Tianjin, where she felt the unblocking of Suyu. Jianbei, Wang Yang, you two are here to guard the meeting. Yes. Immediately afterwards Xia Qing disappeared. The two of them have been following Xia Qing closely, knowing about Xia Qing. Xia Qing's secrets are only known to the internal special forces who have been following Xia Qing. After all, some special weapons were taken from Xia Qing. Xia Qing arrived at the center of the earth at the first moment. Suyu. Xia Qing had a hoarse voice and looked at Suyu's unshaven beard, which she had been wearing here for almost a month. Xia Qing threw herself into Suyu's arms, and he raised his hand to clasp the back of her head, and made her cling tightly to him, from shallow to deep, and she was kissed by him until she could not breathe. Quiet space, the temperature of the surrounding center of the earth becomes hotter. Suyu, your beard pierced me. Xia Qing said itchy. Sorry. Suyu looked at Xia Qing with a loving face. You should take a good rest first. You haven't slept a single night in the past half-month. Xia Qing teleports Suyu back to Qingtian base and sends Suyu back to the room. Who knows, the latter pressed straight up. Suyu. Suyu's voice was hoarse, and his pupils even more had some. You're going to sleep, not me. Well, it's all the same. Xia Qing's hair was made messy and swept across Suyu's neck, and the latter's eyes flashed with hot sparks. He embraced her, and every kiss was as hot as a spark, and gradually set a prairie fire. In Xia Qing's time and space, the lost sunshine finally appeared today. It turned sunny. The sun is shining today. I miss the sun I haven't seen for a long time. It finally appeared. The sun shone like light on this whole earth, as if to dispel the darkness. The long-lost sun appeared, as if the populace had become more hopeful. 2 hours later, Xia Qing hurriedly returned to her own time and space. If she hadn't told Suyu that she still had important things to do in her own time and space, I'm afraid she wouldn't have let her go. Xia Qing's little blush came out of the apocalypse. Jianbei and Wang Yang had almost rested. Commander-in-Chief, the troops have been contacted and they can arrive in about 20 minutes. Okay. I thought these people would go to the mall and get some valuable things, but these were all holding various foods, including chocolate, high-calorie foods. Everyone's afraid that the end of the world has come. After all, food is in the most urgent need in the last days. Commander-in-Chief, the large army was blocked on the road, so we went to Chongyang Street to join them. Okay. Now it is only possible to leave with these people first. They're also going to find the dozens of special armies that disappeared. Dozens of people each carrying backpacks, some with weapons, knives found from supermarkets, not some with supplies, food, etc. There are also a few men who actually carry precious gold watches in their backpacks, which are very heavy. Xia Qing saw through it but didn't tell it. It's useless to accuse them of this kind of environment. Now the most important thing is to save lives. Everyone will follow us for a while. Don't fall behind, don't talk, keep quiet. Who has the wound, or the girl told me during a special period. Through his connection with Thompson, he also learned about some special habits of this monster, and now he has notified the whole country of this news. These monsters are very keen on the smell of blood and can be clearly smelled over a dozen kilometers. Injury, or a girl's menstrual period, has a fatal attraction for them. This is also why in the beginning monsters attack injured animals. I'm menstruating. A teenage girl said tremblingly, also somewhat pale. Okay, go next to me. Also, I'm here too. The other woman's eyes flickered, she swallowed nervously, and she also raised her hand and said, come too. Not many were injured. You two are with me. America finally provided the news. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen also arranged for someone to immediately notify the whole country of the news. Try not to get hurt, women try not to go out during special times. Now that I have seen the face of this family clearly, I am afraid of monsters and actually kicked me out of the house. No matter when, only family is behind. It also comes with a picture of one's own man in full armor. In short, this crisis event has made many people recognize the human heart. We can buy fragrance agents. Perfume, mosquito coils, can't this interfere? A sudden comment instantly went on the hot search, so all kinds of perfumes, even toilet water, were sold out. I don't know if this kind of thing works, but it can prevent everyone from buying it like crazy anyway, like the brandy before. In particular, several hardest-hit areas. Now the borders of China are working without sleep, working in double shifts and 3 shifts to build the city walls. It is a big project, one in which hundreds of millions of people participate. It was a big project, but fortunately there were supplies produced that were exchanged from abroad. Tianqiang City. Xia Qing also wore a helmet and had everyone behind her wear masks. Both girls, with their backpacks on their backs, carefully follow Xia Qing. One of the girls was a little pale. Are you uncomfortable? I have painkillers, you take one first. Xia Qing took a piece of ibuprofen out of her pocket and handed it to the girl. Thanks. Another girl lowered her head slightly. In fact, she was not a special period at all, but felt safer following Xia Qing. Yet the opposite is always true. In an instant, a harsh sound came out, and a monster 2 or nearly 3 meters high burst out of the narrow alley. Its skin is green all over, it is extremely smooth, and it shines green in the light of the sun. There was a smell of carrion, and the crowd screamed with fright. He was so frightened that he pushed him down in a panic, and a grown man, carrying a heavy backpack, could not even run. In front of the monster and Kaneko, he chooses to leave his backpack behind and run for his life. The monster finds the girl next to Xia Qing. The movement quickly attacked towards Xia Qingbian. The 2 girls stand behind Xia Qing and are stunned to see this scene. The other girl, who pushed the girl next to her in fear, was the girl who just had a stomachache. The girl was already feeling unwell, and although she had just taken painkillers, the medicine was going to work for half an hour. At this moment, her pupils dilated, her eyes filled with despair, and her pupils reflected the terrifying monster that attacked like her. A pair of cold hands quickly put their arms around her waist, one spun, and the 2 men immediately changed places. Xia Qing kicked the nearly 3-meter monster more than 10 meters away with a spinning flying kick. Jianbei and Wang Yang immediately opened fire. The laser gun hit the monster in the leg, ticking. The blood flowing out was green, and the asphalt pavement was corroded pit by pit. Jianbei, Wang Yang, and his men quickly retreated. Jianbei immediately followed the order and quickly evacuated with a few dozen men behind him, one in front and one behind, protecting dozens of people. Xia Qing took out her laser gun and originally wanted to shoot the guy to death, but the distance was too close and the monster would self-destruct when it was about to die. High-intensity concentrated acid will be sprayed out at least a few meters away, and those who are close will be melted into blood instantly by the concentrated acid. Even if they are a little bit mean, people who don't wear combat uniforms will be corrupted into their flesh and blood. Finally, infection death. Ouch. The green monster still wants to rush over. Xia Qing presses the button on her hand to open the flight backpack. Looking back, the girl just stood there dumbfounded. Xia Qing put one hand around her flying backpack, took them straight up. Fortunately, both are girls and do not weigh much. Xia Qing's equipment has been upgraded. Hug me. The girl, who was only 17 or 18 years old, hung up in the air, closed her eyes in fear, and hugged Xia Qing. Xia Qing, holding a laser pistol in one hand and controlling a flying backpack in the other, ascends rapidly. The monster still wanted to rush over. Xia Qing lifted her pistol and pressed the lock button. Puff puff puff. The monster is pinpointed, and with the last shot, Xia Qing quickly presses the ascent key as well. Touch sound. The monster makes a self-destruct sound, surrounding the street-facing shops, and the ground is corroded into a large pit. The water pipe sizzled out and was mixed with concentrated sulfuric acid. Xia Qing looked at two other monsters behind. She lifted up the talking instrument. Zhangyang, take people north. There are two monsters in the south. Understand. When will the big army arrive? 15 more minutes. Okay, get out of the way, I'll follow. Xia Qing looks at the two monsters in front of her, one of which is still a black monster, and must destroy that monster. Otherwise it will produce dozens or hundreds of monsters. Xia Qing controlled the flight backpack and put the girl directly on top of the building. Wait for me here. I'll get rid of those monsters and I'll be back. What flavor of lollipop do you like? As soon as the girl opened her eyes and looked at herself on the rooftop of the 16th floor, she felt her legs were weak. The voice was a little shivering, and my mind didn't react for a moment. I only heard Xia Qing's voice, smashing the wind. Grass, strawberry. Girl stammered. Natsuhara takes out a lollipop from the space, strawberry flavored. Eat. The girl was stuffed with a lollipop, a sweet strawberry fruity aroma. The girl was seen taking off her helmet, revealing a pair of ice blue eyes and blue-purple hair, flying in the wind. The scene is deeply imprinted in the pupil by the girl and lingers. For a long time, she remembered this scene much later, and even painted a picture of it. Xia Qing puts her helmet on the girl's head. Be good, wait for my sister. Xia Qing controls the flying backpack and speeds down. The body dangles as it looks at the shops on both sides of the street filled with alien monsters. The laser gun fired the gun headshot with precision. The black monsters immediately fled, but those green monsters seemed not afraid of death and stacked arhats towards Xia Qing. Diddy. The energy of the laser gun is reduced, leaving 1%. Xia Qing changed it directly from the space. She was not short of weapons. Bang bang. Several monsters exploded together, and the concentrated sulfuric acid around them instantly corroded a large pit into the ground, and the walls of the shops were all corroded. The whole tall building became tilted and teetering. Natsuhara takes out a super powerful grenade from space and throws it directly into the monster cub pack. Touch. There was a loud noise, and the tall building collapsed instantly. Xia Qing controls the flying backpack and instantly flies to the 16th floor, catching the little girl who almost fell off. Go! Xia Qing looked back, and the originally intact street was now in ruins and a potholed area. It takes years to build, decades to develop, but it only takes a moment to destroy it. Xia Qing also captured the habits of these monsters. Obviously, which black ones are more important? The original generation of single-celled creatures was in the island country, and it seems that only by dealing with these monsters in the country as soon as possible can they go to the island country. Completely destroy these monsters, at least their country will not be able to appear. Soon, Xia Qing catches up with Jianbei and Wang Yang. Most of the military trucks also lined the streets. Commander-in-Chief, I am Liang, commander of the 3rd Army and the 4th Rescue Force. Okay, we'll leave these people to you. Bring them to safety as soon as possible. They're also going to look for the dozens of Special Army comrades who are missing. Yes, sister. The little girl, taking off her helmet, trotted to Xia Qing's front. Thank you. Xia Qing took the helmet and nodded. The girl watches Xia Qing leave with her helmet and 2 special armies. They maneuvered the flying backpack farther and farther. The equipment of the Special Army is so handsome. When will we be able to have it too? Our armor-piercing projectile is very difficult to deal with monsters. Just join the Special Army. I want to join too. A few soldiers couldn't help but say with envy. They were far from the ruins, and they were heading towards them. She'd love to be like her. Be a brave man. Commander-in-Chief, they disappeared from this community. The overall signal is missing, and a group of residents are rescued here. It's a bit strange that the signal lost contact at the same time. Xia Qing frowned. These helmets of theirs are super stable for connecting satellites. Unless the helmet was badly damaged at the same time, they won't all. Wang Yan said there was some trembling here. Very likely. Holographic scan on. It can't be recognized. Strangely, the device signal disappears. Jiangbei's slab could not recognize the signal. Let's fly to the top of that building first and search slowly. Okay. They looked down from the top and there were some potholed pavements below, and they didn't see a single body. Xia Qing and the others flew to the top of the building. This place is a bit strange, so quiet. And there's a weird smell. Not like the rancid smell outside, but with a fishy smell. Xia Qing glanced across the neighborhood. This neighborhood is walled and green. It looks like there are 8 buildings in total, and there are also large balconies. There are several balconies with many flowers and plants. It is particularly prominent in this dilapidated environment. Go up and down the rooftop and search door to door to see if there are any survivors. Okay. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qing took out 2 bottles of nutritional solution from the space. This, you can add it at any time when you are hungry, strawberry flavor. 1 tube should last 2 to 3 days. Yes. The 2 men quickly picked it up and carefully put it in their kit bags. Act separately. This is the alarm. Press it if in danger. Yes. If you find a teammate or survivor, communicate immediately and do not act alone to rescue. Understand. There were estimated to be several dozen occupants in such a building, and the 3 of them were too slow to act separately. You 2 in a group. Commander-in-Chief, yourself. Zhang Bei and Wang Yan both said with confidence. I'm fine. The 2 saw Xia Qing kicking the monster away several meters, and they were indeed stronger than them. However, Xia Qing's strength and bravery also gave them courage. Xia Qing goes to Unit 1, Jianbei and Wang Yan go to Units 2 and 3. Xia Qing goes down from the rooftop and searches house to house. The doors were all in a state of confinement, and no one answered when they knocked. Xia Qing originally wanted to kick the door, but she was afraid that it would cause too much movement. He took tools, mechanical keys, straight out of the space. The door was opened directly, and the house was covered with dust and cobwebs, which at first glance had not been cleaned for a long time. There's a rancid smell in there. Dong dong dong. Xia Qing, hearing well, went straight to the bedroom, opened the door, and saw a woman with her back to her, motionless. A thud-thud-thud-like sound like a heart came from her. Xia Qing holds a laser gun in her hand. Hello, do you need help? Xia Qing has a soft tone, but looks on guard. Dong dong dong. Still thumping, Xia Qing frowned slightly, stepped forward carefully, and walked in front of the woman. Xia Qing, who had always had strong endurance in her heart, was also shocked at this moment. On the woman's chest, a soccer ball-sized outer skin is constantly agitating, and inside is a monster cub. These monster pups upgraded? They find the human body as a container for their own parasitism. The woman actually breathed weakly and did not die. It's just the energy of her whole body, the flesh and blood are almost exhausted. Xia Qing originally wanted to film this video, but after all, this is too weird, and this matter needs to be informed. As a result, the cub monster inside suddenly broke through the woman's body. In an instant, it was torn apart and blood spattered Xia Qing. The monster inside instantly becomes bigger than a woman. Xia Qing reacted quickly and pulled it out, pressing the laser knife button in her hand to chop the monster's head accurately. The monster's limbs fluttered wildly, his body trembled at close range, and the monster's head was cut off. Gurgling black blood. The black pussy was flowing all over the floor, cooing and bubbling. This black monster's blood is highly poisonous and can be infected with a touch. Xia Qing, who saw the scene, immediately had an extremely bad premonition. It's so quiet here that probably all the inhabitants are parasitized by monsters. How could this be so? These monsters keep multiplying and evolving. Must block isolation. She told Mr. Chen the news. Such an infection was also an outbreak, but she never expected that the outbreak would be a parasitic monster. Did he? That unit in Jianbei sent a message, including Wang Yang. Xia Qing hurried over and encountered the parasitized humans. Xia Qing did not hesitate and directly shot him to death. Commander-in-Chief, Wang Yang is injured. Xia Qing looks at Wang Yang's combat uniform and gets his legs splashed with monster blood. Combat suits resist damage, and also have a certain resistance effect against this concentrated sulfuric acid. All Jianbei encounters with Xia Qing are black monsters, which are killed at long range. But Wang Yang saw a survivor alive and asking her for help, so he walked over. Unexpectedly, the monster was torn out of the human body, and Wang Yang's reaction was already extremely rapid. but still being bitched by blood. Not only that. Fast, go. It got into my body. Wang Yang endured the pain and said bitterly, that thing, it splits when it explodes. Jiangbei avoids. Jiangbei immediately scanned Wang Yang with a holographic scan. In belly. Jiangbei said nervously, don't be afraid, you won't be fine with me. I'll take off your combat uniform first. No one is not afraid of death, not even their battle-hardened soldiers. Moreover, Wang Yang in front of him was several years younger than Xia Qing. Commander-in-Chief, if I am invaded by him, just kill me. I don't want to be like that. Next to it is a human who died in pieces after being burst by a monster. Wang Yang's tone was very weak, but he had just been parasitized, and with his enhanced physique, he did not fall into a coma. No. Do you know what another world looks like? 99% of humans become horrific zombies, land mutates, animals mutate. No food, no hint of green. Surviving humans, from pain to despair to self-destruction. But they are all working hard to live. Look, there are little flowers on the balcony, and our world still has hope. Wang Yang, you are a brave man. You are sunshine, do you believe me? Xia Qing takes out a knife from the space, and the cub has just parasitized Wang Yang's body, so as long as it is taken out, it is replenishing Wang Yang with a bottle of recovery liquid. Wang Yang nodded. Jiangbei, I want to take this thing out later, please be alert. Yes. Jiangbei also nodded seriously. Xia Qing takes off Wang Yang's clothes, with a monster cub on her belly clinging tightly to it. Xia Qing holds a Krypton gold knife in one hand and covers Wang Yang's stomach with the other. Now the way, she is only able to use the frozen powers, freeze the monster, and take it out with a knife. Otherwise, the monster cub will be harmed, and if it is black venom, then Wang Yang will be poisoned. If it is green, then Wang Yang will be melted. That choice was very painful. Xia Qing takes off her gloves. Commander-in-Chief, Jiangbei said nervously, it's too dangerous to take off your gloves. It's okay. Xia Qing covered Wang Yang's stomach with her hand. Xia Qing works hard to condense her powers. In this world, this ability is suppressed. So even if Xia Qing can freeze an entire city in Suyu's world, she will have to use all her strength to freeze a monster here. Soon, Xia Qing's hands were covered with a layer of frost. She also became pale. The monster inside is frozen, along with Wang Yang's blood. Zhang Beidu was shocked. After Xia Qing freezes the monster cub, she quickly throws Wang Yang's belly away with her other hand and takes out the frozen monster cub. Wang Yang almost fainted in pain, and no one could bear such torture and watch others put their bodies aside. It was like a C-section, watching clearly as I was, not even anesthetized. Xia Qing quickly picked up the recovery and poured it into Wang Yang's mouth. On the other side, Gangbuk also quickly attacks the monster cubs. Xia Qing came out and sutured the wound and applied it to Wang Yang's wound. Wang Yang's injuries were so severe that the recovery could not fully restore the wound. Jiangbei, just now. Commander-in-Chief, I won't say anything outside. At this moment, Jiangbei's eyes changed as he looked at Xia Qing. It's respect. It's goddess. Natsuharu is really a goddess. Xia Qing has some dizziness, and as expected, using superpowers in this world will backfire on herself. Jiangbei, you take Wang Yang to leave this community first. No. I'm fine. The residents here are probably parasitic. Our team members also disappeared here. If you investigate the situation first, you will not act rashly. After you take Wang Yang out, you will immediately report the news to Team Li. These single-celled monsters can parasitize the human body. Okay. Zhang Bei nodded. This news is more important and must be reminded as soon as possible so that they have a precaution. Jianbei opened his flying backpack and flew out from the balcony with Wang Yang. Xia Qing swallowed a crystal bead, and the energy in her body stabilized. At this time, Suyu also appeared next to Xia Qing. At this moment, Suyu donned a black combat uniform and shaved her beard clean. This is the latest research result. The monsters that appear in your world are probably from the center of the Earth. America's message to me is a single-celled creature brought back from a glacier a few dozen degrees below zero in the East Antarctic. This guy survived at least hundreds of thousands. The center of the Earth is frozen, so they can't get out. After being brought out, this creature will continue to reproduce, evolve, reproduce, and devour flesh and blood. And the weirdest part is that these monsters weaken as long as they take out the genetic chains that the original monsters carry. Otherwise, the whole world will be this monster by then. The gene chain of this creature has its ancestor, which is the original gene chain. The original gene chain monster should be in the island country. It seems that what the Americans are saying is right. If you want to eliminate it completely, you need to go to the island country. Let's kill these monsters in our country first. Xia Qing frowned. I will go to military bases around the world and acquire all laser weapons. Now Suyu already has the address of their military base in China, Xianglai Kingdom, Bird Kingdom, Huolai Kingdom, and the military weapons reserves of several major countries are sufficient. In this case, I will have to work hard for you. Suyu wants to run around the world again. Can I reward my husband with a kiss? Xia Qing looks at the bloody surroundings, which seem to be gray, with only the two of them carrying light. Zombies can no longer mutate, so they need to develop rapidly now to encourage more fertility. But in the last days it becomes more difficult to have children. And you have hoarded so many supplies, at least hundreds of millions, which is enough for more than 10 years of development. In addition, Xia Qing's accelerated space output is frighteningly high. Feeding so many people is no problem. Now the end of the world has been doing various research and development, and now they have two advanced materials of the world. Suyu and Xia Qing continue to sweep the entire building. Almost every household is parasitized by monster cubs. Xia Qing and Suyu both eliminated them one by one. These have been parasitized for too long. Even if they are saved, they will not survive even if they are restored. It seems that this is how the monsters in this community were born. The black monster must be found as soon as possible, otherwise it will keep laying eggs. Suyu, it's important for you to go back and find weapons. She could not finish this by herself, and at this time she believed that unity was strength, because her powers here are limited. Otherwise, none of these monsters are enough for her to freeze, especially Suyu, a fire-type superpower. If these monsters can't even self-destruct, they will be reduced to flying ashes. I remember if I could develop a cryo-laser gun. You can freeze these monsters as soon as possible to prevent them from self-destructing. Currently in research and development, Bird Country and Fire Country have now joined, especially Bird Country, which has successfully developed healing powers before. Okay, then let them try using ice-based superpowers first to see if they can fuse into special superpowers. Okay, take this one and develop a new detection instrument based on the monster's blood. Then I'll go back first. Be safe. Don't worry, it's really dangerous. If I can't solve it, I will hide in the space as soon as possible. Besides, I'm in danger, wouldn't you come to me immediately? Yes. So you touched Xia Qing's head and looked at the girl, cowardly from the beginning to the end of the world, to now I am alone and have witnessed her growth. Suyu was very proud. Before, Xia Qing gave various ordering materials to Suyu, but now Suyu runs around the world to collect weapons for Xia Qing. And he's going to keep an eye on weapons research and development over there. Even though Xia Yang is only over 2 years old, he is even starting to study. You know, Xia Yang's superintelligence, the more crystal beads he absorbs, the smarter his brain will be. Even 2-year-old Xia Yang is helping. She waited until Suyu left before she picked up the detection instrument. The style is about the same size as a watch. When you press the screen, it is still a holographic image, which can detect a distance of 500 meters around. Drip. Downstairs, that is, in the basement, there are all small red dots densely packed. There is also a large red dot moving in it. It should be here, basement. Just why is a masked signal happening here? Xia Qing looked down from the balcony, and it was also possible that the terrain was a magnetic field relationship? Unstable network. Xia Qing looked at the densely packed little dots on the screen, her head a little numb, but she can't back down. She decided to venture out and explore anyway. The elevator had long been unusable, so Xia Qing took the stairs directly into the basement. Before you even entered the basement, you felt the stickiness coming from inside. The entire basement is dark, but Xia Qing has good eyesight, and even in the dark basement, she can see clearly. It's just a pair of ice blue eyes that glow slightly. Quickly, she sees someone in a car opposite, all covered in cocoons. They were wrapped in a kind of mucus, which was like superglue, making them immobile. They are all wearing super-strength combat uniforms and are temporarily trapped. But there were also several heads gone and their bodies torn apart. In this scene, Xia Qing was not afraid or frightened, but more angry and distressed. Xia Qing, clasping her twin guns, quietly walked over. Several people are dead, but they are holding a little baby tightly in their arms. Xia Qing opened it and saw that the whole baby was rotting. These are all people who have had physical enhancement potions, equipped with laser weapons, various devices, and can escape from the scene using a flying backpack even when dangerous. But none of them fled. Why is that? The slime was so sticky that Xia Qing saw a teammate who was breathing and wanted to take off her helmet, but her gloves were stuck. She was only able to remove her helmet. Puff puff puff. The monster not far away does not spot Xia Qing, who has an extremely low body temperature. The blood flow is warm, they are sensitive to blood and more sensitive to the blood that flows through the human body. And Xia Qing's low body temperature, the body temperature of the human body is less than 30 degrees, which is about the same as the body temperature of these cubs for them. So Xia Qing wasn't observed for a moment. Xia Qing also discovered this, because every time the monster did not actively attack her. So, she can be said to be equivalent to invisibility in front of these monsters. However, Xia Qing still wanted to verify the theory, so she didn't move immediately. Sure enough, those monster cubs chirped as if they hadn't seen it, but were devouring the flesh and blood beside them. There are stumps and broken arms all over the place, and human organs all over the ground. They take humans for food. Xia Qing finds a box from the space, takes out some slime, and teleports directly back to Suyu's time and space. Direct access to Harumi Castle. I need to know what substance this mucus is, and is there any way to resolve it? Hurry up. Several researchers from the Institute of Science and Technology responded quickly. Okay. Xia Qing could only wait here for the result, Suyu had already flown to the major military bases. Deputy Base Chief. This is my most researched Thunder Glove. I made this with the power of our Lord Wang Han. Put on this glove to give out electric shocks and paralyze those monsters. Temporarily incapacitate them. Very good. Shock gloves are also thin and not very heavy. This initial need to input the thunder and lightning power, and then the key nodes can be drawn. If there is no electricity, you need to recharge. Of course, it is not the one who can make such gloves with thunder and lightning powers. Only those with very high levels of powers can materialize their own energy. Moreover, the abilities of superpowers, the strength of gloves made with different strengths will also be different. Very good, make it in batches. Yes, the staff member who received the affirmation had an excited face, which also meant that he was able to earn bonus points. In about 10 minutes, the test results came out. Deputy Base Chief, this is a high-strength adhesive that requires a decomposer to resolve. There are not many stocks of decomposers, and a batch needs to be made. Then give me some, I will use it now. As for the decomposer, you give me the formula. You are now working hard to develop superpower weapons. Yes, the decomposer thing, leave it to the people of her world to do. Originally, there were very few people on Xia Qing's side, and the scientific researchers were very busy. After Xia Qing got the decomposer, she returned to the basement just now. However, before curing this person, the big monster needs to be eliminated first. With a laser gun in both hands, Xia Qing frantically shoots at these monster cubs. Such a furious sound instantly attracted the monster. As a result, a number of monsters attacked her. Suddenly, she stepped on a piece of adhesive under her feet, and her feet were stuck to each other so that they couldn't move at all. There are more and more monsters around. Xia Qing's laser gun is shooting faster and faster, and the laser gun is a little hot. That's why maybe they can't run, this despair buried by monsters. The laser gun didn't have enough energy, so Xia Qing pulled out her own laser knife and kept slashing it. Sizzle. Splashed on her helmet and made a sizzling sound of smoke on her combat uniform. Natsuhara senses that her clothes seem to be being penetrated. A low roar climbed out of the corner, cutting through the silence. At this moment, the bodies of the monster cubs are already piled around. Black slime running all over the ground. A giant monster, climb over, these monsters are all upright. This is the first time she has seen a climbing monster. Other genes are the more they reproduce, the more they evolve. This kind of monster is just the opposite. They keep multiplying in order to get their genetic chains back. It's just a black monster, put. The black pus spurted towards Xia Qing. Xia Qing originally wanted to hide in space, but behind her were a dozen comrades who were still weak and alive. Several of them opened their eyes in a daze, blurred. They saw a black figure in front of them, but they couldn't hear it. Xia Qing wants to escape. This is human instinct, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. But at the moment, disgusting monsters, get out of our world. With Xia Qing's roar, the soles of her feet were filled with ice, including the giant monster in front of her, which was instantly frozen into ice. Xia Qing fell to her knees weakly, gasping for air. The bluish-purple hair turned silvery white in this instant. She felt that she had broken through something by letting Buddha go. The muscles and bones all over my body hurt, as if they were torn apart. His whole body became stiff, and it took a long time for Xia Qing to return to Lai Jin. She took off her helmet vigorously, took out the crystal beads from the space and swallowed 7 or 8 in succession before she felt much more comfortable. The color of her hair was slowly recovering as well, except that Xia Qing didn't notice any of this. Gyalulu. The pus spat out of the monster's mouth corroded Xia Qing's ice. Xia Qing immediately took out the laser cannon. Give you a ride. A laser cannon instantly blasts the monster's head into scum. It's just that her hand was shaken by the recoil of the laser cannon. No wounds, just broken bones. It hurts. This laser cannon has too much recoil and is capable of using only 1 round at a time. Energy replenishment is required, and the skill cools for 8 hours. He directly releases the laser cannon with his hands, which is why Xiang Xiaoqing dares to do this. Otherwise, everyone else's arm will have to be scrapped. This is the laser cannon. The moment the condensed energy is fired, super recoil. At this moment, Xia Qing also suffered a cracked hand bone and her hands were covered in blood. Xia Qing carried several conscious people one by one to the second floor. There are only 7 living people left, and Xia Qing feeds them a bottle of nutrient solution for each person. At this moment, Xia Qing felt a headache all over her body, and her hands were still dripping with blood before she could bandage them. On the balcony, the moonlight penetrated and shone on Xia Qing's body. The wound on the miraculous Xia Qing's hand was healing as visible to the naked eye. She felt the energy in her body was recovering. She forgot that she could absorb energy from the moon. The bodies of her and Suyu were originally the core of the sun and the core of the moon. Unless one day the sun and moon explode, they don't have that energy. Xia Qing watched as the wound on her hand healed. No scars can be seen. No wonder Mr. Suyu said before that he was able to absorb the energy of the sun. Xia Qing's injury this time was passive absorption, and Xia Qing wanted to try active absorption. Inabsorbable indeed. She's passive skill. Like moonlight, is it reflective? Xia Qing was a little dumbfounded. A quarter of an hour later, one of them woke up and saw Xia Qing eating ice cream. She had just wiped out all the cubs in the basement in one go, and saved the few with the decomposer, carrying them up one by one. If your mouth is dry, eat ice cream to relieve your body temperature. What she likes is that she especially likes to eat cold things. General, Commander-in-Chief. Several people woke up one after another and saw Xia Qing standing on the balcony. It was already night at this moment, and the moonlight reflected in and shone on Xia Qing's face. They vaguely remember the figure standing in front of them. Only after these moments did several people realize that their combat uniform tops were gone, and several of them were bare upper parts. And their commander-in-chief is a woman. At this moment eating ice cream, sitting on the railing of the balcony and watching them. Several men cover themselves in an instant. Shit dead. Xia Qing took her last bite of ice cream and touched her nose. You are all wrapped in the fusion fluid of the monster. In order to save you, I can only use the decomposer to strip off your tops. Fortunately, Suyu is still in another world. However, this is also a special case, and you actually feel a little guilty for no reason. But Suyu still has the best figure. Commander-in-Chief, that monster. The monster grabbed the residents to the basement, and I found that they seemed conscious. Yes, they catch men and feed those monster cubs directly as food, but some women let the cubs into their bodies. It seems to enter the woman's body, and their reproduction will speed up. Xia Qing nodded. She had seen this in this building. No wonder she saw that most of the women's bodies were parasitized by monsters. Several of our teammates didn't find out at first, but the result was, monsters are found to burst out, plus self-destruct. It's so close that it's easy to catch the trick. For example, if Wang Yang had not Xia Qing to help, Wang Yang would have died with a high probability. Later, a few of us fought with monsters and killed many cubs. But the energy was exhausted. The giant monster that suddenly appeared later was able to spray from its mouth. It was so thick that we couldn't move at all. But it didn't kill us, it just trapped us there. It's treating them as food reserves. Commander-in-Chief, I'm gonna kill that monster. Several young men have red eyes, and they all see the monster devour their kind. They want revenge and watch their team members being killed. There's even some fear that at any moment it could be swallowed by a monster. One of the men couldn't help but cry out, so that everyone else's emotions grew uncomfortable. So tragic. They have also all fought in various wars and been tested, and training beyond the ordinary, and had known about such monsters before that, watched videos and so on. But when this guy actually shows up to them, devours his kind, there's blood and a fishy smell everywhere. The wreckage all over the ground did not contain a single complete body. They are afraid of trembling. They are also men in flesh and blood. Yes, go back this time and upgrade your weapons. Unless the first generation monsters are eliminated, these monsters will continue to reproduce. Their first generation reproductive genes must be cut off. Hey! Several soldiers looked at each other, some not understanding what Xia Qing was talking about. After eliminating the domestic monsters, she also needs to select a team of skilled people to go to the island country. Go, those are new gear, get dressed, let's get out of here first. As for this community, set a fire and burn it all before leaving. Yes, this community has been almost completely overrun by monsters, even pets have been devoured. Can't stay any longer to save the day. Several people put on their combat uniforms and brought their flight backpacks. They set fire to the entire basement, as well as the community. The fire was especially bright at night, burning the entire sky. Let this house be buried with you, those who die, and be buried under this ground. Out of the community, they soon contact the large unit. Those people, including those in Inner Mongolia, also suffered varying degrees of damage, but the population there was not dense, so it was relatively easier to destroy monsters. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qing led these men to destroy the monster when they found it in Tianjing City. Not only that, but also transferring survivors out. There are no humans, no animals, and that greatly delays their ability to reproduce. After all, humans are their food. For 7 full days, they haven't found any monsters yet. However, Tianjin was temporarily closed. The rest went to the relief army, and they had the logistics department. 7 days later, Xia Qing was anxious to return to Tianjin for the time being with the remaining men. Commander Xia, this time a total of 1,000 elites have been added. Okay. Of the 500 she had previously selected, 392 remained. All now to Kyoto. She's gonna make a unified arrangement. Now there are scattered monsters in the country besides Inner Mongolia, and Tianjin City is a high-risk area, as well as 2 dangerous areas. Low danger is an area where monsters have appeared but were immediately eliminated and may appear again. Xia Qing returned to Kyoto and first went to a meeting with Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, and the ministers of the rescue army. The prototype of the city wall has been established, and it is estimated that it will be completed in 10 days at most. The construction of the country cost a lot, and this was the wall built with all the efforts of the whole country. Xia Qing posted a video of her chat with Thompson. Sure enough, it was them. We conducted technical reconnaissance and sent fighter planes to conduct exploration. This is the current situation in the island country, the Minister of Public Security Inspection said, and a video was shown on the big screen. In the video, several large cities in the island country are reduced to breeding bases for monsters, and the streets visible to the naked eye are full of monsters. No survivors were seen. It can be said that the island nation now has been reduced to a breeding base for monsters. This is a super large giant monster about 10 meters high detected by our fighter planes. In the video, a black oversized giant monster keeps giving birth to cubs. We guess this is probably the original monster. The green monster is responsible for finding food for it. There are almost no survivors on the island country, so this monster devours the corpses of dead cubs. These monsters devour each other and kill each other without food. I decided to train a group of people first. In fact, what our country means is that it wants to launch a nuclear bomb to attack, shattered the island nation with one direct bombardment. Thompson and Ross have no objection to this. Thompson is not a launching nation missile and does little for those monsters. This time it's a nuclear bomb, it's sure to kill with one hit. Destroy entire island nations. Xia Qing frowned slightly, always feeling that those monsters could exist for hundreds of thousands of years, and that it was still difficult to be completely eliminated. But now it's all about trying. Okay. So everyone agreed to the decision. After much deliberation, it was decided that a nuclear bomb attack would take place on the island nation in 7 days. See if you can destroy the original monsters of the island country. At the same time, they will issue an air warning to the island country to remind. However, judging from their fighter plane probing, the entire island nation has fallen to the monsters. The estimated odds of having a survivor are very small. Over here, Natsuharu has already flown to the Kyoto military base. The new arrival of 1,000 men stood on the left, and this time more than 300 men involved in the battle stood on the right. The person on the obvious right has personally experienced monsters and seen human tragedies. He is obviously tougher, and he is obviously about the same age. The person on the right seems to have gone through a century of vicissitudes. In the dark pupils is perseverance and determination, hidden sorrow and pain. There was even a part that was filled with a deep sense of guilt, because in that bad garage, the comrades were devoured and died tragically. Sorry, soldiers who have experienced monsters, we don't have time to psychologically channel you. The island country has been occupied by monsters. Hopefully our country won't be like that in the future. You are sharp blades and weapons for the guardian of the country. More than 1,000 new elite soldiers have also seen Xia Qing's video of killing monsters. They did not feel any dissatisfaction with the girl in front of them, but respected her from the bottom of their hearts. This is a physical enhancement potion. Xia Qing takes out a box. 1,000 people on the left are agitated, they have known this thing for a long time. This is potion of enhancement. Drink the kind that can turn into a super soldier. 1 per person. Nutritional solution, 1 per person. Nutritional solution: if you are short of food or trapped, you can use a bottle to ensure body nutrition for 2 to 3 days. This is a new type of weapon, electric shock gloves. Only 100 sets. The quantity is limited, so I will have a boxing joust next, and the winner will be able to use it. It was also built by working overtime in the past few days on the end of the world, but after the machines are installed later, the assembly line can be manufactured. However, superpower energy indoctrination also requires electric superpowers. In the past few days, I have been instilling several electric superpowers in Wang Han. Because the superpower is strong or weak, there will be a difference in the energy of the electroshock gloves. If Wang Han is strong and has a rich energy source with an upper limit of 200, other people's electric shock gloves may only be 150, 80 at least to be able to enter. The stronger the click glove, the longer the charge time. Of course, if the user is skilled, it will also increase the power of clicking on the gloves. A strong person with more advanced weapons can exert the most perfect strength. Let me give you a try on this electric shock glove first. Immediately after that, Xia Qing used to put on electric shock gloves and smashed around the stage, sizzling with white-blue sparks. Momentary ground with blue lightning, momentary depression of a large hole in the ground. What kind of weapon is this? It's so handsome. I really want it. Only 100 sets. We're over 1,000 in all. When everyone saw the power of this weapon, they were gearing up. Everyone wants it. Don't say I won't let you go for a while. This is an electric shock glove, which needs to be fully charged to be able to attack. Yes, all that's left is laser weapons, blades, these are companion weapons. Start. Bidu removes all weapons and fights in close combat. If you are beaten, you will lose. It's a group fight. 100 men left on the stage counts as victory. The fight lasted all morning. After all, more than 1,000 people screened out more than 100. Jianbei won, but Wang Yan lost because his previous injury was not as sharp as it was. Divide these 100 sets. The soldiers who waited for the electric shock gloves were very excited. Men, especially soldiers, have a great love for weapons. Wang Yan, this set is for you. Xia Qing threw one to Wang Yan, the one she had previously shown off. Commander-in-Chief. Wang Yan was a little excited and a little nervous for a moment. Wang Yan did not expect that Commander-in-Chief Xia would give it to him. He wasn't weak, but he reacted a bit slower after the injury. In the future, everyone will have electric shock gloves, and a batch will be distributed temporarily. Not only electric shock gloves, you will all have more advanced weapons in the future. But don't forget that the weapons are given to you to protect and destroy monsters. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. From today on you are guardians walking in the sun, and your mission is to hunt monsters. From now on, you will be called the Falcon Army. Everyone was very excited. With this equipment, they also have an important mission. The one who didn't get the shock gloves, kind of envious. Xia Qing divides the men of the monster that more than 300 people have faced before into captains. One team probably has a minimum of 10 people and a maximum of 20 people, and if there are many monsters, send a few more teams. National Monitoring, and established its headquarters in Kyoto. There are monsters there, and the squad will arrive in a warp lane in 2 hours. In each team, I will distribute a set of laser cannons to deal with large monsters. Xia Qing brings out a laser cannon. Everyone stretched out their necks and watched curiously. More than 1,000 people, and many others behind them could not be seen, so it's a whole big screen. This laser cannon is very powerful, especially the recoil, so it must be installed and used. Xia Qing teleports the installation video to the big screen, and such a powerful laser cannon can only be used once. Is our country's weapon strength already silently so strong? The soldiers underground were very excited, including the equipment on their bodies. Flying backpacks must be trained. You will have tasks soon, please hurry up. Not only that, but they are also equipped with monster detection instruments, only one in each group. 7 days later, 3 nuclear bombs were launched towards the island nation. Boom! All are agitated, destroying the island nation's monsters and wiping out the genetic chains of the original monsters. Then the monster's ability to reproduce will be diminished. Now there have been many monster attacks in various countries around the world. Many people in the city choose to escape from the city and stay away from the crowd in order to avoid monsters. After other countries purchased laser weapons, they also thought of conducting independent research and development, but none of them were successful. The main thing is that energy cannot be replenished, and they can only continue to replenish energy with Xia Qing. Long-term cooperation can be achieved, requiring long-term technical exchanges, including materials. Although they are reluctant, there is nothing they can do about it, and for the time being there are no better weapons that can deal with monsters. However, it seems that some developed countries can make individual soldier flying backpacks, which are relatively bulky, but they can also fly. Flying cars included. In the screen, a dazzling bright light tore through the island country, and the deafening sound seemed to be detectable through the screen. Huge mushroom clouds rising from the ground, boom. 3 mushroom clouds, one after the other. The bottom is tumbling with intense black smoke, wrapping around the smashed building debris, all kinds of mutilated debris. A wild ascent straight into the stratosphere that seems to pierce the sky. The blazing heat instantly ignited everything that could be burned, and the fire spread rapidly, with a scent of scorching in the air. All waiting to see the news that the island nation's monsters have been wiped out. A day later, the dust calms down and the warp lanes bring back the latest video from the island nation. In the video, the island nation's houses and buildings are destroyed, and they don't believe that any other creature can survive such a powerful weapon. But in the video, a black monster nearly a dozen meters in size is still alive, and it seems to be growing up. Nay, it's consistently devouring their own cub carcasses. Some dying monster cub carcasses are not spared and are swallowed directly. Its body behind it was seen dragging its huge body, as if it were a worm's queen. It's still walking and laying eggs. Not only did it survive under the power of 3 nuclear bombs, but it was also spawning, and it had been radiated by a nuclear bomb attack. This monster seems to have mutated again, and it used to be black all over, but now it's half green and half black. Because of the radiation, the eggs it laid also turned into strange monsters that were half black and half green. Oops. Xia Qing frowned when she saw the video. The black color of the monster represents the mother and is responsible for reproduction, and the green color represents the male, looking for food and other functions. Now this is tantamount to being one. Reproductive, coupled with strong aggression. The nuclear bomb did not eliminate it, but instead strengthened it. Everyone is very heavy about this news. After all, nuclear bombs are already their most advanced weapon. Commander Xia, laser guns can kill these monsters, but can laser guns do it too? Mr. Chen asked. The hope now lies in the laser cannon. I don't know either, but the current monster is too large. I have exchanged it for an American Bolt fighter. And I have already communicated with the people in the apocalypse to see if I can make a plasma laser cannon. But it's also under development, so I'm afraid it will take some time. Commander Xia, can we exchange technology with them? Or how much supplies are needed to be able to exchange? No, they will help us make it. They don't agree with the exchange technology. I have already communicated this. After all, there is a lack of supplies and food over there. They know about one-time and long-term buying and selling exchanges. All here are leaders, and they actually understand, but they still want to fight for it. Only Xia Qing won't give them this chance. Because Xia Qing is also the leader of the apocalypse. If such a genetic chain is not blocked, will our domestic monsters also be affected? Possible. Speed up the construction of the city wall. After the crowd had a meeting, Xia Qing contacted Thompson and other countries. Laser weapons, Siyu has already found tens of thousands for her, and she plans to continue making deals with them. If the foreign countries are all occupied by monsters, then simply by their countries will also fall. So Xia Qing can do business. Thompson, Ross Country, and several countries in Central State purchased another batch of laser guns from Xia Qing. Of course, the supplies are also delivered with one hand. The end of the world has also been developing superpower weapons, and now it has the support of the country, plus the materials exchanged abroad. The living space of the apocalypse has been greatly improved, including various foods, supplies, and consumables. On this side of the apocalypse, instead, everything is moving in a good direction. Siyu has traveled to almost all military bases across the country in fighter planes and loaded them into space. And it was also found that there are giant trees like Lanchinge in other places. The fruit produced by this giant tree can be made in large quantities as a nutrient solution. Although it does not taste good as food, this bottle of nutrient solution is easy to carry when going out to do tasks, collect supplies, and fight zombies. Half a month later, the walls of Huaxia Kingdom had been built, and countless people had returned to the city one after another. The moment the wall was connected to the high-voltage electric volt, the whole country was excited. This is a big project involving hundreds of millions of people across the country, the city wall built in 1 month. All that remains is to set up electric devices, including having systems, with monster detection instruments for early warning not even a kilometer away. At the same time, the northern part of Myanmar has been connected to the city wall of China. Only most people know this. It turns out that the northern part of Myanmar is actually China. Mr. Chen, a large number of people in India are now gathered under our border wall. Their warplanes have also detected India, with monsters attacking in central India, and India's population being too large, so some cities have quickly been reduced to breeding bases for monsters. Our walls cannot be touched, otherwise the power grid will be stimulated. However, the automatic design is not triggered, and the design is only triggered after the detection instrument detects the monster. At this moment, live online comments. You can't let Indians in. I have been driving a forklift for a month without sleep. Why should I let Indians in? Yeah, those who are not my race must have different hearts. Most people online disagree. Mr. Chen also posted news that Indians are not allowed to enter. And now they're all over the country nervously cleaning up the monsters, too. Magic City. Lin Zheng, Lin Nuan's father, called Lin Nuan. Lin Zheng knew that Lin Nuan and Xia Qing had a good relationship, and hoped to find Xia Qing's help through Lin Nuan. Now we're all in a bit of a mess, and we can't do it without some connections. Xianyuan, your brother is sick and has leukemia. I heard that the military has some physical enhancement potion that can extend life. Even if Dad begs you, can you tell Xia Qing, okay? Xia Qing is the commander-in-chief, so this is probably a matter of one sentence. For the first time in so many years, Lin Zheng spoke to Lin Nuan in such a humble tone. Dad, this physical enhancement potion belongs to the military, and my cousin may not be able to make the decision. Lin was a little anxious when he heard this. Who doesn't know that your cousin is the commander-in-chief? I saw it all in the live broadcast. She must have drank it too, or else she could kick the monster away with one kick. Your brother didn't even build the city wall. Isn't this what your cousin said? It's also your brother, and he's only over a year old. It's my fault with your mother that I'm doing something, but your brother is only over a year old. You can't watch your brother get sick. Dad, you also didn't ask me a word when you just came back from the hardest hit area a month ago. Isn't this your brother sick? Otherwise, you can only have a bone marrow transplant. Dad hopes that you can match your brother. Lin's had already gone to match, but the results showed no successful match. I have to ask my mother about this, just wait for my news. Lin Nuan hung up the phone in a bad mood. Lin is his father, and the child is only over a year old, so Lin Nuan is not that cruel. The fault of the parents is left to a child over 1 year old. If it was that mistress, she deserved even a serious illness. Phone other. Lin Zheng, what's going on with you? Didn't you say you need a physical enhancement potion? Yes, if you drink that thing, your child will definitely be able to regain his health. There are no side effects, and there is no need to match it, and the child will not have to suffer. I also heard from my brother's friend that his son is in the military and has joined the special forces. After drinking that thing, my physique has made a qualitative leap. Lin Zheng is also the first and second eldest. Since divorcing Yang Mei, he has lived a comfortable life. But with the woman outside, getting married and having children, plus now there's the monster. All kinds of trivial matters of life overwhelmed him. He's not 20 or 30 years old either, and he's able to handle these things. He's also in his 50s. The energy simply couldn't be reached, so he regrets it now. If he hadn't divorced Yang Mei, he wouldn't have had to worry about so many things. My daughter is still a big star, and her relatives are the commanders-in-chief of China. Don't deal with these shitty things either. Lin Nuan didn't tell Yang Mei about this, she just told her to go back to the Magic City. Return to Magic City? Now that all traffic has stopped, how do you get back to the Magic City? The high-speed rail stopped, the plane stopped running, but the cars didn't. Except it would take an estimated 6 or 7 hours for her to drive to the City of Magic. And there needs to be checks in the middle of the process, and there may be other crises. It's Star City. He wants to go back and can't live with us all the time, right? Bayberry watches her daughter evasive. What happened? Yang Mei said in a serious tone. Eventually Lin Nuan tells Yang Mei about Lin Zheng calling her. Angry Yang Mei called Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, don't be so shameless. When I was divorced, I was clean and out of the house, and now I want to draw my daughter's blood for matching. I tell you to think beautifully. Now it's so dangerous outside, traffic is closed, and you want your daughter to go to the Magic City. I really don't know what kind of heart you are at. I won't let my daughter go. Yang Mei scolded her, and then she happily hung up the phone. He would not give Lin Zheng a chance to speak at all, and by the way, he blocked Lin Zheng. Nuan, don't blame your mother for being cruel. You are my daughter, I can't let my daughter take risks for the sake of a mistress. Mom, I don't want you to be hurt in any way. She also saw the video of Lin Nuan returning from Tianjing. The scary monster was so scary. Mom! Lin Nuan's eyes turned red, and he and Yang Mei hugged each other. Actually, she was scared after seeing that monster. Lin Zheng over there in the Magic City was scolded to death by this phone call. Doesn't she agree? Go and beg Lin Ziyi, Lin Nuan, even if you don't match your type, can you get a bottle of physical enhancement potion? Doesn't Commander-in-Chief Xia have a good relationship with your daughter? Can't you just watch your son die? He's just over a year old. How about I beg? The woman cries with red eyes, and suddenly thinks of something or calls Lin's grandmother. So, Lin Ziyi's phone, Lin Ziyi's grandma's phone all called Lin Nuan, but the latter phone is already temporarily unavailable. In the end, Lin Ziyi had no choice but to contact Xia Qing. He is also unsure if Xia Qing can help him. After all, Xia Qing's current identity is the Commander-in-Chief of China. No longer the little sisters they used to be, their identities are very different now. Lin Ziyi also watched the live broadcast, so he also had respect for Xia Qing. Although he was a cousin, he still felt nervous when facing Xia Qing. Cousin? Anything? Xia Qing, who was on the other end of the phone, was busy and was heading to Neiman at the moment to deal with a group of monsters. Qing, that's it. Do you think you can give me a bottle of physical enhancement potion? That's it. Lin Ziyi was still thinking about a reason to tell his cousin. Okay, but there are not many enhancement agents now, I can give you a diluted version. But don't tell anyone. Xia Qing is relatively easygoing with her aunt's children. After all, Auntie is really nice to her, and for her sake, he will give it. You give me the address and I'll send it to you. Thanks, cousin. Lin Ziyi smiled happily, as if he didn't expect Xia Qing to be so happy with him. For a moment, I felt that I was mentally warm. Maybe this is family affection. Thinking of when they played together as children, he often took Lin Nuan to play with Xia Qing at that time. Cousin, be sure to pay attention to safety. I'm proud to have a sister like you. Commander Xia. Lin Ziyi said seriously, he really thinks his sister is very powerful, and Lin Nuan, they are all shining in different fields, and he seems a little bad. Xia Qing was busy over there, so Lin Ziyi hung up first. Your cousin agreed? If I had known, you would have asked us for a few more bottles. No, can't you tell others to hear this? Remembering his sister's instructions, Lin Ziyi quickly told Li Mo. To be honest, at first, their family didn't like Lin Ziyi's job as a civil servant. After all, he was also good looking in Shanghai, but in fact he didn't make much money. But Lin Ziyi's two sisters, especially Xia Qing, are now the commanders-in-chief of China. Xia Qing got Lin Ziyi the most diluted version, the energy-saving version. In the beginning this version was made as an enhancement potion to enhance the physical constitution of the whole country. There are still thousands of bottles left, and this somewhat serious side effect is hair loss. 3 versions. 70%, 50%, and 30% versions. 70% is applied to soldiers, because the physical fitness is good, and it will be enhanced even more after drinking. If the constitution is weak, even if 70% is used, only 20 or 30% of the effect can be achieved. It still depends on the individual's physical constitution, whether it can be absorbed. The island nation raised buildings after this nuclear bomb launch, but there were indeed more and more monsters. Several cities in China have now resumed transportation. There is no way to restore the high-risk city yet. After all, the blood from the monster corpse is still poisonous, so the high-risk city has become a no-man's land for the time being. Tianjin has been completely sealed, and tens of millions of citizens have temporarily moved to other cities. The country is basically in a stable state, but India already has large areas of cities attacked by monsters. Pressure surges on the walls, now on the Indian border. Many Indians asked China to take them in, but now China has not expressed its position. Xia Qing also brought out 100 laser cannons to add more. Teamly, this monster detection instrument can be fully covered by storing it at 300 points across the country. In this case, if monsters appear across the country, the police will be called. Of course, this is just to divide a certain area, and if you want to find the location of a monster accurately, you need small detection instruments. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Commander Xia, the 3,000 kilograms of eggs you ordered are already ready. Okay. Xia Qing prepares to send a batch of eggs to the end of the world to see if they can hatch through the light. The agricultural development over there in the last days is simply too bad. In this case, the end of the world will be able to eat fresh chicken over there. Team Li, Commander-in-Chief Xia, Mr. Chen, please go to the meeting now. The United Nations sent us another signal for help. A staff member hurried over to inform. Good. At this moment, on the internet, some Americans, Russians, and other international students in China. I'm so glad that I'm in China now. It's really safe here. For the first time, he built a city wall across the country and made the right decision as soon as possible. I admire Xia Qing very much. Now that a global crisis has broken out, China is the safest place now. My parents have been attacked by monsters now. Can you please take them in from China? Impossible. China did not know how much money was spent and how much benefit was lost this time. That is, when we built the city wall, those people abroad laughed at us and said that all our country went to build the city wall and did meaningless things. Now do you know our city walls are good? People in China complained all kinds of things at the beginning. How horrifying it would be if people from other countries on the Indian border came in now. The Xia Corps proposed to build the city wall. It's my goddess. This is the most correct decision. Not only the internet, but now even the United Nations is constantly turning to China for help. Meeting room. Now several foreign cities are densely occupied by monsters, all asking for weapons from us. Mr. Chen and others don't make the decision, so Xia Qing still needs to make up her mind about this matter. After all, the weapons were all taken out of Xia Qing's hands. Now on our border, except for Myanmar, there are monster attacks of varying degrees. In particular, India is a high-risk area and is very close to our border. If all of India becomes a breeding ground for monsters, the pressure on our country's borders will be huge. Not only that, it's a video detected by our warplanes. Now the rest of the nations are too busy to take care of themselves, and even if the warplanes fly to their capitals, there's no way to react. Video, in the border city closest to their country of China, a large number of city streets have been occupied by monsters. Not only that, the reproduction of these monsters has begun to appear like the island country. It appears that their gene chains are identical. Like a poison worm, the mother worm must be killed first. Otherwise other monsters are genetically altered as well. Looking like this, we have to find a way to solve the monsters in the island country. Xia Qing frowned as she watched the video. The original monster aliens that do not solve the island country will only multiply faster and faster. Xia Qing also plans to prepare a group of elite to the island country when the time comes. Now a large number of people from India are climbing towards our city walls, and the Third Army has been sent to support them. However, small border countries such as Vietnam and Cambodia also want to cross the wall. In addition to facing monsters, you also have to face people with different minds. It is definitely not possible for so many people to enter the Chinese country.